This person looks familiar. Su Qi'an, what is he doing here? He's Su Qi'an. I've seen him in the capital, and my master knows him too. Indeed, it's Silver Dragon Su. I never expected to personally witness such a legendary figure. As expected, he's a distinguished man among men. We met the Silver Dragon Su in Chuzhou, you can brag about it later. Tidied his robes. I am Yangtze River, from the Ink Pavilion. Greetings, Silver Dragon Su. You are too kind, Pavilion Master Yang. I do not deserve such respect. I have admired you from afar for a long time, Silver Dragon Su. To finally meet you in person, my heart is pounding with excitement. Admired you from afar, it sounds a bit strange. I too have long heard of your esteemed name, Pavilion Master. To be honest, I've never heard of him, but I can still engage in some polite flattery. He has such a strong reputation. Pavilion Master Yang, that talk of reputation was just a joke earlier. I have a deep friendship with the heavenly sect Saintess and Brother Chu. I was invited by the two of them to help guard the lotus seed at the Yu clan manor. I implore you to show mercy. Very well, since I know Silver Dragon Su is guarding the lotus seed, I shall not interfere further. Otherwise, my reputation would be tarnished. Thank you. Everyone. A chance encounter is fate. I hope you can show some leniency, and let us be friends. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Su Qi'an will do his utmost to help. What's most important for those who wander the martial world? It's about giving face. Especially someone like Silver Dragon Su. His words carry more weight than 1,000 ordinary people's. I'll back out. My mother loves to hear gossip. She heard about your deeds a while ago and couldn't stop praising you, Silver Dragon Su, calling you an upright official. If she finds out I opposed you, she'll skin me alive. I'm backing out too. Damn it, I don't want to be pointed at and gossiped about by the villagers. Silver Dragon Su, a man's promise is as heavy as gold. If you say you won't participate, you won't. We can't write such words, but we understand the sentiment. This is what a truly reputable person is like. A truly reputable person has no one who wants to oppose them. Such prestige would make even the officials in the imperial court pound their chests in envy. In my many years of wandering the martial world, I've rarely seen someone rise as rapidly as Su Qi'an. It should be said that he is unique. Transmit sound to Silver Dragon Su. The Ink Pavilion will not participate in this matter. However, the Martial Arts Alliance has many factions, and the Orthodox Taoists of the Earth sect are equally numerous. Remember to act within your capabilities and do not overexert yourself. Transmit sound. I will come to watch tomorrow. I will offer assistance in a critical moment. Is the Pavilion Master of the Ink Pavilion so chivalrous? No wonder Jiang Luzhong and the others always say the martial world is much more interesting than the bureaucracy. Thank you, Pavilion Master. I should also travel the martial world sometime. Afterwards, Yangtze River led the disciples of the Ink Pavilion away. Thank you for your help, young Master Su. How old are you, girl? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I add your WeChat? Disciple, my disciple's name is Chiu Chani. Su, young Master Su, you're also a holder of a fragment of the earthly book, right? Holy crap, girl, you're too vicious. Do you want me to be publicly humiliated? I am not. Ah. So you really came because of senior sister Miaozhen and senior brother Chu's connection. Everyone hopes that Silver Dragon Su is a member of the Heavenly Association, not that he intervenes out of righteousness or personal connection. This is very important. I'm here to investigate a case. Investigating a case? What kind of case could our Heavenly Association possibly have? Why do mother cats cry out repeatedly at night? Why does the 60-year-old Taoist often lie in a pool of blood? Why are all the mother cats in the manor pregnant? Is this the distortion of humanity or the decay of morality? Do these count as cases? I am sworn brothers with Taoist Qi'an. Even if I weren't a holder of an earthly book fragment, I wouldn't be an outsider. Is that so? Why would Silver Dragon Su deny his identity? Where's Senior Yang? I don't know. He disappeared after those martial world ruffians showed up. Where has Yang Qianhuan gone to show off again? The news of my arrival here will surely spread through those people. There's a town not far from the Yu clan manor, right? Yes. What's your Taoist name, junior brother? Silver Dragon Su, my name is Lingyun. Junior brother Lingyun, I have a favor to ask of you. Disguise yourself immediately and go to town to gather intelligence. See how everyone reacts. Rest assured, young Master Su, I will complete the mission. And, in a certain secluded corner. I understand. First, I need to accumulate enough prestige. There is a small town about 10 miles from the manor. The scale isn't that big. It operates a low-class brothel, 2 inns, and 1 restaurant. The restaurant is called Xianxianfang. The roasted chicken, crab roe buns, and plum wine are considered the 3 immortals. In the sweltering summer, a jar of iced plum wine and a plate of roasted goose are a great pleasure in life. Hey, Pavilion Master Yang is upright and prefers to associate with chivalrous heroes, so he naturally wouldn't fight with Su Qian. Hey, did you guys hear? Silver Dragon Su is at the Yu clan manor, and he even knows a traitor from the earthly sect. Pavilion Master Yang of the Ink Pavilion announced his non-involvement in this matter. Hey, Pavilion Master Yang is upright and prefers to associate with chivalrous heroes, so he naturally wouldn't fight with Su Qian. I'm curious, how many more factions in our Jianzhou will withdraw? If it's just the Ink Pavilion, then Pavilion Master Yang will be overjoyed. Oh. Su Qian is also in Jianzhou. I searched high and low, but it was right here all along. I was planning to go meet him later, but I ran into him today unexpectedly. This trip wasn't a waste of time. Young master, the master told you not to provoke him. Just a mere usurper, how long can he last? One day, I will flay him, skin him, and gnaw his bones. Although this child's power is not yet fully established, his skills are by no means inferior to the young master's. The young master must understand the danger of complacency. The logic of inevitable defeat. Do not be careless for a moment. I know. I've never underestimated him. You two, one is mute, and the other only gives advice. How boring. The left and right envoys were arranged by my father as my protectors. Although they're a bit annoying, they are top-tier warriors, and I've never seen them lose. I heard that Su Qian's sword was personally forged by the supervisor of mechanisms. This time we'll just take his sword. It's not excessive to collect some interest, is it? This blade is exceptionally sharp, comparable to Moon Shadow. It would be good for the young master to seize it. Let's go. I heard there's a gathering at Xianxianfang. Let's go join the fun. The original poster of that Wanhua Tower is a rare beauty. In fact, the Yu clan manor dispatches disciples daily to infiltrate the town and gather intelligence, observing the every move of the martial artists gathered there. This task was supposed to be done by other disciples today, but I snatched it for myself. This is a task, personally appointed, by Silver Dragon Su, so who dares to fight me for it, I'll get angry with them. After all, the person I admire and revere the most is Silver Dragon Su. Earlier, I took a stroll around town and finally gathered some important intelligence. The heretical Taoists of the Earth sect and the mysterious organization from the imperial court have invited the Martial Arts Alliance for a talk at Shangxianfang. They have arrogantly cleared the area, yet they don't seem to care if their conversation is overheard. So they allowed busybodies to gather on the street below and join in the excitement. They must be secretly plotting how to deal with the manor. On the second floor of Shangxianfang, 3 groups of people sat clearly separated. Earth Sect, Taoist Blue Lotus. Does the Martial Arts Alliance have no men left? They sent a bunch of women to discuss matters. Such figures: Nosebleed, Brothel Master, Xiao Yuenu. If you have something to say, say it. If you dare to look again, I'll pluck your eyes out and soak them in plum wine. The mysterious person who fired cannons at the Yu clan manor this morning. Threatening these madmen will only make things worse. Since they agreed to form an alliance, why did Mo Ji withdraw halfway? We need an explanation from the Martial Arts Alliance. All sects under the Martial Arts Alliance are independent. MOGE's decisions are their own and have nothing to do with the Martial Arts Alliance. This is the Martial Arts Alliance's explanation. The Martial Arts Alliance has its own rules. It's not your place to comment. If your Earth sect wants to turn against our Martial Arts Alliance, Xiao Yuenu will see it through to the end. If it weren't for the original poster blocking that person's sneak attack, I would be dead by now. It's not just MOGE. If I'm not mistaken, several other sects will withdraw from the competition tomorrow. You should know that Su Yin Luo has entered the month. Yu clan manor. His standing among martial artists and common people is very high. MOG does not want to be his enemy. I'm afraid it's more than just not wanting to be his enemy. I heard some people in the Martial Arts Alliance intend to protect Su Qianan. This is the real reason the Earth sect and the black-robed figure lured the Martial Arts Alliance here. I hope that original poster, upon returning, will convey to Alliance leader Chao to restrain his subordinates and not implicate the entire Martial Arts Alliance because of a few bad apples. Are you threatening the Martial Arts Alliance? The Earth sect is too wary of Yu clan manor. Logically, even with the support of Li Miaozhen, Su Qianan, and others, the opposing side's chances of winning are still too slim given the current situation. Not to mention the overwhelming 4th-rank experts, the Dao head of the Earth sect alone could almost sweep Yu clan manor. Although the Earth sect seems unwilling to let anyone withdraw, eager to strengthen their own forces. Does this mean there are super experts hidden within Yu clan manor? That's why the Earth sect is so wary and is trying every means to unite with the Martial Arts Alliance. Is a mere Su Qianan worth you all wasting your breath here? What kind of trash dares to interrupt this venerable's meeting? Left envoy, slap him. You. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. It's just a punishment. My servant knows how to control his strength. You can all rest assured. When I came to Jianzhou, I sent people to inquire about its customs and culture. The martial arts world here is truly uninteresting, like a stagnant pool. But the martial arts world of Jianzhou is also very interesting, because there is a Wanhua Lu. They say the original poster Xiao Yuenu of Wanhua Lu is incredibly beautiful, a rare sight. It's true, the reputation is well deserved. After this martial arts journey ends, I will take original poster Xiao back to my chambers. I happen to be in need of a concubine. Shameless scoundrel. A bit older, but still full of charm. I like women like you, young master. Let go. Calm down, calm down. Don't get excited. I'm here to form an alliance. Alliance? I want the lotus seeds, and I want Su Qianan's dog life. You dare not offend him, but I do. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Those wearing shoes. I'm barefoot right now, so I don't care how highly he's regarded by the common people. What do you plan to do? Everyone listen. What happened? Who's shouting? Sword box. Young master, that person's primordial spirit fluctuations are several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. He's a disciple of the Earth sect from Qi'an Manor. Hm. Whoever can sever Su Qian's arm will be rewarded with a Dharma artifact. Sever both arms, rewarded with 2. Sever all 4 limbs, rewarded with 4. Opposing Su In Luo. This. Whoever can sever Su Qian's head will receive this entire box of Dharma artifacts. What fear do we have in opposing him for such a treasure? Let's go together. The most important thing for rogue martial artists is resources. I am now presenting resources to them. Tell me, will those people still respect Su Qian? What's the point of you doing this? Rogue martial artists alone cannot kill a master who has cultivated the Vajra divine skill. Didn't Su Qian recite a poem? To watch a mere nobody become a new noble, and then charge onto the stage to fight. This is my answer. He has a grudge against Su Qian. It seems everyone's goal is the same. Taoist Blue Lotus was slapped and didn't retaliate, even agreeing to an alliance. It seems the Earth sect is truly wary of Qi'an Manor. Su Gongzi's enemies have arrived. One of his retainers can easily injure the 4th-ranked Taoist Blue Lotus. He views Dharma artifacts as mere dirt. This young master in white who suddenly appeared in the small town is a terrifying, formidable enemy. I must hurry back and report to Su Gongzi. I almost forgot, there's one more thing to do. You're a Taoist from Qi'an Manor, aren't you? I can't move. Hurry up, I need to get the message back. He sent me to gather intelligence, I can't fail him. You want to go back and report? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a rogue martial artist. I didn't say you couldn't report, but... I'm very sorry. You'll have to crawl back. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, do you see? These are genuine Dharma artifacts. Tomorrow, when the lotus seeds mature, each of you will have a chance to kill Su Qian. Young master, if the master finds out, you'll be punished. The master said not to provoke him easily. Private message. If I don't provoke him, then what's the point of my travels this time? Private message. If I take that brat back, with such immense merit, won't my status be rock solid? Private message. The main purpose of this journey is to hone my martial arts, but seeing that brat who should have died at the end of the imperial examination is also my objective. Since the imperial examination, I've been constantly hearing about Su Qian's deeds, and my heart has been filled with rage. The more glorious Su is, the more furious I become. Those glories, those fortuitous encounters, should have been mine. Most importantly, the luck, that should have been mine too. I feel like I've vaguely reached a bottleneck, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th rank. But I always feel like something is missing. I hope tomorrow's battle will allow me to break through as I wish. Where is he? He's already been sent back to the manor. Lingyun was sent back after his legs were severed. We can't summon his soul, and Uncle Bai Lian says he has unfinished business. Who did this? It was a mysterious young man in white robes, accompanied by 2 giants wearing bamboo hats. I heard he clashed with Taoist Lanlian of the Earth sect in Sangxianfang, and the giant beside him injured Taoist Lanlian with a single slap. The interior of a restaurant is a relatively enclosed space, so the distance between parties is not great, giving martial artists an overwhelming advantage over other systems. But even if Taoist Lanlian is considered mid to low tier among Lotus Taoists, the opponent's strength is at least that of a seasoned 4th rank. Afterward, the man publicly announced a bounty, pulling out 4 magic artifacts at once, and declared that whoever could sever one arm of young Master Su would be rewarded with 1 artifact, and whoever severed all 4 limbs would be rewarded with all 4. If he could be decapitated, he would bestow all the artifacts in the entire sword case upon the victor. For the young master's head, all the magic artifacts in the entire sword case will be given to the one who achieves this feat. Arrogant and conceited. In that case, that white-robed young master is targeting Ning Yen. Ba, I don't think it's very likely. Lord Su's previous life was in the capital, and he only arrived in Jianzhou today. The news couldn't have spread so quickly to attract his enemies. Unless that white-robed young master was already in Jianzhou, but young Master Lu said that person's identity is mysterious and he is not from Jianzhou. Therefore, he should be here for the lotus seeds. Do you recognize this person? I don't know him. But I have a general idea of which faction he belongs to. Looking across the 9 provinces, with their numerous forces and diverse systems, who could so easily produce so many magic artifacts and treat them like dirt? The Tianjin Bureau can. But it's not just the Tianjin Bureau, the more accurate term is diviner, and they must be high-ranking diviners. That white-robed young master's backing. High-ranking diviners not from the Tianjin Bureau are quite familiar. My luck is related to a mysterious diviner group, and they intended to strike at me through the tax silver case. That young master in white should know about the luck, otherwise, he wouldn't show such strong hostility towards me. Is the mysterious diviner group finally going to make a move against me? That doesn't quite seem right either. Perhaps Master Heng Yuan is correct, and this was a chance encounter. That young master in white should have just happened to be there and learned that I was in Jianzhou. Such a high-profile approach doesn't fit the style of that mysterious diviner. He probably isn't pulling the strings behind the scenes. It was just a coincidence that I, and that young master in white, encountered each other. If that's the case, perhaps this is an opportunity for me. Kill him, summon his soul, and resolve all doubts. Afterward, the white-robed young master grabbed Ling Yun, severed his legs, and made him crawl back. I wasn't there at the time. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed over. I saw Ling Yun crawling on the street, leaving 2 long trails of blood. He was already losing consciousness and still trying to crawl. That white-robed young master was following Ling Yun, watching the spectacle with a grin and not allowing anyone to save Ling Yun. Ling Yun crawled all the way to the outskirts of town before dying. Only after that white-robed young master left did I dare to approach and bring him back. I'm sorry. Senior brother Jinlian, has the Tiandihui fallen to this extent? Anyone can step on us. Ling Yun is a child we watched grow up. His soul cannot be summoned, and his eyes cannot be closed. Do you have anything you want to say to him? You've completed your mission. For a Taoist disciple, death is not the end. We will nurture his soul, he is simply accompanying us in a different form. Then the current situation is very dangerous. The Martial Alliance, the Earth Sect, King Huai's spies, and this newcomer whose strength is unclear, but whose 2 escorts are at least peak 4th rank, and it's predictable that they have many magic artifacts. Even with the array's support tomorrow, can just the few of us really resist so many experts? Have all disciples withdraw from the courtyard. I have an idea. Since our home field advantage has been compressed, rather than waiting for the enemy to gather tomorrow, it's better to take the initiative and break them up. After dusk, attack. No, we have to protect the lotus seeds. How can we go into town to fight? Besides, the town is now swarming with experts. Without the array's support, you simply cannot defeat them. That guy deliberately made such a big scene and humiliated Ling Yun, didn't he just want to lure me over? He must know my background and understand my temper. Then why are you going? I said we'd charge in, but I didn't say we'd fight in the town. What do you mean by that? Tomorrow, the forces gathered in the town will launch a full-scale attack. We will bear all the pressure, the experts from the Martial Alliance, the experts from the Earth Sect, King Huai's spies, and that new little bastard. Precisely because of this, even with the array's support, we might not win. But what if we divide the enemy beforehand? 15 minutes later. Young Master Su, you will avenge Ling Yun, right? What are you worried about? Original poster, Lu Zhu, literally, building master, often referring to a shop owner or head of a group. After you return, inquire everywhere about that young master's identity. Have you taken a liking to him? No, it's not. I'm talking about Su Qi'an. Not exactly, I just admire him and look up to him, so I worry about him. That white-robed young master has a mysterious background, and his 2 escorts are extremely powerful, ranking among the top even in Jianzhou. His own strength hasn't been revealed, but it's definitely not weak. I can feel it, many people have been tempted by those magic artifacts. Young Master Su might be in danger tomorrow. Provoking such a powerful and wealthy enemy, danger is unavoidable. However, young Master Su's strength is also not weak, and he has the Vajra divine skill to protect him. Although he's no match for those 2 escorts, escaping should be no problem. Young Master, doing this will disrupt the plan and is not allowed. You should be aware of my situation. Doing nothing will only make things more difficult for me. But if I can capture Su Qi'an and take him back, all threats and dangers will vanish, and no one will be able to shake my position. A person with great fortune will always turn misfortune into fortune. Even that person can only let nature take its course, otherwise, he would have died long ago, and you would have had to act. Luck isn't everything. Otherwise, why would anyone cultivate? They just fight over luck. It seems I underestimated him. He didn't take the bait. It's also possible that his companions stopped him. Su Qi'an. It's me. You came after all. I've analyzed your personality. Impulsive, overbearing, and you can't stand any dirt in your eyes. I openly provoked you in town and killed that Dizong disciple. With your personality, you absolutely wouldn't stand for it. I figured you would. Then did you also figure out that the Dizong demonized cultivator, Prince Huai's spy, has already surrounded the entire inn at this moment? A senior once told me, everyone's personality has a weakness. If you can grasp it, you can strike a fatal blow. You have indeed grasped the weakness of my personality. Heh, you think you're so clever. When the sea reaches its end, the sky becomes the shore, when the art reaches its peak, I am the summit. I'm late. It was a teleportation. I didn't even notice his disguise just now. Yang Qianhuan is here too. Su Qi'an has always had a good relationship with the sorcerers of Sixianjian, so this isn't surprising. He wants to divide us and defeat us one by one. Heh, foolish. The maximum teleportation range for a 4th-grade sorcerer is about 30 miles, not too far. The only uncertainty is which direction he teleported the person to. We can't wait any longer. Let's split up and pursue. A sorcerer's teleportation can be interrupted. That might have been a surprise, but with the strength of those 2 experts, it's impossible for it to happen a second time. Don't chase too far. If there's no fluctuation in spiritual energy, it means you're going in the wrong direction, so turn back immediately. At this moment, multiple groups have arrived outside the inn. There are Dizong disciples wearing feather-patterned Taoist robes. There are independent cultivators who have secretly formed an alliance. There are Prince Huai's spies. And there are also startled forces from the Wulin alliance. This was a premeditated ambush. After forming an alliance in Sanxian Fong during the day, the young man in the white robe revealed his plan. Various factions agreed and jointly laid an ambush here, preparing to attack Su Qi'an. What they didn't expect was that there was a fourth-grade sorcerer hidden in Yushu Mountain Manor. I'll take the west. The remaining directions. An earthquake. Roar. Woo-ah. Run. You guys go first. I'll deal with this girl from the Li Gu department. This girl is quite pretty. Remember not to kill her, leave her for this Taoist to play with. I never go easy on my enemies. Heh. Amitba. As expected, it was premeditated. We underestimated you. Enough of your nonsense. Last time in Chuzhou, you were lucky to escape. I was just about to settle this score with you properly. Did you think we only had these preparations? I'll say the same to you. At this moment, another place. What happened? A fight broke out at the inn. Judging by the fluctuations in spiritual energy, it's a fourth-grade level. Immediately evacuate the townspeople. If they refuse to cooperate, use force. Yes. Original poster, who are the people who have conflicts? Su Qi'an is coming. What? This is truly his style. 30 miles outside the town. Honestly, I thought you would teleport us to Yushu Mountain Manor. Then I would have been in real danger. That was unexpected just now, but you won't be able to teleport us again. Should I call you smart or foolish? Ha 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 ha. I think you're very clever because you know how to flatter and entice me, delivering yourself to my doorstep to die. Killing a small fry like you is enough for Yang Xixiang and me. Li Miaozhen and the others are all in the small town. Teleporting them to the manor would be meaningless. Firstly, the nine-colored lotus cannot withstand strong fluctuations in spiritual energy. Although the lotus is a supreme treasure, its divine power is not in defense. Secondly, the white-robed young master's 2 escorts are extremely powerful. If a fight were to break out at the manor, the disciples of Tiandi Hui would inevitably be caught up in it. Although they will inevitably be involved in the battle tomorrow. Finally, Yang Qianhuan has set up several layers of defensive formations, like defending a city. If the enemy wants to climb the city walls, they will have to pay a heavy price. Why would you send the enemy army onto the city walls for no reason? Heh, lowly ants are not worth my effort. If you deliberately provoked my anger, then you succeeded. You think you're worthy? Are you afraid of retaliation from me, so you dare not show your true face? Heh. Left and right envoys, kill this guy for me. Tap. You vulgar martial artist, I'll let you know the greatness and terror of a sorcerer. Heh heh. For a martial artist at the peak of the 4th rank, at that distance, he could have easily inflicted severe damage on an opponent of the same rank. So close, I almost capsized in a ditch. Using a teleportation artifact and sorcery against me, should I call you smart or foolish? I think you're very smart, because you've successfully allowed me to experience the joy of intellectual superiority. Senior brother Yang is quite skilled as a sorcerer. I was genuinely worried for him just now, but it turns out I was worrying for nothing. He was handling it with ease. Left envoy, provide support for me. I'll go deal with this little brat. Young master, you are of noble birth, how can you put yourself in danger? Joining forces with you to kill him is the most foolproof method. In a battle for life and death, there's no need to act on impulse. Not bad. Both of you, come at me. Otherwise, with your ant-like strength, I could fight 10 of you. Ha 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 ha, I've cultivated martial arts since childhood, day and night without rest. I believe I am inferior to no one of my generation. Everyone in Defeng praises your exceptional talent, Su Qi'an, saying it's no less than that of the king of Zhenbei. But I know you're just relying on the favor of luck. It's only through a series of fortunate encounters that you've reached your current status. In reality, you are nothing. He indeed knows I possess good fortune and harbors resentment. I can't wait to kill him and claim his soul. Your saber is a magical artifact refined by the supervisor. But my moon shadow isn't bad either. Able to break my Vajra divine skill. 5th rank. I said, without the favor of luck, you are nothing but a piece of trash. Today, I will crush you, break your limbs, and turn you into a cripple. Not only that, but I will also snatch everything you own. Heart Sword. The previous strike was just a probe to gauge him. This person is not 4th rank, and I haven't discerned his intent. Then my heart sword can effectively shake his primordial spirit. No time to use heaven and earth one blade strike. I need to strike down this arrogant fellow before the burly man providing support can react. Senior brother Yang, give me some fire. Damn it. That was close. If not for this protective treasure, my head would have rolled just now. Heh, you have the Vajra indestructible body, and I have a protective magical artifact too. Players who pay to win should all die. Young master, there's no need to delay. This old servant has discovered that this child's primordial spirit is unusual and extremely difficult to deal with. Stand down. Do you think you're a favored son of heaven? A prodigy no less than the king of Zhenbei? Someone who rose from obscurity? I'll tell you a secret. In reality, you are nothing but a pathetic wretch. You think highly of yourself, but it's merely power bestowed upon you by our family. Your family? Damned fellow. How can a mere 6th rank be so troublesome? Ever since I started practicing martial arts, I've only trained in one saber technique, called 9-ring saber. This saber technique is a cycle within a cycle, one strike layered upon another. Since mastering it, I haven't encountered an opponent among my peers. Do you dare to accept my 9 strikes? I forgot to tell you, the moon shadow sword has a spirit. It can absorb moonlight by itself. At night, it is at its most ferocious. The 9th strike. Nu Da Di Ding Shan. No opponent among your peers. That's it? How is that possible? Young master. It seems like every miss accumulates power for it. This isn't scientific. Where is its power source? I don't believe its speed will keep increasing, and can it stack infinitely? I have to admit, your strength is beyond my expectations. To break my protective magical artifact as a 6th rank cultivator. If I let you grow any further, it will truly be like raising a tiger to invite disaster. Of course, you won't have the chance to grow. You have no idea that the butcher's knife hanging over your head is about to fall. In terms of status, you're not as noble as I am. In terms of escorts and helpers, you don't compare to me. In terms of tactics and strategy, you are still being toyed with in the palm of my hand. What do you have to fight me with? You're just a commoner who took advantage of me. Everything you have now should have been mine. However, I don't care. I've always been merciful to losers. I won't kill you today. I'll cripple your limbs and destroy your cultivation, then take you back to claim credit. Young master has exceptional talent and is a dragon among men, but do not be arrogant. Hurry and act, lest too many nights bring complications. Off target. You. Impossible. You won't have a chance to cast Confucian spells from books. You won't have a chance to use them at all. Heh. Did you really think I had Yang Qianhuan fire that shot on a whim? A martial artist is just a martial artist. So crude, it's pitiful. No. Impossible. Actually, there's another way to win quickly. Just chant, my chi will increase tenfold. Guaranteed to instantly kill Qian in one strike. The price is, both will perish together. Confucianism's words manifest reality is a violation of rules, and it will suffer backlash from the rules. How to use Confucian spells reasonably. Qi'an's summarized experience is to try to only brag about plausible lies. The first lie is, the after effects of heaven and earth one blade slash are postponed by 2 kazhong. The second lie is, off target, both are fresh and refined little lies. I'm behind him. Heaven and earth one blade slash. Ah. Young master. Save me, quickly save me. How about this, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you can crawl 20 zhang, I'll spare your life. A kind reminder, hurry and crawl. Perhaps I can even get medical treatment before my blood runs dry. Lu, SLT Oslt SLD, OSD. In terms of combat power, you're inferior to me. In terms of means, you're inferior to me. In terms of strategy, you're still inferior to me. What do you have to fight me with? Qi'an, you can't kill him. If he dies, my master will exterminate your entire clan. Then watch carefully. Quick, quick, they're just ahead. Hurry up and follow. If we're late, Qi'an will be personally killed by that person. Do you still want the magical artifact? Would killing Qi'an Luo be a grave offense? What's there to fear? I've already disguised myself. People don't get rich without ill-gotten gains. To stand out, one must take unconventional paths. Original poster, Lu Zhu, the sect master of Divine Fist sect and the pavilion master of Ink Pavilion have stepped forward. Will you also be lending Qi'an Luo a hand shortly? The Martial Arts Alliance wants the 9-colored lotus. Treasures naturally go to the capable. However, heavenly treasures are a matter of fortune, whether I obtain them or not is fate. As for Qi'an Luo, it's been so many years since De Feng had a Qi'an. It would be too boring for him to perish here. So hurry up and follow. If you're late, Qi'an Luo will be in danger. One side is a mysterious young man with 2 4th-rank peak escorts and no shortage of profound magical artifacts. The other side is Qi'an, whose companions are all left behind in the town to delay, with at most 1 helper. It's easy to imagine which side the scales of victory tip towards. Who else wants to kill me? He actually died by Qi'an Luo's hand. I thought he was that strong. Releasing such a high-profile bounty order made everyone decide to risk grave danger to kill Qi'an Luo. Puff, useless. Well fought, it's our little Qi'an Luo. Since he dared to come knocking, he must have some backup. We thought his companions stayed in the town. As expected of Qi'an Luo, we worried for nothing. By the way, who was that white-robed sorcerer? And who was that beauty? To be able to fight a 4th-rank martial artist to a standstill. Humph. Don't get happy too soon. Those 2 black-robed experts are peak 4th rank. As long as they can stall Qi'an until my Earth sect elders arrive, the victor is still unknown. It's actually good that he's dead. It will only make those two experts retaliate against Su Qian without restraint. In another quarter of an hour, the fatigue from using Heaven and Earth One Saber Strike will be doubled by the backlash of Confucian spells. As for the town, only Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanjin have 4th rank combat power. Lina and Master Heng Yuan are a bit weaker and won't be able to hold them off for long. But peak 4th rank martial artists are too difficult to kill. They might not even decide a winner by morning. Got it. As the saying goes, when the master is disgraced, the subject dies. Your master's head was severed by me, so why do you still have the face to live? Aren't you going to apologize quickly? Or do you want revenge? Then come, kill me if you can. Pincer attack. I'm trapped between a rock and a hard place. I'm behind the left emissary, Ban Copper. Ugh. Ugh. The power of the human sect leader's sword is truly terrifying. The vitality of a 4th rank martial artist is extremely strong. As long as they're not dead, they could still counter-kill me. Take one step back. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? I have the supervisor as my backer, a powerful figure within me, and a talisman sword gifted by my kind aunt. When it comes to backing, who am I afraid of? Young master. This foolish creature, even the great Feng Crown Prince would be insignificant before me. If Yang Qianhuan's joining was a flash of inspiration, a coincidence. That Nangong Qianro is the key figure in my entire plan for tonight. A situation of 3-2 would definitely make Qiu Qian confidently believe he had victory in his grasp. Holding back trump cards allows for flexible combat tactics. Phew, this guy snatched the head quite well. They have quite a few magic items. One portion for each of you, don't be greedy. Give one to Yang Qianhuan. Let's go. Dead. Why isn't the Earth sect leader making a move? Have you forgotten the mysterious powerhouse who appeared in Chuzhou? If the sect leader makes a move, will that mysterious powerhouse also act? The sect leader's clone is to be used for competing for the lotus seeds. Where did you three go? The master of the Ink Pavilion and the leader of the Divine Fist Gang have blocked us. These crude martial artists have tough skin and flesh, making them very troublesome. After tonight, these wandering martial artists will no longer dare to oppose Su Qian. The various factions of the Martial Arts Alliance will also split. A significant portion will withdraw, and the situation is not looking good. You family villa. We're back. Young Master Su, how is it? Killed them. That's great, sob. Those two 4th rank. That's good, then. No. Not good. Prepare healing pills. Prepare food. Prepare hot water and clean clothes. Taoist priest. Prepare to save me. Young Master Su. His face turned pale, his eyes became cloudy, his skin turned dry and dull, and his limbs convulsed violently. His aura plummeted, his heartbeat and breathing were about to stop. His internal organs showed signs of failure, and his life force was rapidly draining. Quickly get the potent pills, and fetch the blood ginseng I've been treasuring. Yes. Ha, you're awake. What are you doing? You've been opening and closing your eyes. Maybe it was the way I opened my eyes, but the one guarding me while I was unconscious was you. You can open your eyes 1,000 times, and you'll still see me. You don't like me being here, do you? Or would you rather that crying little girl stayed to take care of you? Your name is Qi'an, right? Su Qi'an, you're really something. No matter where you go, you stir up romantic troubles. Are you a stud horse from the countryside for breeding? In fact, the women I've had intimate interactions with and formed friendly relations with are few and far between. You can't just because I'm charming and girls always like me, assume the problem is with me. That's a typical victim-blaming mentality. Get me a glass of water. Why are you the one guarding me? Master said I am your concubine. If my husband is injured, a concubine must naturally loosen her clothes and attend to him by the bedside. So she sent that Qi'an away and left me to take care of you. To send away a beautiful young girl and leave a paper figure to take care of me, what a sinister plot. To be able to recover from the deficit and wake up within an hour means a lot of elixirs and precious medicines were used. Please thank Taoist Jinlian for me. It must have cost a lot of good things. This heavenly and earth society is practically broke. If they were to treat you, you wouldn't even wake up tomorrow. It was that mad sorcerer who saved you. Senior Brother Yang. Indeed, when it comes to healing people, Taoists can't even catch up to sorcerers. But the heavenly and earth society did their best, using their finest pills and blood ginseng to save you. That mad sorcerer said, Taoists are just Taoists. So poor, it's pathetic. Then, he took out a pill and fed it to you. I heard it was a top-grade elixir as precious as the blood fetus pill. Sorcerers are just rich. Like the human sect, they're all fat cats. Senior Brother Yang sure enjoyed showing off this time. Susu, I'm fine now. You can go out first. Stay guard outside. Don't let anyone disturb me. WDN. I'm not even your concubine yet, and you're already bossing me around. Hurry. Heaven and earth dual souls immediately leave the body. After death, people are in a dazed and chaotic state. The human soul hides within the body and only emerges after 7 days. At this time, the heavenly and earthly souls will come to find the human soul. With the three souls reunited, one can recover memories from their past life and escape the days. The saying, first 7 days, comes from this. This young man's identity is extraordinary. He knows the luck within my body like the back of his hand. Perhaps I can extract core secrets from him. Ah! You can't go in. My husband is resting. No one is allowed to disturb him. I'll just take a peek inside. Although Taoist Chani is a monastic, he should still know about the boundaries between men and women. In the middle of the night, why would he approach a man's room? Young Master Su has greatly benefited the heavenly and earth society. What's wrong with me checking in on him? Monastics are pure and upright, with a clear conscience. Oh, so you have a clear conscience. Of the heavenly and earth society's 34 disciples, why are you the only one here? Aren't you just lusting after his body? You. What are you talking about? You look like a maiden in love. I'm an experienced woman. I know exactly what you little sluts are thinking. My husband is lecherous and insatiable. I advise you, young lady, to keep your distance and be careful. Otherwise, if you lose your virginity and end up abandoned, it won't sound good. Or perhaps, this is exactly what Taoist Chani has in mind. I'll go find Senior Uncle Jinlian. How can a young girl like Qi'an contend with the old ghost Susu? Never mind, it's not appropriate to summon souls at this time. There are experts like Chu Yuanjin in the villa with keen ears and eyes. Even if they aren't deliberately eavesdropping. If someone happens to pass by, they could discover my biggest secret in an instant. First, let Taoist Jinlian and the others rest assured, then find Yang Ganlan to set up soundproofing arrays. Come in. It seems you have a strong sense of belonging to your identity. I just find it pleasurable to ruin your good deeds and tarnish your image. When you have a physical body, I'll make you feel even more pleasure. The decisive battle is tomorrow. We need to discuss it in advance. How are you feeling? After 3 to 5 days of recuperation, I've recovered. Regarding tomorrow's battle, I apologize. My current situation is that my body's strength has recovered, but my vital energy. I can fight, but I can't exert my full strength. Unless the enemy also doesn't use their vital energy and fights me purely hand to hand. That's very bad. The formations I've set up have 8 layers, and each layer's formation core requires a master to guard it. I originally set up a defensive formation specifically for your Vajra divine skill. Nangong Qianro can fill the spot. Compared to your Vajra divine skill, the physique of a 4th-rank martial artist is still lacking. Don't forget, Prince Huai's spies have firearms and ballistae. Nangong Jinluo was already part of the plan, not an unexpected bonus. The enemy has the human sect, 6 4th-rank individuals, a Daoist head avatar at the 3rd rank, Prince Huai's spies, 2 4th-rank martial artists. Numerous other experts. On our side, those confirmed to have 4th-rank combat power are Daoist Jinlian, Nun Bai Lian, Chu Yuanjin, Li Miaozhen, Su Qi'an, as well as Yang Ganlan and Nangong Qianro. In Daoist Jinlian's plan, we only need to fight until the lotus seeds mature. We can abandon the villa and don't need to fight to the death. In comparison, the heavenly and earth society can only deal with the combined forces of the human sect and Prince Huai's spies. However, with the advantage of home turf and the formations set up, they have the confidence to contend with all parties. Provided that we can hold on. No matter if my condition has recovered or not, I still can't hold on to the lotus seeds, can I? Even if I can repel the lone warriors and absorb some of the martial alliance's 4th-rank experts. But treasures stir greed, and not everyone will give me face. At most, they'll go easy on us then. In that case, we still won't be able to hold on in the end. Daoist Jinlian, what else does he have to rely on? Su Qian, what are your thoughts? No. Think about it again. What does Daoist mean by that? Does he know my secret about my destiny, or about Shinshu? He knows about my unclear relationship with the supervisor. What he doesn't know is that I possess the destiny of the Great Feng dynasty. I remember when I came out of the underground palace, I used the excuse that the supervisor left a move in me to justify defeating Gu Hu. So, Daoist Jinlian believes. Is the supervisor's one last move still there? Is this his plan all along? No wonder he's so calm. Daoist thinks I can unleash the power of a top-tier expert, just like in the underground palace. Or perhaps, Daoist Jinlian already knows Shinshu is within me. The mysterious expert in Chuzhou is indeed mysterious to outsiders, but to some insiders, it's not hard to figure out. For example, Daoist Jinlian participated in the Sangbo case and knows that the sealed object is related to Buddhism. Daoist knows me very well. Moreover, the bluff I made in front of the human sect's Daoist head was heard by tens of thousands of people. Thankfully Daoist is not an official in the Great Feng court. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me. I truly have no ideas and am powerless. Monk Shinshu is already asleep and cannot be awakened. This cheat is temporarily out of use. As for the supervisor, this old man is deeply cunning. Such a terrifying figure is simply beyond my control. So, I really have no trump cards and no solutions. Alas, such is the situation. Everything depends on fate. Gurgle. By the way, I asked you to inform Luo Yuhang about this. Did you relay it? What is the intention behind Daoist deliberately mentioning this matter? Of course I relayed it. What did she say? The imperial advisor only said 2 words, take care. Did she give you anything? Taoist, you can even guess this, the imperial advisor did give me a protective amulet. Quick, quick, take it out. This is just an ordinary protective amulet, it has no effect. This is from the imperial advisor. It's a token of elderly affection. I'm actually reluctant to take it out. Su Qi'an, keep this protective amulet safe. Taoist, why are you giving this to me? Taoist. Chu Yuanjin is going to eat me, look at his eyes. Look at his eyes quickly. Don't ask. You'll know tomorrow. You will guard the last pass. Stand outside the pool. In a moment of crisis, burn the protective amulet and seek her help. Transmit voice. Seeking help. From Luo Yuheng. Don't be ridiculous, Taoist. I'm not familiar with my aunt. Her giving me a talisman sword is already a great honor. You're making things difficult for me, fatty tiger. But based on my understanding of the old schemer, Taoist Jinlian wouldn't make such a decision without confidence. What does Taoist Jinlian mean by this? Why give the protective amulet gifted by the imperial advisor to Su Qi'an? Come, young Master Su, please eat. Young Master Su, this is prepared by the kitchen for you. We've been waiting for you to wake up to eat. Yes, yes, junior sister Chani made it herself. Then I won't disturb you. Let's eat together. Young Master Su, how do you like the taste? Junior sister Chani's skills are excellent. It's just that your tea ceremony skills are lacking. My tea ceremony skills are also very good. Young Master Su is so quick to judge without even tasting my tea. I feel like you're underestimating me. I was talking about green tea. I have a sister at home who is the same age as you, but her tea ceremony skills are much better than yours. I'll introduce you when you have time, so you can learn from her. Susu is a seductive vixen. This type of woman can only be controlled by green tea. If Lingyue were here just now, she would have cried immediately and then, wronged, waiting outside all night, hoping to catch a cold. After the fact, Susu would be labeled an evil spirit. Senior brother Yang. Heaven did not give birth to me, Yang Qianhuan. De Feng is eternal like the long night. We're all so familiar now, there's no thrill in you pretending to be cool anymore. What is it? I'd like to ask senior brother Yang to carve a soundproofing formation for me, preferably one that can also block surveillance. I have a very confidential matter to attend to. Heh, aren't you afraid I'll eavesdrop? Heh, I don't trust anyone but senior brother Yang. Senior brother Yang is the most noble person of all time. You have quite good taste. What is your name? Ji Qian. What exactly is your identity? De Feng royalty. He's from De Feng royalty. No wonder his surname is Ji. Wait, is there such a person among De Feng royalty? Which line? The reason I ask is that I'm sure there's no such person among the imperial clan in the capital. De Feng has endured for 600 years, with too many branches and offshoots. This Ji Qian is either from a collateral branch or someone's illegitimate son, which is why I asked which branch he belongs to. The orthodox line from 500 years ago. The orthodox line from 500 years ago, meaning he is a descendant of the former emperor who was killed by Emperor Wuzong. Does that former emperor still have descendants? Didn't his bloodline die at the hands of treacherous officials? That period of history must have been tampered with. The historical records cannot be trusted, but a strong ruler like Emperor Wuzong would not be unaware of cutting off the roots. What is your status in the clan? I am my father's legitimate son. Who is your father? His name is Ji Shao, and he will become the Lord of Kyushu, replacing Emperor Yuanjing. The orthodox line from 500 years ago has returned for revenge. I killed a crown prince. What's going on with the destiny within me? I'm getting a little too excited. What's going on with Su Qixin's destiny? The destiny within him is from that adult residing in his body. It is a booster for our grand ambition and the foundation for confronting the supervisor. It is the most crucial step in the plan to contend for the Central Plains. Who is that adult? Night dense forest. Didn't Li Miaozhen say that when a person's souls aren't gathered after death, they're like a simpleton from a rich family, answering whatever they're asked? I suspect he is the first-generation supervisor. Qi'an used the word suspect. From these two words, two vital pieces of information can be deduced. First, Qi'an is not a core figure within his faction and has not been privy to the most crucial secrets. First, since he made such a suspicion, it means he has grasped some inside information. What is your basis? I once overheard him refer to the current supervisor as a disobedient disciple. Furthermore, he once told me and my siblings that what belongs to us will eventually be reclaimed. 500 years of patience were to strengthen ourselves. At that time, the first-generation supervisor did not die and left a contingency plan, which allowed him to take away the emperor's descendant. This is why Emperor Wuzong failed to eradicate them completely. This makes sense and is logical. This silver was used as a cover-up at the highest level. In the very first tax silver case, the former Vice Minister of Revenue, Zhou Xianping, was loyal to the orthodox line from 500 years ago. The whereabouts of the millions of taels of silver he embezzled over 20 years finally have an explanation. What is most needed for rebellion? Money. The Yunzhou case was a conspiracy between the Minister of War of the Qi party and the witch god cult, but during the investigation, the mysterious sorcerer, suspected to be the first-generation supervisor, secretly helped me to deal with the spies. What was his purpose in helping me? There's no reason. The most recent case is the Zhenbei King's massacre. In this case, the princess consort secretly traveled to Chuzhou with the envoy because Emperor Yuanjing wanted to guard against traitors in the court. At that time, I had already deduced that many ministers in the court were secretly connected to the mysterious sorcerer. If the mysterious sorcerer is the first-generation supervisor and the force behind him is the Defeng imperial family from 500 years ago, then all of this becomes logical. We must know that some officials have long been secretly dissatisfied with Emperor Yuanjing's cultivation. They might have already been secretly instigated by the first-generation supervisor. Furthermore, the mysterious sorcerer's help to the barbarians in plundering the princess consort can also be reasonably explained. If the first-generation supervisor wanted to rebel, he would definitely not want the Zhenbei king to be promoted to the second rank, and would even try to get rid of him. The sorcerer who implanted destiny into me, is he the mastermind? I highly doubt it. This plot is aimed at the princess consort, a second-rank martial artist who stumbled into it and is skilled in warfare, making her one of the biggest obstacles to their rebellion. Therefore, all of the first-generation supervisors' schemes are aimed at weakening Defeng's national strength. As long as this purpose is grasped and reasoned backward. What about Wei Yuan? If you want to rebel, the top of the must-kill list should be the supervisor, followed by Wei Yuan. Compared to the Zhenbei king, Wei Yuan, the god of war who took only a few months to strategize and win the most tragic battle of Shanhai Pass in human history, is the true target to be eliminated. Wei Yuan's troublesome nature is second only to the current supervisor. Duke Wei has indeed been the target of attacks from officials. Those scolding officials from the censorate often shout, "Please, Your Majesty, chop off this dog's head." How many of them have already defected to the first-generation supervisor is unknown. Holy crap, wait a minute. The consort Fu case. Imagine if I hadn't interfered in this case, the consequence would have been the empress being deposed, the fourth prince demoted from legitimate son to illegitimate son, and his possibility of inheriting the throne completely gone. And supporting the fourth prince's succession would be the beginning of Duke Wei's ambition. In this way, Duke Wei and Emperor Yuanjing would have a falling out, and an irreparable rift would form between them. The mastermind behind the consort Fu case is noble consort Chen, and it's a fact that noble consort Chen has someone backing her. Thinking about it this way, it's quite interesting that the maid named here could wear a magical artifact that masked her aura back then. Sorcerers are all old schemers. The consort Fu case is likely just the tip of the iceberg against Wei Yuan, or perhaps not even the prelude. I wonder what actions will follow. Why does the destiny reside in Su Qixin? I don't know. I only know that for some reason, the destiny had to be stored in his body. Originally, in the tax silver case at the end of the imperial examination, he would have been sent out of the capital. Why go to such great lengths to send Su Qixin out of the capital? Couldn't you just send people to rob him directly? I don't know. You said you wanted to cripple Su Qixin and take him back. You hate him so much, why didn't you just kill him? He is the vessel that contains the destiny. The vessel cannot be broken before the destiny is extracted. The vessel cannot be broken before the destiny is extracted. This is good news for me. How do you extract the destiny? I don't know, but father and that adult have been making corresponding preparations for many years. Extracting luck is a difficult or tedious process, just as the first supervisor meticulously calculated everything to steal the nation's luck back then. Analyzing from his series of schemes, this first supervisor seems to have lost his peak and can only scheme in secret. Thinking from another perspective, if Dafeng's national strength continues to weaken, will the current supervisor also face such a predicament? This is crucial. Information. Do you know what happens to the container after the luck is extracted? Of course, death. Damn it. If the luck is extracted, I'll die. Therefore, the first supervisor is undoubtedly my mortal enemy, with no room for maneuver. The problem is, the current supervisor is also my mortal enemy. Now I am a pawn in the game between the two supervisors, Bo Ben. Most of the kindness shown by the supervisor is genuine. Regardless of the process, the outcome is already determined, the current supervisor must retrieve the luck within me. Only by returning the luck to Dafeng can Dafeng's national strength be restored. And the luck of a dynasty is closely related to its supervisor. As the nation's strength weakens, so does the supervisor's. Given his personal stake, how could the current supervisor not retrieve the luck? The only reason he hasn't yet is that the time is not right. What about the future? When do you plan to start? Wait until Wei Yuan dies, wait until the luck in Su Qian's body is recovered, wait until I am promoted to the 4th rank. Why do you have to wait until you are promoted to the 4th rank? After being promoted to the 4th rank, I will be able to contain this immense luck. I am my father's legitimate son, the future co-ruler of Kyushu. This luck is mine. No wonder he hates and envies me so much, claiming that everything I have now is merely taking advantage of him. Did your father tell you? Of course, if he hadn't chosen me as his successor, he wouldn't have given me the dragon's tooth. Where is your hideout? In Shuzhou. Shuzhou. Does Dafeng even have such a place? However, Dafeng has 13 provinces, and within each province are more provinces, countless in number. In my past life, I was terrible with geography and didn't even know the criteria for dividing north and south. Where is Shuzhou? I don't remember. What do you mean you don't remember? Can't you remember your own home? Where is Shuzhou? Where? I don't remember. In, mm. Ugh. Did he self-destruct? Heh. Roar Ming. Heh, King Huai is dead. After Yuan Jing issued the imperial edict of self-condemnation, the luck dropped again. The next one is Wei Yuan. Ji Qian, your mission is complete, and you died a worthy death. Did my question touch upon some taboo, causing Qi'an's soul to self-destruct? That's not right. He even mentioned Shujo. Logically, when I asked this question, his soul should have shown some resistance and self-destructed. That would be reasonable. Now, even if I don't know where Shujo is, I can go back and check the information, right? The first supervisor is not dead. 500 years ago, there were still descendants of the Orthodox lineage. 20 years ago, it was the first supervisor who stole Dafeng's national luck. They have been plotting rebellion all along. 00000, if this intelligence were to be released, it would surely cause a huge uproar. The first supervisor treats me as a tool to contain luck, the current supervisor treats me as a pawn for his games. Emperor Yuan Jing wants to kill me. I don't care about this court anymore. I wish someone would drag him off the dragon throne. But Wei Yuan treats me like a son, and Biao Biao and Huai Qing are my confidants. Old rule, when in doubt, find a big shot. I'll tell Duke Wei about this matter. Let him worry about it. Let's first see what treasures are in Qi'an's spatial pouch. There are siege crossbows, cannons, and other heavy destructive magical artifacts. There are also precious armor and weapons, etc. magical artifacts, not bad. What is this? This must be the dragon's tooth. Hiss, this magical artifact is a bit too powerful. Just looking at it makes one dizzy, nauseous, and sick. Sigh. According to Qi'an, the dragon's tooth seems to be a supreme treasure of their lineage, only inheritable by the successor. My intuition tells me this dragon's tooth will be very useful in the future. In a small town, within a 2-courtyard Sihiyuan, there are a total of 16 gang leaders and sect leaders, of which a full 12 are 4th-rank experts, and 5 are senior 4th rank. Yang Cui Shui, Fu Jing Men, are you two really going to withdraw from this operation? Divine Fist Gang Leader, Fu Jing Men. Last night, these two joined forces to block 3 Lotus Taoists for Su Qian. Alliance Leader Chao, although lotus seeds are treasures to us, they are not indispensable. However, if you ask me to become an enemy of Su Yin Luo, I beg to be excused. Did Su Yin Luo bestow favor upon you? The boxing techniques of my Divine Fist Gang are about strength, directness, and magnanimity. Sect Leader Yang, your MOGE's sword techniques have many insidious moves. Why are you doing this? I am fondest of associating with heroic young men, and I admire Su Qian. That is all. So, in your eyes, my orders are like the irrelevant barking of wild dogs, heard and then forgotten. Alliance Leader Chao, Sect Leader Yang and Brother Fu do not intend to defy your orders, but rather, a true man knows what to do and what not to do. Furthermore, when the Martial Arts Alliance was founded, the first alliance leader made an agreement with our various sects: we obey orders but not decrees. If you feel that the orders of the Martial Arts Alliance violate righteousness, violate. One's own will can be rejected. A fine example of obeying orders but not decrees. Alliance Leader Chao, it is well known that the Martial Arts Alliance has a monopoly in Jianzhou, and your words carry great weight. I didn't expect the rumors to be just rumors. If this matter spreads, how will you stand in the martial world? What do you think, my lord? According to the imperial court system, open defiance is punishable by death. My lord, think again. Gang Leader Chao, no matter how big the Martial Arts Alliance is, it cannot be bigger than the imperial court, right? If we join forces to seize the lotus seeds, we will both benefit. Now that Mo Ge and Divine Fist Gang openly align with Su Qian, His Majesty will not tolerate them. The Martial Arts Alliance can still make amends by cutting off a limb to survive. Otherwise, if His Majesty sends troops to quell them in the future, you know the consequences. Even if the old alliance leader were still alive, is it worth opposing the imperial court for the sake of just two people? A mere martial arts sect almost ruined His Majesty's great plan, clearly showing no regard for the imperial court. This trend must not continue. Gulp, then there's nothing more to say. Although His Majesty's edict of self-condemnation has greatly reduced his prestige and the court's power, the court is still the court. To these martial arts ruffians, it is an insurmountable behemoth. It is inevitable that one or two rash individuals who disregard the bigger picture will cause trouble. As long as the main culprits are eliminated and the trend is nipped in the bud, it will be fine. Cough, cough. Chao Qingyang. Do you want to destroy the Martial Arts Alliance's 600-year foundation? The Martial Arts Alliance has its rules. Over 600 years, many alliance leaders have come and gone. When have we ever been dogs to the imperial court? In the short distance from inside the hall to outside the Qi'an just now, our auras clashed no less than 100 times. Although I am still a considerable distance from the peak of the 4th rank, I should not be this incompetent. I am completely unable to contend with Chao Qingyang's aura, I am too far behind. If we were to fight, I would surely die within 100 moves. Spit. The top 3 martial artists on the martial ranking are terrifyingly powerful. You go back and tell the Emperor that whether he sends troops to suppress us or assassins, he is welcome to try. Even if the Martial Arts Alliance is destroyed because of this, my ancestors will give me a thumbs up and say, I have not disgraced the name of the Martial Arts Alliance. I am not sparing you today out of fear, but because you are insignificant. According to Qi'an, the container cannot break before the Qi'an is extracted. In other words, if it breaks, is the Qi'an returned to Great Feng? If I tell Wei Gong these things, how will he treat me? I can make edits. I will only tell Wei Gong about the existence of the first-generation supervising censor and the remnants of the Great Feng imperial family. I will not reveal information about the Qi'an. But the problem is, I don't know which level Wei Yuan is on, just as I can't see through which level the supervising censor is on. If this information is told to Wei Yuan, and he combines it with the information and knowledge he already possesses, he could deduce the Qi'an. Inside story. Oh, so Great Feng's national strength weakened, the people suffered terribly, and the imperial court was riddled with corruption. All of this was because the Qi'an was lost, and the Qi'an is with Su Qi'an. As an ambitious and determined national scholar dedicated to sweeping away the filth, will Wei Yuan choose righteousness over kinship for the sake of the country and its people, or will he choose to protect it, to turn a blind eye? This is not me being overly worried. Based on Wei Yuan's displayed capabilities and his legend. If I am on the 18th level, he might be on the 99th. Suddenly, I feel like every bush and tree is an enemy soldier, like the whole world is out to get me. The first generation and the current generation are unreliable. Wei Yuan, whom I held onto so tightly, might turn against me if he knew about the Qi'an. What should I do? If I had the combat power of a 3rd or even 2nd rank, I could roam freely, break out of the chessboard, and become a player. But I am just a 6th rank martial artist. The first generation supervising censor is like a knife hanging over my head. Even if it won't fall anytime soon, I have a premonition that time won't be long. I'm afraid I won't be able to become a peak martial artist in the short term. In that case, the best course of action is to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Use the enemy's enemy to deal with the enemy. But neither the first generation nor the current generation are good people. I've thought of a way. First, guard the lotus seed, and ascend to 5th rank as soon as possible. And then return to the capital to play a game of truth or dare with Wei Gong. You were too impulsive yesterday. I shouldn't have used His Majesty's Imperial Gold Plaque to threaten the Martial Arts Alliance. I was just probing the Martial Arts Alliance's attitude. Chao Qingyang is stubborn, but the martial arts alliance ultimately stands in opposition to Moon Pavilion. The attitudes of Ink Pavilion and Divine Fist Gang last night made me extremely vigilant. If there were a large number of dissenting voices within the martial arts alliance, then this behemoth in Jianzhou, even if it didn't defect to Moon Pavilion, its combat power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, I must conduct a thorough assessment of the martial arts alliance. Of course, it's also true that I'm here to hold him accountable. If Chao Qingyang submits to the court's authority, then my gamble paid off. Although I took some risks, my assessment was correct. Chao Qingyang did not kill me. As the alliance leader, no matter how rebellious and arrogant, or how much of a lone wolf he is, a martial man ultimately has more to consider. The harvest was good, but the cost was also great. As the leader of secret agents and a fourth-rank expert, being beaten and humiliated by Chao Qingyang, without sufficient depth of character, would be difficult to recover from psychologically anytime soon. We only need to provide firepower and open a path for the Earth sect. The subsequent competition for the Lotus Seeds is not our main objective, killing Su Qian is. Do you understand? Last night he used, 1/ through heaven and earth, and Confucian spells. It's impossible for him to recover in just a few hours. If not now, then when? As Hui King's secret agents and now loyal to the emperor, they know Su Qian like the back of their hand. They initially concluded that Su Qian used, 1/ through heaven and earth, and Confucian spells. According to the records, these two techniques come at a great cost. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Unfortunately, this is not our stage. Perhaps there's an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I calculated the combat strengths of both sides yesterday. Based on the visible combat strength of Moon Pavilion, it's vastly inferior to the Earth sect of the Martial Arts Alliance and that group of imperial experts. Vastly inferior is an understatement. Don't you all forget that the Tao Master of the Earth sect hasn't shown up yet. That's a rank 1 expert. If he comes, he'll sweep the entire field. Mistake, you said if Su Yinluo displays the strength of Buddhist combat, does he have a chance to contend with the Tao Master of the Earth sect? Isn't it said that the supervising censor is secretly assisting in the Buddhist combat? Rong, I heard from my master that Moon Pavilion is just putting up a stubborn resistance, and the chances of protecting the Lotus Seeds are slim. I don't care whether Moon Pavilion can protect the Lotus Seeds. Our thoughts are the same. This is also the thought of most people, including the fairies of Wanhuagong present. What does it matter to them whether Moon Pavilion can protect the Lotus Seeds? As long as Su Yinluo is fine, that's all that matters. They admire Su Yinluo's righteousness, but they don't want to see him perish here. This has nothing to do with them competing for the Lotus Seeds. According to the previous deployment, just hold your positions. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid. Fourth-rank experts are not for you to deal with. What's the use of shouting slogans? This is an opportunity for you. What is the goal of the Heavenly Tao Society? You know better than I do. Who you will face in the future, I don't need to tell you, right? When I first took over the Sangbo case, my feelings were similar to yours, nervousness and insecurity, no confidence in myself. But in the end, I solved the case. Do you know why? Because compared to you, I had no retreat. At that time, I was sentenced to be cut in half for striking my superior. If I didn't atone for my crimes, it was a dead end. Because compared to you, I had no retreat. At that time, I was sentenced to be cut in half for striking my superior. If I didn't atone for my crimes, it was a dead end. Young Master Su, you did nothing wrong. This is not a matter of right or wrong. I had no retreat, so I could go all out. Including later in Yunzhou, when I single-handedly held back the rebels, it was the same. Now you have a chance. Fight to the death and defend the last dignity of the Earth sect. After the sect is restored in the future, your names will be in the chronicles of the Earth sect. Your legends will be immortal. As expected, people with prestige are always right. His rhetoric is also very skillful. Combining his personal experience, he stirs up the disciples' emotions. He truly makes people feel at ease. Young Master Su. Boom. Fire. Cough. What kind of formation is this? Its defensive power is so strong that it can withstand such concentrated cannon fire. Cannons were an important means for the Great Feng imperial court to dominate Kyushu and awe all parties. Their lethality is unquestionable. 20 cannons fired simultaneously. Even a fourth-rank martial artist would lose half their life. But the defensive formation before us only showed violent tremors. This means the defensive power of the formation is stronger than the physical body of a fourth-rank martial artist. This reminds me of the city-protecting formation of border main cities. How could Moon Pavilion possibly have such a powerful formation? By the way, weren't there sorcerers involved in the battle last night? No wonder Moon Pavilion's defensive formation is so powerful. Fire. As Huai King's secret agent, loyal in the northern borders for many years, he could see the true nature of the formation at a glance. It could last at most 3 rounds of bombardment. And the number of cannonballs carried this time is sufficient. Even if Moon Pavilion is razed to the ground. Holding the bright moon, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Retreat. Boom. Boom. If that sorcerer had launched a surprise attack just now, they could have created a perfect kill effect. Why do you have to chant a poem? Alliance leader Chao, how long are you going to watch? The lotus seed is about to mature. Let's quickly join forces and break the formation. No need to be so troublesome. Cough. The formation was broken just like that. When did Alliance leader Chao become so powerful? With a single strike, they broke the formation that 20 cannons firing simultaneously couldn't tear open. This aura. We followed the Prince of Jinbei closely, so we are very familiar with the aura of powerful individuals. Chao Qingyang. When did you advance to 3rd rank? Chao Qingyang's promotion. Although the Martial Arts Alliance claims the first Grand Alliance leader is still alive, no one has ever seen him. That old rogue, as old as the nation, has long since vanished from the martial world for centuries. Chao Qingyang has now been promoted to 3rd rank. The Martial Arts Alliance's influence will expand to its historical peak. Meanwhile, the Jinbei king of the Great Feng dynasty just recently fell. What does this mean? It means the Martial Arts Alliance will have the final say in the martial world, becoming the second most powerful force in the Central Plains, second only to the court. I remember when Mother was the original poster, she once commented on this Martial Arts Alliance leader. His talent wasn't top-notch, and his personality wasn't outstanding either. If it weren't for the previous Alliance leader's unreasonable promotion, Chao Qingyang would never have become the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He's already 3rd rank. But after all these years, Chao Qingyang has proven himself with facts. He became one of the top 3 on the martial ranking early on, conquered the martial world of Jianzhou, and now has been promoted to 3rd rank, becoming one of the few existences in the martial arts system. With this, the 9-colored lotus will be within easy reach. And given the Alliance leader's appreciation for Su Yin Luo, he won't kill him. Looking at it this way, our withdrawal from the competition is a huge loss. Nah. Since they voluntarily chose to withdraw, when the 9-colored lotus ripens in the future, there will be no share for their 2 sections. My heart aches so much I can't breathe. Heaven does not give birth to me Yang Qianhuan, Great Feng will be like an eternal night. Boom boom beautiful. Let's get out of here. You are Wei Yuan's adopted son. People with connections are always different. I'll give you a choice. Move aside, and I won't hold it against you. If you don't, we'll fight to the death. Since the opponent is third rank, there's no point in going to our deaths. Besides, guarding the lotus seed is just a task, not a mission that must be completed. There's no need to risk our lives for it. I'll only use one sword. After that, you can come and go as you please. Is it the sword behind you? You're not qualified to make me draw this sword. I can see that. That's the sword of righteous spirit. What it doesn't qualify to point at isn't strength, but the wrong target. By a head. Then you're far off. I lost. Borrowing the formation to gather momentum, with this sword of yours, even a fourth-rank martial artist will die with regret. So, this trial is about strength? I'll also only use one punch. Straightforward. Relying on brute strength alone, the Li Gu tribe is unrivaled in the world. Looking at you, it seems you're not backing down. Do you also want to spar with me? This seems to be an illusion array. It doesn't boost your combat power. You haven't even reached fourth rank. Aren't you afraid I'll slap you to death? This 10,000 Ghosts Great Array is specifically designed to counter fourth-rank martial artists. You're not third rank. I am indeed third rank now, but my primordial spirit is still a bit short of third rank. The ancestral essence blood granted him a temporary experience of the terror and might of a third-rank martial artist, but his primordial spirit remained at its original level. But my blood and chi are third rank. My tongue-tip blood is the most pure and yang. You haven't achieved yang god, so you can't withstand my blood. Raising ghosts is not easy. Will you take these departed souls yourself, or shall I help you transcend them? Breaking through 5 trials in a row. The painstaking plans of Yangtze were like child's play before Chao Qi'an, crushed and steamrolled with overwhelming force. Alliance leader Chao is peerless and a top-tier hero in the world. Unbelievable. I thought it would be a tough fight, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Alliance leader Chao, can we get a share of the pie? We are willing to serve the martial arts alliance. The onlookers immediately followed Chao Qi'an into Yangtze. Like breaking bamboo. If alliance leader Chao hadn't reached the third rank, this might have been a tough fight. But now, taking the 9-colored lotus is completely unimpeded, it's as easy as taking something from one's pocket. So the alliance leader had everything planned. No wonder he didn't care about our attitudes, nor was he concerned about Yangtze Shui and Fu Jing men withdrawing. Then what was his purpose in gathering us? The answer is obvious. Chao Qi'an didn't gather the various factions to deal with Yangtze. Their true enemies are the Earth Sect and the Imperial Court's forces. Even the wandering martial artists who gathered here are considered enemies to be wary of. No, I'm about to be forced back to the cold pond. Is this it? Do I have to fight to the death? Yo, that little beauty is so lovely. Ha ha ha, I don't want the lotus seeds anymore. I'll snatch a beautiful bride to take home. That's right. Even if we can't get the lotus seeds, taking back a beautiful bride would be worth the trip. If you don't make a move, we'll get there first. Alliance leader Chao, how about you wait a moment? I'll kill these scoundrels first, then I'll have my duel with you. Young Master Su. There doesn't seem to be any formations in this trial. How does Su Yin Luo plan to defend? Alliance leader Chao, the lotus seeds are about to mature and cannot withstand strong winds or waves, so no formations were set up here. You don't want to ruin the lotus seeds, do you? I want the lotus root, the seeds are just a bonus. If there are, that's great. If not, it's fine too. Speak, Su-in Luo. How do you want to spar? No using chi, no weapons. Let's compete in martial arts. Smart. This way, it's like pulling Alliance leader Chao down to his level. Fine, let's compete in martial arts. When the lotus seeds mature, if I haven't defeated you yet, I won't touch them. Alliance leader Chao is giving Su Qi'an enough face by promising publicly that there will be no breach of contract. So, if Su-in Luo can hold on until the lotus seeds mature without being defeated, Alliance leader Chao won't compete for them. Whether it was Chu Yuan Zhen or Li Miao Zhen, Alliance leader Chao never. He had retreated. But facing young Master Su, he's willing to make such a big concession. A young hero like young Master Su, whose reputation is soaring, is rarely seen in this world. Even if they fight in martial arts, the Alliance leader can't lose. It all depends on how long Su-in Luo can last. Su-in Luo also seems to be skilled in saber techniques. Alliance leader Chao's physique is unparalleled, but Su-in Luo also possesses Vajra indestructibility. Moreover, both are skilled in saber techniques rather than martial arts. In that case, it seems like a fierce battle awaits. A fierce battle? What if I told you Su Qi'an is only a 6th rank martial artist? Su-in Luo is only 6th rank. If he's 6th rank, how could he have killed that young master? How could a 6th rank martial artist break into the palace and kidnap 2 dukes? He's talking nonsense. But these people seem to be from the imperial court's forces, and they must know Su-in Luo inside and out. What's the point of discussing this? Once the two of them fight, it will be clear. You're only 6th rank. That is a bit surprising. Please give me more guidance, Alliance leader Chao. He really isn't 5th rank yet. Chao Qingyang appeared beside me, preparing to chop my neck with a palm strike. Missed? First, adapt to the RHYDHMM. His attacks are too fast, I can't keep up. I need to focus on dodging. Then, seize the opportunity to counterattack. Something is strange. He seems to be able to predict Alliance leader Chao's actions in advance and make effective predictions. Watching this makes my palms itch. How does he do it? The abilities displayed by Su-in Luo have surpassed a martial artist's intuition for danger, as if he possessed foresight. His attacks are fierce. Although the damage to me is only painful, for a 6th rank martial artist, to possess such power is truly rare. Interesting. You seem to be able to predict my attacks in advance. What kind of technique is this? A unique secret technique. Then I'll just take this as the intuition of the spirit refining realm. Do you know that martial artists' instincts have a fatal weakness, which is as long as the speed of the attack is faster than its warning of danger, you won't be able to respond effectively. I get it. In simple terms, it's a CPU overload. The warm-up is over. When he punches, the power travels in a straight line, his arm muscles exerting force in one direction. Why can't I do it like him? 0,0,0,0,0,0. Why does my power disperse during a punch? The concentration in heaven and earth saber slash is only for an instant, and I've only learned that instant. I can't maintain this state for long. Every punch from Chao Qingyang is identical in power, like a perfect copy. Martial artists below the 5th rank and ordinary people cannot guarantee that the power of every punch they throw is exactly the same. Collapse all chi and blood. And twist it into one. With this kick, he has twisted all his power into one, reaching the level of a 5th-rank martial artist. Hua Jin? No, not yet. He's only one step away from Hua Jin. So that's how it is. Su Qi'an. Don't be rash. He won't be in mortal danger, but if you interfere with the fight, the duel between Chao Qingyang and Su Qi'an will be void, and the situation will spiral out of control. Amitba. Such a terrifying opponent, it fills me with despair. I just hope Su Luo does his best. If my dad were here, he'd smash that dog's head in with one punch. With your dad? Cough cough. The leader of the 4 Sku tribe was already a 3rd rank 10 years ago. Oh, never mind then. I'll punch you 5 times. Absorb it well. After 5 punches, I'll break your golden body. Young Master Su. Su Luo has already gone above and beyond. No one would complain if he surrendered now. Ugh. I understand. I understand the profound meaning of 5th rank Hua Jin now. Chao Qingyang has brutally and ferociously imparted the profound meaning of 5th rank Hua Jin to me. Anyone can see that if this punch lands, Su Luo is in grave danger. Alliance Leader. Show mercy. Don't kill Su Luo. My mind is a bit hazy from the blow, but my body moved on its own. Not bad. Ha. Ha. No way. That punch just now. The commotion that punch caused, and the subtle movements Chao Alliance leader made to continuously unload force as he retreated, all prove he wasn't faking. He was genuinely hit by Su Qian's punch. Phew. I'm 5th rank. He's really 5th rank now. I said before he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to 5th rank. Li Miaozhen is the holy daughter of the heavenly sect, a true chosen one among the chosen ones. At the age of 20, she reached 4th rank. By the time she blossoms into a voluptuous peony, what realm will her cultivation reach? The Tao master of the heavenly sect once said that this generation's holy son and holy daughter have a great chance of breaking through to 3rd rank and transcending the mortal realm. Li Miaozhen took pride in herself for 20 years, until she met Su Qian. She suddenly realized that her supposedly exceptional talent was merely pretty good in comparison to his genius. A prodigy. I've seen countless young talents, like carp crossing a river, but Su Luo stands out among them. His talent is astonishing. Breakthrough in battle, advancing to 5th rank. Su Luo is truly remarkable. The martial world's rumors that his talent is no less than the Jinbei kings are not an exaggeration. He joined the Night Watch at the end of the imperial inspection, when he was merely at the peak of refined qi. In less than a year, he advanced from a peak 9th rank swift fist user to 5th rank Hua Jin. If such a person isn't killed, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, Alliance Leader Chao. Your golden body is at its limit. Without this divine protective skill, even if you reach 5th rank Hua Jin. To me, it's just one punch. Surrender. How will you know if you don't try? This time, I won't hold back. Alliance Leader Chao, have you forgotten my signature technique? Since when did Su Luo start to gain the upper hand over Chao Alliance Leader? Su Luo seems to possess foresight, always evading first or intercepting Chao Alliance Leader's attacks. Although Alliance Leader Chao can ignore it to some extent due to his indestructible physique, he is at a disadvantage. This is even with Su Luo's Vajra divine skill on the verge of collapse. If it were at full strength, Alliance Leader Chao would likely be completely unable to retaliate. I lost. You're injured. If you were at full strength, I might not be your opponent. Does Alliance leader Chao mean that purely based on physical combat, he couldn't defeat Su Qian? The Earth Sect's Tao Master's clone was hidden within Taoist Lan Lian the entire time, fooling everyone. He. Black Lotus. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Taoist Jinlian will be on another battlefield, fighting a clone of the Earth Sect leader. But he eliminated one threat and handed the Lotus to the Martial Arts Alliance. Don't miss this chance, hurry up. Wua. Constable Su, our wager has concluded. If you insist on standing in my way, this time, I won't hold back. Young Master Su, you've done your best. You don't need to guard the lotus seeds anymore. It's not me stopping you, but someone else. National Preceptor, save me. I am Su Qianan. The National Preceptor he's referring to is the human sect leader, Luo Yuxuan, right? Su Qianan can summon the human sect leader. Impossible. The human sect leader, Luo Yuxuan, has been cultivating in seclusion in the capital, detached from worldly affairs. How could she possibly be summoned by someone like Su Qianan? Ho. So awkward. I told you he was unreliable. Taoist Jinlian is just desperately trying anything. In my eyes, Luo Yuxuan is the lofty national preceptor, a rank 2 expert. She has no relation to me, nor is she my real aunt. How could she possibly give me face and rush over from 1,000 miles away to help? Taoist Jinlian giving him the protective charm was just a bluff. A protective charm isn't a magical artifact, how could it summon the national preceptor? To put it another way, even if the protective charm can contact the national preceptor, how could Su Qianan possibly summon her? So Constable Su was just bluffing. Playing a joke on everyone. The national preceptor's status is so noble, how could an ant like you summon her at will? Su Qianan, are you trying to make people laugh their heads off? You brat. She's really here. Auntie, I don't want to try anymore. National Preceptor. She's really here. I wish I could just throw a charm, give an order, and have the sect leader save me. In comparison, my status as a saintess of the celestial sect seems rather unimpressive. National Preceptor you. Why are you here? By what right do you answer a mere ant summon? Is this truly the human sect leader, a female national preceptor? Yes, Constable Su summoned her here. What is the relationship between this Su Qianan and the human sect leader? With Luo Yuxuan's status as a sect leader and the dignity of a national preceptor, to be summoned by Constable Su. It's simply unimaginable. Luo Yuxuan, my good niece, your martial uncle has long wanted to cultivate with you. The karmic fire on your body must be incredibly delicious. It will greatly enhance my demonic nature. Demonic monk, do not spout nonsense. I will cleanse the sect today and ensure you are annihilated, body and soul. This clone of the national preceptor is not weak, even among rank 3 experts. I know. Now get lost. For a martial artist, even 1,000 troops can be blocked with one arm. This state of mind is quite good. However, not all martial artists can face death without fear. Wow. Retreat, hurry and retreat. Withdraw from the Yuezhi villa and get as far away as possible. The blade intent is not yet perfectly rounded. It turns out to be the essence and blood of a rank 3 martial artist forcefully advancing. Please enlighten me, National Preceptor. Lotus seed pod. Take it away. She's preparing to leave with the lotus root. You won't escape. Damn it. It was a trap. National Preceptor. Is it over? Yes. This person's soul is in my hands. How do you plan to deal with him? The National Preceptor is formidable, so decisively defeating a third-rank expert. Achieving first rank is just a matter of time. Looking across the 9 provinces, there's no other immortal like you. He possessed the power of a third rank, but his primordial spirit was still fourth rank. A single heart sword strike turned him into dust. How should he be dealt with? Does the National Preceptor value my opinion that much? I'm a bit overwhelmed. Why don't you give him to me first? This person owes me a favor. Yes. Chao Qingyang's 5 slaps sent me into the 5th rank's transformation realm. This debt must be repaid. This clone has been exhausted. I'll return first. Be careful on your own. Ask Jinlian for this little lotus root, transmission. Asking for the lotus root, is this a task from the National Preceptor? Far from Moon Villa, the scattered forces, seeing no movement from within the villa, began to cautiously retreat. Although we are full of confidence in Alliance leader Chao, and although the opponent sent only a clone, the Taoist leader of the human sect is a seasoned 2nd rank expert. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Don't worry. Alliance leader Chao is a 3rd rank expert. No matter how powerful the Taoist leader of the human sect is, he couldn't possibly defeat the Alliance leader in such a short amount of time. But the battle has indeed ended. If you ask me, Alliance leader Chao won. After all, among those of the same rank, martial artists are the hardest to kill. Since both the Alliance leader and the clone of the human sect's Taoist leader are 3rd rank, defeating the Alliance leader would not be possible in a short time. And the battle deep within Moon Villa has already ended. The outcome is predictable. The Alliance leader, newly advanced to 3rd rank, defeated the National Preceptor's clone. Once this spreads, the prestige of our martial arts alliance and the Alliance leader will reach new heights. In the martial world of the 13 provinces of Defeng, our martial arts alliance reigns supreme. Exactly. Go. These martial artists. The National Preceptor lost, and Chao Qingyang advanced to 3rd rank, gaining immense fame. This is not good news for the imperial court. The stronger the forces in the martial world, the weaker the imperial court's control over it. It's fine during times of peace, but when chaos comes, these regions will be the first to rebel. Everyone, look quickly, it's the Alliance leader. Alliance leader. Something's not right. No breathing, no heartbeat, no other signs of life. 00000. Ali. Alliance leader Chao has fallen. 00000. Alliance leader. Wah. The pillar of the martial arts alliance has fallen at Moon Villa. Alliance leader. And the successor for the new alliance leader has not been decided, as Chao Qingyang is still in his prime. This means that the major sects of Jianzhou and the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance will fall into chaos vying for the position of alliance leader. The Martial Arts Alliance has existed for 600 years, with fewer than 3 instances of alliance leaders dying prematurely. What is to be done? What is to be done? Luo Yuxuan is as decisive and ruthless as ever, showing no mercy. With Chao Qingyang dead, there's no need to fear the major factions of the martial arts alliance retaliating in anger. It's perfect. We will raise Jianzhou and have a good slaughter. The nine-colored lotus is gone. The nine-colored lotus must have been taken by the national preceptor. She came as a clone and is now gone. Transmission. The lotus must be in Su Qian's hands. Let's go kill Su Qian and take the lotus seeds. As for this group, scoff. Transmission. Everyone, listen to me. The national preceptor's clone was summoned by Su Qian. He knew the national preceptor was a second-rank expert, yet he still summoned him. It's clear they intended to kill Alliance leader Chao. It's a pity Alliance leader Chao thought highly of him, personally giving him pointers and helping him reach the 5th rank, only to be repaid with betrayal. What, am I wrong? Everyone in the martial arts alliance, ask yourselves. Did Su Qian betray him? Did Alliance leader Chao die unjustly? Shut up. Dare to spread seditious rumors again, and I'll strike you down with my sword. Come at me. The Taoist leader is still in Jinlian's sea of consciousness. We can't wait any longer. Transmission. Go. Everyone, help us kill this old Taoist first, and then we'll settle the score with Su Qian, how about it? Currently, the Taoist leader and Jinlian are entangled in the sea of consciousness, unable to break free. We only need to destroy Jinlian's physical body. Jinlian's remnant soul will become a rootless duckweed. It's the perfect opportunity to heavily injure, or even eliminate him. As for whether it will harm the Taoist leader, that doesn't need to be considered. Because the Taoist leader came as a clone. Exactly. Everyone, don't argue over trivial matters. Let's kill this old Taoist first. It all started because of him, so let him be Alliance leader Chao's funeral offering. That damned lotus seed. If it weren't for these people at Moon Villa, the Alliance leader wouldn't have died. I'll make that old Taoist be Alliance leader's funeral offering. Alliance leader Chao is not dead yet. Pause. What? Currently, I can only barely suppress the Black Lotus clone. I'll take this opportunity to persuade the members of the Martial Arts Alliance to protect me for a while. And what the Martial Arts Alliance cares about most is Chao Qingyang's life or death. You stinking Taoist, what are you saying? His primordial spirit has perished, how could he still be alive? Old Taoist, don't lie. Naturally, he can live. This humble Taoist is not lying to you. Please, Taoist Master, guide us. If you can save Alliance leader Chao, you will be a great benefactor to the Martial Arts Alliance. Please, Taoist Master, put aside any past grievances and save Alliance leader Chao's life. What you want is not me, but Su Qian. The Taoist from the Earth sect just said that the Taoist head of the human sect is decisive and shows no mercy. Is it because of Silver Knight Su? I presume that before Silver Knight Su summoned the Taoist head of the human sect, he already pleaded for Alliance leader Chao, right? Let's go find Silver Knight Su. Silver Knight Su is righteous and noble. If the Alliance leader's soul is in his hands, we don't need to rush. Right, let's save this Taoist first. Damn it. If it were only the members of the Martial Arts Alliance, they could fight back with the Taoists of the Earth sect. But if you add Li Miaojin and Chu Yuanjin, and fight to the death, there's only death. Go. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Turn around and run. I don't know if it's an illusion, but this guy's eyes are shining, as if he can't wait to have a close-quarters fight with me wearing a bib. This guy just advanced to the 5th rank and has extremely strong close combat abilities. If he gets entangled with him, we won't be able to escape. Infant. Original poster Shao, are you alright? It's nothing. Thank you, Silver Knight Su. The decadent Taoists of the Earth sect are very powerful in corrupting the mind and stirring up desires. If that sword from Qi'an had hit me, I would have twisted my waist and there would have been no one for 30,000 miles. Quickly stop them. Sword control. The Taoists of the Earth sect can fly with their swords. Among our side, only Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen can fly, but their combat power is clearly not enough to stop all the Taoists of the Earth sect. Although the number of experts on our side is more than the opponents, the martial arts alliance is all martial artists. It would be nice to send them back to the capital in disgrace and anger Emperor Yuanjing. Silver Knight Su. Alliance leader Chao's soul is here with me. I will send his soul back now. Meow meow meow. No more delays. Don't stand there like an idiot. Quickly form the supreme formation and transfer merit. Misfortune and blessings have no fixed source, they are brought upon oneself. It is by the gods who oversee faults in heaven and earth. The retribution for good and evil follows like a shadow. What happened? I remember that I finally lost to the Taoist head of the human sect and my soul was scattered. Alliance leader Chao, it was young Master Su who saved you. The national teacher only extracted your soul. Just now, young Master Su brought your soul back. Although we didn't get the lotus seed this time, we made a friendship with the Martial Arts Alliance and Silver Knight Su through this encounter. For these gang members who secretly worship Su Qian, their hearts were burning. Thank you, Silver Knight Su, for showing mercy. Alliance leader Chao is too kind. It is I who should thank Alliance leader Chao. I don't think Alliance leader Chao is a greedy person. Why is he so obsessed with the 9-colored lotus? Tonight, I will host a banquet at Mount Xuanzhong. I hope Silver Knight Su will do me the honor. This means it's inconvenient to talk like this. Chao Qingyan wants to befriend me and take our relationship a step further. Then I'll impose. By the way, please drive away the wandering swordsmen around me, Alliance leader. I will leave some people outside the mountain villa to guard against the Taoists of the Earth sect returning. Thank you. With only the combat power of the Tiandihui, if the Earth sect and Prince Huai's spies return, it will be difficult to resist. Alliance leader Chao is indeed an old hand, experienced and flawless. What's going on? Senior brother Jinlian's divine sense has merged with the Black Lotus, and it's difficult to determine the winner for now. We were just transferring merit to our senior brother Jinlian to help him suppress the demonic thoughts of the Black Lotus. This was a plan made beforehand. Taoist Jinlian can contend with a wisp of demonic thought from the Taoist head of the Earth sect. He thought to himself, this is unscientific. The clone of the Taoist head of the Earth sect is rank 3. Taoist Jinlian is at most rank 4, not rank 3. How did he do it? Senior brother is using a secret technique of the Earth sect. Therefore, Taoist Jinlian had long had a counter-strategy for the clone of the Taoist head of the Earth sect. The holders of the Earth book fragments are tasked with dealing with the Martial Arts Alliance and others. No, in Taoist Jinlian's eyes, Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen were just additions. He truly desired me. Just now, they wanted to possess Chao Qingyang's body. For some reason, he suddenly changed his mind and possessed a cat. Why? Perhaps he loved cats deeply. It's me. Taoist master, you're alright now. I've temporarily suppressed it. Where is the 9-colored lotus? It's with me. Give the lotus seeds and lotus root to Bai Lian, junior sister Bai Lian, were preparing to move to the next hideout. Junior sister Bai Lian, come back to the earth sect with me for dual cultivation. Although I've suppressed him, he occasionally takes control. Junior sister Bai Lian, please don't mind. Chani, drive away all the female cats in the manor. There's no need for this. Senior brother Jean Lien would naturally not do anything immoral. We must guard against the demonic Taoist Black Lotus. He has already fallen into the demonic path and can do anything. Is she trying to save face for Taoist Jean Lien? By the way, Taoist Jean Lien, there's something I need to discuss with you. Miaozhen. Taoist master, a small piece of the lotus root was cut off. It doesn't matter. It will recover after being nurtured for over a decade. Can you give me this small piece of lotus root? Are you going to use it to refine medicine? My aunt asked me to get it. Entrusted by someone. The lotus root will wither 12 hours after leaving the main root and lose its vitality 24 hours later. It can be used as medicine at this point. Taoist master is quite generous. I thought this task would be difficult. It can't be cultivated. The earth sect has been passed down for thousands of years, and there's only one lotus root. Do you know why? That's true. If it could be cultivated, they would have farmed it on a large scale long ago. The reason why heavenly materials and earthly treasures are called so is largely due to their rarity. The lotus root is a treasure of our earth sect. You're not allowed to take it. The leader of the earth sect is quite cute. The young lady is quite pretty. Come back to the mountain with this seed for dual cultivation. The power within it seems to be in a relatively balanced state. Unable to use divine powers and abilities, thus no different from ordinary cats. Ah. Cough cough. Let's distribute the lotus seeds. Taoist master, you're changing the subject too abruptly. According to our previous agreement, Su Qian gets 2. Chu Yuanzhen, Li Miaozhen, Lina, Han Yuan, and Nangong Qianro each get 1. If you want to refine items, peel the lotus seeds, place them with the items in a jade box, and it will take 3 hours. If you want to open up your senses, swallow it directly. Thank you. Young Master Su, come with me. This humble Taoist has something to say to you privately. Senior brother Jean Lien entrusted this to me for safekeeping. He foresaw that he would be in trouble after the battle and gave it to me. He told me to return it to you afterward. The patterns haven't moved. This means no one has touched the worldly possessions inside. After the two returned, the Taoist nun Bai Lian summoned the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Society and took Taoist Jean Lien's physical body. They prepared to depart, leaving Jianzhou for the next stronghold. We definitely can't stay in Jianzhou. Fortunately, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the Heaven and Earth Society has other bases elsewhere. Brother Chu, Miaozhen, Master Heng Yuan. You escort Cheng. Young Master Su. I made this sachet for you. I hope you like it. A maiden's heart is always tender. Another fish has been added to my pond. You seem very happy. I made a new friend, of course, I'm happy. These are connections for navigating the martial world in the future. I had a senior brother who used to think the same way. Then your senior brother must be doing swimmingly now. I'm going to Qi'an Mountain to drink, eat meat, and sleep with women. What are your plans? What's the point of socializing with a martial arts organization? I'm no longer a silver guard. I'll go join the fun too. Qi'an Mountain is a famous scenic spot in Jianzhou. The main peak is majestic, and the side peaks are beautiful. There's a waterfall dozens of feet high on the main peak. During the rainy season, when mountain floods erupt, even sixth-rank experts cannot withstand the force of the waterfall. I heard that the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance has 8,000 cavalry, who are the direct subordinates of that powerful warrior who once vied for control of the Central Plains. 8,000 cavalry can sweep through Jianzhou. Why has the court tolerated the existence of the Martial Arts Alliance for so many years? Because that warrior and Emperor Gaozu made an agreement back then. What agreement? How should I know? Father didn't say. The beauties of the 10,000 flower pavilion in Jianzhou are all charming. Are you interested in taking one back for a fantasy? I'm sure Madame Xiao would be very happy. If it were me, bringing Madame Xiao back to the capital as a concubine would be perfect. You don't seem to be married. If you were still a silver guard of the Watcher's Bureau, it would indeed be unsuitable to marry a woman from the martial world. As for now, she's more than enough to be your main wife. Absolutely not, absolutely not. Why? The position of main wife is reserved for Princess Linan or Princess Huiqing. Get lost. Alliance Leader Chao. Young Master Su, Golden Guard Nangong. Golden Guard Nangong, please wait a moment. I have something to say to Silver Guard Su privately. Alliance Leader Chao, what is this? The old ancestor wants to meet you. Don't worry, the ancestor is not a bloodthirsty and violent person. He's just heard of your deeds and is very interested. The supervisor put the jade pendant on me, Shen Shu is sleeping, and I am now just the ordinary Su Bai. It shouldn't be a problem to meet a big shot. The most important thing is that the other party is a warrior, and even if I have some minor issues, he probably won't be able to see them. Something's approaching from above. It's a mythical beast, the Qi'an. The Qi'an mountain is named after it. It's a very powerful anomaly. I can't beat it. Ha! It's gone. The Qi'an is the guardian divine beast of the Martial Arts Alliance. It once followed the ancestor in conquering the four directions, just like the spiritual dragon and the human emperor. You should know about the spiritual dragon, they keep one in the capital. It exhales purple energy, it's a top-tier mythical beast, but it's only close to royalty. You don't need to explain so clearly, that's just a humble lapdog. Ancestor, Su Yin Luo has arrived. Greetings, Senior. Solid foundation, latent brilliance. Not bad. I've heard of your deeds. A smart person would leave the capital as soon as possible. Interested in working for our Martial Arts Alliance? I can take you as my disciple. Heh, you've already proven your character through your actions. After a few more years of training, you'll be more than capable of becoming the next leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. No, why does everyone want to be my dad? The matters in the capital are not yet resolved. Moreover, I already have a master. It's Wei Yuan, right? What do you want to ask me? Senior, you're really understanding. I happen to have some questions. I've read some files about you, Senior. I know you were a formidable figure back then, capable of rivaling the first emperor. 600 years have passed. Why has the first emperor passed away long ago, while you can still be as old as the nation? At your current rank, the level of these matters is too high for you to know. The Defeng imperial family has many powerful figures, including the first emperor, Emperor Wuzong, and the king of Xinbei. But none of them are alive today. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, Senior. Those who are burdened by destiny cannot attain immortality. Why is that? Then I don't know. Perhaps it's the rules of heaven and earth. For the specific reasons, you can consult the Confucian school or the supervisor of the Imperial Observatory. The Confucian school knows this secret. So, are the Confucian sages truly dead? After all, how could a being who transcends their rank only live to 82? Isn't that insulting? Even the Confucian sage is no exception. If what this ancestor said is true, then the sages cannot be alive. The fact that the Defeng imperial family has no immortal powerhouses indirectly proves this ancestor is not lying. The Confucian sage is truly dead. No wonder Emperor Yuan Jing is so tolerant towards the king of Zhenbei. Speaking of those most blessed by destiny, it must be the emperor. And the king of Zhenbei is a pure warrior, he definitely. No. You seem to have thought of something. First, those blessed by destiny cannot attain immortality. This is not enough to justify Emperor Yuan Jing's trust in the king of Zhenbei, because the king of Zhenbei is a prince of Defeng and also cannot attain immortality. History has already proven this. Therefore, Emperor Yuan Jing's great trust in the king of Zhenbei has another unknown reason behind it. Second, Emperor Yuan Jing, as the ruler of a nation, cannot be unaware of this secret. He knows that carrying destiny prevents one from living long, yet he has been diligently cultivating for 20 years, yearning for immortality. This is where the paradox lies. Does he think he is more outstanding than the first emperor and Emperor Wuzong? Does he think that he, Emir Yuan Jing, can be more extraordinarily talented than the Confucian sage, against heavenly rules that even the Confucian sage cannot resist? Although Emperor Yuan Jing is not a filial son, he is not an idiot. On the contrary, he is very wise. Senior, what are your thoughts on Emperor Yuan Jing's cultivation? Perhaps he believes he has found a way to achieve both immortality and remain on the dragon throne. The one who helped him should be the Taoist master of the human sect. It couldn't be Luo Yuheng, could it? Emperor Yuan Jing initially explored cultivation on his own. It was only after a few years that he appointed Luo Yuheng as the national preceptor and the human sect as the state religion. If not Luo Yuheng, then who else? It's not impossible that Luo Yuheng secretly instigated Emperor Yuan Jing to cultivate. I'll ask Duke Wei about it after returning to the capital. I heard you had an agreement with the first emperor back then. It was just a verbal agreement. After the fall of the Great Zhou, various rebel armies vied for control of the Central Plains. I actually had no intention of vying for the throne at that time. Because I found a path to ascend to the second rank, and compared to the throne, I yearned more for immortality. It's also due to my personality. I come from a poor background, traveled the world in my youth, seeking justice and avenging grievances. I have too much of a Jianhu spirit and yearn for a life without restraint. The reason I rebelled was that the common people were truly living an unbearable life. They had lost hope. He was different from me, he had ambition and aspirations, yearning to unify the Central Plains. Instead, I was not interested in longevity. I remember he often said, life is about pursuing grand ambitions, not longevity. Being an emperor is more interesting. I lost that battle. I lost completely convinced. I had a verbal agreement with him that if his unworthy descendants repeated the mistakes of the Great Zhou in the future, I would be the first to raise the banner of rebellion and overthrow the corrupt court. Every pioneer embarks with a sincere heart, but their descendants often decay amidst extravagance. Senior, have you ascended to the second rank now? If one doesn't slaughter sentient beings like the king of Zhenbei, it's too difficult to ascend to the second rank solely through one's own efforts. I spent 500 years in seclusion, but still couldn't take the final step. To help me break through, Qi'an wanted to seize the lotus root from the earth sect for me to consume. That's not what you told the various sects. You said you would obtain the lotus root for the martial arts alliance, so everyone would have lotus seeds to eat every 60 years. I can grow a lotus root. It won't survive. Then it's none of my business. The lotus root can help Senior ascend to the second rank. The chances are very high. Even so, he didn't act personally, only gave Chao Qingyang a drop of his essence blood. This ancestor of the martial arts alliance is in a very strange state. I hope to be of some help to Senior one day. After bidding farewell to the ancestor of the martial arts alliance, at dusk, Qi'an Mountain held a grand banquet, with leaders of various gangs and sects attending. During the banquet, Su Bai was in his element. He quickly mingled with the leaders and masters of the martial arts alliance, calling them sister, like Xiao Yuanu, the original poster of Wanhua Tower. The banquet only dispersed when they were all slightly tipsy. Su Yin Luo, please take care on your way out. Stumbling along. After dealing with matters in the capital and investigating Emperor Yuan Jing, I'll come to Jianzhou. Building connections in advance will allow me to get by in Jianzhou later. Zhong Li said this sword was missing a spirit. And the lotus seed can awaken a spirit, elevating this sword to the ranks of peerless divine weapons. Gently embedded. Embedding the lotus seed into the blade is like attaching it to the sword. This way, a jade box isn't needed. Ha! I'm so clever. If this lotus seed falls on the table and awakens it, that would be a huge joke. No, no, no. You'll kill me. The black gold long saber's power has surged. When I tried to cut myself before, it didn't hurt at all. If I hadn't cultivated the Vajra divine skill, I might have been the first master to be loved to death by my own saber. Thankfully, I have this protective divine skill. Well, this is also part of my destiny. After a long time. According to Zhong Li, bestowing a name is a very important part of recognizing a master. Once a sentient peerless divine weapon is given a name, it will never be changed. Whoever bestows its name becomes its master. The nation-suppressing sword's name is nation-suppressing. It was bestowed by the founding emperor. Therefore, the meaning of the nation-suppressing sword's existence is to suppress the nation's destiny. That's why Su Qian can use it. Naming a peerless divine weapon has an unimaginably significant meaning, equivalent to defining its existence. And for the master, this is also a moment of self-reflection, a moment to make a grand vow. What name should I give it? I am a traveler from another world. In this world, I don't revere gods or worship Buddha. It doesn't bow to kings or heaven and earth, it has only one wish, to lessen injustice in the world, and so that the common people can live more like humans and not like livestock. I don't want the Chuzhou massacre case to happen again. I'll call you Taiping, peace. Follow me, and I will slay all injustice, bringing peace to the common people. Bringing eternal peace. What happened? Enemy attack. Is there an enemy attack? Quickly wake everyone up. Such a terrifying phenomenon. Who is this divine being? Could it be a rank 3? Could it be retaliation from the Tao master of the Earth sect? What's going on? Either the ancestor has broken through his seclusion, or it's an enemy attack. I just came out too. Is it the Tao master of the Earth sect? If the Earth sect is attacking, it must be because of the Moon Clan Villa. But then they found that the Moon Clan Villa was empty. In their rage, they came to retaliate against the Martial Arts Alliance. Although the Martial Arts Alliance is a giant in the Jianghu, it is still far inferior to the three major sects of the Taoist school. Unless the ancestor personally intervenes. Even so, a battle between peak experts would still be a great disaster for Mount Quanshan. Alliance Leader. Has the old Alliance Leader broken through? Is it an enemy attack, Alliance Leader Chao? It's not the ancestor. Su Yin Luo. Such a huge commotion was caused by Su Yin Luo. The saber in his hand. Anyone can see this is a peerless divine weapon. People in the Jianghu have the least resistance to divine weapons. Not an enemy attack. Su Yin Luo, what is he doing? But from today onwards, there will be a rumor in the Jianghu. In the midsummer of Yuanjing's 37th year, Su Qian had an epiphany on Mount Quanshan, and a celestial phenomenon occurred. I had an epiphany and disturbed everyone. You. Old Alliance leader. What sound is that? Who is it? Sect leader Fu, you mustn't be rude. That is the ancestor. You come. The ancestor? Is that the ancestor's voice? Since I was a child, my father told me that the ancestor lived in the back mountain. But ever since I was born, I've never heard the ancestor's voice. May the ancestor live for 10,000 generations and protect the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance has always claimed that the founding ancestor is still alive. But no one in the Jianghu has ever seen that figure, who is the same age as the country. Including the members of the Martial Arts Alliance, elders have always said the back mountain is a forbidden area, where the ancestor cultivates in seclusion. Passed down from generation to generation, yet no one has ever truly met him, or even heard his voice. The ancestor is calling Alliance Leader Chao. Alliance Leader Chao, hurry up and go. Don't keep the ancestor waiting. Alliance Leader Chao. The ancestor is calling you. The ancestor didn't call Alliance Leader Chao. The ancestor, silent for hundreds of years, spoke for the first time in front of everyone, and he called out to Su Yin Luo. Senior, what do you need me for? Who are you? Why do you have luck? Just as he exchanged views with Su Qian about past events and the secrets of luck last night, he was direct and never beat around the bush. I still prefer playing with washiki fu, Japanese-style men. Supervisors like Jin Lian and Wei Yuan are all so dirty, I'm ashamed to be associated with them. I am just an ordinary citizen of Dafeng. However, I do possess luck. To be precise, it is national destiny. In the Battle of Shanhai Pass 20 years ago, a mysterious sorcerer colluded with the leader of the Gu clan's heavenly Gu tribe and stole half of Dafeng's national destiny. That national destiny eventually fell upon me. But I don't know why I was chosen. Su Qian briefly explained the matter of luck and his own experiences. It's strange, when facing Wei Yuan and Jin Lian, he never mentioned luck, even though Taoist priest Jin Lian seemed to know something. But he had no intention of hiding anything from this old geezer. The reasons can be attributed to roughly 2 points. Firstly, the other party is a straightforward martial artist who says what's on his mind, unlike Wei Yuan of Jin Lian and others who overthink. Being around them makes one think too much and worry too much. Secondly, the martial artist inside is as old as the nation, knowledgeable. The scene just now was impossible to hide from him. His urgent summons must be because he noticed something. So, I might as well be generous and reveal the secret. No wonder the Great Fang's national strength has declined so rapidly over the past 20 years. It is due to the emperor's cultivation and also the reason why the national destiny was stolen. What was happening with you just now? Su Qian told the old man about refining the lotus seed into his saber and helping it advance to become a peerless divine weapon. What's the saber's name? Taiping. Yuan. Peace under heaven. Ha ha ha. Confucianism's third rank is called lifting destiny. The celestial phenomena that occur during promotion are because great Confucian scholars carry the destiny of humanity. Although you are not of the Confucian system, the essence is the same. That is why the phenomena you just experienced occurred. Here's a piece of advice for you, remember today's thoughts. If you fall into the demonic path in the future, you will die from the backlash of destiny. I understand. Senior, what are your thoughts on my situation? Thoughts? Don't join the Martial Arts Alliance anymore. I don't want you anymore. Disgusting, crude martial artist. They turned their faces so quickly. As soon as they knew I was a pawn of the supervisor and the mysterious sorcerer, they immediately backed down. Of course, if I can advance to the second rank, the Martial Arts Alliance can protect you. Heh, a second-rank martial artist. A first rank of the M system, but I'm not afraid. You don't need to be wary of me. My ambition is to reach the pinnacle of the martial path, so I will never touch destiny. Otherwise, I would have been in an eternal feud with your great Feng's founding emperor 500 years ago. As for now, I'm not rebelling, so having destiny is useless. But if you have great destiny accompanying you, perhaps, senior, you can turn misfortune into fortune and advance to the second rank. He. What gives you, a martial artist, the illusion that you can manipulate destiny? It was my carelessness, senior. Right. Even if this old ancestor craves my destiny, how would a crude martial artist understand how to absorb destiny? In the end, it's still like a virgin staring at a Picasso, frustrated for no reason. Does senior have any further guidance? First, we need to figure out what the current supervisor is planning. The first supervisor didn't kill you because he wanted to steal destiny. If you die, your destiny will be returned to Great Feng. That person named Qi'an said so, right? But this statement has a loophole. If that were the case, the current supervisor could simply kill you and thwart the opponent's scheme. Therefore, the current supervisor has another purpose, or Qi'an's understanding is mistaken. You are indeed a very wise person. We are martial artists. With the temperament of a martial artist, when faced with such a situation, there's no need to hesitate, just flip the table. Can't flip it? Then accumulate power and survive in the cracks. No matter how strong the two generations of supervisors are, one thing is certain, destiny is within you. It is your power, and it will become your reliance. This is a fact that even the supervisor cannot change. You are a smart person, and you should understand what I mean. In the stage of accumulating power, I wonder if you seniors are involved. He. You came to the Qi'an mountain banquet for this, didn't you? Just trying my luck. Coincidentally, I'm full of luck. If you can, find me a 9-colored lotus root. I will lend you a hand. Is a small piece enough? Can a small piece of lotus root help me advance to the first rank? 1. It looks like they want the whole lotus root, or at least most of it. If that's the case, the lotus root I have on hand will be useless. And the 9-colored lotus root is a treasure of the Earth sect. Taoist Jinlian would definitely not give it to me, no need to even think about it. Is there anything else that can substitute it? Perhaps. Have you seen the supervisor from 500 years ago? I have. At that time, he had not yet founded the sorcerer system. Interestingly, that guy was a stunningly beautiful young man back then. Yes, just like the young man you brought up the mountain. He was inseparable from Great Feng's founding emperor day in and day out. He was extremely intelligent, valued loyalty and trust, but was also somewhat stubborn and self-serving. That's right, their ambitions were the same, not seeking immortality. 71. If senior is finished, then this junior will take my leave. Hearing you say that, how come I feel like the first generation and the founding emperor had a strong bromance? Beautiful as a woman, values loyalty and trust, stubborn and self-serving, not seeking immortality. If senior is fine, then this junior shall take his leave. How will you escape the misfortune that is about to befall you? Have you thought about it? Senior, just wait. Perhaps soon, Su In Luo will become history. Perhaps he will do something that shocks Kyushu. We shall see. Su In Luo is back. What did the old ancestor say to you? Su In Luo, what was that saber energy just now? Su In Luo, can you let me see your saber? What the elder senior told me is confidential and cannot be told to outsiders. As for this thing, whichever of you can pull it out, feel free to try. It's just a saber. This. Get away, get away. Ouch. A peerless divine weapon. A divine weapon has a spirit. Only its owner can draw it, only its owner can use it. Old Sun relied on brute force to forcibly draw the saber, angering it. A peerless divine weapon. This is a weapon above magical artifacts. Every peerless divine weapon has its own consciousness. To a certain extent, it has already transcended the category of a weapon. It's more like a companion. For rogue cultivators in the martial arts world, a magical artifact can be passed down as an heirloom, from father to son, son to grandson. For a martial arts organization, a peerless divine weapon can be the treasure of the sect. Above peerless divine weapons, there are magical treasures. The distinction between a peerless divine weapon and a magical treasure is not based on offensive means but on uniqueness and specificity. The Taiping saber is a weapon with a unique function, hence it is a peerless divine weapon, not a magical treasure. The sword of suppressing the nation is both a peerless divine weapon and a magical treasure because it can suppress the destiny of a nation. This is what makes it unique. Another example is the Fragments of the Earth book. Its current functions are only two, sending messages and storage. But this is not the true function of the Earth book, it is the function of the fragments. Taoist Jinlian has never told the holders of the fragments what divine abilities the complete Earth book possesses. Come back. Its sentience has just been born, and there is still a lot of room for growth. If you nurture it with your vital energy later, it's best to use it to cultivate intent. It will slowly transform. The Martial Arts Alliance has many magical artifacts but not a single peerless divine weapon. Moreover, Chao Qingyang cultivates saber intent, and the Taiping saber perfectly matches his needs. Even as the alliance leader, he couldn't remain calm. I'm so envious. I heard that peerless divine weapons are named, and the name has an inseparable meaning from the saber. I wonder what Suyin Luo's saber is called. Pavilion Master Shao is indeed knowledgeable. The saber's name is Taiping, meaning peace under heaven. If there is injustice, it shall be used to cut it down. What a domineering meaning. Peace under heaven, cutting down all injustice in the world. After lunch, Su Qian and Nangong Qianro bid farewell to the members of the Martial Arts Alliance. They embarked on the official road back to the capital. Nangong, you've seen more than I have. Have you ever heard of Shuzhou? No, I haven't. You answered so quickly, it clearly lacks sincerity. Why haven't Miaozhen and Yuanzhen returned yet? Have these two forgotten about me? It will take me half a month to ride back to the capital. How is that fast? Riding is too slow, why don't we fly back? Your broken sword can't carry people. You're underestimating me, aren't you? I have a pair of invisible wings. No, why don't you just teleport? For example, the location I'm at is the city gate of the capital. It's not that I'm not smart enough to summon wings, I'd only get a stiff neck for a few days at most. But if we do as you say, we can indeed return to the capital immediately. However, the clan members will have to come to my house to eat again. Let's go. The two flew on and off, finally arriving at the foremost city of the Central Plains at dawn the next day. Then, Su Qian's neck inevitably got stiff. He looks at people askance. Going to see Duke Wei in this state would be undignified. I'll go home and rest for a day first. I'll go play truth or dare with Wei Yuan tomorrow. Big Bro's back. Empty-handed. Big Bro, didn't you bring back any gifts? Big Bro always brought back gifts when he went out to play before. Big Brother had something to do this time and didn't bring any gifts. Why are you tilting your head? I'm imitating Big Bro. I can't stand it, such a foolish child. I wonder if giving her a lotus seed would make her smarter. No, that would be too wasteful. Why didn't my master come back? I hid a lot of chicken legs for her, and for Big Bro too. I threw away the chicken legs you hid in your shoes. Can you even eat that? Aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea? What? Where did mother throw them? I want to pick them up for master and Big Bro to eat. Your filial piety has gone bad. Big brother doesn't need them anymore. Pick them up for Lena to eat. The next day, Tianji and Tian Shu were first sent part of the way by Taoists of the Earth sect using flying swords. However, the Taoists of the Earth sect lack patience and are irritable. They only took them to Jiangzhou, a prefecture bordering the capital, and then abandoned the secret agents of the quasi-king and left on their own. After a night on the water, the secret agents finally returned to the capital. Your Majesty, the secret agents sent on a mission to Jianzhou have returned to the capital and are waiting outside the palace for an audience. Summon them to the imperial study. It is said that the lotus seeds of the Earth sect can enlighten all things, even stone can be opened. Chief Eunuch, if I were to take a lotus seed, would it make up for my lack of talent? Your Majesty's natural talent is unparalleled in the world, why would you need lotus seeds? However, this old servant congratulates your Majesty. Eating the lotus seed is like giving wings to a tiger. Ha 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 ha, let's go to the imperial study. Your Majesty. Where are the lotus seeds? Hurry and present them to me. Your Majesty, forgive us. We failed to obtain the lotus seeds. 20 cannons, 26 masters. And 2 of you, 4th rank, the Taoists of the Earth sect also cooperated with you. I'll give you a chance to explain. If there is a genuine reason, I can forgive you. Your Majesty, this time in Jianzhou, there was a great upheaval. Besides us and the Earth sect, there were also masters from the Martial Arts Alliance, who almost all went out in full force to compete for the lotus seeds. So, you were defeated by the Martial Arts Alliance. Not the Martial Arts Alliance, but a faction of the Earth sect Taoists who harbored the 9-colored lotus invited a few helpers. They were Saintess of the Heavenly Sect, Li Miaozhen, former Silver Guard Su Qi'an. Registered disciple of the Human Sect. Chu Yuanjin, Yang Qianhuan of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. And a monk, and a young girl from the southern borders Li Gu tribe. Su Qi'an. I never expected that someone who was once a negligible figure would now become a dog that bites. Heh, I just issued a decree of self-condemnation. I was originally thinking of settling accounts with him after the storm passed. The entire Su family is in the capital. Let's see how I'll deal with him. Continue. Tianji recounted his experiences and observations verbatim, including the conflict between the young master with a mysterious background and Su Qi'an. Of course, regarding this part, his opinion is that mysterious young master is a direct disciple of a certain power. He was jealous of Su Qi'an's reputation and wanted to make a name for himself by stepping on Su Qi'an, which is why he deliberately targeted him. How did Su Qi'an get involved with the Taoists of the Earth sect? I haven't had time to investigate yet. Later, Su Qi'an threw out a protective talisman and shouted, "State Preceptor, save me." And the State Preceptor truly descended in golden light. The State Preceptor. How did the State Preceptor get involved? How could he summon? Why would he summon the State Preceptor? Why did the State Preceptor respond to Su Qi'an's plea for help? When did they get entangled? We must eliminate Su Qi'an immediately. Beat this biting, vicious dog to death right now. Disregarding the decree of self-condemnation, disregarding the opinions of the ministers, disregarding what the world thinks. It's not because I'm wary of his growth speed. I've seen plenty of gifted prodigies. Wasn't Chu Yuanjin the same? But I couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to him. It's because Qi'an asked the state preceptor for help, and the state preceptor responded to him. Have the carriage brought. Go to Lingbao Temple. Night Watchman's Office, Haoqi Tower. I'm used to seeing you in your night watchman uniform. It's refreshing to see you change your attire once in a while. My sister made it for me, stitched with needle and thread. Duke Wei, in this outfit, do you think I have a chance of seducing Princess Huiqing? This isn't your usual way of speaking. Just say what you want to say. When investigating the case of Consort Fu, I learned from the Empress's uncle that Duke Wei and the Empress were childhood sweethearts and treat Huiqing as if she were their own child. I just hope that if I can become the Emperor's son-in-law, Duke Wei will definitely treat me as his son-in-law. Take a look. Duke Wei treats me extremely well, his kindness is like a mountain. Despite having no relatives, he meticulously cultivated me, all because of those 3 tests of conscience. This trip to Jianzhou seems to have yielded you some extra gains. In my hometown, well, when I was a swift messenger in Changle County, I learned a drinking game from the common folk. It's called Truth or Dare. The dots on the dice determine the points. Whoever rolls a lower number has to either answer a question or drink a glass of wine. This humble subject wants to play this game with Duke Wei. I won't drink, only tell the truth. If Duke Wei is unwilling, this humble subject, I will leave immediately. I will never bother you again. Have you thought it through? Yes. Tap. Stop. I knew it. With my luck, I'm invincible at dice. What do you want to ask? What is your relationship with Her Majesty the Empress? My choice of question is by no means pure gossip. Firstly, the relationship between Wei Yuan and the Empress will determine the extent of the fallout between Wei Yuan and Emperor Yuan Jing. Secondly, Lin En's birth mother, Consort Chen, is a hidden pawn of the mysterious sorcerer. The relationship between the Empress and Wei Yuan will determine whether the mysterious sorcerer will repeat their scheme and use the Empress to frame Wei Yuan. Lastly, based on my perverted intuition, I believe the relationship between the Empress and Wei Yuan is not simple. You know quite a lot. I will tell you about the Empress and me later, but not now. Heh, you didn't say you wanted to know now either. You're being difficult by picking apart my words. All right. But Wei Yuan's words effectively acknowledge that his relationship with the Empress is unusual, which counts as a form of answer. Round 2. Su Qian wins. Duke Wei, do you know the secret behind the Shanhai Pass battle all those years ago? If you're referring to the theft of Defeng's national destiny, then I do. He truly knows the secret of Defeng's national destiny being stolen. Every war that begins is a time of national destiny fluctuation. A win increases national destiny by 1 point, a loss decreases it by 1 point. The larger the scale of a battle, the greater the fluctuation of national destiny. In the middle of Dezhou, the feudal lords rebelled, and the rebel army reached the capital of Dezhou. Historical records state that people were restless and the scholar official class was in a state of panic. Although the rebellion was quelled, it became the turning point of Dezhou's decline. The Shanhai Pass battle, with various countries in conflict. The total number of troops deployed exceeded 1 million. Such a scale is rare in historical records. The intensity of the national destiny fluctuation must have far surpassed that of Emperor Wuzong's, cleansing the court, back then. The Shanhai Pass battle was the best opportunity to steal national destiny. It's a shame I only realized this later. The over 1 million troops Wei Yuan referred to were actual elite soldiers, not including militia or laborers. Historical records often describe campaigns with 100,000 troops or 300,000 troops, but in reality, these figures are inflated and include logistics and militia. The actual number of soldiers fighting on the battlefield might not even be a third of the total. And in the Shanhai Pass battle, Defeng, the Buddhist kingdom, the northern and southern barbarians, the demon race, and the witch god cult. The elite soldiers truly capable of fighting on the battlefield from these forces exceeded 1 million. So that's how it is. No wonder the first generation and the former leaders of the heavenly Gu tribe plotted such a war. It was to seize the national destiny of Defeng, the orthodox dynasty of the Central Plains. Round 3. A draw. Remarkable. How about we each ask a question? Alright. Duke Wei, do you know who stole national destiny? And what was their motive? Among the major systems, only sorcerers and Confucians are closely related to national destiny. The human sect is half of that. And only sorcerers and Confucians can influence national destiny. In the current Confucian system, the highest-ranking person is Zhao Shou, the dean of Yunlu Academy. He lacked what it takes to seize Defeng's national destiny, so it must have been a sorcerer. Sorcerers can shield heavenly secrets, so how could I possibly know who it was? Even if I did, I would have forgotten long ago. It was the first-generation supervisor. Be clearer. What do you know? What intelligence do you control? Duke Wei, is this your question? My question is. The sealed object beneath Sangbo is within you, isn't it? Lingbao Monastery. Luo Yuheng is one of the most captivating women I've ever met. No matter how my moods change, or my preferences for women change, Luo Yuheng always satisfies my aesthetic. This woman, though she never agreed to dual cultivation, has long been forbidden in my heart. Moreover, the immortal life plan I've dreamed of still depends on this woman to achieve. Therefore, any man who associates closely with Luo Yuheng is not permitted. She can ignore me, she can placate me, she can fob me off, but if she shows favor or special attention to another man, that man is doomed. Even if the storm over the edict of self-reproach hasn't passed, I have countless ways to deal with Su Qi'an. Is it difficult for the emperor to deal with a mere commoner? I ignored him before and let him run rampant because I never saw him as an opponent, he wasn't worthy. My enemies are the court officials, the supervisor, and Zhao Shou. Su Qi'an is merely a pawn in this turmoil. Even now, I don't consider Su Qi'an an enemy. I originally intended to settle accounts after the storm passed. I didn't expect this vicious dog to bite the wrong meat. In that case, even if it costs something, I must kill the vicious dog. I heard from Prince Huai's spies that the national teacher has also interfered in the sword state matter. Why did the national teacher interfere in this matter? The nine-colored lotus is a supreme treasure of Taoism. How can outsiders take it? Instead, why did your majesty seek to seize the lotus seeds? My talent for cultivation is dull, and I haven't formed a core yet. I'm extremely anxious. Upon learning that the seeds of the nine-colored lotus could open the mind and lead to enlightenment, I sent people to retrieve them. I heard Su Qi'an summon the national teacher. I actually admire him greatly. He has talent, ambition, and a sense of justice. He's just too young and doesn't understand the importance of the bigger picture. He still needs a few more years of tempering. This demotion to commoner status is just the right way to hone his character. However, I didn't expect him to have such a relationship with the national teacher. A mere commoner, what friendship can there be between him and me? If that's the case, why could he summon the national teacher? This humble Taoist gave a protective talisman to Chu Yuanjun. It was given to Chu Yuanjun. National teacher, although you have a fellow disciples bond with the earth sect, you are also the national teacher of Defeng. The human sect is the state religion of Defeng. You knew full well that I sent people to contend for the lotus seeds, yet you To be honest, the Earth sect has encountered an accident in recent years. The head of the Earth sect became entangled in karma and fell into the demonic path, affecting most of the disciples. Only a very small number of disciples were not affected for certain reasons. These disciples who escaped formed an organization called the Heaven and Earth Society. They are secretly recuperating and accumulating strength, attempting to purge their own ranks. The 9-colored lotus seeds are crucial to them. A while ago, members of the Heaven and Earth Society asked Chu Yuanjin to contact me, hoping I could help. Preserving the lineage of the 3 sects is our consensus. Even the heavenly sect, which practices Taishang forgetfulness, holds the same idea. Does your Majesty not know? So that's why she intervened. The protective talisman was given to Chu Yuanjin, and has nothing to do with Su Qi'an. Am I being too sensitive? And Su Qi'an's involvement with the 9-colored lotus matter is likely because he owes a debt of gratitude to Chu Yuanjin and Li Miaozhen. At that time, the 2 of them intervened to stop your Majesty's imperial guards. How would I know the secrets of the Earth sect? Return to the palace. Do 2 things, have Tian Ji investigate the origin of that monk, and try to capture him alive. Summon Qin Yuandao, the Vice Minister of War, to the palace to see me. Yes. Your humble servant dares to ask how your Majesty plans to deal with that Su Qi'an. He thinks it's highly likely they'll target Su Qi'an's second uncle, cousin, or other family members. Just a dog of Wei Yuan. I have my own plans. If your Majesty doesn't say, it means you haven't decided how to deal with Su Qi'an yet, or you don't have that intention for now. Before leaving the palace, he had a grim look, as if he wanted to exterminate Su Qi'an's entire clan. Yet now he appears so nonchalant. Holy crap. I don't even need a mirror to know my current expression is strained. Yes, it's one of utter shock. I have 3 secrets: transmigration, fortune, and Shinshu. I've been meticulously hiding these 3 secrets. The first and current supervisor are chess players and involved in the events. There's no way to hide it, nor is there any need to. Aside from that, I've only revealed the matter of fortune to the old geezers of the Martial Arts Alliance. 2 reasons: the Taiping Saber's commotion was too significant to hide, and I wanted to latch onto someone powerful to increase my own leverage. I trust him. As for Wei Yuan, because I can't fathom this wise and profound official of the state, I've always been hesitant to be completely open with him. I never expected that Wei Yuan already knew about the monk Shinshu being inside me. Duke Wei, how did you know? Let's roll the dice first. There's no need to roll the dice anymore. Indeed, there's no need. Wei Yuan didn't ask for information about the first supervisor but instead asked about the sealed item beneath Sangbo. This is telling him, I know all your secrets. Let's just play our hands openly. In Jianzhou, I met a young man named Ji Qian. We clashed, and I killed him. After the spirit inquiry, it was discovered that he was a descendant of the royal family from 500 years ago. After Emperor Wuzong purged the court, they were protected by the first supervisor and have been lying low ever since. The Battle of Shanhaiguan was instigated by the first supervisor and the leader of the Tian Gu tribe, with the goal of stealing the national fortune of Great Feng. Then, they supported the lineage from 500 years ago to ascend to the throne once more. They have been hiding in a place called Shuzhou. I suspect it's a lawless region, beyond the control of the court. He recounted the process of the spirit inquiry, temporarily concealing the fact that he possessed fortune. That's why the first supervisor allied with the barbarians to deal with the king of Zhenbei. Am I next? Yes. I am completely convinced by Duke Wei's thinking. The first supervisor is not dead, this is quite unexpected. You reminded me. After Emperor Wuzong seized the throne, he secretly dispatched confidants to search the world for something, even embarking on voyages overseas for it. This event is not recorded in official history but was written in a biography by a great scholar. The first supervisor endured for so long, firstly because he hadn't dealt with the king of Zhenbei and me. And secondly, he couldn't temporarily reclaim the fortune within you. Huh? Why are you crawling under the table? I'm looking for Duke Wei's leg. Let me hug it for a while. Come out. Duke Wei, you know it all. You know everything. You are someone I've taken a liking to. Anyone I intend to nurture, I investigate and monitor meticulously. Your extraordinarily rapid cultivation speed, the supervisor's favor towards you, the spiritual dragon's attitude towards you. The appearance of the Confucian carved knife during the Buddhist contest, the appearance of the knife at the moment of killing the Duke Protector. Yes, isn't your constant string of perfect dice rolls also proof? There are many, many more. You have too many flaws. These scattered pieces of information, when viewed individually, are nothing. But I know you too well. Piecing together all the clues, combined with the secrets I already knew, a simple recap allows me to guess most of it. After you won the battle between heaven and man that day, you came to ask me for details about the Battle of Shanhaiguan. I asked you then if there was anything else you wanted to say. I thought you would be honest with me, but you chose to conceal it. Anga. What about the sealed item beneath Sangbo? The Buddhist contest simultaneously exposed the fact that you possess fortune and are carrying a sealed item. Of course, that alone isn't enough. There needs to be other proof. For example, how did you kill the fourth-rank barbarian leader and snatch the princess away during your northern expedition? Since I know you possess fortune, there's no need to guess who the mysterious expert in Chuzhou is who can wield the Zhenghua sword. Actually, before the northern expedition, I wasn't certain that the sealed item was on you. You hid it quite well. Do you trust the supervisor that much? Trust that heretic of Buddhism? The supervisor is a divine being. Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter much. As for the sealed item, his Dharma name is Shinshu. I promised him I would keep it a secret. He also revealed his agreement with Shinshu, to search for Shinshu's past. The supervisor's tacit approval of the demon race breaking the Sangbo seal was probably a plan for you, using him to suppress the first supervisor. As long as that Shinshu is within you, the first supervisor won't dare to act against you. Barring any accidents, he's actively looking for a way to break free. Regarding the identity of this Buddhist heretic, I have some speculations. It's likely related to the 10,000 monster kingdom and the great calamity purge of Jiazi. In the future, when you venture far into the Jianghu, you can visit the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang to seek the truth there. Shinshu is related to the great calamity purge of Jiazi. So, Duke Wei, how do you plan to deal with me? I wish I could kill you if it were possible. Caught between two generations of supervisors, I didn't know what to do, so I decided to be completely honest with you. Your goal is simply to take a gamble and gain my protection. You've hit the nail on the head. I feel a bit ashamed. I did think that. If you ask me whether the supervisor is trustworthy, I cannot give an answer. As for the first supervisor, you have even less to fear. The one playing chess against him is the current supervisor, you are not the one making moves or countermoves. What you need to do now is simply advance in rank and accumulate capital. However, I will help you. My heart is finally at ease. True relief. Then, I have something to ask Duke Wei about. How do I break through to the 4th rank? You've advanced to the 5th rank. Less than a year, 5th rank breakthrough. That's right. With great fortune, one might aim for the 1st rank. It's a pity that in the future, you'll inevitably have to walk the old path of Gaozu and Wuzong. You might not know that fortune is a double-edged sword. Those who gain fortune cannot achieve longevity. You know quite a lot. Duke Wei, the way you are now makes it seem like you're saying, did you secretly take extra lessons without me knowing? The fourth rank is a very important grade for a martial artist. It determines the path you will take in the future. Those skilled in swordsmanship comprehend sword intent. Those skilled in sabers comprehend saber intent. It cannot be changed. The core of the fourth rank lies in the word, intent. Intent can also be called, Tao, it's the path that martial artists will take in the future. Therefore, the second rank for a martial artist is also called, Tao integration. Duke Wei, please tell me, is there an intent in this world called, white? Does, slay all injustice under heaven, count? That is ambition. Do you shout, slay all injustice under heaven, to everyone you meet, and then they will submit to your ambition? The so-called intent relies on the martial artist's violence, or more precisely, their offensive techniques, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, fists, and so on. You use a saber, so naturally, it's saber intent. How do you cultivate saber intent? I told you before that starting from the fifth rank, everything requires comprehension. Your talent is good, and your comprehension is high. You can control yourself in an extremely short time and advance to the fifth rank. And some people have poor talent and can never fully control their physical strength in their lifetime, unable to advance. Gleaming. As for how to comprehend saber intent, all I can teach you is experience. First, you need to reach the realm of unity between man and saber, which simply means comprehending the profound meaning of the saber. This requires you to combine your own understanding of saber techniques. It takes time and accumulation. Secondly, you need to infuse your belief into your saber. The heaven and earth one saber slash that you practice is the belief of the creator of this technique. That's right, my heaven and earth one saber slash is a form of saber intent. That senior's belief was, there's nothing that cannot be cut with one saber slash. If there is, then run. Duke Wei, does this mean I've already comprehended half of saber intent? So, can I add my own elements to heaven and earth one saber slash? Make it my exclusive intent. A promising student. Remember our first meeting? The Stargazing Tower. The time in the Stargazing Tower. The song you sang back then was quite interesting. I still remember it. I stand in the fierce wind, wishing I could wash away the lingering heartache. I gaze at the heavens, clouds swirling in all directions. Sword in hand, I ask the heavens, who is the hero? What's next? I really like this song. This, the thing I feared most since childhood was being called to the front of the class by the teacher to sing. When Duke Wei tells me your story with the Empress someday, I'll sing it for you then. No one is following me. Who are you? Where is my princess consort? My hard-won, married princess consort. The most beautiful woman in Great Fong. How did she turn into an old servant? My name is Su Qi'an. Auntie, why are you in my house? Your house. Wait a moment. You ungrateful dog. You tracked me all the way here. This is the capital. This isn't a place for a dog like you to run wild. Auntie, please let me explain. Let me explain. Don't run. Husband Su, long time no see. I really am her man. Was that fun? Aunt Chong, you can go back now. What's going on with these flowers? The courtyard was too plain, so I bought some flower seeds and planted them. The money I gave you couldn't possibly buy these flowers. If they were seeds, that would explain it. To grow seeds into a courtyard full of flowers in half a month, is this the power of a flower god? Oh. If you throw this woman into the desert, you'd be doing the whole world a favor. If the princess consort cultivates that small piece of lotus root, can it be brought back to life? Taoist master Jin Lian said rare heavenly treasures can't be cultivated alone. But what if the cultivator is a flower god? What was going on with that Aunt Zhang just now? She lives nearby. A few days ago, she was at our cough. I tripped outside my house and took pity on her, so I helped her out. Since then, she's often come to help me. She also brought the peanuts. She tells everyone how filial her son is, buying her a house. Her son is in the medicinal herb business. It said he has several shops in both the inner and outer cities. Because her daughter-in-law disliked her, her son bought a small courtyard nearby to house his mother. What was going on just now, then? I said my husband was dead, and a hooligan from next door tried to take advantage of my beauty, repeatedly attempting to use force and take liberties. So I sold my house and moved here. I didn't expect him to find me again, and he even said he'd come to stay for a couple of days every now and then. Tried to take advantage of your beauty? Princess consort, take a look in the mirror before you say that. You're not allowed to eat my peanuts. I'm eating them. Su Qiao spent the entire morning in the princess consort's small courtyard. Su Qiao sat in the courtyard, weaving bamboo baskets for her, mending buckets, making small hoes, and chopping firewood. He even built a small stove for boiling water in the courtyard. I should get to work too. Is it delicious? This is really inedible. Your cooking has improved. Then eat it all. What about you? I'm not hungry. I'm full of peanuts. I know my own cooking very well. After all, my tongue doesn't lie. He ate it all. Life is like this. Simple food is the most real. I went to Jianzhou this time. I didn't intentionally break my promise to not accompany you. Who wants you to accompany me? It wasn't a wasted trip, though. I found something interesting. What is this thing? I'm not too sure. Anyway, they say it's a treasure. This thing is quite important to me, but it seems it can't be kept alive. However, even if it withers, it's still a medicine, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Mu Nanji is very sensitive about her identity. I don't want her to know that I've seen through her true form, to avoid causing her unnecessary panic. Ah! It's quite sweet and fragrant. It's still alive. It'll be fine after a while. I didn't expect a casual attempt to yield such a response. If this small piece of lotus root can be successfully cultivated, there will be a second 9-colored lotus in the world. It can grow on its own and produce lotus pods. I've witnessed the miraculous properties of the lotus seeds. And from then on, every 60 years, he will receive 24 lotus seeds. Eat. Eat. Furthermore, if the lotus root can grow, the conditions for breaking through the heavenly gate of the martial alliance ancestor will be met. If he can use the lotus root to advance to the second rank, he will owe me an enormous debt of gratitude. In the future, when confronting the mysterious sorcerer, the martial alliance ancestor will become one of my greatest trump cards. Then you can try. If you can't keep it alive, remember to return it to me. I have other uses for it. If you can't keep it alive, I'll hand it over to the Grand Preceptor. Wait, why did the Imperial Preceptor ask me to retrieve this section of the Golden Lotus, this small section of lotus root? Transmission. She is the Taoist head of the human sect, and should know that the 9-colored lotus root is difficult to cultivate, so the purpose is likely to refine medicine. If it's for refining medicine, why specifically ask me to retrieve it? Was it a casual remark, or is there another purpose? Could it be? That shouldn't be the case. Luo Yuxing couldn't possibly know that I've been secretly raising it. I thought the princess consort was just a mascot, only needed to be beautiful, but she gave me such a big surprise. Every fish in my pond is useful. My silver ran out. See, can you give me a little more? Didn't I give you 15 taels before I left? You spent it all in 5 days. If you don't want to, then fine. As a married woman, you should avoid using official silver and ingots. Small change is enough. This way, it won't easily attract the attention of outsiders. When I thought about it just now, I didn't consider this when I gave you the silver ingots last time. I blame myself. Since I can't always be with you, I should pay attention to these details. This was my mistake, it won't happen again. For the rest of the afternoon, Qi'an took the princess consort to wander through the bustling market. Bought rouge and powder, replenished food and oil. And also beautiful dresses. Before dusk, he led away the little mare he had neglected all day. As soon as Qi'an left, Aunt Chang arrived. Madam Mu, your man has left. Phew, buying so many things, that must be tens of taels, right? Oh my, your man treats you so well. My man works as a guard for a wealthy family. He doesn't come back on weekdays, and even if he does, he has to leave before dusk. This morning I was angry that he neglected me, so I lied to you. Please don't mind, Aunt Chang. A small token of my appreciation. What need does an old woman like me have for these? I'll accept the lamb. You can keep the rouge. Zhang didn't doubt Mu Nanji's words. If it were a charming beauty, she might have suspected that she was an outsider kept by some rich lord. Because, in the old woman's eyes at that moment, the princess consort was just an ordinary middle-aged woman. Although this Madame Mu has a voluptuous figure, her face is truly rather ordinary. Even the rascals in the market wouldn't have impure thoughts about a woman of such mediocre appearance. Where did Ning Yan go this time? Jianzhou fought a battle for a friend. Are the heavenly sect Saintess and Lena also going? Don't always be fighting. There's always someone better. Jianzhou is the holy land of martial arts in Dafeng, with countless experts. Looking at you, it seems your friend didn't provoke anyone strong, otherwise. Jianzhou, is that the state with the martial arts alliance? Indeed, the Jianzhou martial arts alliance is powerful, and even the local government has to defer to them. Moreover, they are very united. If you provoke one, you'll have a whole group coming after you. The leader of the martial arts alliance is Chao Qingyang, one of the top 3 on the Jianghu martial arts ranking, right? Father? Yes. Jianzhou is a forbidden zone for Jianghu villains, the opposite of Yunzhou. That Chao Qingyang is a renowned figure in the Jianghu. Is he more powerful than Ning Yan? In her heart, her unlucky nephew was like the greatest expert in the world. Although she didn't say it, she was very impressed. Ning Yan is still far from it. If he trained for another 5 years, he might be able to contend with that alliance leader. And they don't respect the government's authority. Phew, thankfully Ning Yan didn't provoke them. Why did he go to Jianzhou to fight for no reason? Father, elder brother has a sense of proportion. The martial arts alliance is so powerful, he wouldn't provoke them. Elder brother, come to my study later. All the daily records from Emperor Yuanjing's ascension to the 20th year of Yuanjing are here. In just 5 days, you've collected 20 years of Emperor Yuanjing's daily records. I've advanced to 7th rank. The Confucian 7th rank is called benevolent. To reach this rank, one must comprehend benevolence and righteousness. A benevolent person loves all under heaven and is a moral paragon. Only the benevolent can cultivate a righteous spirit. Therefore, a 7th rank benevolent is the foundation for the 4th rank gentleman realm. Of course. I'm still far from 4th rank, so this isn't something to be overly happy about. For me, it's just a tiny step forward. If it's not worth being happy about, why are you talking so much? Does the rank of benevolent provide any combat power bonus? No, it only strengthened my memory and physique. Puff, then he's still a weakling. This cursive script is really. Ancient cursive script is like celebrity autographs from my past life, it's not meant for everyone to read. Of course, scholars can understand it because cursive script has fixed forms. But I'm not a scholar. You read it to me. Alright. The brothers took turns listening and reading. 2 candles were consumed. The emperor's daily records document his words and actions during daily life and discussions. Su Erlang didn't record everything. He automatically omitted everyday conversations that were clearly meaningless. They didn't finish reading until late into the night. It's of no value, at least I can't see it now. What exactly are you trying to investigate about Emperor Yuanjing? I don't know. I just feel there's something wrong with him. No, it's not a feeling, there's definitely something wrong. After returning from Jianzhou, I became even more certain that His Majesty is not as simple as he appears. But I can't pinpoint exactly what's wrong. There's no clear direction. I can only try to collect his related deeds and see if I can find any clues. Yuanjing's mastery of statecraft is unparalleled. How could he be simple? Whether he has a problem, I don't know. But I know these daily records are problematic. What's wrong with the daily records? Attendant compilers are generally selected from the top scholars of the imperial examinations, and they are true close confidants of the emperor, the most noble among the noble. Imperial examinations are held every 3 years. Therefore, the attendant compilers are usually replaced within 3 years, and some don't even last a year. But when I was perusing the daily records in the Hanlin Academy, I discovered something very strange. Could it be an oversight in the records, a forgotten signature? The daily records for Emperor Yuanjing's 10th and 11th years are unsigned, and the corresponding attendant compilers are unknown. It just so happens that the records from Emperor Yuanjing's 10th and 11th years are missing names. That's too strange. The daily records for Emperor Yuanjing's 10th and 11th years do not have the names of the attendant compilers annotated. This is very abnormal. Aren't you looking down on the Hanlin Academy too much, elder brother? Besides, all previous attendant compilers have their names signed. Erase the names. The real problem lies with the daily records, not the signatures of the attendant compilers. It's enough to modify the daily records. If this is not an oversight, why erase the names? I suspect that Emperor Yuanjing's 10th and 11th years were all recorded by the same person. And that attendant compiler, because he recorded this content and knew certain information, was silenced and had his name removed. No, according to elder brother's speculation, even if he was silenced, there was no need to. Could it be this way? The daily records have a problem. The copy you transcribed was modified later. The order of importance must not be confused. The most important thing is the daily records. As long as the content is modified, whether the attendant compiler at the time was dismissed or silenced, there would be no need to erase his name. If the daily records are problematic, then those records should be modified, not the names of the attendant compilers erased. I don't know if he has any relationship with Emperor Yuanjing. Is this attendant compiler related to Emperor Yuanjing's secret? You are right. Then, it's the attendant compiler himself who has a problem. But I just remembered something. Unexpectedly, I've stumbled upon something related to a sorcerer again. I never expected to accidentally uncover another matter related to sorcerers. If the problem lies with the diary itself, and its name disappears on its own, Such familiar actions, exactly like the case of Susu's father. Identical to how a sorcerer would block heavenly secrets. There must be a connection between the two. In the imperial court back then, something must have happened. And it's a world-shattering event. Why do I feel like I've overlooked something? That's right, when I left Jianzhou, I asked the Dali Temple assistant and Constable Chen from the Ministry of Justice to investigate Su Hang's case file. If it weren't for Erlang's diary entry, making me re-examine this matter, I would have almost forgotten about Su Hang's case file. And with my cultivation at the 5th rank, my memory shouldn't be this bad. It seems I need to keep a diary from now on, so I don't forget clues I've painstakingly uncovered. What's the most effective and quickest way to investigate this diary? Naturally, by asking a senior in officialdom. If it's blocking heavenly secrets, then no one should remember. Is there any better way? Go to the Ministry of Personnel to check. Their archives hold the case files of all officials. All records of imperial officials for the past 600 years, since the founding of the dynasty. These are all classified. Your current identity is very sensitive, brother. The Ministry of Personnel cannot and would not grant you access. To dare to let brother investigate the records, unless you want to quit your job. If Emperor Yuanjing knew, being kicked out with just his betting would be considered merciful. He might even fabricate charges and throw you in prison. Isn't the Minister of Personnel part of the Wang faction? Your future father-in-law could help me. Brother, please don't speak nonsense. Miss Wang and I are innocent. Besides, even if I have a connection with Miss Wang, Prime Minister Wang has never acknowledged me, he doesn't even know I exist. What use are you? If you had gotten Miss Wang into bed sooner and made it a fait accompli, it wouldn't be this troublesome. Erlang, you're not as good as brother in this regard. If it were brother, Miss Wang would already be an old hand. Heh heh. Besides the courtesans of the teaching department, which respectable woman has brother slept with? Cough, cough. I must find a way to go to the Ministry of Personnel. This is very important. Erlang, go and check the diary of the late emperor for me. The daily records of successive emperors are important bases for writing history. And the Hanlin Academy is responsible for compiling history. If young Master Su'er wants to check the diary, it's as easy as flipping a hand. Alright. But how to get into the Ministry of Personnel? Even Duke Wei can't do this, can he? Unless there's a legitimate reason, Duke Wei has no right to investigate the archives at the Ministry of Personnel, and I have no connections there. I do have someone I can barely count on, but I've already released his nephew, so I can't blackmail him anymore. Oh, right. Does Qi'an know about Shuzhou? I haven't heard of it. I'll help brother check when I have free time. Every dynasty has had situations where prefectural names were changed. Also, the common people have different names for prefectures. For example, Jianzhou is also known as Wuzhou, because the Martial Arts Alliance has a strong presence in Jianzhou, overshadowing the government. So, it was initially called Wuzhou as a nickname, and later this name gradually spread. For larger prefectures, it's easy to check even if the names change. For smaller prefectures, the names are numerous and complex, requiring a long time. Jianzhou is also called Wuzhou. Does Shuzhou also have other prefectures' aliases? Thank you, Erlang. Hanlin Academy. Su Xinyan is currently a shujishi. Strictly speaking, shujishi is not an official post, but a period of study and work experience. After becoming a shujishi, Su Erlang still had to continue studying, with Hanlin Academy scholars responsible for his tutelage. During this time, he participated in some book compilation work, assisted scholars with annotations, and drafted imperial edicts for the emperor. Lecturing the emperor, princes, and princesses on classics, etc. Due to Su Qian's actions, Su Erlang's future prospects were greatly impacted. Drafting edicts and lecturing the emperor on classics were not within his purview. Also, because of Su Qian, Su Erlang thrives in the Hanlin Academy and is treated with great respect. Officials of the Hanlin Academy are the most noble of the noble, and they are very proud of themselves. They greatly admired Su Qian's actions, and consequently treated Su Erlang very courteously. Ndu Ku. The emperor's daily records are not confidential, they are a type of document. Anyone can access the Hanlin Academy, as the diary records are meant to be included in historical records. And history books are for people to read. Compared to Emperor Yuanjing, whose reign will be marked by more demerits than merits and considerable controversy in historical records, the late emperor's life was quite uneventful. Neither incompetent nor overly strong, he reigned for 49 years and only launched 2 foreign wars. It was either the northern and southern barbarians pressing too hard, forcing him to march. This is. In the 28th year of Zhenda, the late emperor's dialogue with the previous generation's Taoist master. The late emperor asked, since ancient times, those who received the mandate of heaven have not endured forever. Can the Taoist method of immortality overcome this great limit? The Taoist master replied, immortality is possible, but eternal existence is not. The late emperor asked, I heard that the Taoist master transformed into 3 primordial qi, and the 3 sects began. Are the 3 one person, or 3 people? Why did it stop here? It is said that 200 years ago, when Confucianism was at its peak, emperors could not read the diary and had no right to amend it. Until the Imperial Academy was established and the scholars of Yunlu Academy withdrew from court, and imperial power overwhelmed everything. From then on, the emperor could review and amend the diary. Of course, scholars from the Imperial Academy were not without integrity and would argue with the emperor. And to a certain extent, preserve the true content. Unknowingly, it was time for lunch. The imperial court today is truly spectacular. Censor Yuan Xiong impeached Prime Minister Wang for accepting bribes. Assistant Minister of War Qin Yuandao impeached Prime Minister Wang for embezzlement of military funds. And those officials from the 6 offices of scrutiny also submitted impeachment memorials, as if they had coordinated. Prime Minister Wang has completely angered His Majesty over the Chuzhou massacre case. This clearly indicates that His Majesty intends to target Prime Minister Wang and force him to retire. Wei Yuan must be overjoyed. He and Prime Minister Wang have always been at odds politically. Today is just the beginning. The killing moves are still to come. Prime Minister Wang is in trouble this time. Let's see how he retaliates. Unless he can unite with the nobles of the court, but in the court, the Wang faction cannot cover the sky with their hands. If Prime Minister Wang falls, what about Simu? Factional struggles have remained intense for the past 6 months since the provincial assessment. Factional struggle after factional struggle, after factional struggle. How many of them are truly working for the people and the court? And the one who caused this situation is that emperor, who is obsessed with cultivating the Tao. The next day, the situation indeed escalated. Censor Yuan Xiong once again submitted an impeachment memorial against Prime Minister Wang, detailing 6 major charges of corruption. And listed a roster, totaling 12 officials involved from the Wang faction. Assistant Minister of War Qin Yuandao continued to impeach Prime Minister Wang for embezzling military pay, also listing a roster. Emperor Yuanjing flew into a rage and ordered a thorough investigation. Prince's Mansion. Lord Su, please follow me. Her eyebrows indeed carried a deep shade of sorrow. I've heard about the court matters these past 2 days. I'm afraid this is not a simple warning, His Majesty is getting serious. Erlang is indeed intelligent. Father stayed up all night in his study yesterday. I knew something bad was about to happen. Prime Minister handles matters shrewdly and is experienced. He must have a plan. This crisis has come so swiftly that there's no time to prepare. A batch of officials entered prison today, and perhaps tomorrow it will be my father. His Majesty will not give my father a chance to react. I heard father say that the day before yesterday, His Majesty summoned Assistant Minister of War Qin Yuan Dao and Censor Yuan Xiong. They came prepared. In the Chuzhou massacre case, father and Wei Yuan united with many officials to force His Majesty to issue a self-punishment edict. Now His Majesty is retaliating. Why doesn't Prime Minister unite with Duke Wei? Duke Wei and my father have conflicting political views and have always been rivals. If he doesn't kick my father while he's down, we should be grateful. This is not like the situation in the Chuzhou case, where all officials were united, opposing imperial power. For other officials, including Wei Yuan, the downfall of the Wang faction is a welcome event. This means more positions will become vacant. These are visible benefits, tangible benefits. To grow stronger by taking advantage of the Wang faction's downfall is to gain more say and accomplish more. Unless my father can unite the various factions in a short period, there is still a glimmer of hope. But for each faction, waiting for His Majesty to suppress my father is the greatest benefit. Erlang, what should we do? Adoptive father, even if the Wang party doesn't fall this time, they will lose soldiers and generals. From now on, no one will be able to stand in your way. Wang Zhenwen and my adoptive father disagree on political views, and he obstructs his adoptive father's promotion of new policies everywhere. After so many years of fighting, this stumbling block is finally gone. What's always stopped me isn't Wang Zhenwen. But it's good that they fell. If the Wang party falls, I will have at least 5 years. The autumn harvest is in 2 months. My battlefield is not in the imperial court. Let them be. Adoptive father plans to regain military power. No, attacking the witch god cult after the autumn harvest was a plan that adoptive father had set long ago. But what adoptive father means by these words is that he will not be in the imperial court for a very long time. This means that attacking the witch god cult is not a trivial matter. Adoptive father intends to wage a protracted war. The reason? Adoptive father's initial proposal to attack the witch god cult was after Qi'an died in Yunzhou. Adoptive father's mood at that time was a mix of sadness for the loss of a trusted confidant and the thought that the witch god cult had grown too powerful and needed to be suppressed. Later, Qi'an returned to the capital and was resurrected. The witch god cult has also been abiding by the law. Since that's the case, there's no need for a major conflict. For the witch god cult, it is enough to suppress them. But adoptive father's meaning is that this will trigger a large-scale war. Adoptive father, won't this be too radical? With the Great Fang's national strength declining, a large-scale, multi-year war of attrition is an unbearable burden. Yang Yen sent an urgent report from the north: the witch god cult is attacking the northern barbarians. Zhujiu, unable to stand alone, withdrew from its original territory and joined forces with the demons and barbarians, preparing to retreat to the northwest. Although Prince Huai's plan failed, the witch god cult's objective was achieved. The death of either Zhujiu or Jili Zhigu would plunge the northern barbarians into unprecedented weakness. However, Chuzhou also suffered heavy losses, losing a third-rank general, and was unable to march north, which benefited the witch god cult for nothing. That's why adoptive father doesn't care about court affairs, because the emperor is very likely to send you to the northern border. At the same time, the emperor's suppression of Prime Minister Wang at this time, at first glance, seems to disregard balance, but in reality, it is precisely the way of balance. Without Wei Yuan in the imperial court, wouldn't Prime Minister Wang be in sole charge? Even if adoptive father's focus is not on the imperial court, the autumn harvest is still far away. Why not take advantage of the Wang party's current crisis to benefit, and have no worries about future expeditions? Do you think it's better for the Wang party to fall or not to fall? It's best if they fall. Yes, it's best if they fall, and it's also very good if they don't. If it weren't for the war starting, I would have kicked them while they were down. If Wang Jinwen falls, I will have at least 5 years to do things. It's not something that can be accomplished overnight for the emperor to support a new party to oppose me. In the current situation, it's beneficial for the Wang party not to fall. Wang Jinwen and I have been fighting for so many years, and we know each other's strengths and weaknesses. Having a familiar opponent in the imperial court is better than an unfamiliar passerby. Duke Wei, Qian Qingshu, Grand Scholar of the Hall of Military Achievements, requests an audience. Qian Qingshu is Wang Jinwen's confidant. No, tell him to go back. Yes. Adoptive father. Adoptive father ultimately chose to stand by and watch. If I make a move, it won't be interesting. This favor should be saved for the right person. You can leave first. Yes, adoptive father. Imperial Palace, Jingxiu Palace. I advised Prime Minister Wang that day not to compete with Father Emperor, and not to collude with Wei Yuan. I refused to listen. Now look, Father Emperor is going to deal with him. The Crown Prince and Prime Minister Wang do not have much interaction, but among the Wang party, many are staunch supporters of the Crown Prince. If Wang Jinwen falls, these people will also be implicated, which will indirectly weaken the Crown Prince's influence in the imperial court. Since the year of the imperial examination, the Crown Prince's position has been precarious, and he cannot sit securely. What is Wei Yuan's attitude? Qian Qingshu, Grand Scholar of the Hall of Military Achievements, visited Wei Yuan this morning but did not see him. Wei Yuan and Prime Minister Wang are political enemies and are probably waiting to kick him while he's down. Linen, isn't Su Qian your confidant? He is someone Wei Yuan relies on. Why not try to break through from him? He hasn't come to see me in a long time. After the Chuzhou massacre, more than half a month has passed, and Su Ningyan has never contacted me. I guess he thoroughly hates the royal family because of that incident. He also dislikes me, so he deliberately keeps his distance. This is simple. Secretly send someone to the Su mansion to deliver a message and ask him to meet. If he agrees, it means his heart is still with you. Have the servants of Linen Prefecture do it secretly, do not send imperial guards. Your father emperor must not know that you have any contact with Su Qian. Aha! I'll have someone do it now. Lunchtime, a restaurant in the inner city. The two jointly planned the imperial examination fraud case, which ultimately ended in failure. Now they are making a comeback. Unlike last time, when the emperor stood by and watched, this time he is fully supporting from behind. Even if Wang Jinwen doesn't fall this time, he will be severely weakened. He has held the cabinet for many years, and previously, he had to rely on him to check and balance Wei Yuan. Now, the emperor intends to appoint Wei Yuan as the commander of Chuzhou, sending him far away to Chuzhou. Then Wang Jinwen will have to make a move. And I heard that Qian Qingshu visited Wei Yuan this morning and was shut out. If it weren't for that bastard surnamed Su last time, we would have already been promoted. Minister Qin need not be angry. Su Qian himself is in trouble. He has offended the emperor, and sooner or later he will be held accountable. First, take down the big one, then deal with the small one. He's not far from death. Ha 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 ha, let's drink. Ha 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 ha, this is fun. Big brother, someone outside sent you a letter. Catch him. Who sent the letter? The person is outside, and didn't say who sent it. He also said to wait for your reply. Big pot, let's keep playing. Ha. Didn't kick it away. This silly child is getting stronger and stronger. Taiping. Woo. It flies. Kazabam, magical girl little bean. Ahahaha. This is fun. The letter is from Linen, detailing the recent court struggles. It's a veiled request to ask if I can inquire about Wei Yuan's stance. This doesn't seem like Linen's style. Is it concubine Chen or the crown prince who's instigating? I remember Duke Wei said that there are many supporters of the crown prince in the Wang party. Speaking of which, after executing 2 dukes, I haven't visited Linen. It's mainly because there are too many things, one after another, and I neglected her. Linen is different from Huiqing. Huiqing doesn't need coaxing, but Linen is a girl who craves companionship. Have him tell his master that I know. Yes. Yesterday, Su Erlang returned home from his shift and told me about the court affairs. I kept my guard up. This morning, I went to the watchman's bureau to probe Wei Yuan's thoughts and found out that this is no ordinary struggle. It reminds me of what Wei Yuan said this morning: I will not interfere in this matter. Emperor Yuanjing wants to deal with Prime Minister Wang, which is an opportunity for me. Although Erlang is sweet on Miss Wang, he hasn't entered Prime Minister Wang's sight. Moreover, due to his identity as a student of Yunlu Academy and my influence, it's difficult for Erlang to advance further in his official career unless he joins Prime Minister Wang. However, Prime Minister Wang hails from the Imperial College and is naturally resistant to students from Yunlu Academy. I possess evidence of corruption and lawlessness from many officials and Duke Chao. Some of these political bargaining chips were already given to Duke Wei, and some to Erlang. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to use your skills? Moreover, if I can gain Prime Minister Wang's favor, it would greatly help me investigate Emperor Yuanjing. I happen to want to search the archives in the Ministry of Personnel's case file library. I've already confessed about the secret letter from the Duke of Chao to Lord Wei, and he said he wouldn't get involved. The hint is already quite obvious. Has Lord Wei seemed rather passive about court matters recently? What is he plotting now? Su Ningyan, hurry up and get your stupid saber down. If Ling Yin gets hurt, I'll teach you a lesson. Be careful, be careful. Mother, why is the saber flying? Who knows? It must be your big brother's sorcery. A peerless divine weapon. Taiping, come down. What a stupid saber. As a scholar from the orthodox Confucian tradition, second brother Su naturally recognizes a peerless divine weapon. I really want to touch it. Second brother, what's wrong with this saber? This saber is peerlessly rare and priceless. No, it's a treasure beyond measure. A treasure beyond measure. So, how much is it worth in silver? Let's put it this way, if Big Brother were to trade it for a noble title, he could at least get an earl, maybe even a marquis. Marquis is second only to Duke. In Defeng, Duke is almost the pinnacle of noble titles granted to those not of royal blood. I still want to play. Go on, you brat. If you break something so precious, I'll beat you to death. Second brother, come in. I have something to tell you. I already know about Prime Minister Wang's predicament. Second brother. If you had the ability to help him through this difficulty, would you offer assistance or stand by and watch? I care about Simu, but I don't really feel much or worry about the Prime Minister Wang's predicament. And if it weren't for Simu, I'd probably be drinking with Big Brother right now. Defeng's good son-in-law. But if you can help, I believe the Grand Prime Minister will. Willing to accept you, at least, won't object to you. If these secret letters fall into the hands of capable individuals, they could become sharp weapons for them. Then, who knows how many court officials will be punished, and the entire imperial capital's officialdom will usher in a great earthquake. Of course, there's another possibility: these secret letters will all be destroyed because too many people are implicated. I can only give you a small portion of these secret letters. We need to select a few people who would be useful to Prime Minister Wang. The so-called useful people cannot be from the Wang faction, nor can they be like Yuan Xiong. The latter have the emperor's backing. These secret letters can't deal a fatal blow to them, at least not in the current situation. They can't be killed with one strike. Soon, the brothers selected 8 individuals. They were both powerful and did not belong to the former 2 categories. After work, go to the Wang Manor and personally deliver these secret letters to Prime Minister Wang. Remember to find Miss Wang first, and she will introduce you. Does Big Brother mean for me to hint to Prime Minister Wang about my relationship with Simu? What is Big Brother trying to do? I'll beat you up. If you don't get hit, how can you show your sacrifice? Big Brother. Don't hit my face. How can I make Miss Wang moved? You would turn against your own brother to save your father-in-law. Is this a bit despicable? This isn't despicable, it's a tactic. Come on, strike a pose. Big Brother will punch you a few more times. Jingxiu Palace. News quickly came back from Linen Prefecture. There was no reply, only one sentence, I understand. It seems we can't count on him. Well, it's honest. He's not an official anymore. He knows he's angered the emperor, so he's too lazy to maintain our sibling relationship. Say less. It's normal for him not to help. No matter how much Wei Yuan relies on him, can he listen to him? I know. It's just that his attitude is displeasing. I'm going back to Shaoyin Palace. Wang Manor. Big Brother, I heard from acquaintances that His Majesty intends to completely destroy our Wang family this time. It is indeed troublesome. Yuan Xiong and Qin Yuandao have listed quite a few counts of crime. The most troublesome one is embezzlement of military funds. Do you remember Zhou Xianping, the former Vice Minister of Revenue? He was my father's subordinate and did indeed embezzle military funds. When their home was searched, the Zhou manor only had a few thousand taels. Where did the money go? Everyone says it went to our Wang family. This is utter nonsense. Before, father was highly favored by the emperor, so there was no problem. During the Chuzhou massacre case, father offended His Majesty too deeply. That's the crux of the problem. What should we do? What should we do? You too, say less. If you can't figure something out. A plan of action. Don't just complain here. Other than increasing mother's worries, what else can it achieve? Father served as Prime Minister for over 10 years. What kind of storms hasn't he seen? He knows what he's doing. Isn't he discussing it with his uncles in the study? While there have been crises before, never have they been as perilous as this one. Fighting with political rivals is the same as fighting with His Majesty. Miss, Su Tianren is outside and wishes to see you. At a time like this, you still have the leisure for romance? They know that Su Erlang is close to their own daughter. So they turned a blind eye and let her be. Wang Simu is extremely strong-willed and intelligent. No one in the family can control her except Wang Zhenwen. But now the Wang family is in crisis, and Su Erlang keeps visiting. It's inexplicably annoying. Lead him to the outer hall. Outer hall. Erlang, what's wrong? It's fine. I'm here to give you something. These secret letters, where did third brother get them from? From my elder brother. Did you get them from Su Qian? He's Wei Yuan's confidant, how could he help me? Ah. Did your elder brother beat you? Because of these secret letters? I fell myself. He beat you into this state. I really fell myself. Big Brother's tactics really work. Big Brother gave me these secret letters, but he has conditions. I need to tell Prime Minister Wang in person. Based on His Majesty's intention, in a few days, it will be our turn. The Chuzhou massacre was already the result of Prince Huai's madness. How can this be tolerated? At worst, this old man will retire. Humph. If you retire, it will play right into the hands of that Qi'an fellow. The Grand Secretary has navigated the treacherous currents of officialdom for half a lifetime, never once showing such a flustered state. What's Wei Yuan's stance? He was shown the cold shoulder. Not surprising. His Majesty still needs him. Wei Yuan's usefulness far surpasses ours. Will His Majesty tolerate him having absolute power? Many years ago, I felt he was tired of court struggles and wanted to command troops again. If I'm not mistaken, he had a hand in Prince Huai's death. Minister Sun, you are in charge of the Ministry of Justice, you must keep a tight grip. We cannot let the Dali Temple and the censorate establish guilt. Minister Su, I know you support and champion the Crown Prince. This is a good opportunity to reach out to other members of the Crown Prince's faction. Retiring isn't so bad. It's better to retreat wisely than to have a dismal end. Furthermore, one can be reinstated after retirement. A gentleman must know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Retreat when it's time to retreat. Father, your daughter wishes to see you. With the maturity of a noble daughter, she wouldn't disturb for trivial matters at this time. Come in. Father, Master Su has an urgent matter to discuss. Su Qi'an. Although this shit-stirrer is annoying, his ability and methods for causing trouble have long earned him recognition from the court officials. Su Qi'an visiting the prince's mansion at this time. What is his intention? Please invite him in. This humble official greets all honored sirs. So it's him. What happened to his face? Su Cijiao is an excellent talent, his knowledge and courage are outstanding, but he truly falls far short compared to his elder brother. In their eyes, Su Cijiao is a very promising junior with great potential. Whereas Su Qi'an, in their eyes, is a formidable opponent that makes their scalps tingle. Their significance is worlds apart. Master Su, what business do you have with this official? I believe these items will be useful to the Grand Secretary. Grand Secretary. Be careful, don't damage them. This. Good, good. With these, we won't need to concede any interests to win over a dozen factions. His Majesty wants to investigate, right? Heh, even if he investigates until next year, he won't find anything. Let this official see. Brilliant. Brilliant. I thought about collecting evidence of crimes committed by Yuan Xiong and others to retaliate, but there was too little time, and the other party had already covered their tracks. The plan wouldn't work. This is truly a case of, when you wish to sleep, someone sends you a pillow. Although the letters belong to Su Qi'an, father cannot possibly ignore the favor owed to him by his second son. Master Su, where did these letters come from? From my elder brother. It really is him. The grudge formed in the Sangbo case. That brat has crossed him multiple times, the most extreme being writing a poem to insult him, nailing him to the pillar of shame. Yes, not kidnapping his son, but writing a poem to insult him. According to the rules of the bureaucracy, this is a life-or-death feud. I only wish my child is foolish and dull, reaching high office without disaster or hardship. In fact, Minister Sun also wished him dead and made continuous efforts towards that goal. Until the Chuzhou massacre, which was a turning point. Some people are like this, you wish they were dead, yet you can't help but sincerely admire them for certain things. And now, as the prince's faction is in a critical state, Su Qi'an has sent such crucial items. Know this, if these items fall into their hands, this crisis will be a close call. This favor is immense, yet minister's son cannot refuse it. The rest of them are both surprised and not surprised. These secret letters were left by Duke Chao, and who killed Duke Chao? The surprise stems from disbelief that Su Qian would help them. What does he want? After the court matters are resolved. Elder brother will visit personally. Good. To get these letters, second brother and his elder brother almost fell out. The injury on his face was inflicted by that Su Qian. Second brother just doesn't take credit for it. They are all seasoned officials and immediately grasped much information. If Su Qian hadn't been willing, Su Cijiao would not have been able to obtain them even at the cost of his life. After he withdrew from officialdom, he consciously sought supporters for the Su family. In their view, Su Qian's willingness to extend an olive branch is a good thing. Even though he is Wei Yuan's confidant, and although Wei Yuan is at odds with the prince's faction. But beyond that, if the prince's faction needs to use Su Qian, with Su Xian as the connection, he certainly won't refuse. The two sides can reach a certain level of cooperation. Su Qian is a handy and useful tool. After the imperial examination, most court officials had a similar notion. If the prince's faction can control this tool, it will undoubtedly be of great use in the future. This young man is incredibly sharp-tongued. If we can support him, he'll be invincible in arguments in the future. He seems to be having an ambiguous relationship with his niece Simu. Most importantly, by winning over Su Cijiao, this tool, Su Qian, can be used by us. Time is getting late. Let's distribute the secret letters. We'll each go our separate ways. Wang Simu saw Su Xian out of the imperial city before dusk and gave Su Erlang a large quantity of medicinal wine and powder for bruises. Father and the uncles seemed to have devised a plan. I saw their steps were light and their brows no longer furrowed as they left. I chased after them to ask, but Uncle Qian said not to worry. Father even specifically instructed the housekeeper to prepare fried meat for dinner. He hasn't eaten this dish in a long time for the sake of his health. This shows Father's worries have been lifted and he's completely relaxed. Simu is right. Your father has seen worse storms. Do not worry. Sister, Father just left the mansion and told me good news. Uncle Qian said they found a way to break the deadlock. 103. The way Father and the uncles found to break the deadlock is the evidence of corruption and lawbreaking by several officials in the court. By the way, where is that kid Su Xian? Second brother wants to use this opportunity to test him and see if he's someone who can share hardship. Take me to find him. I'll say the prince's mansion has suffered a great calamity and its future is bleak. Let's see how he treats you. Compared to second brother, who only talks big here, he is far superior. Sister, what are you saying? The scholars of Yunlu Academy are trustworthy in character. However, your second brother also had good intentions. If he wants to try, let him try. The way my father and uncles broke the deadlock was by obtaining evidence of corruption and malfeasance from several high officials in court. How do you know? Because Su Erlang brought it, and he paid a huge price for it. That which Su Erlang brought. This is a generous bargaining chip. He just gave it away like this. The Su family boy that daughter fancies made a crucial contribution to this matter. For the next 3 days, turbulent undercurrents surged through the capital's official circles. At first, the neutral faction watched from the sidelines as the royal faction suffered under the pressure of imperial power, causing unrest and panic among its ranks. The imperial power faction, represented by Yuan Xiong and Qin Yuandao, was sharpening its knives. But as events unfolded. First, the Dali Temple chose to ally with the royal faction, joining forces with the Ministry of Justice to whitewash the imprisoned royal faction officials and engaging in a tug-of-war with the censorate. Subsequently, many officials from the 6 offices of scrutiny defected, impeaching Qin Yuandao and Yuan Xiong for colluding, factionalism, and abuse of power. The flames of conflict suddenly engulfed both of them. Immediately after, several influential figures within the noble clans also submitted impeachment memorials against Yuan Xiong and Qin Yuandao. In a short span of time, various individuals and factions stepped forward to defend the royal faction. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple stalled on the royal faction convicts, preventing any definitive judgments. This, in turn, halted Yuan Xiong and his allies' subsequent plans. The trials yielded no results, and impeachment memorials rained down upon the imperial court. Rumors began to circulate in the officialdom that Emperor Yuanjing was settling old scores, and all those who had forced him to issue an edict of self-blame were to be purged. Time was unstable, and rumors ran rampant. This was not the end of it. The officials of the 6 offices of scrutiny and the censors led by Zhang Xingying. Like sharks sensing blood, they excitedly submitted memorials, accusing Emperor Yuanjing of narrow-minded revenge, damaging the royal family's reputation and the emperor's dignity. The most enjoyable thing for the censors was to find fault with the emperor and write memorials to criticize him. This would signify they were loyal officials, while also allowing them to gain fame quickly and earn renown in officialdom and scholarly circles. On the 5th day, after Emperor Yuanjing threw a tantrum in his sleeping quarters, he called off the matter and released the detained members of the royal faction. Yuan Xiong was demoted to right censor-in-chief, and Lu Hong, the former right censor-in-chief, succeeded him. Qin Yuandao, the vice minister of the Ministry of War, was so furious that he took to his bed. East Palace Gardens. The changes in the imperial court these past few days are astonishing. I, to this day, haven't fully understood. I request Minister Su to enlighten me. Minister Su of the Ministry of Personnel is a member of the royal faction and also a supporter of this crown prince. Summoning him is most appropriate. This matter doesn't hold much profound mystery. A while ago, Su Xinyan, a junior scholar of the Hanlin Academy, delivered several secret letters left by Duke Chao. Immediately, he explained the entire matter to the crown prince. Where are the secret letters? Are there any more? There must be more. Duke Chao has held great power for many years, it's impossible he only left a few letters. If I could obtain those secret letters, my influence would greatly increase, and the position of crown prince would become even more secure. Your humble servant also believes so. Unfortunately, Su Qiao is Wei Yuan's man. Just because the royal faction can't get them doesn't mean I can't. Thinking back now, that letter from Linen did have an effect. Otherwise, why would Su Qiao need to use his younger cousin to pass the secret letters to Chief Assistant Wang? Su Qiao isn't replying to avoid suspicion, especially given his sensitive identity. I need to go to Shaoyin Palace and have Linen find a way to contact Su Qiao, probe him, and perhaps get more secret letters from him. At this moment, the crown prince felt the wine was bland and his backside was like sitting on pins and needles. Patiently, he conversed with Minister Su for a while longer before sending him out of the palace. Immediately, he changed course and headed to Shaoyin Palace. Shaoyin Palace. Sigh, compared to the gloom of the past few days, His Highness has recovered considerably recently, but he still seems a bit listless. You say. If the young lady in the book wasn't from a wealthy family, would the poor scholar still like her? Yes, after all, the scholar eloped with her. Did someone tell me that the scholar deliberately eloped with the rich young lady? That way, he wouldn't have to pay a sky-high bride price and could marry a beautiful wife. A truly responsible man shouldn't be like that. What should he be like? I don't know either. I used to think. Like that. Your Highness, Su Xinyan, a junior scholar of the Hanlin Academy, requests an audience. Su Xinyan is that person's cousin. I have no prior dealings with that junior scholar, why would he request an audience? Go and fetch him into the palace. Yes. Reception hall. Su Qiao, disguised as his younger brother. Lord Su, for what reason do you seek an audience with me? Back then, she was like this too, like a noble canary, beautiful and proud. This is her usual demeanor when meeting outsiders. And later, she started chattering, revealing her simple and lively side. Clearly weak, yet like a pugnacious little hen. Like a princess shedding her heavy armor, revealing the little girl within. Linen is still linen, she hasn't changed at all. It's just that I am the favored one. This subordinate is here on behalf of my elder brother to visit your highness. Won't he come himself? Your highness speaks truly. How would my elder brother dare to see you? The moment he steps into the palace, or even the imperial city, his majesty would have his head. Even if he doesn't come to see me, why won't he even reply? How has your elder brother been lately? Linen is an emotional girl. If you tease her, she'll giggle. If you tease her, she'll lash out and scratch you. Unlike Huiqing, who is too intelligent and aloof. If you tease her, you'll only embarrass yourself. I can't help but want to bully her. My elder brother has been doing very well lately. Every day, besides cultivating, he travels around. He recently went to Zhenzhou. That's good. That's good. Did he mention the recent court struggle these past few days? Is he troubled by it? Also, did you ever ask Wei Yuan? But Su Erlang usually works in the Hanlin Academy and might not know these things. However, if Su Ningyan truly took my request to heart, he would definitely inquire extensively and consider strategies. And Su Erlang, who is an official in the court, would certainly be one of the people he would ask. Eldest brother is no longer a silver glower. He said he couldn't be bothered with court affairs. Why is your highness suddenly asking? I was just asking casually. He clearly said he would be my loyal servant for life. I know those words were meant in jest. But the importance he showed me, at that time, seemed unquestionable. To have a man you favor place you in an important position in his heart is a happy and blissful thing. But what if, all of a sudden, you discover that what that man said before, what he did, was perhaps perfunctory, a lie? He doesn't take you seriously at all anymore. I am tired. If Lord Su has nothing else. Princess. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Why is the Crown Prince here? If he banishes me then it's over. Biao Biao will hate me to death. Quickly invite Crown Prince brother in. Although I am the Crown Prince, with noble status, superior bloodline, and excellent appearance. Compared to this junior scholar, I am somewhat ordinary. His noble pride is no less than mine, and his spirit surpasses mine greatly. Lord Su is here too. Conveniently, he is Su Qiao's cousin. I will win him over to my side first. Then, Su Qiao will have no choice but to obey me. I misjudged. I thought the royal faction would be crippled this time, but unexpectedly, there was a reversal afterward. Yuan Xiong was demoted to right censor-in-chief, and vice minister of the Ministry of War, Qin Yuandao, was so furious that he took to his bed. The tendency to pontificate and comment on court affairs is a common trait of young officials. Especially for newly minted Jinshi scholars fresh out of the academy. The court struggle is unpredictable, any kind of reversal is possible. It seems he is still wary. I just want to be alone right now. But this is Shaoyin Palace. As the host, I must accompany the guest. Leaving on my own would be disrespectful to the guest. It is very rude. I heard that the reason the royal faction was able to rally ministers and pass the ordeal smoothly was entirely due to Lord Su's credit. What? Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly a trump card facilitator. It's not my credit, it's my elder brother's. Lord Su, what are you saying? What do you mean it's all your elder brother's credit? The court struggles a while ago, Su Ningyan was also involved. Linen, you might not know yet. It said that Duke Chao left behind some secret letters before he died, detailing his crimes of corruption, embezzlement, and private appropriation of tribute over the years. It clearly states which people conspired with him and who was involved. Su Qi'an obtained this evidence of his crimes from somewhere. It is precisely because of this evidence that only the Wang party can get through this crisis. What I'm telling you, brother, is all top secret. Linen, absolutely do not spread it around. Damn Su Ningyan, why would he help the Wang party? Ha, Linen, your heart is beating so fast. If I were to say, elder brother allied with Chief Minister Wang, will she break down and cry on the spot? Elder brother said that because Princess Linen sent someone to deliver a message, he would do his utmost to accomplish whatever Princess Linen wanted, even if he was no longer a silver guard with limited abilities. For me. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet outside the palace. Will Lord Su honor me with his presence? I would be rude to refuse. Aren't you leaving yet? It won't be too late to tell Linen tomorrow. I will have someone send an invitation to your mansion today. I came over on impulse as I was bored. I still have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Does Lord Su have any other business? Su Qian's voice himself. Your Highness, this humble servant misses you terribly. Lord Su, your Highness still has many things to ask you. Let's talk inside. All of you, withdraw. You damned slave, why didn't you reply to my letters? Why didn't you come to see me? Your Highness, are you missing me so much that you can't eat or sleep, and are constantly thinking of me? She is an unmarried princess, the pure and chaste Linen. You mustn't talk nonsense. It's me who misses you. I definitely can't admit something as shameful as missing a certain man. But I miss your Highness so much that I can't eat or sleep, and I wish I had wings to fly into the palace. Even if His Majesty were to draw his bow and shoot me down, as long as I could see your Highness, I would die without regret. You can't speak to me like that. Your Highness, come, I'll tell you about the interesting events in Jianzhou these past few days. Time ticked by, and soon it was time for lunch. Only when the palace maids called from the courtyard did Linen reluctantly stop. She needed companionship so badly. Your Highness, it's time for lunch. I can't keep you in Shounen Palace for lunch. Tomorrow, I'll move to Linen Mansion. You damned slave, will you come again? I will. Wait a moment. I have something for you. A long time later. You all withdraw. You've lost your official position now. I don't know if you have any other means of livelihood. It's good to prepare some gold and silver. There are many valuable items in Shounen Palace, and I don't need them. Huiqing said you might leave the capital in the future. I don't know if I'll ever see you again. Actually, I want to see his appearance again, but he's disguised as his cousin now. This is Shounen Palace, the Imperial Palace. I can't let him carelessly remove his disguise. Oh, right. This storybook is quite interesting. You can take it back and read it. Okay. After tidying up, it's time to go back. Your Highness. See you next time. The next day. The Great Sage of Love. What kind of nonsense is this book? How can elder brother be reading such idle books? The book tells the story of a minor demon who fell in love with a heavenly princess. Because it was forbidden love, a minor demon was banished to the mortal realm to toil. Later, the minor demon stormed the heavenly court, snatched the princess back to the mortal realm, and they lived a simple life together. It's a story. This is what he had the pawn Zhong Li ghostwrite for Linen back then. Now, Linen giving him the storybook, her implication is self-evident. Chief Minister's Mansion. Please follow me. Are you blaming me for beating up your beloved? What business is it of yours if I beat up my own little brother? Chief Minister. Please have a seat, Lord Su. Lord Su is a martial artist. I won't beat around the bush with you. No, this statement clearly shows contempt for martial artists. I've come to the Chief Minister's mansion today to claim compensation from Chief Minister Wang. If there's anything I can help with, Lord Su, please don't hesitate to ask. 2 matters. First, I need to go to the Ministry of Personnel's archives to check case files. Second, there's an old case I'd like to inquire about with Chief Minister Wang. What are you going to the Ministry of Personnel's archives for? Investigate someone. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Chief Minister, you don't need to worry. What kind of trouble could arise in the archives? At worst, they'd burn the scrolls, but that wouldn't benefit Su Qi'an. I'm just curious what Su Qi'an wants to do. I'm investigating a case. Investigating a case? He no longer has his official title. What case could he possibly be investigating? May I listen? Of course. Speaking of which, this matter also concerns Chief Minister. I don't remember. As expected. Do you remember the Su Heng mentioned in that letter, Chief Minister? I also have no impression of this person. Young Master Su, what case are you investigating? Is the content of this secret letter true? He did not recall any such cooperation with the Duke of Chao back then and remained skeptical of the letter's contents. The content of the letter is accurate. As for why the Prime Minister forgot about it, it's because the matter involved a sorcerer, which obscured the heavenly secret. That's why the relevant personnel lost their memories. It involved a sorcerer obscuring the heavenly secret. Could young Master Su elaborate further? Immediately, Su Qi'an recounted the old case of Su Heng. He merely said he promised a friend to investigate the truth behind her father's execution that year. I accidentally discovered a secret letter from the Duke of Chao. From the erased handwriting and past experience, I deduced that this case has deep implications, so much so that a high-ranking sorcerer had to intervene and obscure the heavenly secret. The only one in the Astronomical Bureau capable of obscuring heavenly secrets is the Bureau Chief. What is the supervisor's motive for doing so? How do I know this isn't an investigation? I will give you a handwritten note. You can use this to enter and exit the Ministry of Personnel. If you need any help in the future, feel free to ask. However, I have one condition. If young Master Su can uncover the truth, I hope you will inform me. I will also discreetly investigate this matter. A major event occurred in court back then, and the heavenly secret was obscured, leaving the involved party with no memory of it. An event that would prompt the supervisor to obscure the heavenly secret must be extremely significant. Thank you, Prime Minister Wang. Is Erlang still at the mansion? Yesterday, he told Wang Simu that he wanted to invite Su Erlang to stay for dinner. Yes, this old servant will call him over right away. Prime Minister. What are Erlang's aspirations? Noble aspirations. If your elder brother hadn't bravely intervened, I might have been forced to retire. In officialdom, the most important thing is to know when to advance and when to retreat. No matter how cunning your political maneuvering or how many allies you have, the one sitting on the dragon throne holds the power of life and death over you with a single word. The former prime minister was able to live out his retirement peacefully because he learned from the lessons of his predecessors. The former prime minister. That scoundrel who only knew how to embezzle money and flatter his majesty. B00000. 200 years ago, the struggle for the throne caused Yunlu Academy to withdraw from court. Cheng Shing erected a monument in the academy, writing about dying righteously for the country and repaying the emperor's grace. All of these convey the same message to future generations. The emperor is the emperor, and the minister is the minister. By mastering this balance, you can rise swiftly in court. What if I refuse? Ha 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 ha. If you refuse, then what kind of official do you want to be? This student understands. He was well read in history and could easily understand Prime Minister Wang's words. Throughout history, there have been countless powerful officials. But if the emperor decides to move against him, even with great power, the best outcome would be forced retirement. Your elder brother's character and conduct are admirable, but he is not suited for court. Do not emulate him. My elder brother has been seeking my advice often recently. Why should I emulate him? This student understands. Stay for dinner tonight. With the help of the clerks, they brought out the list of new jinshi from Yuanjing's 10th year. Unexpectedly, the top scholar of Yuanjing's 10th year was Prime Minister Wang Zhenwen. The third-place scholar was named Luan. If Su Qi'an, disguised as Su Xinyan, were seen entering the case archives library by Emperor Yuanjing's informants, Prime Minister Wang would also face retaliation. The second-place scholar was a blank space, with no name signed. Found him. That hypothalamic official whose name was erased was the third-place scholar of Yuanjing's 10th year, a first-class jinshi. Who is he, and why was the heavenly secret obscured? Is this person alive or dead? Since he entered officialdom, he couldn't have been the first supervisor. It must have been the current supervisor. But why would the supervisor do such a thing? What is the connection between the hypothalamic official with no name and Su Hang? Su Hang's name was not erased. This indicates he wasn't that hypothalamic official, but there's definitely a connection. Based on the clues at hand, a simple hypothesis can be made. There was a faction in court back then, and Su Hang was one of its core members. And that hypothalamic official whose name was erased was likely the leader of the faction. This faction was very powerful, attacked by all other parties, and ultimately met a tragic end. Su Hang's fate is proof of this. But what I can't understand is, if it was just ordinary factional strife, why would the supervisor erase that hypothalamic official's name? Why obscure the heavenly secret? There must be a deeper secret behind this. Ugh, I hate investigating old cases the most. No, I hate sorcerers the most. Zhong Li and Kai Wei, those two little darlings, don't count. When investigating the Sangpa case, the first supervisor was also involved, but there was no record of him in historical materials. Finally, the intelligent Huiqing, by tracing the decline of Buddhist temples 500 years ago, locked the clue onto Qinglong Temple. It made me realize that Shinshu was related to Buddhism, and to the prosperity of Buddhism in the Central Plains 500 years ago. The method used by Huiqing can also be applied to this hypothalamic official. I can investigate some celestial events from that year and search for clues. My previous desire to investigate Emperor Yuanjing was purely due to the instincts of an old detective. I don't believe that the reason for seeking the soul pill alone would be enough for Emperor Yuanjing to take such a great risk and collude with the king of Zhenbei to massacre the city. After all, a soul pill isn't some kind of kidney medicine that grants immortality in 3 doses. It's not worth massacring a city for. After the trip to Jianzhou, I am even more convinced that Emperor Yuanjing is problematic. If those who obtain Qi luck cannot achieve immortality, then what is the old emperor toiling away for? As the ruler of a nation, he couldn't possibly be unaware of this secret. Gaozu and Wuzong are examples. Now, the only place to look for clues is in the records of the hypothalamic official, and it must be the former emperor's hypothalamic records. If Emperor Yuanjing truly has a secret, he would definitely eliminate it. But he couldn't completely erase all traces. For example, the former emperor might have hidden some important clues, but they might be inconspicuous, or others couldn't find them. It must be something that someone with a certain level of intelligence would understand. If there are no clues from the former emperor, I'll have to find my aunt. My aunt has been teaching Yuanjing how to cultivate for so many years, she couldn't have missed any signs, could she? Then, there's the troublesome business of the first supervisor. I need to find out where Shuzhou is first. Duke Wei and Erlang will help me find it. Oh right, when I meet with Bio tomorrow, have her help me pass a message to Huiqing, asking her to also help investigate Shuzhou. I must rationally utilize the brilliant students to work for me. Oh, and I can't fall behind on comprehending intent, although I have no clue yet. I'll give myself a day off tomorrow. Go to the pleasure quarters and listen to music. I'm kind of missing Fuxiang. So much to do. Susu was like a beautiful mountain siren, seducing travelers on the mountain path. No, she was originally a siren. What? Hey, you lecher. Shouldn't you go to the Imperial Observatory and ask Song Qing for your physical body back too? I'm not going to get my physical body back. Master said if I get it back now, you'll definitely drag me into the room to sleep. I think what she said makes sense. So, when you finally uncover the truth about my father's case, I'll go get my physical body back. Your master is just slandering me. Really? Really? I can sleep with you right here. Who says it has to be in the room? Get lost. Ling Yin, elder brother is back. My ears can no longer hear my words. This foolish child only cares about eating. Where is Erlang? Today is a holiday. You all went out together, why hasn't he returned? Prime Minister Wang is hosting a banquet for him. He probably won't be back tonight. The Prime Minister is hosting a banquet. This mismatch in social standing, oh my. Marrying the daughter of a Prime Minister, isn't that like marrying a bodhisattva? Auntie, you are the mistress of the household. Once this daughter-in-law enters the family, it will be up to you to discipline her. Given Wang Simu's temperament and methods, if she enters the family, she'll bully Auntie to tears every day. That would be interesting. Naturally. Even if she's the Prime Minister's daughter, once she enters the Su family, she'll have to obey me obediently. Jiaofeng Bureau, Yingmei Pavilion. Cough. Cough. Madame Fuxiang has been ill for some time. For over half a month now, Yingmei Pavilion hasn't held its tea gatherings. From then on, Madame was bedridden, growing more haggard each day. Cough cough. Mother hired many famous doctors for Madame Fuxiang, but none of them could cure her. Gradually, Mother also stopped calling doctors. From initially asking about my daughter and your daughter, to later indifference, and finally they stopped visiting altogether. They even transferred away the refined maids and guards from the courtyard. There's no need for them to stay with someone who's barely clinging to life, is there? Madame was once so glorious, the top courtesan of the Jiaofeng Bureau, the foremost courtesan, Silver Guard Su's lover. She's fallen on hard times now, and no one visits her. Silver Guard Su has also lost contact and hasn't been to the Jiaofeng Bureau in a very, very long time. Humph, it must be some bitch making voodoo dolls of my madam. Because Li Miaozhen and Lina returned, Auntie had the kitchen kill a goose and prepare a rich and delicious feast. The pre-meal dessert was a bowl of chilled sweet rice wine for everyone. Since this child started practicing the body-tempering techniques of the Four-Sku tribe with Lina, her appetite has grown even bigger. Her digestive system is terrifyingly strong. So delicious. During the feast, the events in Jianzhou were inevitably discussed. Uncle Su II, using his extensive knowledge and experience, narrated the historical background of Jianzhou to the younger generation. Don't let Jianzhou's stability fool you. In reality, the imperial court's control over Jianzhou is pitifully weak. Those are just common martial artists gathered there. The current sect leader, Chao Qingyang, is someone you juniors cannot deal with. Master, that saber of Ning Yan's is a peerless divine weapon. I heard from Erlang that it's priceless. A peerless divine weapon is naturally priceless. What does a woman like you know about peerless divine weapons? Ning Yan's saber, though unparalleled in sharpness, is not a peerless divine weapon. Stop carelessly repeating words you barely understand. Lick. Lick. Erlang said so, and it can even fly. Master, ask Daolong if you don't believe me. Taiping. It really is a peerless divine weapon. I said it's priceless. From now on, it will be our Su family's heirloom. Yes, yes, an heirloom, this is truly an heirloom. Suddenly, I feel a bit envious of Su Ningyan. Although this fellow has been orphaned since childhood and always jokes about being dependent on others, saying she treated him poorly. But I've lived in the Su residence for so long, and I see it clearly. This madam has a girlish mentality, lacking the demeanor of a mother. But in truth, she's not bad to Su Ningyan. She's just a bit too strong-willed. Su Ningyan doesn't show her respect, and she gets angry. She verbally belittles him, calling him a jinx and a rascal. In fact, his food, clothing, housing, transportation, and daily necessities have always been. Don't forget your nephew's share. Uncle Su II is carefree and gets a headache whenever he hears his wife and nephew bickering, so he likes to play dumb. But I can tell that he is actually the kindest to Su Ningyan in the family. Su Erlang's personality is similar to his mother's. Their words and actions don't always align. While she despises her elder brother and father as crude martial artists, she holds deep affection for them. Su Lingyue's words. I always feel her admiration for Su Ningyan is a bit excessive. Perhaps when she gets married, she'll be much better, focusing her thoughts on her husband. As for Su Lingyin, she is also very dependent on Su Ningyan. The afternoon horse hoof cakes were licked with tears. In the end, I gritted my teeth and gave them to Big Brother. This must not be told to Su Ningyan. Li Miaozhen, oh Li Miaozhen, these are all karma. If one wishes to live as long as heaven and never fade, one must break free from the love and hate of the mortal world. One must learn to be appropriately indifferent. Indeed, deep affection leads to a short life. That bastard Su Ningyan hasn't given me the treasures he looted from Duke Chao's private residence yet. I need to set up a porridge stall to aid the poor. Master, please drink it for me, don't let it go to waste. It's a bit too sweet. Oh. Here. Big Brother, I can't drink it either. Big Brother will help you. I'll give it to Lingyin for you. I'm so envious of my disciples. Early morning, Jiaofeng Bureau Ingmei Pavilion. Cough. Cough. Madam. Madam, have some water. Mayor, I'm a little hungry. Madam, please rest. I'll go to the kitchen to get a bowl of congee. Kitchen. The pot is empty. Why hasn't anyone gotten up to cook? Ingmei Pavilion originally had 6 singers, 8 drinking companions, 7 maids for miscellaneous chores, 4 guards, and 1 doorman. Madame Fuxiang has been sick for a long time and hasn't recovered. Those attendants, singers, and drinking companions have been sent to another courtyard. Only 1 maid for miscellaneous chores remains. This maid has been shirking her duties lately, complaining everywhere, and resentful of her situation. Move to the other courtyard, the miscellaneous maid occasionally receives a few taels of silver as a tip. Staying in Yangmei Pavilion to attend to a dying person brings no benefits. Still sleeping. Wake up, I told you to wake up. What are you doing? When Madam was in her prime, she treated you all generously. Didn't she give more silver tips than other courtyards? Now that she's sick, she can't even have a bowl of hot congee. Have you no conscience? I said it was in the past. When Madam was glorious, we were happy to serve by her side, working like oxen and horses. But now she's dying, why should I still serve her? Madam is just ill, she will recover. When she gets better, see how she deals with you. Cut the crap. Everyone in the Jiaofeng Bureau knows she's dying. If there was any hope, Mother wouldn't have transferred everyone away. CDN. Sister Mayor, you've been tending to Madam day and night. Isn't it all for Madam's savings? Don't get defensive. What kind of sisterhood exists in the Jiaofeng Bureau? Aren't we all just putting on an act every day? Because everyone knows men only want our bodies. Believing there's genuine affection with those clients is foolishness. Madame Fuxiang is precisely that kind of fool. Silver Guard Su used to spend whole nights in the pavilion without paying a single copper. For him, Madame stopped receiving guests and even paid money out of her own pocket to the Jiaofeng Bureau. A few words from others and she really believed she and Silver Guard Su were true loves. Isn't that laughable? Now she's sick and dying, has he come to see her? Bitch, I'll rip your mouth off. Stop. Go back. Madam. Vital energy is weak, internal organs are failing, medicine is useless. Prepare for the funeral. The news, the capital's foremost courtesan, Madame Fuxiang, has little time left, instantly spread throughout the Jiaofeng Bureau. Some secretly rejoiced, while others sighed in pity. After lunch, Qingqi Courtyard. Think of how glorious she once was. Silver Guard Su's poem Ode to Plum Blossoms made her the foremost courtesan in the capital. The gentlemen outside spent fortunes to catch a glimpse of her. Talented romantics traveled thousands of miles to the capital. In less than half a year, the fiery splendor has turned to embers. A beauty's short life is truly exemplified by Fuxiang, it is most regrettable. I used to be jealous of her exclusive favor from Silver Guard Su. Now, seeing her situation, I can barely eat. Speaking of which, hasn't Silver Guard Su sought her out in a long time? I remember that after Silver Guard Su went to Chuzhou in March, he never returned to the Jiaofeng Bureau, nor did he visit Yangmei Pavilion. If you calculate carefully, the period when Silver Guard Su returned to the capital from Chuzhou coincided with Madame Fuxiang's illness. Madame Fuxiang is bedridden and hasn't recovered for a long time, so naturally, Silver Guard Su won't come. When men come to us, it's for pleasure. They certainly wouldn't come to serve by a sickbed, would they? Silver Guard Su is just an ordinary man. Sister Fuxiang is deeply devoted to Silver Guard Su. Send someone to the Su residence to notify them. The Su residence is not far from the Jiaofeng Bureau, so they can go and return quickly. Yes. Let's go and visit Sister Fuxiang. You and I have been master and servant for a time. After I'm gone, take the silver notes in the cabinet to buy your freedom. Then find a good family to marry into. The brothel is no place for a woman to stay forever. Remember to give what I've left behind to Su Yin Luo. Don't forget. Sister Fuxiang, the sisters have come to see you. Please, sit down quickly. No need to greet us. We already know about your condition, sister. For me, it's just the end of a journey in my life. I wanted to leave here, a long, long time ago. Please forgive me for acting without consulting you, sister. I've sent someone to notify Su Yin Luo. Why did you call him here? I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him at this moment. That ungrateful man hasn't visited once since he went to Chuzhou. He must have heard that Madame is gravely ill and is now disgusted with my lady. When he was still in Yinluo, he often brought colleagues to the brothel for drinks. Didn't you always entertain them diligently, madam? Cough. Is there anything else you wish to settle, sister? For women in the brothel, the greatest wish is to escape their lowly status. To leave this place of pleasure and hold one's head high. The Shadow Plum Pavilion must have been this lively in a long time. Fu Xiang is in great spirits. But as time passed, she gradually became distracted, frequently looking towards the door, as if waiting for something. All the courtesans know who she is waiting for. I think of you day and night, but you do not come. That man will not come in the end. The robe didn't fit, so I had the maids at the manor alter it. Last October, a young man in a pale moon-colored scholar's robe came to the Shadow Plum Pavilion and broke into her life. If only life were like the first meeting. After coming to the brothel, I went to do something. A deed of sale worth 8,000 taels. 8,000 taels, that's enough to buy a luxurious mansion in a prime location within the inner city. The brothel is known as a money pit, but cases of spending a full 8,000 taels to redeem a famous courtesan are truly rare. Officials wouldn't dare, and wealthy merchants would balk at the cost. But Su Yinluo accomplished it. With a casual gesture, he set down a sum of 8,000 taels of silver. What touched the courtesans the most was that Fu Xiang was critically ill and had little time left. So, these 8,000 taels of silver only bought the wish of a woman of the world. In this world, what man could do this for women like them? Su Yinluo is different from other men. Husband Su, cough. I already owed you. You didn't have to come. I don't look good right now. I have one more wish. I want to dance for husband Su one last time. I beg my sisters to accompany me. 6 years ago, a peerlessly beautiful maiden came to the brothel. She fell into disgrace as the daughter of a condemned official, but with a special purpose. She practiced her zither skills diligently and studied literature, becoming the top courtesan of the brothel, her fame spreading far and wide. 6 years have flown by. She should end this chapter of her life. But a young man broke into her world, like a ray of light cleaving through the dark sky. At the end of this journey, that young man was not absent, he brought her life to a perfect conclusion. Husband Su, I am leaving now. From now on. All I hope for is to leave a trace in your heart. What I fear is being insignificant and forgotten in an instant. I won't come to the brothel anymore. It began with you, and it ends with you. For Su Qian, this is also the end of a certain journey in his life. Madam. Fu Xiang, the courtesan, has passed away. This once famous courtesan has finally washed away her worldly adornments and bid farewell to her life at the brothel. But her end was not bleak. Su Qian appeared at the brothel today and spent 8,000 taels of silver to buy her freedom. Helping her shed her lowly status, the news instantly spread throughout the entire brothel. Spending 8,000 taels to redeem a dying courtesan, even a storybook wouldn't write such a plot. Compared to Su Qian's extravagant spending, solely to fulfill a beauty's wish. The descriptions of scholars in storybooks, who can't even fathom a single heart, are both pale and powerless. For a time, all the women in the brothel were discussing Su Qian, discussing this legendary deformed silver guard, the former silver guard. The brothel has always been a hub for rumors. In just 2 days, almost all the guests eligible to spend money at the brothel knew about this matter. In this era, the love story between a poor scholar and a rich young lady. The love story between a scholar and a famous courtesan is a classic, enduring theme. Everyone who heard of it couldn't help but praise Su Qian for his loyalty and righteousness, and spread the word with great relish. From 1 to 10, then to 100, in the marketplaces, among merchants, and in official circles. Everyone treated this matter as fodder for conversation. Prince's Mansion. 8,000 taels of silver. If I were in charge, I could double it in less than a year. Big brother, do you think Su Qian is foolish? If it were to win the heart of a beauty, that's one thing. But he's hopelessly infatuated. These 8,000 taels are as good as wasted. The Wang family has strict tutoring and advocates for eating and sleeping in silence. What did you just say? Nothing. Just say it. Is it related to Su Qian? Fu Xiang, the top courtesan of Jiafengxi, is critically ill and beyond saving. That Su Qian spent 8,000 taels to buy her freedom just to fulfill her dying wish. How ridiculous. Father, what do you think? Father never gossips behind people's backs, but his thoughts are definitely the same as his. If you can spend 8,000 taels to redeem a dying woman, I'll respect you as a good man. Houchi Tower. I didn't expect it, he's actually quite a devoted lover. Devoted, perhaps. But passionate, that's for sure. I previously docked his pay for 3 months. Where do you think he got so much silver? Why did you dock his pay? In this life, one only seeks peace of mind. Hanlin Academy. Although Su Qian has resigned from office, the outside world still habitually refers to him as Sir Su. Sir Su is truly a man of integrity and loyalty, spending 8,000 taels to buy Fu Xiang's freedom. Fu Xiang was already critically ill and beyond saving, but Sir Su still willingly paid the silver, all so she could escape her lowly status before she died. What 8,000 taels? Redeem freedom? Why is it that when my big brother does something earth-shattering, I, his younger brother, don't know about it? Because his relationship with Wang Simu has been heating up rapidly, they go on dates whenever they have free time. Su Erlang hasn't been to Jiafengxi for a long time, so he's behind on the news and doesn't know about the 8,000 taels to buy her freedom. It's a good thing Su Erlang is still in a daze, otherwise these Shu Jisher would be criticized to death. Questioning life. But I heard many people are laughing at him. How could someone on the verge of death be worth 8,000 taels? Sir Su acted impulsively and will likely regret it now. I also heard that Sir Su is doing this to gain prestige. This grand academician of the Hanlin Academy, Ma Xiuwen, is known for being stern and serious. He doesn't form cliques or scheme. When it comes to political maneuvering, he's truly mastered it. He's managed to secure a stable position in the fiercely factional court. Ma Xiuwen. But he's also been stuck in the position of Grand Academician of the Heavenly Studies in the Hanlin Academy for decades without moving. The officials and Shu Jisher of the Hanlin Academy's deepest impression of him is that he is indifferent, calm, and serene. Just like the plaque hanging in his study, I only seek peace of mind. Scholars don't just read books, they read the principles within them. However, principles aren't only found in books. Within books and outside of books. I heard you discussing Sir Su spending 8,000 taels to redeem the top courtesan from Jiafengxi. You've been discussing it for a long time, but have you come to any conclusions? Full of love and loyalty. Treats money like dirt. Cijo, what do you think? I only seek peace of mind. I wasn't impulsive. I only seek peace of mind. Seek only peace of mind. Remember this, no matter how high you may reach in the future, I hope you will always remember, seek only peace of mind. Su residence. Mother, where is my big brother? Whispered, I'm here. Don't bring up Fu Xiang's matter at home. What's wrong with bringing up Fuxiang? Fuxiang isn't the point, the 8,000 tales are. Today, you've been like Xiang Lin Sa, muttering about 8,000 tales all day. 8,000 tales. Who is Xiang Lin Sa? I just wanted to tell Big Brother. What? Life and death are determined by fate. There's no need to be overly sad. If you can't comfort people, don't. It sounds like you're being sarcastic. He had already buried Fuxiang's remains. He specifically brought Zhongli back. Then, taking Chu Kaiwei, he found a well-situated cemetery outside the capital and buried her there. By chance, he heard Chu Kaiwei mention something. Ever since returning from Jianzhou, Yang Qianhuan had developed a fondness for telling stories. He would tell everyone he met about his exploits in Jianzhou. The junior disciples of the Imperial Observatory would cheer loudly in unison, praising senior brother Yang as unparalleled in the world. Yang Qianhuan was very happy. But as the news of Su Qian spending 8,000 taels to redeem Fuxiang spread to the Imperial Observatory, Yang Qianhuan stopped telling stories. For the past few days, people in Jiafengxi have occasionally seen a white figure appear. No, if you remember too much, you'll filter out some details you deem unimportant. I noticed this habit of yours when I read Yuanjing's daily records last time. What's the problem with that? Whether it's important or not is for me to decide, not you. Come here quickly. Big Brother will grind ink for you himself. He's been reading many of the late Emperor's daily records these past few days, all stored in his memory. If he were to write it a few days later, he would indeed omit some dialogues he considers meaningless. Otherwise, the workload would be too great. But if he writes it now, he can restore the recorded content verbatim. After a long while. Done. Read it to me. I can't understand cursive. 86, a long time later. If that's the case, why do you want me to write it out? Because I'm in a bad mood today. Stop talking nonsense. Just read when I tell you to. An elder brother is like a father. Do my words mean nothing? Su Xinyan muttered a few times, then grabbed the Qian paper and began to read. Wait. What's going on with this dialogue? Where's the continuation? Is there no continuation? 94. In Su Erlang's view, this dialogue was unremarkable. Merely. There's no continuation in the daily records, it must have been modified back then. Is there a problem with this dialogue? In Su Erlang's opinion, this conversation was utterly unremarkable. It was merely. It's a conversation between the late emperor and the previous generation's leader of the human sect about cultivating immortality. Chatting with a Taoist master about longevity is as common as chatting with a great scholar about classics. Since ancient times, those who receive the mandate of heaven have not long endured. Can the Taoist methods of longevity overcome this great limit? Since ancient times, those who receive the mandate of heaven have not long endured. Can the Taoist methods of longevity overcome this great limit? Longevity is possible, enduring existence is not. The longevity mentioned by the former leader of the human sect likely refers to extending one's lifespan. The latter part, enduring existence, is what Emperor Yuanjing desperately sought as immortality. One energy transforming into three beings. Are they one person, or three people? What does this sentence mean? Was the late emperor asking casually, or was there a deeper meaning? Keep reading. Second brother, you need to speed things up. Within 3 days, you must record all the contents of the late emperor's daily records for me. Remember to be discreet and don't let the Hanlin Academy discover what you're doing. We'll investigate in secret, and we absolutely cannot let it leak, otherwise, it will bring great disaster. Based on my instincts as an old detective, I believe Emperor Yuanjing's obsession with cultivation might be related to the previous emperor. The core of this case is actually quite simple. Since the emperor couldn't achieve immortality, why would Emperor Yuanjing pursue it so fervently? Once this doubt is resolved, everything will become clear. Emperor Yuanjing isn't a fool. Even supergrade saints, and his own ancestors like the first-grade martial ancestor and martial sect, couldn't achieve immortality. If he didn't have some certainty, or saw some hope, Emperor Yuanjing wouldn't be so obsessed with cultivation. By the way, recently I heard something in court. There's a war in the north. Do you know about it, eldest brother? War in the north. On that day, I tore up the Jinbei king's proclamation. While Ji Lizigu was severely wounded and monk Shinshu was in his berserk state, I specifically pursued him out of Chuzhou city and slew this third-grade barbarian by the roadside. The goal was to severely weaken the northern barbarians, leaving them leaderless. If that's the case, just the various barbarian tribes vying for leadership will be chaotic enough for a while. They will no longer be able to harass the northern border. And the northern barbarians and demons are of the same root. The northern demons wouldn't seize this opportunity to encroach on the barbarians, doing so would only exacerbate internal conflict. The Witch God Cult. The witch god cult seized the opportunity to attack the northern barbarian territories, trying to occupy the demon lands. Territories. This is unfavorable news for our great Feng. What's the situation? I don't know the specifics, but I heard the barbarians are retreating steadily. I heard that the general leading the witch god cult's army is the king of Jing, Xiahou Yushu. Who is this? Wait. He was mentioned in the chronicles of the Shanhai Pass campaign. Xiahou Yushu, the king of Jing. In the Battle of Shanhai Pass 20 years ago, he led the Jing army, rushing for 3 days and nights. On the eve of the decisive battle, he cut off Great Feng supply lines and caught Wei Yuan completely off guard. It was also the closest the Allied forces came to victory, nearly rewriting history. Great Feng holds a very high opinion of this king of Jing, considering him a brilliant strategist second only to Wei Yuan, especially in terms of coordination and overall perspective. In terms of commanding troops alone, Xiahou Yushu is even more formidable than the Jinbei king. The northeast is vast and sparsely populated. It's divided into 3 kingdoms, Jing, Kang, and Yan. All 3 countries worship the witch god. The witch god cult is the state religion of the 3 northeastern kingdoms. There, divine authority reigns supreme, with imperial power secondary, mirroring the hierarchical structure of the western regions. The 3 northeastern kingdoms cultivate only 2 systems, the shamanic system and the martial system. Duke Wei once said that he would attack the witch god cult after the autumn harvest. Now, the witch god cult is invading the northern barbarian territories, and Great Feng is likely to send troops. How could this be such a coincidence? I don't believe Duke Wei could be so prescient. If he wanted to attack the witch god cult, he must have had other motives. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that a storm is coming. Master, I've returned. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You've done well. When I sent you to the capital back then, it was for the seal beneath Sangbo. When I saw your letter saying you had fallen in love with a man, I didn't urge you to return. I tolerated your worldly entanglements for another 6 months. Are there any lingering attachments in the capital now? Tich Tich, the courtesan Fuxiang is famous all over the world. How glorious! Have you forgotten your own name? Yi Ji. Yi Ji wouldn't dare. Fuxiang was the daughter of a criminal and died of illness 6 years ago. Yi Ji merely occupied her nest and acted through her body. Yi Ji will forever be loyal to Master. If one day I let you kill, where is Su Qi'an? Then Yi Ji cannot serve Master any longer. Please grant me death. Heh, mischievous. You know I would never kill you. Haven't you always wanted to know how I would deal with Su Qi'an? When I scattered your 9 sisters across the 9 provinces that day, I said. If you can both fall in love with the same man, he will be my future husband, the king of the 10,000 monster kingdom. Besides you, there's another girl who has fallen for him. Yes, who is it? Rest here for a while. I will reshape your body. Next, you have a new mission. Early morning, Baifeng Mountain, western suburbs. Qinglong Temple. Amitba. Esteemed sirs, what brings you to our temple? Abbot Panshu, do you recognize this person? Amitba, this is Heng Yuan, my disciple. Is this person at the temple? This person left the temple over 2 years ago. That year, my other disciple, Heng Hui, went missing. Heng Yuan left the mountain to search for him then and has not returned to the temple since. Any disciple in the temple can testify to this matter. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Abbot, please gather the disciples. After questioning the disciples of the temple and receiving a unified answer, Tianji and Tianshu left the temple. More than 2 years ago, Heng Hui of Qinglong Temple eloped with Princess Pingyang and was assassinated by the Liang faction. Later, Su Qi'an investigated the Sangbo case and uncovered this old affair. The monks at the temple said Heng Yuan was unpopular among the disciples. He hasn't returned since leaving the mountain. It's highly likely he has already left the capital. The monks at the temple said this person meddles in others' affairs. If he's been in the capital for 2 years, he must have left some trace. Not many would recognize him. Send someone to scout the outer city. Remember not to alert the enemy. Breakfast time. You only know how to fiddle with your saber all day. You might as well sleep with it. Alright. Alright, Taiping, spend more time with your second uncle. Neither uncle nor nephew are good people. By the way, second brother. How are you and that Miss Wang doing? Why bring that up? You've already visited the Wang family, so should we invite their daughter to visit our home too? Though my Su family isn't a scholarly household, we still uphold etiquette. You should invite her to our manor as a guest. Auntie, if you say that, then I'll have to buy seeds in advance. This is not proper etiquette. If I invite her to the manor, it would be without proper standing or justification. If you invite Miss Wang to our manor in my name, it would be proper etiquette. Fine. Then let's set a date. Don't drag it out too long, preferably within the next few days. Why is eldest brother being so enthusiastic? I'm not being enthusiastic, I'm just eager to see you get put in your place by your future daughter-in-law. Will Wang Simu dominate her future mother-in-law, or will the sister-in-law charge out on horseback, battle her sister-in-law, and save her mother from peril? Isn't this more interesting than the opera at the pleasure quarters? As the eldest brother, I naturally need to concern myself with second brother's marriage. Only after second brother's marriage is settled can Lingyue's marriage be put on the agenda. Indeed. After breakfast. Although I've never seen Zhong Li's full face. But the occasional glimpse of her eyes or lips suggests she is a beauty with refined features. Go on, I need to write my memo. Practicing, intent, this morning. Integrate all kinds of ultimate skills into one sword strike as soon as possible. Heavenly blade / plus heart sword plus lion's roar plus peace blade. I have a hunch that when I master, intent, I will dominate the 4th rank realm. I'm going on a date with Linen this afternoon. Linen's waist is so soft. I can't stay home tomorrow. I have to sleep at the widow's place. I'll also have to take her out shopping and for some fun. The day after tomorrow, in the morning, I'll go to Huiqing Prefecture to see my aloof goddess. It wouldn't be good to neglect her. I haven't chatted with her in a long time. It's a desirable thing to have a deep conversation with a knowledgeable beauty. This afternoon, I promised Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guanxiao to go to the pleasure quarters to listen to music. Jiaofeng Division, throat, I'm not going to Jiaofeng Division anymore. The day after that, I promised Li Miaozhen to buy grain and distribute porridge. I told this foolish female knight, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. But the foolish female knight said, what kind of fishing can you teach? I was speechless. In the afternoon, I'll take Lena, Kai Wei, and Little Bean to a restaurant to eat and eat. Then, I have to go to the widow's place to sleep again. Where is my important business? Where is the case I need to investigate? Fifth senior sister is still the best. Quietly staying in the fish pond. Neither causing trouble nor delaying important matters. Darling, someone is looking for you. Who? It's a girl, calling herself Mayor. Mayor, Fu Xiang's personal maid. Lead her to the outer hall. I'll be there shortly. Don't peek. Mayor. Young Master Su. Did you run into some trouble? Different from before. Mayor is dressed quite plainly, with a bare face. It's far less glamorous than her appearance when she was in the Shadow Plum Pavilion. I suspect Mayor might have been bullied at the Jiaofeng Division. Young Master Su, I'm no longer at the Jiaofeng Division. Before Madame Fu Xiang left, she left me some of her savings and told me to use them to buy my freedom. I plan to return to my hometown to serve my parents. Then, I'll find an honest person to marry. Damn it, what sin has an honest person committed? So, are you here to say goodbye? It's good that you can go straight. Fu Xiang is thoughtful. I hope she is well now. Before Madame Fu Xiang left, she asked me to deliver a few items to you. Young Master Su. Then, this servant will take her leave. Wait. Where do you live? My family is from Jiaoshi County. Jiaoshi County is in the northeastern part of the capital's territory. If you set out from the north and hire a carriage, you can reach it in 2 days. Mayor is not the descendant of a criminal official. She was sold into the Jiaofeng Division by her family. Maidservants like her, sold into the capital's Jiaofeng Division, usually come from poor families in or around the capital. It's impossible for someone to travel 1,000 miles to sell their daughter in the capital. With that travel expense, they wouldn't need to sell their daughter. As for her parents, selling her to the Jiaofeng Division back then was entirely out of desperation. That year, there was a great disaster. The whole family could barely afford to drink porridge. They sold her to give her a way to survive. Even if Fu Xiang left her money, a place like Jiaofeng Division, which devours without spitting out bones, must have extorted her during the redemption process. If she brought back too little money as a weak woman, her family might not treat her very well. Mayor. Young Master Su, I can't accept this. You and Fu Xiang were master and servant. It's only right that I lend a small helping hand. During Madame Fu Xiang's illness, I hated you in my heart. I hated you for being heartless and unrighteous. This servant was wrong. You are a truly loyal and righteous man. Madame Fu Xiang had a thin fate and was not blessed. Actually, I knew Fu Xiang was seriously ill long ago, but I hadn't figured out how to face her. As for Fu Xiang's identity, ever since Zhong Li pointed out her fragmented soul, as an old detective, I immediately connected many previous doubts. For example, why would the demon race know he is entangled with fate? For example, why would the demon race secretly hide Shen Shu's severed hand in his home? Normally, a person with a fragmented soul wouldn't be fine and dandy. Either they are mentally retarded, or they are in a vegetative state. Letters. One letter was written in Qingzhou when I was traveling to Yunzhou. One was written in Huangyu County, Jiangzhou, when I was investigating a case in Chuzhou. So, from beginning to end, this is all I gave you. When I used to browse forums, I heard someone say that true, profound sorrow isn't an explosive bout of crying. It's the half box of milk in the refrigerator, the green plant swaying in the wind on the windowsill, the fleece blanket folded on the bed. And the quiet humming of the washing machine in the afternoon. Throat. These are some of Fu Xiang's casual writings, with elegant handwriting, recording some strange and peculiar little stories. The book says there is a towering cliff where an old eagle lives. The eagle has 6 children. One day, the eagle's children were bullied and returned to the eagle to cry. The eagle ignored them and just stood silently on the cliff, gazing at the ground. So, the eagle's children flew away. They never returned. Below the cliff is a dangerous jungle. There is a tiger in the jungle. The tiger fell ill and could no longer hunt. So it sent its subordinate fox to lure small animals into the cave to satisfy the tiger's appetite. The fox thought the tiger couldn't live without it, so it gradually became arrogant. It colluded with the wolves to eat the noble little white rabbit. The tiger found out. It chose to turn a blind eye and harbored the fox. The wise monkey king in the forest discovered something was wrong and sent his monkeys to investigate the fox. To prevent the fox from luring small animals from being exposed, the tiger told the python, "Go find the big black bear and tell him that his cub was eaten by the fox." The big black bear became furious upon hearing this. He broke into the fox's house and killed the fox. What do you mean? It has a strong sense of déjà vu, but for a moment, I can't recall. After lunch. To avoid attracting attention, Qi'an now disguises himself as his younger brother. Then he takes Linen's carriage to go on a date with her. Holy crap. Secretly dating my sister, only to be caught halfway by my elder sister. Why aren't you talking? Cough, cough, cough. Let's go. Imitating Linen's voice. After reaching the 5th rank, Qi'an can perfectly control his body, including his voice. It's not difficult to temporarily produce a sharp, feminine voice. As for whether it's convincing, with the cough as a setup, it's understandable that Linen's voice would change slightly due to discomfort. I hope Huai-Qin didn't notice. The entire afternoon, Qi'an was fooling around with Linen, talking to her, playing chess, and drinking tea. Occasional physical contact made them more harmonious and natural. At the beginning of Shenshi, he took her carriage and left Linen Prefecture again. Stop the carriage. Holy crap. Huai-Qin. Cough, 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 go. Princess Huai-Qin. Young Master Su has great skill. Sneaking into the imperial city to have a secret meeting with a princess. Are you afraid your imperial father won't have a handle to chop off your dog head? I've always been careful. Little brother's disguise package. He and Linen agreed that if anything went wrong, they would say she was looking for a shujishi to explain Confucian classics, that she was studying. As for whether there was any private tutoring avi during the process, since all the palace maids were dismissed, no one knew. When you met Linen, did you dismiss the palace maids and guards? Naturally. Every time. Yes. Linen is not like me. Among the guards and palace maids in her mansion, who belongs to Consort Chen? She herself might not even know. There's nothing wrong with royal family members seeking shujishi to explain classics, but dismissing servants every time. I dare to conclude that Consort Chen already knows about this, but she is still observing. In the Fu Fei case, you completely offended Consort Chen, letting her find an excuse to report to your imperial father. Do you want to die, or do you want to push Su Cijio out to take the blame? I just said today that I wanted to reduce the frequency of our dates. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. From now on, you are not allowed to see Linen again. I told you, she is not like me. You don't even know how many spies are around you. Meeting her in private is too risky. If anything happens in the future, I can convey it for you. Well, if you must meet, come to Huiqing Prefecture. I will help you arrange to meet Linen. If it's like this, everything will be under your nose. How can I hold Biao Biao's little hand? Are there no spies from outsiders around your Highness's mansion? Your Highness is indeed exceptionally intelligent and skillful, 1,000 times better than Princess Linen. In 3 days, the Imperial Academy will hold a literary gathering at Lu Lake in the Imperial City. It's related to the war in the north and the historical grievances between Dafeng and the witch god cult. If you accompany me, you will do so as Sutsijo. All right. In another 2 weeks, summer will be over. The court may go to war. Whenever there is a war, it is customary for local gentry to donate silver and grain. Ha! What opinion can I have? I'm not a local gentry. What are your thoughts, young Master Su? Young Master Su is immensely wealthy. Why not donate some too? Donate, how much? How about 8,000 taels? Donating is impossible. I'll never donate in this lifetime. How was this afternoon? Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt. I was almost killed. What happened? I was cultivating peacefully in my room. I don't know what's going on with your broken saber. Suddenly went berserk and lunged at me with a sword. It was only a centimeter away from beheading me. That's good, that's good. It's not over yet. Your broken saber kept chasing me. If Daoist Li hadn't come to save me, I would be dead. That's good, that's good. It's not over yet. During Daoist Li's process of subduing it, he accidentally used the wrong spell, scattering my soul. She spent the entire afternoon recalling me. That's good, that's good. It's not over yet. After my soul was recalled, I found that your child had stuffed a glutinous rice cake into me, and I almost suffocated to death. It's not over. It's over. What can I do to save you, my 5th senior sister? Why are you bullying her? I don't know why, but I suddenly found her annoying. I suddenly don't know whether to blame Taiping or blame you. Senior sister Zhong, you can sleep in my bed tonight. I'll sleep on the couch. My little couch is the most comfortable. The hall of nourishment is being monitored. Someone wants to deal with this poor monk. Someone is targeting Master Heng Yuan. He shouldn't have offended anyone, right? No, doesn't Heng Yuan only offend Emperor Yuanjing? Whether it was blocking the imperial army when slaying 2 dukes or guarding the lotus seed in Jianzhou, it was all against Emperor Yuanjing. Are you at the hall of nourishment? Is it dangerous? I'll come immediately. This poor monk is not at the hall of nourishment. Today, someone was inquiring about me in the southern city. The common people I helped before secretly informed me. I left the hall of nourishment and hid in a nearby civilian house. After dusk, people were ambushing near the hall of nourishment. Don't pay attention to them. Find another place to hide. This poor monk is worried they will harm the children and the elderly at the hall of nourishment. Do you know who the other party is? I don't know. 91, number 4, His Majesty wants to deal with you. It's just that he lacks a reason. Perhaps for Luo Yushuan's sake, he hasn't bothered you directly. This is not hard to guess. It must be someone from His Majesty's faction. Compared to Chu Yuanjin, a registered disciple of the human sect, Li Miaozhen, the saintess of the heavenly sect, and Su Qinian, who appears to be Wei Yuan's loyal dog but is actually his son. And Su Qinian, who appears to be a crude martial artist but is actually the closed-door disciple of Dean Zhaoshou. Number 6, Heng Yuan, is clearly an ant that can be easily crushed. It's not strange that Emperor Yuanjing sent people to deal with him. Number 3 is right. This poor monk thinks so too. I am kind to others and have offended no one except the emperor. Master Heng Yuan, after dawn, you will leave the capital immediately. I will keep an eye on the hall of nourishment for you. Their target is you. If you are not at the hall of nourishment, the children and the elderly will be fine. Number 4, His Majesty only needs an excuse to deal with you. He might not have made things difficult for you out of consideration for Luo Yuheng. If you behave yourself, he will turn a blind eye. If you interfere in this matter, you might incur his retaliation. The saintess of the heavenly sect is also like this. I do not advise you to intervene. That damned Emperor Yuanjing. Once I reach the first rank, I'll go to the capital and assassinate him. Miaozhen, what you just said is like, I'll start dieting tomorrow, that I used to say every day in my past life. Forever just saying. Li Miaozhen, with her 4th rank combat strength, can't even break into the imperial palace. By the time she reaches the 1st rank, she will have long since severed all worldly love and hate, and will no longer think of killing the emperor. I'll have people from the Imperial Physicians Bureau keep an eye out, but only to assist in watching. Limited to helping watch, meaning no matter what happens, they won't intervene. Since he's connected to the court, he can't openly oppose Emperor Yuanjing. If Emperor Yuanjing catches him slipping on this matter, he could be in big trouble. How did senior brother Yang get through it back then? Did that painful past experience shape his current habit of showing off? If that's the case, will senior sister Zhong be like this in the future? Only those who endure the bitterest hardships can rise above others. Senior sister Zhong should continue to endure. Master Heng Yuan will have some trouble soon. He's not weak in cultivation, but he hasn't reached the 4th rank yet and is getting involved in such high-level disputes. Speaking of which, within the Tiandihui, besides number 1 whose identity is unknown, Heng Yuan, number 6, is the most unremarkable. Daoist Jinlian wouldn't have brought him into the Tiandihui for no reason. I just don't know what Master Heng Yuan's special skills are. Puff. Special. I haven't sensed anything special, but he's definitely pitiful. His junior brother, whom he raised from a child, was harmed, and he doesn't fit in at Qinglong Temple. With the blue book Fuxiang left me, I finally know what the latter part of the story is about. The Sangbo case. The Sangbo case involved demonic involvement in its planning. From Fuxiang's perspective, more could be seen, details and inside information that I couldn't see. And the Sangbo case was precisely one of the cases Fuxiang was heavily involved in. Tigers are beasts of the mountains, the kings of the jungle. That sick tiger is a metaphor for Emperor Yuanjing. The fox that lures small animals refers to Marquis Pingyuan, who controlled the human trafficking organization. Marquis Pingyuan's ambition grew, so he colluded with the Liang faction, murdered Princess Pingyang, and dealt a heavy blow to Prince Yu, forcing Prince Yu out of the competition for the position of Minister of War. Therefore, the noble little white rabbit refers to Princess Pingyang. The tiger chose to turn a blind eye and shield the fox. The wise monkey king refers to Wei Yuan. That's right, it's definitely Duke Wei. After Marquis Pingyuan died, Duke Wei immediately sent the Night Watch to apprehend the minor leaders of the human trafficking organization. Their swift action was unexpected. At the time, I was marveling at Duke Wei's superior methods and the Night Watch's outstanding abilities. Looking back now, Duke Wei had actually been investigating Marquis Pingyuan and the human trafficking organization long before. The terrifying details. The tiger, to prevent the matter from being exposed, decided to silence witnesses and told the black bear, the fox ate the black bear's cub. Heng Hui isn't the black bear because Heng Hui was also a victim of Marquis Pingyuan. He knows who his enemy is and doesn't need the python to tell him. Moreover, the black bear killed the fox, not the fox's entire family. So, who killed the fox? Marquis Pingyuan. It was Heng Yuan. The black bear is Heng Yuan. The black bear's cub is Heng Hui. Heng Yuan, in order to investigate Heng Hui's disappearance, broke into Marquis Pingyuan's mansion and killed him. Hiss, I didn't expect the Sangbo case to have another layer of truth, no, another layer of truth to the murder of Princess Pingyang. The case of Princess Pingyang was a bargaining chip for the cooperation between the demonic race and the former Minister of Rights. And Fu Xiang's identity. That's why she could see inside information others couldn't. Fu Xiang, using a story as a medium, is telling me two pieces of information. First, Marquis Pingyuan's manipulation of the human trafficking organization was in service to Emperor Yuan Jing. Second, Emperor Yuan Jing is sick and needs to eat constantly. Besides the late emperor's daily records, I have another clue to investigate Emperor Yuan Jing. But Marquis Pingyuan is dead and his whole family was killed. How can I break through this lead? Heng Yuan. Master Heng Yuan, I have something to ask you. No response. Why are you making noise so late at night? Li Miaozhen's attitude is a bit off. After all, her relationship with number 3 Su Cijio isn't at the point of joking and criticizing freely. Moreover, she's staying at his place. However, this person is too much of a rogue and too willful. He lacks polish in his social interactions. Ianga. Master Heng Yuan isn't responding. Heng Yuan is in trouble. He's involved in a major case, and Emperor Yuan Jing sent people to arrest him, not just for revenge. It's highly likely they're silencing him. Number 3, what's going on with Heng Yuan? Did you find something? It's hard to explain in a few words. The priority now is to go to the Imperial Physicians Bureau in the outer city to check the situation. All right. I'm going out. Senior Sister Zhong, come with me. South City. How is it? Temporarily safe. No hostile intent detected within the city. Either the ambushers nearby are controlling themselves very well, or they haven't looked up. Or they've already left. They might be hiding themselves, and perhaps have already laid a trap, just waiting for us to arrive. That possibility can't be ruled out. Emperor Yuan Jing knows we're allies with Heng Yuan, so we must guard against a pincer movement strategy. A pincer movement? Well described, worthy of you. Then you'll lead the charge. Your Vajra indestructible body is difficult for even the intent of a 4th-rank expert to break. You provide aerial support for me. That. No ambush below, no martial artists. I almost forgot Zhong Li is a sorcerer, skilled in Qi observation techniques. Alas, it's all her fault for always showing her weakness, which left such a deep impression on me. Someone is dead. Investigator Su. Old Li, what happened? Why is Investigator Su here? What happened? In the afternoon, neighbors came to tell us that someone was looking for Master Heng Yuan outside, carrying his portrait. I asked Master Heng Yuan to go into hiding. At dusk, a group of mysterious people broke into the Imperial Physicians Bureau. They didn't catch Master Heng Yuan, but they asked me some questions about him before leaving. Who knew, when night fell, they returned. They forcibly brought the elders and children of the Imperial Physicians Bureau to the entrance. Threatening that if Master Heng Yuan didn't return, they would kill one person every quarter of an hour. Old Zhang was unlucky and had his throat slit by those people. He died in agony, writhing on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Later, Master Heng Yuan returned. They took the hostages and left, and I don't know where they went. Whether Master Heng Yuan is alive or dead now, this old man doesn't know. They were wearing black robes and masks, so their faces couldn't be seen. Did you get a clear look at those people? Prince Huai's secret agents. Undoubtedly, if Heng Yuan hadn't shown up, everyone in the Yongshou Hall would have been killed. We all underestimated the ruthlessness of the Prince of Huai's spies. A bunch of cold-blooded beasts. No matter what, human lives shouldn't be treated like weeds, killed on a whim. And he's a lonely old man at that. I'm going to kill them all. My master once said that those who don't respect life, their own lives need not be respected. Is everyone else okay? That child in the backyard. They were all a bit shaken, but it's nothing. A good night's sleep will fix it. There will definitely be sadness and grief later, it's just that no one ever cared about the feelings of these lonely souls. We'll rest here for the night. You're getting on in years, you should go back and rest first. The current situation is very bad. Heng Yuan was taken away by the Prince of Huai's spies, his fate is likely grim. The earthly sect's treasure, a fragment of the earthly book, falls into the hands of Emperor Yuanjing, and Emperor Yuanjing is colluding with the earthly sect's demonic Tao. They might even be able to pry information about the internal members of the Heaven and Earth Society from Heng Yuan. Heng Yuan certainly won't confess, but the earthly sect has ways to make him confess, like killing him to summon his soul. And once Su Qian's identity as a holder of a fragment of the earthly book is exposed, the Tao head of the earthly sect will react. The mysterious powerful figure who appeared in Chuzhou was Su Qian. Emperor Yuanjing will likely also guess that the seal related to Buddhism beneath Sangpo Lake is on Su Qian. In an instant, pressure surged. Miaozhen, tell them, Heng Yuan was taken away, his life or death unknown. The fragment of the earthly book also fell into Emperor Yuanjing's hands. Things are indeed developing for the worst. So what do we do now? No one can answer. Right now, we don't even know if Heng Yuan is alive or dead. Moreover, our opponent is the emperor. The opponent was also the emperor during the Chuzhou massacre. But the allies have civil and military officials, the supervisor, Zhao Shou from Yunlu Academy. The situation is different. At that time, it can be said that I acted with great momentum. Emperor Yuanjing went against the great momentum, so he lost. This time, it's just the Heaven and Earth Society. This poor Tao sensed it and found that Heng Yuan's fragment of the earthly book is near you. Right, my mind is in a mess. I underestimated Master Heng Yuan. Since he was determined to use himself to save the lives of the people in Yongshou Hall, it's impossible he would carry the fragment of the earthly book with him. Miaozhen. I'll give you double the Yin energy tomorrow. Heng Yuan threw the fragment of the earthly book into the weeds by the roadside, not far from Yongshou Hall. Very good. Everyone, this poor Tao thinks we should discuss this properly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Number 1 replied quickly. Clearly, she had been following the developments. Number 3, you discovered this. What exactly happened? Shouldn't you tell us? Do you remember when Master Heng Yuan broke into Pingyuan Bo's mansion and killed him? I was the one who saved him back then. Is Emperor Yuanjing targeting Heng Yuan this time related to this? I learned something from a certain secret channel. The person Pingyuan Bo truly served behind the intermediary organization he controlled was Emperor Yuanjing. Impossible. Number 1 directly refuted my words with just 3 words, a resolute attitude. Although I dislike Emperor Yuanjing, I don't believe he would be the mastermind behind the intermediary organization and human trafficking. Because there's no need to do so. Who is the emperor? Who in the apex of power in the entire court has more power than him? No one. The supervisor is stronger than him, but in terms of power, one must admit that the emperor wields the greatest power. Let alone commoners, even princes and nobles, the emperor has the power to control their life and death. Does the dignified Son of Heaven need to traffic people? I know this is hard to believe. It's like Jack Ma relying on stealing electric bicycles to maintain a decent life. Brother Chu, you are a scholar, but your thinking is still not sharp enough. Emperor Yuanjing must have his reasons for doing this. What reason? I don't know the specific inside story, but I do know that the intermediary organization regularly sends a batch of living people to the palace. How long this process has been maintained is currently unconfirmed, but it's definitely been many, many years. Ping Yuanbo thought he had a handle on Emperor Yuanjing, his ambition swelled, he wanted greater power and status, cooperated with the Liang faction, and killed Princess Pingyang. In this case, Emperor Yuanjing knew everything, but he chose to cover up for Ping Yuanbo until Ping Yuanbo became reckless and attracted Wei Yuan's attention. To prevent the matter from being exposed, Emperor Yuanjing came up with a plan. He used the Princess Pingyang case to kill Ping Yuanbo and silence him. You mean Heng Yuan became a tool in His Majesty's hands to kill Ping Yuanbo? Then, is the Prince of Huai's spy targeting Heng Yuan now Emperor Yuanjing's attempt to silence him? That's not right. If they wanted to silence him, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? No, you're wrong. Silencing someone also depends on the timing and necessity. Who is Heng Yuan? Just a martial monk from Qinglong Temple. In the Princess Pingyang case, he was just a pawn, insignificant. A pawn who doesn't know the inside story. Is there a need to silence him? But now, Emperor Yuanjing feels there is a need to silence him. Exactly. Then what reason made Emperor Yuanjing decide to silence him? Everyone think about what Master Heng Yuan has done recently. Obstructing the palace guards, protecting the lotus seed in Jianzhou. Master Heng Yuan is getting too close to you all, too close to my elder brother. Who is my elder brother? He is Wei Yuan's confidant. There is no case in this world that he cannot solve. In the Chuzhou massacre, Emperor Yuanjing actually exposed many things. At this time, he discovered that Master Heng Yuan was mingling with you all. He became worried, felt apprehensive, and decided to silence him. And the reason for his silencing, I guess, is that Master Heng Yuan learned some important clues while searching for his junior brother Heng Hui. He himself might not have realized it, but Emperor Yuanjing was afraid he would reveal it. What you said makes sense, but I still have two doubts. First, why would His Majesty secretly abduct citizens from the city? Second, the palace guards are strictly enforced. All interactions are recorded. The palace forces are complex, with eyes and ears from all sides, the supervisor, the national teacher, Wei Yuan, various factions. It's absolutely not as simple as His Majesty wanting to send people in. Especially a specific number of people. To put it bluntly, it's an unreasonable transportation channel. Isn't that simple? Digging a secret passage would do it. If it was a secret passage, Ping Yuanbo would definitely know, but Ping Yuanbo is dead. Who else knows? A low-level thug in the intermediary organization? If that's the case, Duke Wei, you are truly terrifying. Not necessarily. A secret passage must be extremely hidden. How could Ping Yuanbo let his subordinates know? What we need to consider now is not Emperor Yuanjing's secret, but what to do about Master Heng Yuan. First, find out where he is. As for his safety, you don't need to worry too much. Heng Yuan will not die. What makes you so sure? This involves a secret of Heng Yuan's, and I'm not at liberty to disclose it without his permission. But I can tell you that this is why I chose him as the holder of the fragment of the earthly book. Of course, we still need to look for him. Just because there's no problem now doesn't mean there won't be one later. If that's the case, then I won't worry about my identity being exposed in the short term, and I won't have to take my family away from the capital. Leave this to my elder brother to handle. The watchmen are responsible for patrolling the streets, and the entry and exit records of the Prince of Huai's spies today can be found. Find a way to trick the Prince of Huai's spies into coming out, kill them outside the city, and let Miaozhen summon their souls for interrogation. Okay. After dawn, Li Miaozhen and Su Qian returned to the inner city. The latter went to the watchman's office and asked Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao to check the entry and exit records of the inner city imperial palace from yesterday. They also agreed to go listen to music tomorrow and then left the watchman's office. Opening so late, is there a lover inside? This aura. It's really alive. How long has it been? It's alive already. As expected of the flower god reincarnation, she's amazing. Are there any rare treasures she can't cultivate? The 9-colored lotus root is a supreme treasure of the earthly sect. In the entire world, perhaps. There's only one plant. It matures once every 60 years, and the lotus seeds it bears can enlighten all things. The Taiping saber is thus promoted to the ranks of peerless divine weapons. And now, there are 2 9-colored lotus roots. One is with the Heaven and Earth Society, and one is in my hand. In terms of preciousness, among my treasures and trump cards, the 9-colored lotus root ranks in the top 3. Even the Taiping saber is not comparable to it. Little brother, move back a bit. No, I need to ask if it can continue to grow and if it can bear lotus seeds. Your Highness, I didn't expect your skill in growing flowers and plants to be so remarkable, that you could even cultivate this treasure. Can it grow? Can it bear lotus seeds? For plants to take root, sprout, flower, and bear fruit is the law of nature. What she means is, can the lotus root bear lotus seeds and grow from a small piece into a large root? Then can you make it grow faster? No, I can't ask that. Because this would be too blatant. It would be like explicitly revealing the princess's identity as the flower god reincarnation. This would cause panic for the widow. I don't know how long it will take to grow. I need it in a while. Its growth is good, it won't take too long. My widow does have a way to accelerate the growth of the lotus root. This princess has suddenly become the king of the fish in my pond. The 9-colored lotus root's spiritual energy is weak now, but as it grows, its spiritual energy will become stronger and stronger. I need to ask Yang Qianhuan for help to set up a spirit confining formation, so that even if a master passes by, they won't sense any spiritual energy. Cough cough. Is there any furniture damaged that needs me to replace? Can't change the topic, otherwise the princess will definitely. It's not like I haven't seen your belly band. By the way, why aren't you drying clothes? Normally, in the hot summer, one should bathe and change clothes frequently. Why isn't there a single piece of clothing hanging in the yard? I asked Zhang to wash them for me. Her son hasn't given her any money for 2 months, not a single coin. Seeing that she was really struggling, I let her help me with the laundry and paid her an extra 20% in copper coins. Do you still remember the principle of, don't show off your wealth? Of course I remember. You taught me. I deliberately let her see the money box I hid in the wardrobe. There was only 1 tael of silver, and it was all in small change and copper coins. You've made great progress. You're much smarter than before. A woman living alone in the inner city with 1 or 2 taels of silver savings. Not much, not little, falling in the lower middle class. In the morning, Su Qiaoan took her out for a stroll, wandering through the bustling market, jewelry shops, and silk shops. During the outing, she took a liking to a silver hairpin that cost 5 taels of silver. And the jewelry on her head was inferior quality, costing 1 qian of silver. When leaving the jewelry shop, she followed closely behind Su Qiaoan. She kept looking back, but never asked for it. After having lunch at a restaurant, the two returned home. Su Qi'an brought out a small stool and a small round table from the room and played Go with her. You made a wrong move here. You shouldn't have moved here. That's right, if I make this move, I'll get 5 in a row next, and I'll win. So you made a wrong move. You won me, so how can we continue playing? Can I make 2 moves for every one of yours? What do you think? Bullying a weak woman is nothing to brag about. If I can't even bully a weak woman, how can I bully others? I'm not playing anymore. Seen from the side, it's a peak, seen from afar, it's a ridge, from near and far, high and low, it's all different. This is for you. He 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 he. I'm actually not particularly fond of it either. Then you can have it back. Consider it payment for helping you cultivate the lotus root. That makes sense. This place is quite far from the bustling market, and the weather is hot. It's best not to hoard vegetables at home. I'll have a look for you later and have the hawker deliver some fresh vegetables every morning. There are many hawkers in the city who go to the market early in the morning to buy vegetables and fruits from farmers at low prices. Then they'll bring them into the inner city to supply wealthy households who don't like to get up early. I might have to leave the capital soon. Will you leave with me or stay here? I'm not going with you. The capital is so prosperous, why would I leave? When you're ready to leave, just let the national teacher know. We're close, and she'll make arrangements for me. I'll leave you some silver then. Is Emperor Yuanjing planning to deal with you? Not yet, but I have a premonition it won't be long. This world belongs to the imperial family. It's probably for the best if we leave. It's just that your cousin is now a Shujishi in the Hanlin Academy. Would he be willing to go with you? Let me think. Are you planning to find a patron for him? You're quite clever. Emperor Yuanjing hates him, not Su Erlang. As long as I leave, and Su Erlang has a strong backer, his future might be bleak, but he won't be in mortal danger. Moreover, Su Erlang has the support of Yinlu Academy behind him. At most, Emperor Yuanjing will just dismiss him from office and demote him to commoner status. Whether I'm clever or not depends on the situation. Living alone these past few days, I've realized I'm not clever enough. Making fire and cooking, I was flustered, dropped a few bowls, and almost cried myself to tears. Emperor Yuanjing is a wise man, but sometimes he appears incredibly foolish. For the sake of illusory longevity, he abandoned his harem beauties and his reputation. But after 20 years of cultivation, he hasn't achieved anything. Even a fool would know when to give up, right? The national teacher said that Yuanjing has a strong obsession, but she doesn't know where it stems from. Are you and the national teacher close? 94. The cultivation method of the human sect has a very terrifying side effect that causes practitioners to be entangled by karmic fire, which flares up once a month. The only woman in the capital who can speak her mind freely is her. It doesn't make sense. The national teacher seems quite intelligent. How can she have common ground with a stupid woman like you? But she is also a pitiable woman. He 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 he. I'll tell you a secret, do you want to hear it? You look like a hooligan right now. What secret? The cultivation method of the human sect has a terrifying side effect that will cause practitioners to be consumed by karmic fire, which flares up once every month. The lower the grade, the more one's own. It can resist. But the higher the grade, the more terrifying the burning of karmic fire. I already knew. Do you know how to solve it? You know. You want me to ask again, right? Fine. What secret? I heard that one must find a man for dual cultivation to overcome the Great Tribulation. The first reaction is that she's lying. The second reaction is that she's blindly listening to gossip. The third reaction is, holy crap, so that's how it is. The human sect cultivates by borrowing destiny to alleviate karmic fire, so Luo Yuan became the national teacher and guided Emperor Yuanjing in his cultivation. Thinking about it from another angle, if one finds someone with great destiny to cultivate with, it can achieve the same effect. No, the effect should be 10 or even 100 times stronger. But I heard that the national teacher did not choose to cultivate with Yuanjing. I don't know about that. I often advised her to just submit to Emperor Yuanjing. Choosing the emperor as a cultivation partner wouldn't be a hardship for her. But she seemed dissatisfied with Emperor Yuanjing, dissatisfied in every aspect. No, I can feel her disdain for Emperor Yuanjing. Displeased in every aspect, not just because of insufficient luck. A woman of the national teacher's cultivation level shouldn't be concerned with mundane etiquette like the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, right? Luo Yuan naturally wouldn't be. But what does choosing a cultivation partner have to do with mundane etiquette? Choosing a cultivation partner is an extremely serious matter. This Luo Yuan is a shark. Dual cultivation is choosing a cultivation partner. This shows Luo Yuan's seriousness regarding relationships between men and women. Seriousness. Therefore, after she assessed Emperor Yuanjing, she was truly just using his luck to suppress her karmic fire, and never intended to cultivate with him. If my guess just now is true, Luo Yuan is also assessing me. If she decides it's okay to try dual cultivation with me, it means she wants to choose a cultivation partner. Given my aunt's regard for a cultivation partner and her rank 2 expert status, if she chose me, would the fish in my pond still have a chance of survival? If it's like this, my head suddenly can't get any bigger. Everything has its pros and cons. The advantage is that I have one more trump card. In the future, if forced, I can offer myself to Luo Yuan in exchange for something. Of course, the prerequisite is that she is quite satisfied with me and lists me as a candidate for cultivation partner. The top spot. I'll find an opportunity to test her. Why are you asking so clearly? A beauty like the national teacher, who can topple cities and nations, would be a blessing of 8 lifetimes if one could become her cultivation partner. Stop dreaming. With your meager standing, how could Luo Yuan possibly fancy you? Luo Yuan's beauty is indeed good, but to say she can topple cities and nations might be an exaggeration. I am the most beautiful woman in Dafeng. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Puff. Go back to your room and look in the mirror. Although I can see her true appearance, I can't help but want to tease her. To outsiders, she looks like a young ant. Alright. Compared to you, the national teacher is far superior. I'll throw little chess pieces at you. Throw, I'm throwing. You must remember, this is the capital city. Don't take off your prayer beads, or the Qi'an will come after you with soldiers. The Jianjing is one thing, and the Qi'an is another. What the Jianjing knows, other Qi'an sorcerers may not. If they discover the princess's magnificent and captivating aura, they might report it directly to the palace. While I can stop them, it would also expose the fact that I'm harboring the king of Huai's widow. Once a secret is known, it's hard to keep. The next morning, before Su Qian left, the princess made him noodles. Try it quickly. Sticky and mushy, clearly overcooked. So much message, are they trying to kill me? I'll let her taste my cooking another day and learn properly. After leaving, Su Qian changed his appearance and clothes and returned home. After cultivating at home for 2 hours, he rode his mare and trotted to a high-class pleasure house. Inside the private room of the pleasure house. How is the matter I asked you to investigate coming along? Last night, a group of people in black robes did indeed enter the inner city, through the south gate. They even warned the gate guards not to leak any information. These northerners from Chuzhou have no idea who runs this capital. I spent 1 silver coin and got the intelligence from the soldier on duty last night. They didn't enter the imperial city. After entering the inner city, they disappeared. I asked the silver guards patrolling the imperial city this morning, and indeed, no one saw that group of spies enter the imperial city. Didn't enter the imperial city? Qi'an is confined somewhere in the inner city? No, it's also possible they were sent into the imperial city through secret channels, or even into the imperial palace, just like how Marquis Pingyuan secretly brought the abducted person. Sent into the imperial city. The Taoist priest said Master Qi'an won't be in mortal danger anytime soon, so we still have plenty of time. We can't rush. If Qi'an was taken into the imperial palace, then by rescuing him, we would inevitably break ties with Emperor Yuan Jing. If that's the case, I need to prepare a fallback plan in advance and be ready, not rush to rescue him. Inform the patrolling brothers. If they see an anomaly in the inner city, any spies wearing black robes and masks, they must notify me immediately. Oh, by the way, I heard that 3 days from now, the delegation from the northern barbarians will be entering the capital. Hey, His Majesty held a small court yesterday and secretly discussed this matter. Jiang Jinlu revealed this to us last night when we were drinking at the Jiaofang division. I know about the fighting in the north. Given the lag in message transmission, the northern conflict should have started a while ago. But even so, the fact that the northern demons and barbarians are sending a delegation to the capital is enough to indicate that the war is not going well. Aren't the demon and barbarian tribes too incompetent to be asking for help so soon? The cavalry of Jing Kingdom is the best in the 9 provinces. Before the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the barbarian cavalry could contend with Jing Kingdom's cavalry. After the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the barbarian powerhouses suffered heavy losses. Now, Jing Kingdom's cavalry reigns supreme in the 9 provinces. I don't think the northern war will drag on for too long. The northern barbarians won't last the year. After Jili Jigu died, the demon and barbarian tribes only have 1 Jujio, while the witch god cult has no shortage of high-grade experts. Moreover, the battlefield is the witch's home ground. The witch god cult's ability to control soldiers is terrifying. Jujio experienced the Battle of Chuzhou City and is still recovering from serious injuries. Thinking like this is reasonable. Compared to Dafeng's declining national strength, the 3 countries governed by the witch god cult are flourishing. If it weren't for Duke Wei, Dafeng's national strength weakens year by year. Master, your maid is here. He, come, let's go have fun. Su Erlang study. Only this little bit. There have been many matters in the Hanlin Academy recently. The court needs to compile a military treatise, and I don't have time to memorize the late emperor's daily records. Compile military treatises. They compile military treatises during wartime. It's a convention. I'll tell you something. In 3 days, the northern demons and barbarians. The delegation will be entering the capital soon. The northern war is raging. If nothing unexpected happens, the court will send troops to support the demon and barbarians. In fact, the court made this decision as early as when the intelligence from Chuzhou arrived, but it still needed time to ripen. To put it bluntly, it's about inciting morale. Tomorrow, the Imperial Academy will hold a literary gathering in the Imperial City, with the aim of propagating the idea of going to war. Huai Qing told me about this. Oh right, I still have to accompany her to the literary gathering. Mobilizing people during wartime is a method that has been used since ancient times. The purpose is to tell the people why we are fighting and what the significance of fighting is. Of course, in this era, the court is not mobilizing ordinary citizens, but the scholar official class. Then, are these daily records I'm memorizing useful to you, elder brother? Yes. From these daily records, it can be seen that the late emperor did not frequently consult the human sex method of longevity, but it wasn't infrequent either. This indicates that he had some fantasy about longevity, but for some reason, he was extremely unhopeful about it. I haven't seen anything yet. The late emperor's intention to cultivate. The late emperor wasn't cultivating the Tao. For some reason. The late emperor was a wise man and knew his own limitations. The late emperor never cultivated the Tao until his death, but he did have ZJZ. I suspect that the late emperor might have influenced Yuan Jing. Cijo, continue to read the daily records and memorize them as soon as possible. The next day. Heave ho. Hey. It seems I won't be able to attend the literary gathering. I think so too. So Erlang, I'll borrow your official pass for a bit. I need to go to Lingbao Temple to do two things. Test Luo Yuyuan's true attitude towards me. Second, inquire about the previous generation's human sect Taoist head. Rain can wash away dust, but it cannot cleanse the human heart. The rainy scenery of Qi'an Mountain. Could it be that it's not as beautiful as here? After the Battle of Shanhaiguan, Dafeng should have been thriving. But But something unexpected happened. At the end of the year of the imperial examination, the sculpture in the abyss cracked. The one in the northeast was the same. In the end, you only bought Dafeng and humanity 20 years. These years I've been thinking, if the supervisor hadn't stood by and watched, the outcome would have been different. Man proposes, but God disposes. Everything in this world. It will not go according to your wishes, Zhao Shou, nor according to mine. The supervisor and you and I are not of the same path. The Gu god is an ancient god-demon, but also a rootless duckweed. But the Wu god is different. He rules the northeast and millions of living beings. Humanity's fortune accounts for at least 1/3. If he breaks the seal, no one in Kyushu can stop him. Unless the Confucian sage is resurrected. I'll stop them. I've been planning since last year. What if you fail? Have you ever seen me lose? Godfather, we're here. Wait for me here. To conceal his identity, Su Qian did not ride the little mare. After all, a horse as spirited and beautiful as a little mare is easily recognized. Stop. In the capital, the only Su family that can enter the imperial city is. And in this Su family, someone beheaded a duke, offending the imperial family, the royal clan, and the nobility. Lord Su, forgive my rudeness. I need to conduct a routine inspection. He absolutely cannot be allowed into the imperial city. Is Lord Su on leave today? Su Xinyan is a Shujishi of the Hanlin Academy. The Hanlin Academy is located within the imperial city, so he has the right to enter and exit the imperial city. But because he is on leave today, the commander of the Feathered Forest Guard asks again. The imperial city guards are very wary of our family. I'm sure if it were me, even with Huiqing or Linen accompanying me, I wouldn't be able to get into the imperial palace. This is the aftermath of the incident where I cursed in front of the Meridian Gate and abducted 2 dukes. Su Xinyan's voice. I'm going to visit the Grand Chancellor. Visiting the Grand Chancellor. Let him pass. Yes. To the left. Huiqing is also a beautiful woman, cold and proud, but Huiqing's temperament leans towards noble and arrogant. As for Luo Yuheng's coldness, paired with her attire. And the red cinnabar between her brows highlights her divinity and etherealness. She is the woman I wouldn't bear to desecrate even in bed. Fortunately, the national preceptor doesn't understand Buddhist telepathy, or I might have died on the spot. The entrance is slightly bitter, lingering on the tongue for 3 seconds, and then immediately becomes sweet. Excellent tea. After swallowing, the aftertaste remains on the lips and teeth, lingering for a long time. A pity. What's a pity? This tea was grown by a friend of mine. It only produces one gene a year, and what I get is. Ant, why do I feel? Only 3 or 4 tails. The pity is that she has been missing for a long time, and her whereabouts are unknown. Like you're implying something. This tea was grown by the princess. I've discovered another wonderful thing about the princess. In the future, I'll lock her in a dark room and won't give her food until she grows tea. That is indeed a pity. What is it? I'd like to ask about the previous head of the human sect and the late emperor. My father and the late emperor's affairs. I've checked the late emperor's records. Although the late emperor didn't cultivate Taoism, he was quite interested in the method of longevity. I want to know, did he cultivate Taoism? My father died in a heavenly tribulation. How does this relate to my question? He didn't have to die. It was only because the supervisor refused to let the human sect move into the imperial city that my father was consumed by karmic fire and died under the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the late emperor did not cultivate Taoism. The late emperor did not cultivate Taoism. How is your investigation of Yuan Jing going? National Preceptor, do you know that those with great fortune cannot achieve longevity? The correct statement is that those who have fortune bestowed upon them cannot achieve longevity. Luo Yuheng indeed knows about this. Then it's not strange that Emperor Yuan Jing's wishful thinking was to cultivate Taoism. Only at this moment do I feel the National Preceptor is truly looking at me. There are always people with unrealistic fantasies. There are countless cultivators in the world. Most people have fantasized about becoming a first-rank master, or even surpassing the rank. Yuan Jing perhaps thought he saw hope, or perhaps there was some hidden secret. To me. No matter what his plan is, it has nothing to do with me. I cultivate my own way, and he cultivates his. She knew Emperor Yuan Jing might have secrets but didn't delve too deeply. She cultivates by borrowing Dafeng's fortune, and is in a cooperative relationship with Emperor Yuan Jing. Delving too deeply into a partner's secrets will only lead to a stalemate, or even a falling out. Please give me another talisman sword. I used the talisman sword in Jianzhou. How will I contact the National Preceptor in the future? A talisman sword contains the might of Luo Yuheng's sword. It is very difficult to make. It's not something you can just give away. It is precisely because of this that Su Qian asked her for it. This is a test. It is extremely difficult to forge a talisman sword, and it cannot be done overnight. I happen to have one more, so I might as well keep it. She really gave it. Imperial Garden Pavilion. Although the flowers in my palace are stunning and vibrant, they are too delicate to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. However, they are too delicate and cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Flowers are meant to please their masters. The softer they are, the more the master will like them. Your Majesty likes them delicate, yet mocks them for being unable to withstand hardship. It truly makes no sense. For me, I only need to cherish the most beautiful flower. Wei Qing, what do you think? After the turmoil in Chuzhou, King Huai died in battle, Jili Zhigu fell, and Zhujiu was also heavily wounded. The northern border is weak. The witch god cult is advancing aggressively. If the northern barbarian territories fall, all of Defeng's borders from north to east will be surrounded by the witch god cult. Wei Qing, you are a master of military strategy. What are your thoughts? The imperial court will naturally send troops to support the northeast, but we mustn't give up the interests we are due. The northern barbarians have harassed our borders for years. This time, it's Defeng's turn to make them bleed. The Hanlin Academy is compiling military texts. I've read them, and they are all uninspired. After the barbarian delegation enters the capital, they will probably laugh at Defong. Wei Qing is a rare talent for command in a century. Perhaps you could offer some guidance at the Hanlin Academy. Military texts are a display of national strength to the barbarian delegation. The more military texts there are, the more masters of military strategy Defong has. Their importance is second only to artillery drills. The military strategies currently used by Defong are still those left by scholars from Yinlu Academy. Then there is the 6 treatises on military strategy written by Zhang Shen, a contemporary master of military strategy. On the other hand, Wei Yuan, the universally acknowledged peerless strategist, has not left a single word. Nor half a sentence. The Imperial Academy had planned to hold a literary gathering at Luhu Lake today, but a heavy rain disrupted it. At that time, Wei Qing, you can go and observe. Over the next 2 days, news of the Northern War and the barbarians' presence in the court, driven by the court's actions, began to spread throughout the capital. It first spread among the scholar official class, and then to merchants and the common folk. For a time, the officialdom, the scholarly world, academies, tea-houses, restaurants, entertainment districts, and brothels were all abuzz with discussion, like a surging tide. The common people harbored hatred for the barbarian delegation and were opposed to Defeng's intention to send troops to aid them. The common people's emotions are direct and straightforward, they do not concern themselves with the bigger picture. They only knew that the barbarians were Defeng's mortal enemies, and there have been constant battles, big and small, since the founding of the nation 600 years ago. The aristocratic class, with their broader vision, were more rational and objective, with fierce clashes between those advocating for war and those advocating for observation. Unlike the common people, who were almost unanimously opposed. In fact, it wasn't just the capital. When the court decided to send troops, they had already issued dispatches to all the prefectures. It won't be long before the local government promotes the idea of war and makes it widely known. And amidst such an environment of widespread public discussion, traveling by official ship, a delegation from the north arrived at the capital's dock along the canal. This barbarian delegation was composed of elites from the 12 barbarian tribes and experts from the 6 demon tribes. The 2 leaders of the delegation were young men. One of them had white hair, and his handsome appearance was an anomaly among the barbarians. Pei Man Shilo, the eldest son of the leader of the Baisho tribe, one of the 12 barbarian tribes. The Baisho tribe is known for its wisdom and is an anomaly among the barbarians. This Pei Man Shilo is an anomaly among anomalies. He has studied Central Plains culture deeply. When the barbarians plundered the Chuzhou border, they only took women and food. He alone, however, didn't take food or beauties, only books. He accepted anything and everything, from the 4 books and 5 classics, biographies of scholars, to even frivolous storybooks. He was addicted to books. The other was Huang Xianer, the princess of the Fox tribe of the demon race. The women of the Fox tribe are the most charming and graceful. Bookworm. If we return empty-handed this time, if we return without bringing back any help, we'll be in deep trouble. Whether we can secure reinforcements depends on how much we are willing to pay. In the capital, there is the great disciple of a Confucian sage from Yinlu Academy. The academies it founded. 200 years ago, during Confucianism's most glorious period, all 4 seas submitted. Don't even mention our divine race. Even the Buddhist kingdoms of the western regions had to endure the Confucianists' treachery and move their heritage from the Central Plains back to the western regions. The capital has the Imperial Academy. While it doesn't follow the Confucian system, it is precisely because of this that scholars have more time and energy to explore their studies. They are knowledgeable in a wide range of subjects, including astronomy, geography, agriculture, industry, commerce, and more. If we could move the library of the Imperial Academy back north, I wouldn't have to go south in this lifetime. In the capital, there is Wei Yuan, hailed as one of the few great strategists in Defeng's 600 years of history. In the 6th year of Yuanjing, General Dugu, who was guarding the north, died. Our divine race's hundreds of thousands of cavalry swept south to plunder. He only took 3 months. And routed the hundreds of thousands of cavalry, forcing them to abandon their armor and flee. 20 years ago, in the Battle of Shanhaiguan, if not for him, the history of the entire Jiuzhou would have been rewritten. In the capital, there is the supervisor of the observatory, who has overseen the Central Plains for 500 years. His thoughts are as unfathomable as heavenly secrets, unpredictable by gods or ghosts. In the capital, there is the poetry champion, hailed as the foremost figure in poetry for the past 200 years, truly a figure of the past 200 years. In the past, Defeng would have had trouble finding another like him. The capital. I have longed to visit. The capital has produced countless outstanding individuals. My mind, filled with learning, finally has a worthy opponent. Bookworm. Debating scholars is your business. The women of my fox tribe are only responsible for winning the men of Defeng in bed. Our delegation includes 50 beautiful women from the fox tribe, all of exquisite beauty and graceful figures. Among them are 3 women with innate charm, born cauldrons. It is rumored that Emperor Yuanjing cultivates Taoism and desires immortality. Although he has not indulged in women for many years, he will likely not refuse a cauldron offered to him. Ha! What a handsome human youth. A 7th-rank minor official in a blue robe. Let's go, disembark. I, Su Xinyan, am here by imperial decree to welcome the esteemed envoys. Which yamen does Lord Su serve in? The Hanlin Academy. Heh. The Defeng court sends a mere 7th-rank minor official to receive us? Who are you? I. Oh, I forgot. You are not human. I, a young master, possess ancient divine and demonic bloodlines. How can mere mortals like you compare? In the north, anyone who dared to speak to me like that is now food in my belly. Then why aren't you flying to the heavens? Why are you still in the mortal world? You. Qi'an, do not be rude. Qi'an possesses the bloodline of the great demon Zhujiu and is accustomed to arrogance. Lord Su's reprimand is well deserved, he certainly needs a lesson. I wasn't scolding him. If I were to scold him, you all will have to wait until tomorrow to enter the capital. Although this Lord Su's official rank is not high, he is indeed. Among the finest tributes, the Hanlin Academy is where only top scholars can enter. How can you, a mere beast, compare? I am Pei Man Shilo. The first character of the Baisho tribes, Pei Man clan, is the same as the Central Plains human surname, Pei. Most Central Plains people mistakenly believe the Pei Man clan to be the Pei clan. Once this young Defeng official confuses my surname, and thus. I will take this opportunity to show my gentle side, cooperate with my charm, and seduce this young official. Yes, Envoy Pei Man, I will escort you to the post station to rest. This young Defeng official has some real talent. Why did our ancestors so desperately desire to go south to the Central Plains, to conquer this land? The streets were unimaginably wide, enough to allow 50 cavalrymen to gallop side by side. The houses on either side were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. The shop signs fluttered in the wind. Such a magnificent and prosperous scene was something we had never witnessed before in our lives. No, the people on both sides are acting strange. Kill the barbarians. Kill the barbarians. Ugh. Rotten eggs. Kill the barbarians. What rotten leaves. You're tired of living. Lord Su, the people of Dafeng are very hospitable. Yes, they're afraid you won't get enough to eat. It's common for demons and barbarians to raid border towns. What else would they do it for, if not for food? These citizens seem to be particularly attentive to Lord Su. When the surrounding citizens were throwing cabbage leaves and rotten eggs, they deliberately avoided this young official. But the Dafeng soldiers accompanying him did not receive the same treatment. The citizens weren't just attentive, they were extremely careful when they threw things, deliberately avoiding him. His status as a junior scholar wouldn't earn him such treatment from the human populace. He must have another identity. They aren't being attentive to me, they're being attentive to the horses. The plaque hanging above. Plaque. Brother of Silver Lancer Su. What does this mean? No wonder, no wonder. So Lord Su is the younger brother of Dafeng's Silver Lancer, Su Qian. The Baisho tribe has a secret room dedicated to storing classified documents. Behind this secret room lies the vast intelligence network of the Baisho tribe. And the head of this intelligence network is Pei Mengsalu, praised by the barbarians as a scholar. He personally wrote about that legendary Silver Lancer of Dafeng. He rose to prominence at the end of the year of the imperial examination. It's been less than a year since then. From a swift hand in Changle County, he leaped to become Dafeng's brightest rising star. His talent is terrifying, but what's most fearsome isn't his combat strength, but his reputation, which commands immense loyalty. Just how great is this reputation? Pei Mengsalu's evaluation at the time was. The millions of citizens in the capital all adored him. And now, after witnessing the power of a single wooden plaque, he has decided that upon returning to the barbarian tribes, he would add another line, benefiting his family. Among our divine race, only the leader possesses such prestige. I'm even more looking forward to this trip to the capital. The barbarian tribes possess divine and demonic bloodlines and have always called themselves the divine race. After settling the delegation, Su Xinyan, who was sent to do arduous tasks by Emperor Yuanjing. At Pei Mengsalu's insistent invitation, he stayed for half an hour before hastily taking his leave. His elder brother is already a rare talent, and I didn't expect this younger brother to be so sharp-tongued and talented as well. In the span of half an hour, the other party could respond to every historical allusion he made. When discussing history or philosophy, Su Xinyan was full of wit. When talking about the old grudges between Dafeng and the northern divine race, he could also be foul-mouthed, sarcastic, and mocking. Just a boorish scholar who doesn't understand romance. Huang Xianer kept trying to seduce Su Xinyan along the way, but who knew that that stinking scholar ignored her? It was like throwing a pretty eye at a blind man. You're meeting the human emperor tomorrow. What are your plans? If you're not confident about getting reinforcements from the north in a short time, remember to notify me as soon as possible. How do you plan to respond? Then I won't go back north. I'll find someone powerful in the capital to be my husband and be his concubine. Isn't that better than returning north to be punished? Aren't you afraid of your tribe's retaliation? With the supervisor overlooking the capital, no one from our divine race will dare. If Dafeng is to send troops to aid our divine race, sacrificing interests will be unavoidable. The purpose of our arrival is nothing more than the 4 words, negotiate terms. The divine race is seeking help from Dafeng and has lost the initiative. To make things equal, we must first strike at their fierceness, arrogance. They will respect you 3 parts more, which will allow them to concede 3 parts on the negotiation table. Of course, we will also need the cooperation of your fox tribe outside of the negotiation table. Among the 3 poisons of lust, wine, and wealth, lust comes first. Humans are as humble as ants. In ancient times, they were livestock and food raised by our divine and demonic ancestors. Even now, after the era of gods and demons has ended, ordinary humans are still food. The delegation came to Dafeng this time to seek aid, but he still looks down on weak individuals. These words are for private conversation only. If you dare to speak carelessly outside, I will skin you alive. I know. I didn't say it after the courier left. Beijai is my study. I've loved reading since childhood, not for deep understanding, but just for rote memorization. Later, I followed my tribesmen south to raid human scholars. For the first 3 years, I listened to their lectures. For the next 3 years, I debated with them. For the next 3 years, there was no scholar in the northern territories that I couldn't surpass in learning. That year I was 18. I dyed my hair black to study in the south without hesitation. When I was 20, I suddenly had the idea of writing a book. I studied in the Central Plains for 10 years, compiled my knowledge into books, revising them. At that time, I hadn't thought of a name for the book. It wasn't until I returned to my tribe, back to the Beijai study, that I suddenly understood what it should be called. For the next 6 years, I poured my heart and soul into it, and finally, the Compendium of Beijai was published. This book is vast, comprising 308 volumes, encompassing history, astronomy, and geography, as well as the lives of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Dafeng claims we demons and barbarians have no history, but we do. It's just that they haven't seen the Compendium of Beijai yet. If Dafeng's historians were to see this book, they would be overjoyed. Of course, the focus is still on military strategy. I've read almost all of Dafeng's military treatises. Setting aside previous works, the truly outstanding military books of this era are 6 treatises on military strategy written by the great scholar Zhang Shen of Yunlu Academy. What you said is not wrong, but it focuses too much on practitioners. Their role in war. It overlooks the importance of ordinary soldiers in war. If you remove the practitioners and are left with ordinary soldiers, then his 6 treatises on military strategy is utter nonsense. The role mortals can play in combat is inherently small. What's wrong with focusing on the role of practitioners? Ha! Do you know why Wei Yuan won the Battle of Shanhai Pass? How did he earn his reputation as a military god? Only Wei Yuan could bring out the extraordinary in ordinary soldiers. He is a true commander. If you remove the practitioners and only use ordinary soldiers, give Wei Yuan 50,000 troops, and he can sweep across the 9 provinces. I studied that battle back then. The total troop deployment from all sides exceeded 1 million. The number of ordinary soldiers accumulated to a rather terrifying extent. When this force is perfectly controlled and deployed, it will be invincible. Very impressive, but I don't understand. What if I try to seduce Wei Yuan? If we can win him over, our mission will be a complete success. Do you want to die? The next day, the demon and barbarian delegation entered the palace to meet the emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. The demon and barbarian tribes present tribute to Emperor Yuanjing. Besides the tribute, there are 3 charming and alluring fox tribe women, high-quality cauldrons. I hear the war in the north is raging, and I am very worried. However, autumn harvest is approaching, and the people are busy with it, so we cannot spare troops to go north. I have ordered the Hanlin Academy to compile military treatises, hoping to aid you in resisting foreign enemies. First, express the court's difficulties. With autumn harvest approaching, it is not advisable to start a war lightly. Presenting military treatises further demonstrates the strength of Dafeng's military art. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Dafeng and my divine race forge an eternal alliance, with friendship for eternity. The audience concluded. Pei Mengsalu left without mentioning anything about seeking aid. He can really hold his tongue. Regarding the actions of the foreign races, the officials in the court had mixed reactions. some sneered, some were amused. In their eyes, demons and barbarians are even more crude than warriors. Eagerly demanding the court send troops to aid them in the imperial court is the correct way to approach this. I didn't expect this Pei Mengsalu to be so patient. But even so, he will eventually have to speak. Showing off his composure in the court has little significance. Brother Pei, didn't you say Dafeng's military strategy is terrible? Didn't you want to defeat them in their area of greatest pride and earn their respect? Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the point of showing off to those people? Even if you show off to the heavens, they will still turn a blind eye. You'll still be eaten the way you're meant to be eaten. Who do you plan to start with? The Directorate of Education. Just after noon, news spread from the Imperial Academy. The leader of the barbarian envoy, Pei Mengsalu, visited the Imperial Academy and challenged the Grand Master of Academics to a contest of knowledge, which he won. This person is learned and profound, I am not his equal. This was the Grand Master of Academics' assessment. He didn't leave after that, but instead shamelessly lectured at the Imperial Academy. And left his own work, the Great Compendium of Beijai, at the Imperial Academy. A mere barbarian actually wrote a book. The students of the Imperial Academy were initially furious. But as the reputation of the Great Compendium of Beijai spread, the scolding gradually subsided, replaced by shock at the barbarian scholarship. The Great Compendium of Beijai is vast and its scope and depth are astonishing, clearly not compiled in a single day. Books of this scale are usually only compiled by the imperial court. It's unimaginable that it was written by a single young barbarian. Based on this book alone, Pei Mengsalu deserves a place among the great scholars of this era. Most shocking is that several volumes of the Great Compendium of Beijai meticulously record the history of the demon and barbarian races, their origins, and evolution, especially over the last 800 years. The historical detail is no less than that of the history books compiled by Dafeng. This was a resounding slap in the face to the Imperial Academy and to the scholars of Dafeng. Pei Mengsalu's fame skyrocketed. It's hard to believe that the crude barbarians have such scholarly potential. That Pei Mengsalu is from the Baisho clan, known for their intelligence, but someone like him is extremely rare. If I could have written such a book, my name would surely go down in history. This barbarian is too formidable. Shame, shame. When I was his age, I was still a student. Now that I am old, I no longer have the energy to write books. If there's anyone among the younger generation whose scholarship can match him, it can only be Princess Huiqing. Princess Huiqing studied at the Imperial Academy and Yunlu Academy, while this person, of barbarian origin, is self-taught. The difference in their status is clear at a glance. The demon and barbarian envoy's arrival in the capital has garnered much attention, not just from officials and scholars, but also from the common people of the capital. Their discussions originally revolved around whether the court should send troops to aid the demons and barbarians. Gradually, news of a learned barbarian from the north began to spread through tea houses and entertainment districts. Nonsense. How could crude barbarians possess scholarship? Enough to make the Grand Master of Academics bow his head in defeat? No one who heard these rumors believed them. In the eyes of the common people, the Imperial Academy is an official institution, a place that produces literary stars. But precisely because of this, once the news was confirmed, there was an outcry of abuse in the marketplace. Instead of discussing troop deployment during their leisure time, the people of the capital united in their condemnation of the Imperial Academy. They were cursed for disgracing the nation and Dafeng. Post Station. A bunch of useless scholars at the Imperial Academy. I only said I was borrowing books for Brother Pei Man, and they didn't even dare to stop me. Don't mind the harsh criticism outside, it just shows they're scared of your scholarship. It's just a book exchange. It's just a book exchange. That so-called Grand Master of Academics is the most learned person, and even he is inferior to you, brother. It seems human scholars are nothing special. The Grand Master of academics has profound knowledge, but the literary path of the human race is flourishing. He cannot represent the entire human race. There's a remarkable woman in the palace whose scholarship is truly formidable. 3 days have passed since the discussion of the Tao at the Imperial Academy. Pei Mengxilu has become an overnight sensation, the center of attention, bringing immense shock to the human race. Your reputation is already established. Is the next step negotiation? It's still not enough. I heard that a literary gathering will be held at the Qi'an imperial city, which is related to the Northern War. A literary gathering is good. A literary gathering is good for building fame. Siener, spread the word that I wish to challenge the great scholar Zhang Shen of Yunlu Academy to a discussion on military strategy at the literary gathering. I hope you will attend. The great scholars of Yunlu Academy might not pay you any mind. The challenge has been issued. If he doesn't come, it will only benefit me, won't it? By the way, we can't ascend Qingyun Mountain. If we go, we'll be suppressed. Go find that Su Xian Yen. I've inquired, he is a student of Yunlu Academy. Good. One wave has not subsided before another has risen. The scholars are still studying and transcribing the great compendium of Beijai, immersed in the vastness of this magnum opus. Unexpectedly, they were once again shocked by Pei Mengxilu's daring act of challenging the great scholar Zhang Shen to discuss military strategy. What does this barbarian mean? After slapping the Imperial Academy in the face, is he going to slap Yunlu Academy next? Yunlu Academy is not to be trifled with. That barbarian doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Challenging the great scholar Zhang Shen of Yunlu Academy to discuss military strategy is asking for trouble. I can only hope that the great scholars of Yunlu Academy will temporarily set aside their pride. If they disdainfully ignore and refuse the barbarian's challenge, it will only become a stepping stone for the barbarian's fame. Imperial Study. What are your views on recent events, my lords? This person intends to gain fame in the capital, undoubtedly to build his prestige and increase his leverage in negotiations. Humph, does he think the court will back down just because of this? Wishful thinking. Even if he truly defeats Zhang Shen, we will not yield an inch. The more they say this, the more they reveal their growing fear of Pei Mengxilu, treating him as a major figure, a great scholar. Once their mindset is flawed, it will be difficult to change. During negotiations, it will be affected. We must curb his momentum, preferably crush it. Momentum, destroy the prestige he has built. Now, we can only place our hopes on Zhang Shen. Huiqing Prefecture. Su Qi'an, disguised as his younger brother, mingling in Huiqing Prefecture and linen. Is this lousy book really that amazing? If Pei Mengxilu were born in Dafeng, he would surely become a renowned scholar and be recorded in history. This person was able to write the great compendium of Beijai, so his mastery of military strategy must also be profound. To dare challenge Zhang Shen suggests he has considerable confidence. Zhang Shen's 6 treatises on military strategy is widely circulated. Pei Mengxilu knows of Zhang Shen, but Zhang Shen does not know him. Frankly, I don't want to see the barbarians profit. Dafeng must send troops, but we cannot be so generous to the northern demons and barbarians. In the past 20 years, the demons and barbarians have repeatedly raided the borders, burning, killing, and even eating people. Looking across Dafeng, Chuzhou is one of the poorest prefectures, constantly suffering from war and strife. All of this is thanks to the barbarians. Master Zhang once served on the battlefield in his early years, but due to a less than smooth career, he resigned from his official post. He has considerable insight into military strategy, but that was a long time ago. That was decades ago. He has lived in seclusion in the academy for decades, his military prowess might have long since faded. Actually, when it comes to military strategy, the only one I knew from my previous life was Sun Tzu's Art of War. Not only did I know it, I had memorized it. Thanks to the transformation of my primordial spirit after reaching the spirit refinement realm, transcending the mortal realm, I can recall the contents of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Moreover, Kyushu possesses extraordinary powers. In my opinion, the military strategy in this world tends to be grand and direct, relying on brute force. For example, a fourth-rank expert can easily decimate a cavalry composed of ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. There's no need for too much emphasis on tactics. Sun Tzu's Art of War, born in a mortal world, leans towards micromanagement, with a greater focus on details. The literary gathering is tomorrow. You will attend with me. If Zhang Shen attends, Erlang will definitely participate. It's difficult for me to disguise myself as him. Then disguise yourself as someone else. Act as my bodyguard. Okay. The literary gathering will be held at the Luhu Lake in the Imperial City, with pavilions set up along the lake, creating an area spacious enough for hundreds of people to participate. Originally, the literary gathering was organized by the Imperial Academy, and most of the participants were students from the Imperial Academy. But with Pei Mengsalu stirring up such a commotion, the attendees of the literary gathering will immediately change. The students of the Imperial Academy can still attend, but they will be on the periphery and unable to enter the pavilion. This is our Imperial Academy's literary gathering, why aren't we allowed to enter? How can the roles of host and guest be reversed? Look, the dignitaries have arrived, the ministers of the 6 ministries, the vice-ministers, the grand academicians of the palaces. I guessed there would be important figures, but I didn't expect so many. A literary gathering doesn't warrant such a spectacle. Brother, you don't understand. A literary gathering can't be just that. At its core, this gathering is about negotiation. There are no small matters between nations. You gentlemen are here to build momentum and apply pressure. Mere barbarians daring to discuss the way in the capital, they know not the immensity of heaven and earth. Just you wait and see how the great scholar Zhang Shen teaches him a lesson. Entering the venue after the military officials are high-ranking court officials of the 3rd rank and above, such as the Minister of Justice, the Minister of War, and the Grand Academicians of the palaces and pavilions. Some of the court's influential figures also brought their female family members, such as the well-known scholar Wang Simu. The esteemed scholars of the Hanlin Academy have also arrived. They consider themselves unparalleled in their learning and will surely gang up on Pei Man Shilo later. The Hanlin Academy is a place where top students gather. Although these esteemed scholars hold no power and are young, they are undoubtedly one of the most learned groups in Dafeng. They are in the prime of their lives, with their memories, comprehension, and sharpness of thought at their peak. With their presence, the students of the Imperial Academy are filled with confidence. I've read the Compendium of Beijai. It has merit, but it is broad and lacks depth. While it may not be refined for us, it is profoundly deep for scholars across the land. This person is indeed formidable. In any single field, we can surpass him. Regarding. We are ashamed of our inferiority in the breadth of our knowledge. Speaking of military strategy, no one in our Hanlin Academy can surpass Su Ciijio. Naturally. Military strategy is my major. Pei Man Shilo is here to seek guidance from the great scholar Zhang Shen. Surely the teacher wouldn't be worse than the student. The sage said, in learning, there is no distinction between young and old, the knowledgeable lead the way, who says a student must be inferior to a teacher? Ha 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 ha. You have knowledge, but besides being able to curse eloquently, you aren't particularly outstanding in other fields within the Hanlin Academy. Ha 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 ha. To claim that a student can surpass a teacher is utterly laughable. Cursing. Su Qi'an, disguised as an imperial guard. Quite a good disguise. I wonder who that dog's servant disguised himself as. The two sides engaged in a verbal confrontation. One side spoke eloquently and passionately, fearlessly quoting classics with sharp words. The other side furiously cursed, faces red, with many military officials beginning to roll up their sleeves. Insolence. Greetings, Your Highnesses. Yesterday, Miss Wang Simu specifically sought him out, hoping he would display his talents at the literary gathering and gain a good reputation, enhancing his prestige. Miss Wang didn't expect Su Erlang to dominate the literary gathering and shock everyone. With Zhang Shen appearing, Mr. Zhang is Su Erlang's teacher. His presence is enough. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Greetings, Your Highness's third prince, fourth prince. Grand Tutor. That old scoundrel. He used to beat my palms for years when I was a child. Indeed. The Grand Tutor doesn't target linen, he targets slackers. Grand Tutor. By seniority, everyone present here is a junior to the Grand Tutor. I remember the Dean saying the Grand Tutor is the only one alive today who cultivates righteous energy. Scholar. The three dukes of this dynasty are all first rank, but they hold no real power. The Grand Tutor was once expected to lead the cabinet, but Emperor Yuanjing was cultivating the Tao and neglecting state affairs. The Grand Tutor tried to beat Emperor Yuanjing with a bamboo stick but was stopped. After that, he never had another chance in officialdom and dedicated himself to scholarship in the palace. I didn't expect even the Grand Tutor to be here this time. I've been in seclusion for many years, only to find the Imperial Academy is declining generation after generation. Grand Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. The reputation of the court is their reputation. A young barbarian has shone brightly in the capital. If it were martial arts, it would be understandable, barbarians are inherently crude warriors. But he has gained fame through his scholarship. We must remember that humanity's greatest pride is culture. All professions are inferior, only scholarship is noble. Confucianism is the system of the Central Plains humans, a unique cultural treasure, and the pride of countless people. Grand Tutor, Pei Man Shilo's talent is astonishing. If we only discuss the 4 books and 5 classics, the Grand Chancellor is not inferior to him. Those who possess broad knowledge and can also delve deep are extremely rare. Please take a seat. However, rest assured, with Zhang Shen stepping forward, everything should be stable. If Your Highness were a man, would this barbarian have the chance to flaunt his might in the capital? I came to join the fun this time precisely because I don't believe it. My Defeng's scholarly world is full of outstanding talents and numerous rising stars. Is there truly no one who can suppress a barbarian who has only learned a superficial bit of the sage's teachings? Heh heh. The sage said, there are no distinctions in education. The Grand Tutor calls him, barbarian, left and right. Do you truly bear the sage's teachings in your heart? I am the eldest son of the Pei Man clan of the Baisho tribe. Pei Man Shilo. Greetings, everyone. Pei Man Shilo has used his scholarship to create the image of an exceptionally talented scholar. His objective has been achieved. At this literary gathering, he intends to elevate his reputation to its peak once more, paving the way for future negotiations. How did he get into the imperial city? What is he doing there? Isn't he afraid Emperor Yuanjing will behead him? Chu Yuanjin is very envious of the literary gathering. As a swordsman who originated from scholarship, and a former Zhuangyuan, top scorer in imperial exams, such a peak confrontation in literature holds an irresistible allure for Chu Yuanjin. But I can't enter the imperial city, let alone participate in the literary gathering under everyone's gaze. All this is because of Su Qi'an. If I hadn't tried to help him back then, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state. I intended to come find him for a drink and complain a bit. To my surprise, this Ah Rong actually went in. Whoa. I want to go too. That literary gathering is just a bunch of scholars discussing boring things. You wouldn't want to go. Places like this have nothing to do with us masters and disciples. It's better to stay home and eat pastries and drink sweet rice wine. Master, the literary gathering has lots of delicious food. Last time the Gua fought with the monk, I followed an uncle and ate so many delicious things. Oh, right. How did I not think of that? The literary gathering has fine wine and delicacies. These two have a very tricky perspective. This foolish girl is quite cute. No, the nightmare tutorial at Yunlu Academy that day is still vivid in my mind. Quietly retracts hand. That barbarian has been arrogant lately. I think he's not far from a downfall. Sick so comfortable, I can't help but want to stab him with my sword. If you don't like someone, stab them. Are you really the saintess of the heavenly sect? Li Miaozhen is the one with the most points to criticize in the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 1's identity is unknown. Number 3, Su Xiaijio, is a gentleman. Number 6, Han Yuan, is merciful. Number 5, Lina, although not smart and loves to eat, has no inherent flaws that make people want to pour out their hearts. Numbers 7 and 8 have been missing for many years. Number 9, Taoist Jinlian, is gentle and a respectable elder. Cultivates merit, his character is commendable, and he has no bad habits. Only Li Miaozhen is the most exasperating. She is the saintess of the heavenly sect and should have a detached and aloof temperament. Yet, after 2 years of worldly experience, she has trained herself into a valiant heroine who upholds justice and eradicates evil. The scholars of the Imperial Academy are so incompetent that they have to rely on the scholars of Yunlu Academy to deal with him. Zhang Shen's 6 commentaries on military strategy is exquisite. With him present, that barbarian won't be arrogant for long. However, his authorship of The Compendium of Beijai is enough to establish a school of thought and make him a renowned scholar for generations. This barbarian is this strong. If it's about poetry, Su Ningyan should be stronger, right? Doubtful. No, Su Ningyan's poetic talent is unparalleled in history, but the literary gathering isn't a poetry contest. Besides, Su Ningyan can't participate. It reminds me of last year's magic duel. What a sensation it was. In the end, our silver gong Su stepped forward and turned the tide. Street stall. The literary gathering is not a magic duel. It's a shame Silver Gong Su isn't a scholar, he can't help. The scholars of the Imperial Academy are truly useless. To lose to a barbarian, I'm ashamed for them. It would be great if Silver Gong Su were a scholar. In the eyes of the common people, Silver Gong Su is an all-powerful hero, a legendary figure of Defeng, a truly benevolent magnate. So they have blind admiration for him, believing Silver Gong Su can do anything. But reason tells them that Silver Gong Su is not a scholar, and his knowledge is certainly inferior to that barbarian's. But this barbarian dares to challenge the great scholars of Yunlu Academy. He truly doesn't know his place. In the sleeping chambers. News has come from the literary gathering. Pei Mengxilu has debated classics, strategies, livelihoods, and agriculture with the officials of the Hanlin Academy, holding his own. Holding his own is already a disgrace to our Defeng. Ultimately, Pei Mengxilu showing off like this brings the greatest shame to the ruler of a nation. Did they discuss poetry? He has some self-awareness. Zhang Shen isn't here yet. Mr. Zhang will not be coming. No rush. The literary gathering hasn't reached its main topic yet. The scholars of Yunlu Academy, though annoying, have never disappointed in their learning. What is the main topic of the literary gathering? It's war. A war happening in the north. The scene. The barbarians have been harassing the border for years, slaughtering our Dafeng people, and their harm is profound. Now, crushed by the iron hooves of the northern Jin kingdom, they shamelessly come to Dafeng for aid. Barbarians are barbarians, shameless. The witch god cult dominates the northeast of the 9 provinces, bordering Dafeng with only 3 provinces. With Dafeng's population and military strength, they can be blocked outside these 3 provinces at a certain cost. If the Kang and Yan kingdoms attack from the east, in coordination, won't Dafeng be in danger? But if the northern territories are also occupied by the witch god cult, the Jin kingdom's cavalry can advance south and strike directly at the capital. As everyone knows, the north has endless grasslands. If the Jin kingdom obtains northern territory, they can breed more cavalry. At that time, even with Dafeng's cannons and crossbows, they won't be able to stop these invincibles on land. Therefore, Dafeng sending troops is not helping my divine race, but helping themselves. My divine race has difficulty procreating. Our population is low. Even if we harass the border from time to time, we don't have the military strength to march south, so our threat to Dafeng is limited. But the witch god cult is different. No one refutes. The top scholars of the Hanlin Academy, the students of the Imperial Academy, and even the officials in court actually agree with his words. The northeast controlled by the witch god cult is rich in resources, suitable for both hunting and agriculture. And the civilization based on agriculture has the most prosperous population. The witch god cult's population is far inferior to Dafeng's, which is due to limited territory. If the northern territories fall into the hands of the witch god cult, and a portion of the population is moved north, within 20 years at most, the witch god cult's population will double, at least double. At that time, what happens to my divine race today will be Dafeng's tomorrow. These fools have unknowingly lost the initiative to the other side. Shouldn't you be discussing demanding concessions? Why are you discussing the necessity of sending troops? Of course, we have to send troops. This is beyond doubt. Discussing concessions seems to be something for the negotiation table, something for the gentlemen to handle, and indeed not appropriate to discuss at this time. The core of this literary gathering is actually for Dafeng to destroy Pei Mengsalu's image and his prestige. But the situation isn't optimistic. This guy himself is eloquent and stands tall. Strategy, and occupying the righteous cause of needing to send troops. Aren't you gentlemen usually sharp-tongued in court? When the Grand Tutor spanked my palms. Aren't you eloquent? Why aren't you speaking? How can the Grand Tutor get involved? He is a respected elder, with too much of a seniority difference. Even if they win, it's not glorious. People will just say Dafeng bullied the weak. It's the same for you gentlemen. Moreover, if you gentlemen get involved, I guarantee Pei Mengsalu will actively compete with them in academic knowledge. Your learning, gentlemen, is mostly neglected, except for a few grand scholars. Then what should we do? It's infuriating. Pei Mengsalu's talent is astounding, truly surprising. Why is Erlang so silent today? The boast he made was definitely, the place I was in wasn't Yunlu Academy, it was Luhu. So I almost fell into the lake. Grand Scholar Zhang has arrived. Mr. Zhang has finally arrived. I knew Mr. Zhang wouldn't miss it. Brother Jin Yan, you're here. Student Zhang Shen, greetings to the Grand Tutor. Zhang Jin Yan, this young man from the Baishou division wishes to consult you on military strategy. Please guide him a little. Are you Pei Mengsalu, the author of The Great Encyclopedia of Beijai? Student greets Mr. Zhang. No need for pleasantries. Do you want to compete with me in military strategy? Although he looks down on scholars, he doesn't include the scholars of Yunlu Academy in his contempt. Although the Confucian system has declined for many years, its influence remains. My knowledge is shallow, I wish to seek your guidance. Isn't this you being a ruffian? I, my second. Haven't led troops for more than 10 years. I've almost forgotten what it's like to sleep with my sword by my side. I keep saying the same old things from over 20 years ago. What military strategy are you going to discuss with me? Why don't you go discuss military strategy with Wei Yuan? This old fellow is in charge of the court. His spies are all over the world, strategizing for 20 years. So just a first stop, accumulating strength for a powerful burst one day. Aren't your words also a form of hooliganism? Why don't you let Brother Pei Man compete with the supervisor in magic? Then I won't seek to discuss military strategy. Actually, I've admired your military writings for a long time. I've heard you are skilled in military strategy and your 6 treatises on military strategy is widely circulated, praised by everyone. As a junior, I am also untalented, but I have written a book on military strategy. This book took several years. It not only incorporates Chinese military strategy but also the military strategy of barbarian cavalry. Please, sir, enlighten me. Not only is this person skilled in military strategy, but he also wrote a book on military strategy. Scholars value the creation of legacies, even those with profound knowledge are cautious when writing books. A book is revised and edited for many years before it is published to the world and announced to all. As for casual essays and notes, at this time, they actually couldn't be called books. For example, Su Qian saw a book at Yunlu Academy called Doubts of the Great Zhou that was merely notes, not a true book. Therefore, everyone regarded Pei Mengxilu's words with skepticism. Please take a look. Sir, what do you think of this book? Wonderful. The entire book is divided into 3 volumes. The first volume, The Way of Soldiers, discusses what military strategy is and what war is. Even someone unfamiliar with warfare can understand what war is from it. It lays out the general principles. The second volume discusses strategy. Water has no constant form, nor does an army have constant strength, this is described so well. The 12 strategies for attacking are truly astonishing. Even more commendable is the third volume, which meticulously studies troop deployment and formations, providing many formations for the cooperation of martial artists and ordinary soldiers, greatly maximizing the usefulness of ordinary soldiers. Pei Mengxilu is indeed a remarkably talented scholar. When it comes to the art of war, I, Zhang Shen, have lost. Confucianism emphasizes clarity of thought. I cannot bring myself to be stubborn like a dead duck. Besides, the greatest loss of face from losing the literary gathering would befall Emperor Yuanjing and the court. Yunlu Academy was expelled from the imperial court long ago. I have no need to go against my conscience for the sake of these useless sacks of wine at the imperial college. My 6 dissertations on military strategy is truly inferior to your Beijing military strategy. I admit defeat. Hm. Ha. They say the scholars of Yunlu Academy have noble character. The reputation is well deserved. There are 3 reasons why Zhang Shen was chosen as a stepping stone. 2. Zhang Shen is famous enough. 2. Zhang Shen has been in seclusion for over 20 years. 3. Zhang Shen is a scholar from Yunlu Academy, speaking his true feelings, guaranteeing his character. As long as his military book can subdue the other party, he will not suppress it against his conscience. A gentleman can be deceived with the right approach, that's the principle. Your Majesty. Zhang Shen, he has conceded. Thank you all for your guidance. Great Feng truly lives up to its reputation as a land of flourishing culture, inspiring great longing. They say Great Feng's culture is flourishing, filled with seeds of scholars, but it seems none compare to my eldest brother Pei Man. Eldest brother, once you return north, you will be our divine race's Su'in Luo. Ho! Help me back. Let's go. My elder brother has a poem, I can't bear to see the new nobles rise, but I will fight again on the stage in anger. I, an official, will discuss military strategy with you. Qijiu. Su Qijiu's reputation in officialdom is good. It was built by him blocking the Meridian Gate and yelling at Prince Huai during the Chuzhou massacre case. This reputation was hard-earned. If it were ruined by a moment of indignation and impulse, it would be too regrettable. Master Zhang is his teacher. If even he lost, does Su Qijiu think he can win? Why bother to lose face again? Pei Mengxilu's military book, even the great scholar Zhang, admitted inferiority and highly praised it. We also feel indignant and unfair, but Su Qijiu is simply too reckless. I didn't expect Su Xinyan to have held back for so long, only for this moment. Acting on impulse. Even the teacher lost, and the student still wants to turn the situation around. Lord Su, have you ever trained soldiers? No. Have you ever been on the battlefield? No. Heh. Could it be that you've also written a military book and intend to compete with my eldest brother? Although you major in military strategy, it's all theoretical. How can you discuss military strategy with me? That's right. I do have a military book here. Please, Brother Pei Man, offer your guidance. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. I have no recollection of it. It's not a military book circulated in this era, nor is it one of those repetitive books the court recently gifted me. Matters of national importance. Grounds of life and death, the path to survival, must be carefully observed. Therefore, assess it by 5 factors and compare them by calculations, and their circumstances: first, the way; second, heaven; third, earth; fourth, the commander; fifth, discipline. The meaning of the terrain. Brilliant, brilliant. These words are truly brilliant. Why does that barbarian's expression seem a bit strange? What military book does Qijiu have that makes him sigh like this? This book has 12 chapters, and its content is profound and extensive. It not only describes the theory and experience of warfare but even summarizes the laws of war. This book transcends the scope of mere strategy. The concepts it expounds are not limited to simple stratagems and military tactics. It is something more macroscopic, something on a higher level. For instance, the book states that politics is a crucial factor determining the victory or defeat of war. The level is high, instantly elevating the discussion. The number of characters in the military book is not large. Compared to his thick volumes, it appears extremely rudimentary. Yet, every word is a gem, and every sentence deserves long contemplation. In contrast, I meticulously transcribed various battles, striving to analyze details with words. Summarizing various formations and emphasizing the importance of soldiers. Of course, this book also has flaws. For example, it does not mention the role of martial artists or how to utilize them throughout. I am truly making a fool of myself. The barbarian stared for a long time without speaking. Could Su Xinyan's military book truly be better than Zhang Shen's? Ho! I have benefited greatly, benefited greatly. Lord Su, I have lost. I have no other wishes, I only beg Lord Su to allow me to transcribe this book. I am willing to become a disciple. And call you sir. Big brother, you. What? Pei Man Shilo concedes defeat. To transcribe the military treatise written by Su Qijiu, you are willing to present yourself as a student. Ha 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 ha. This is what a scholar of our great Feng should be. This is a true rising star. Let me take a look. No, that's not right. Who wrote this military treatise? Qi'an, who wrote it? Do I not know the caliber of my own disciple? Qi'an is outstanding in the art of war, but it's absolutely impossible for him to have written such a profound work. A military treatise that shakes the heavens and earth. The author of this military treatise is someone else. Cough. This military treatise was indeed not written by me. The crowd was bewildered. Is it Wei Yuan? Is it Wei Yuan? Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan. No wonder. This is how the Great Feng asks questions. This military treatise was written by my elder brother. It's a military treatise written by Silver Guardian Su. How is this possible? He's not a scholar. Silver Guardian Su, he's just a martial artist. What are you saying? Don't you forget, Silver Guardian Su is the poetry champion. Who would have thought back then that he would create one after another stunning and timeless masterpieces? Silver Guardian Su is not a scholar. He can write poetry, so why can't he write about military strategy? Exactly, have you forgotten? Silver Guardian Su has been to the battlefield. That day in Yunzhou, he single-handedly held off 8,000 rebels, and died from exhaustion. Silver Guardian Su is truly a peerless genius. That's right, the fact that Silver Guardian Su is not a scholar only proves his astounding talent, making him a rare genius in this world. Damn it, why did such a person choose the path of martial arts? That Su. An unfilial son. Hey man Shilo, you claim to be self-taught. Coincidentally, our Silver Guardian Su is also self-taught. I must admit, you are very talented. But there's always someone better. Our great Feng Silver Guardian Su is a mountain you can never cross. The situation was clearly going well, everything was proceeding according to Elder Brother Pei Man's plan. Except for a few esteemed and respected famous scholars who met unfortunate ends, the scholars of this era. Not a single one was Elder Brother Pei Man's match. Su Qi'an, who was only known by name and never seen in person, managed to thwart Elder Brother Pei Man's scheme, leaving them with nothing to show for it. So it was his elder brother who wrote the military treatise. Su De Lang was willing to entrust such a rare book to him. The bond between brothers is deeper than I imagined. Based solely on Su Erlang's own abilities, in their father's eyes, he was somewhat lacking. But if he had an elder brother behind him who could support him, his father would not look down on Erlang. As expected. Father is gazing deeply at Su Erlang. With today's literary gathering, Erlang's reputation will also soar. He understands military strategy. And wrote a military treatise. Ever since I met him, I've never seen him express any opinions on military strategy. Was it Duke Wei who wrote it? Did he use him as a conduit to pass it to Su Erlang? I want to see it. Su Erlang stealing the spotlight. I just felt satisfied, finally someone can suppress that arrogant barbarian. I didn't expect this military treatise to be written by that dog servant. As expected of my dog servant. It is true that our great Feng is blessed with talented people and a spiritual land, with juniors that can amaze. Zhang Jinyan, let this old man see the military treatise. This book must not be circulated, and must not be allowed to be transcribed by barbarians. This is the military treatise of our great Feng, it must not be spread to outsiders. This. Yuan Jing Emperor's sleeping quarters. Quietly, what is it? Your Majesty, this old servant has something to report. There's a new development at the literary gathering. After Zhang Shen conceded defeat, Su Xian Yan, a junior scholar of the Hanlin Academy, stepped forward and discussed military strategy with Pei Man Shilo. Pei Man Shilo willingly admits defeat. Oh. Since Su Qi'an Yen is Zhongshan's disciple and majors in military strategy, I didn't expect him to have such achievements. It's rare. Although this young man is Su Qian's cousin, he is also a junior scholar of the Hanlin Academy. His victory over Pei Man Shilo is acceptable. Su Qian resigned voluntarily, but later Emperor Yuan Jing also issued an edict stripping him of his title and position, and expelling him from the court. Su Qian Yen is that fellow's cousin. Now that he has defeated Pei Man Shilo, when outsiders talk about him, they will inevitably mention the equally talented Su Qian. And then accuse him of persecuting a loyal official. This is the only downside. However, Su Qian Yen's position as a junior scholar was personally appointed by him, and his talent was recognized by his keen eye, so there is no major problem. Overall, Emperor Yuan Jing is quite pleased. Tell me the process in detail. I want to know how he defeated Pei Man Shilo. Silently retreated a few steps. Junior scholar Su Qian Yen presented a military treatise. After Pei Man Shilo read it, he was so impressed that he bowed down in submission and willingly conceded defeat. A military treatise? What military treatise? Zhongshan of Yunlu Academy admitted that his 6 treatises on military strategy were inferior to Pei Man Shilo's. And the military treatises studied in the Hanlin Academy were just old wine in new bottles. That military treatise is called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It was written by Su Qian. Get out. Yes. The court has not disgraced itself, but your majesty has suffered a great loss of face this time. One can imagine how the capital will gossip about your majesty. The emperor not only persecuted a loyal subject for his own selfish reasons, but now the scholars of the capital have been suppressed by a barbarian. In the end, it was the person whom the emperor had expelled from office who turned the tide. It's no wonder that the dignified ruler of a nation has become a laughingstock and the emperor is furious. Su Qian. The literary gathering has ended. The book on military strategy did not end up in Su Qian's hands after all, but was instead forcibly taken by the Grand Tutor. The nobles, military commanders, and the scholars present who had studied the art of war had strong opinions, but they dared not openly defy the highly respected elder of the Confucian scholars. Even Huai Qing didn't dare. So, she left with some unhappiness, heading straight for Huai Qing Prefecture with her guards. Do you have any other plans? I lost the literary gathering, my reputation couldn't improve further, and it even took quite a hit. But the officials of Dafeng won't ignore me because of this. It still had some effect, but with that Su Yinluo interfering, all subsequent plans have gone down the drain. This person is exceptionally talented, I have to admit. Before, I admired his poetic talent, admired his genius, envied his reputation. But after today, I have a deep admiration, even fear and caution. Fortunately, he doesn't get along with the Emperor of Dafeng, no, fortunately, he is mortal enemies with the Emperor of Dafeng. Otherwise, if he were to lead troops in the future, my divine race would be in danger. I thought the same, so I planned to send a few beautiful women. Would he lack women? Then I'll make my own appearance. That should be enough, right? I've been waiting for you to say that. No rush. For the next few days, let's continue our efforts to win over some Dafeng officials. We should try to salvage as much of the loss as possible. After the negotiations are over, we will visit this legendary figure together. Xianyin, you can't go. Why not? Su Qian is a complete martial artist. Your words are too blunt. If you anger him, he might very well kill you on the spot. He dares. We are envoys. If he dares to execute envoys, the Dafeng court will not spare him. Executing an envoy would mean a complete break between the two countries. With the current context of jointly resisting the witch god cult, the Dafeng court would never allow such a thing to happen. He even dared to kill a duke. If you're not afraid of death, we won't stop you. Weigh your own importance. Lord Zujiozu sent you here for training, he has expectations for you. But if you die here, the old man won't care. The demon race has always been ruthless in training its juniors. Zhujiu, being a snake, is particularly cold-blooded. If they can grow, cultivate them greatly. If they die, then they were not capable enough. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. I understand. Huaiqin Prefecture. It really is you. I looked for a long time but couldn't find you. If I hadn't entered the studio, I wouldn't have been sure of your identity. Princess, we can't sit together like this. It's too irregular. Besides, my face in my past life was so handsome it shocked the party. You didn't recognize me at first. Your face blindness is quite severe. You're so clever. Disguised as such an ordinary man, you're easily forgotten with just a glance. No one would notice you. Why are you distancing yourself from me? The book on military strategy was written by Duke Wei. You used it to suppress Pei Mengxilu. Yes. That makes sense. In this era, a book on military strategy that could impress Pei Mengxilu, astonish Zhang Shen, and excite the Grand Tutor, in my understanding, only Wei Yuan could have written it. The book on military strategy was written by Wei Yuan. I thought the dog servant was omnipotent. You probably don't remember what the book on military strategy said, do you? I don't remember. Never mind. I'll go see Duke Wei later. The book on military strategy, was it really written by Wei Yuan? Of course. So cute, it almost makes me not want to deceive her anymore. No, I wrote the book on military strategy. It has nothing to do with Duke Wei. Then why did you lie to Huaiqin? Because Princess Huaiqin is too confident, it's hard to overturn or change what she believes. And I hadn't shown my knowledge of military strategy before. Her thinking the book was by Duke Wei is actually reasonable. Actually, it's because she doesn't believe you. I believe you, and I'll believe whatever you say. There are benefits to being naive, too. Naive girls are fortunate if they meet good men like me. But if they meet scumbags, their innocent hearts will be toyed with by those scumbags. If there really was a secret passage leading to the imperial palace, where would it be? What secret did Master Hun Yuan discover that made Emperor Yuanjing send people to capture him with such urgency? Soon, the scholars of the Imperial College began to spread the news of the barbarians' defeat. That barbarian Pei Mengxilu's scholarship is truly remarkable. He conversed with the scholars of the Hanlin Academy about astronomy, geography, classics, and strategies, holding his own. When the scholars of the Hanlin Academy were at a loss, the great Confucian Zhongshan from Yunlu Academy arrived. With the great Confucian of Yunlu Academy arriving, it's a sure thing, the barbarian won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Yes, everyone knows the great scholars of Yunlu Academy are as knowledgeable as the Star Observation Tower. No, the great scholar Zhongshan of Yunlu Academy also lost. Who would have thought that the barbarian would pull out a book on military strategy? After seeing it, the great scholar Zhongshan bowed in defeat. Even the great scholars of Yunlu Academy lost. Everyone, please be patient. If I had lost the literary gathering, how could I be standing here? I'm so angry. More infuriating than last year's Buddhist envoy. At this moment, a young official from the Hanlin Academy stepped forward, saying he wanted to discuss military strategy with Pei Mengsalu. This young official is Su Qi'an, the cousin of Su In Luo. He produced a brilliant book on military strategy, which made the barbarian admire him profoundly. Ha ha ha, that's great. Do you know who authored the book on military strategy? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. It's Su In Luo. Our Defeng's poetry champion, Su In Luo. Thanks to the scholars of the Imperial College's extensive praise and propaganda for Su Qi'an. The news of Su Qi'an's book on military strategy captivating the barbarian quickly spread throughout the capital. Another chapter was added to Su In Luo's legendary exploits. Your Highness, what brings you here? I've come to request a book. I'll give your Highness a handwritten note. Whatever book you need, you can retrieve it from the Indu warehouse. I wish to read that book on military strategy. Duke Wei, you are proficient in military strategy. However, you have never published any books, which is truly a regret. The emergence of your book on military strategy is a blessing to Defeng. That book on military strategy was not written by me. It wasn't. The book on military strategy was indeed written by Su Qi'an. He is so proficient in military strategy. Why has he never mentioned it before, hiding it so deeply? So Su Qi'an deliberately didn't explain, letting me make a fool of myself in front of Duke Wei. To be honest, I regret not taking him to the battlefield earlier. Such a prodigy, after a few years of training, Defeng will have another brilliant general. Just sneak him there. No, I won't. Imperial Observatory, Bagua Terrace. Not bad. You have initially mastered the formations you need to learn. In 3 years at most, you can attempt to advance to Heavenly Mechanism Master. What are the requirements for advancing to Heavenly Mechanism Master? He has been in the 4th rank realm for 5 years. It is indeed time for him to advance further. Imitating Su Qi'an had never succeeded even once. This made Yang Qianhuan understand a principle. Mortals have limits. If I want to surpass Su Qi'an, I cannot be immortal. Observing the stars for 3 years, he gained some insight and then carved formations to conceal himself for another 3 years. 6 years without going out or seeing anyone. 6 years is the fastest time. If your comprehension is insufficient, it will be 6 years, then another 6 years, and you may not even advance before your lifespan ends. Transcending mortals is not that simple, is it? Teacher, I just want to be immortal. I don't care about being a Heavenly Mechanism Master. Senior Brother Yang, the literary gathering is over. We, Defeng, won. Junior Sister Kaiwei, I'm not interested in the boring gatherings of scholars. Su Qi'an also made a move. Su Qi'an made a move. Did he recite a poem? Humph, truly enviable. However, this literary gathering was about military strategy, and he was merely a supporting character. Forcing out a poem to show off his presence is, in my opinion, a minor art. Su Qi'an has fallen. Aren't you, senior brother, the one forcing out poems to show off your presence? Su Qi'an didn't recite a poem. He didn't even appear. He wrote a book on military strategy and had Su Erlang present it at the literary gathering. After Pei Mengsalu read it, he admitted defeat and even offered to be his disciple. That book on military strategy has now become a highly sought-after treasure. Senior Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? Su Ningyan's showing off his presence in front of others' skill has advanced by leaps and bounds. It has already reached perfection. It's great, it's great. What is Senior Brother talking about? He had no choice but to do it because he offended His Majesty. Otherwise, given Su Ningyan's personality, he would be flaunting it everywhere. No, no, you don't understand. The truly exquisite, showing off his presence in front of others, is like this: the person hasn't arrived. Yet it can shock everyone. The person hasn't arrived, the truly exquisite, showing off his presence in front of others, is like this: the person hasn't arrived, yet can shock everyone. The person hasn't arrived. Su Ningyan, oh Su Ningyan, you are truly my lifelong rival. One day, I will surpass you and trample you underfoot. I will learn all your skills. The more high profile you are, the more I will learn. In the future, you will regret it. Then, senior brother, you first need to write a book on military strategy. Write a book on military strategy. A book on military strategy. Mortals indeed have limits, teacher. I will not be a mortal anymore. Comfortable. Speaking of which, I am also very skilled in acupressure. However, since Fu Xiang left, there hasn't been any woman lucky enough to receive it. Senior Sister Zhong, are you willing to be that lucky person? End it. Don't sit on me. Your butt is so big, you're crushing me. Oh. My elder brother went to the Dagung Ren Yamen today and found that the human traffickers under Marquis Pinyuan have already been beheaded. Heh heh. Your elder brother is amazing. Actually, I suspect the book on military strategy was written by Wei Yuan, but he lent it to Brother Ningyan to give to Xiaijiu, to suppress the barbarians. Regarding Heng Yuan's matter, after much deliberation, Yuan Jing captured Master Heng Yuan, but Daoist Jinlian is certain Heng Yuan will not die. Then, if I were Yuan Jing, I would definitely seal him in a place where I could see him. Where is a place that Yuan Jing can see, but others cannot find? The Imperial Palace. Miaozhen is right. But according to Su Ningyan's intelligence, the Marquis of Huai's spies did not enter the palace, nor even the Imperial City that day. Are you saying the secret passage to the Imperial Palace is in the inner city? That's what I think too. But there's an unexplainable point. Little Gate, do you have a map of the capital? The inner city leading to the Imperial Palace has the Imperial City in between. In that case, it wouldn't be a tunnel, but a passage. It's indeed impossible. Starting from any gate of the inner city and galloping a horse, it would take 3/4 of an hour to reach the Imperial City. Then, from the Imperial City to the Imperial Palace, the journey is too long. I don't believe there is such a long tunnel. To dig a tunnel, and to do it secretly. After all, one cannot openly carry out tunnel construction. Moreover, the capital is vast. If you dig a tunnel underneath someone's property, you would have been sensed long ago. My idea is, could there be some earth manipulation spell? Firstly, earth manipulation spells are difficult to cultivate, and very few people master this art. Furthermore, it can only be cast in an environment with earth veins. What are earth veins? Miaozhen knows that Zhong Li is with me in the room, hinting that I should ask. Earth veins are earth veins. I can't explain it, but spellcasters can. Spellcasters are proficient in feng shui and know what earth veins. Or, our learned and talented number 3 might know what earth veins are. Do you know what earth veins are? Earth veins are like human meridians. The trends of mountains and rivers are all influenced by earth veins. Earth veins are a general term, divided into 12 types, corresponding to the 12 meridians of the human body. They are very important in feng shui. Land with earth veins. This is a feng shui treasure land. It is particularly important for building residences and choosing burial sites. Earth veins are equivalent to human meridians, corresponding to the 12 main meridians. When I bought the new house and asked Chu Kaiwei to look at the feng shui, there was a female ghost in the Su family's well, and ghosts cannot exist independently in the Yang world. At that time, Chu Kaiwei went down the well to inspect and found an yin vein at the bottom. Yin veins are also a type of earth vein, I presume. Senior Sister Zhong, are there earth veins in the imperial city? Of course, there are earth veins in the imperial city. It is called the dragon vein. Veins are an extension of national fortune. 600 years ago, the Feng established its capital here. The earth veins of the capital were nourished by purple qi. Blessed by the fortune of a nation and the wishes of the common people, over time, it transforms into a dragon vein. Does the dragon vein have any use? Just like the feng shui of ancestral graves, if it is damaged, it will affect future generations. Similar, it suppresses the fortune of a nation. In the later years of Dezhou, the great scholar Qi'an Zhong of Yunlu Academy, carrying public resentment, entered the capital of Dezhou. At the cost of his own life, he shattered Dezhou's last national fortune. What he shattered was the dragon vein. There is a saying among our spellcasters, he who obtains the dragon vein obtains the world. I don't quite understand. Can you control the dragon vein? There is a dragon vein within the imperial city. The dragon vein suppresses the fortune of a nation. Even supervisor teacher would not dare to touch it lightly. If even the supervisor doesn't dare to touch the dragon vein lightly, then it's even more impossible for the Marquis of Huai's spies to use the dragon vein for earth manipulation. Was my idea wrong? I will investigate Heng Yuan's matter. Leave it to me. None of you need to worry. Number 1 is so proactive. This is not in line with her personality. Number 7 and number 8 cannot come forward, due to the circumstances, only cat. Number, rarely appears. Occasionally participates in discussions, but only to a limited extent. Number holding the earth book fragment. Low-key, his identity is the most mysterious. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society are all surprised by such proactive engagement. It does not conform to number 1's usual style. Within the Heaven and Earth Society, besides me, no one can freely enter or exit the imperial city. I can even find a way to enter the palace. Whether it's Heng Yuan or the tunnel, I have more advantages and am safer than you. Of course, if I need help, I will ask you for it. I hope you all will not refuse. Indeed, the current imperial city and imperial palace are forbidden grounds for them. Even if Su Qian could sneak into the imperial city, he could only accompany Huiqing and Linen, lacking the conditions for independent action. This is a good opportunity to test number 1's abilities and his identity. Number 1 can freely enter and exit the imperial city, and even find a way to enter the palace. This indicates his high status. One of the Grand Dukes. A member of the imperial family or phew, someone is finally handling Master Heng Yuan's matter. I can rest easy now. Sleep, sleep. For the next 2 days, the imperial court and the demon delegation held several fruitless negotiations. Neither side reached an agreement for the time being. Su Qian stayed away from the court and wasn't concerned about this matter. He spent these 2 days hiding in the widow's small courtyard seeking peace. The princess's life was exceptionally comfortable, not in a physical sense, but in a spiritual one. Free and comfortable, lacking nothing in food, clothing, shelter, or transportation. Su Qian also often accompanied her out to shop, eat snacks, watch opera, and so on. The 9-colored lotus root grew exceptionally well, having already begun to sprout, and had even grown another segment. I hope it can grow larger than Daoist Jinlian's. The reason Su Qian was hiding was that after the literary gathering, scholars from all walks of life kept sending invitations to Su's mansion. Some wanted to visit him, some wanted to invite him for drinks, and some even wanted to marry their daughters or sisters to him, even providing their birth dates. During the Buddhist battle, Su Qian's reputation was indeed widespread, but scholars still harbored some prejudice towards him and didn't fully consider him one of us. Since the massacre in Chuzhou, Zhao Shou publicly announced in court that Su Qian was his disciple, officially making Su Qian one of us in the eyes of scholars. It's just that Emperor Yuanjing was in a fit of anger that time, so no one dared to get close to Su Qian. After the literary gathering incident, Su Qian became highly sought after. But these were all minor issues. What truly made him unable to stay at home were the several great scholars from Yinlu Academy. The day before yesterday, Dean Zhao Shou visited. Ning Yan is actually skilled in military strategy. Does that book of wooden mounds exist? Any other handwritten copies? He came to read books, and the military books were added to the Academy's library. No handwritten copies. Lately, I can't help but want to wank. Just then, great scholars Zhang Shen, Li Mubai, and Chen Tai visited together. Poetry thief. Disciple thief. Shameless old thief. Absolutely. Retreat 100 li. Not retreating. Retreat 100 li. Not retreating. Retreat 100 li. Not retreating. In this unprecedented magical contest, Su Qian slipped out of Su's mansion. It was at dinner that evening when I've asked Lingyue to invite Miss Wang to our residence the day after tomorrow. The men in the family should avoid her. Also, proper etiquette must be observed. I'm talking about you, Su Lingying, you're the rudest one. If Master and Sister Miaozhen came to visit, it was the same. Why didn't Mother say I was rude? How can that be the same? She's your second brother's prospective wife. What is a wife? Your mother is my wife. Do you understand? She's going to be my mother. It's indeed complicated to explain. Although wife is a noun, when a man marries a wife, he desires to turn it into a verb. The meaning within is too profound for a 6-year-old child to understand. In short, if you're good and don't cause trouble, Mother will take you to Fuman Building to eat that monkey brains later. I want to eat monkey tits. It's brains. Monkey tits. Cough cough. Big brother, I've memorized another part recently. Come to my study after dinner. Okay. I hope there will be some clues in the previous emperor's daily records. Otherwise, I really don't know how to investigate further. Perhaps I'll have to give up. In the study, Su Erlang recited the daily records he had recently memorized. The previous emperor was an ordinary emperor, with neither merits nor demerits until his ascension. His temperament was also quite gentle, he indulged somewhat in women, and he was somewhat neglectful of his duties. It was precisely because of this that 2 successive prime ministers held great power. Thinking about it now, Emperor Yuanjing's mastery of power and skill in maintaining balance was likely learned from the previous emperor's lessons. Previous emperor, Taoist master, your cultivation is profound, you are an immortal being. Can you perform the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones technique? This conversation. Taoist head of the human sect, when it comes to the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones technique, among the 3 sects, the Earth sect is the foremost. Previous emperor. I heard the Earth sect cultivates merit and walks among the mortal world, a dragon that appears and disappears without a trace. I wonder if Taoist master can introduce me. Taoist head of the human sect, yes. The previous emperor was very curious about 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. The Taoist head of the Earth sect during the previous emperor's reign must have been that Taoist head who became possessed by a demon. The Earth sect's avatar participated in the Chuzhou massacre. Emperor Yuanjing and the Taoist head of the Earth sect were colluding. I never understood how Yuanjing got involved with the Taoist head of the Earth sect. So the Taoist head of the Earth sect had visited the capital before. Then he must have had contact with the previous emperor and Emperor Yuanjing when he was a prince. As expected, it was correct to search for the daily records from the previous emperor's reign. These details are not problematic at all, they are even insignificant trivial matters. But it is precisely because of these trivial traces that we can connect threads of karma. Relationships. Unfortunately, until Su Erlang recited until the candle burned out, the subsequent daily records contain no further information about the previous emperor and the Taoist head of the Earth sect meeting. The daily records do not continue to record the aftermath of this matter. Either it was erased, or it was not in the palace, so the imperial scribe did not stay by the emperor's side. I haven't had time to read the rest yet. Early morning. This attire is the result of my careful consideration. As is well known, the Su family's matriarch is a woman whose thoughts are unfathomable. His methods are extremely skillful, and he is my #1 future enemy. Therefore, if I were to flaunt my status as the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter and act arrogantly, I would easily give the other party an opening to criticize me for lacking upbringing. Therefore, I must be low-key and reserved, adhering to the doctrine of the mean. I'm leaving. I'm so looking forward to it. Wang Simu is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family. In her childhood, she saw her mother and a favored concubine vying for favor. She also saw those ignorant illegitimate daughters attempting to compete with her for her position as the legitimate daughter. But in her girlhood, these chaotic figures all became like smoke and past events. Wang Simu's position in the Wang family was like that of a lone warrior on a mountaintop, only lacking the company of a zither. With no rivals at home, she played with the young ladies outside, defeating the daughters of nobles and suppressing the princesses of the imperial clan. Among the female relatives of high-ranking officials in the capital, there was only one person who made Miss Wang feel inferior and deeply wary from the bottom of her heart. The eldest princess, Huiqing. But later, she discovered that within the small Su residence, there was a woman who could not be underestimated. And this woman might be her future mother-in-law. The day before yesterday, after receiving the invitation from the eldest daughter of the Su family, I knew the matriarch of the Su family intended to formally meet me. This is both good and bad. The good part is that the matriarch of the Su family finally approved of me, considering me a satisfactory daughter-in-law. The bad part is that this invitation is likely fraught with hidden dangers and is a treacherous path. If I handle this poorly and fall behind, I might be suppressed in the future. But that's precisely why it's so interesting. The outwardly fragile but inwardly calculating Miss Su. The talented and eloquent Su Erlang. And the Su Dalong, who made all the nobles and high officials wary, and even made His Majesty grind his teeth in hatred. To be able to raise such successors, the Su family's matriarch is truly a formidable opponent to even think about. Ting Li Tan Man. This is truly exciting. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister, with noble status. I cannot lose my manners, nor can I let her look down on me. You good-for-nothing Su Ningyan, always slacking off, and still haven't found a girl you like. Are you jealous that Erlang is ahead of you? Su Mansion. Make everything clean. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I'll take you boating in my fish pond sometime. It's full of ferocious sharks. Secretly eating food bought from the restaurant. Su Ningyan, Su Lingyin. Are you two trying to drive me to death? Cough cough, that, Ningyan ah. Auntie thinks that since Miss Wang is the Prime Minister's daughter and is used to delicacies, eating something a little different occasionally. I remember last time you. Crocodile. Oh, I'll go to the kitchen and teach the cooks. She is full of anticipation for the good show later. Whatever she asks for now, he will agree. Give me back the ruler. It's for making new clothes for Big Brother. The kitchen has prepared several dishes, with unique styles and flavors. He. Ha ha ha, sister, chase me. On the other side, after the little dumpling was driven out of the hall. Through it secretly. Although it's not as grand as the Wang family's imperial mansion, buying such a large mansion in this prosperous area of the inner city still shows the Su family's considerable wealth. Huh? What did I step on? The matriarch of the Su family dropped the ruler at the entrance, clearly preparing it for me. Miss Wang, please come in, please come in. A ruler symbolizes rules. She's here to set rules for me. It's a ruler. Art by Momo, Hatsa Sakura Team, Dragon Pig Pie. Miss, what's wrong? It's nothing. The ruler fell here. Pick it up and return it to them. It might not be a reprimand, but rather the Su family's matriarch testing me. After all, my father is the Grand Chancellor. Marrying Erlang would be a step down for me. She's afraid I'm arrogant and stubborn, so she threw a ruler to test me. If I were truly a willful and spoiled young lady, I would have been furious and not so calm. I need to first understand the Su family matriarch's methods and temperament before deciding how to interact with her in the future. That matriarch, it seems, is testing me just as I suspected. She's truly a master. Sister Wang. I haven't had the chance to invite you to visit my manor since the last poetry gathering. Today, my wish is finally granted. Speaking of which, I've felt guilty for causing you to fall into the water at the poetry gathering. This matriarch has maintained herself so well, you can't tell she's the mother of 3 children at all. At first glance, she doesn't look like Su Lingyue's mother, but more like her older sister. Madam Su. Miss Wang, please don't be so polite. Have a seat. When I entered the manor earlier, I saw a ruler by the entrance and asked a maid to pick it up. Huh? Lingyue, isn't this your ruler? Why was it left at the entrance? Oh, dear. It must have been Lingyin who left it there. She took my ruler earlier to play with it. Such cunning tactics, they've left me speechless. I can't exactly badmouth a child. I brought some pastries and jewelry. They're from the imperial city. Crafted by artisans. This jewelry isn't just any jewelry, it's the work of artisans who exclusively craft jewelry for imperial concubines. Of course, I won't explicitly mention the artisans' identities. That would be too crass and make me seem like a shallow, boastful woman. Saying they're from the imperial city artisans, anyone with a bit of sense, be it a noble young lady or a married woman, understands what that implies. Miss Wang, you are very thoughtful. Slightly surprising, but very restrained. It seems my little stratagems are insufficient to impress the matriarch. Big brother, what are you doing? Big brother is watching a play. No, listening to a play. I want to listen too. I can't hear anything. Miss Wang's fighting power is just this. She's not married here yet, so being polite and reserved is understandable. But isn't she being a bit too amiable and businesslike? From what I know of Miss Wang, she should be a very opinionated and assertive person. It's impossible not to test Auntie's skill. Why hasn't she made a move yet? I'm waiting for her to. After a period of testing, Wang Simu mistakenly discovered that the Su family matriarch hasn't as inscrutable as she imagined. Wang Simu herself is a master of internal strife, possessing a keen sense for others of her kind. But with the Su family matriarch, she found no such characteristics. Her personality is quite straightforward, she acts as if my tests are invisible, as if she doesn't understand scheming at all. Moreover, it seems because of my status as the Grand Chancellor's daughter. She was exceptionally polite to me, as if afraid of not being hospitable enough. And when we talked about rouge and powder, she immediately lost her elder's demeanor and chattered incessantly, like a young girl. She even complained that she couldn't quite understand the ledgers from the shops outside and had to let Su Lingyue help manage them, revealing her own shortcomings. No matter how I look at it, she doesn't seem like a woman of superior skill. After chatting for a while, Lingyue invited Wang Simu to stroll in the courtyard. Only truly wealthy families have the leisure and resources to cultivate precious flowers and plants. The Su family's wealth is indeed substantial. Ha! Ha 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 ha! That's my younger sister, Lingyin. Erlang has mentioned her, but he seemed unwilling to introduce this child much. Sister Lingyin, are you practicing martial arts? Yes. Our second brother is the only scholar in the family, but his studies are demanding, and he's never had time to teach her. When she was sent to school, she was bullied, and mother was helpless, so she just let her practice martial arts. That's not good. Women should still be educated and enlightened. The more educated and sensible a woman is, the better family she can marry into in the future. If you don't mind, I can help Sister Lingyin with her studies. Thank you, Sister Simu. If I can become Su Lingyin's tutor, I'm sure I'll gain some respect from the Su family and showcase my talents. In this household, mother worries most about Lingyin and is helpless with her. Su Lingyin is the Su family matriarch's weakness. However, the Su family matriarch doesn't seem as fearsome as I imagined. You're so stupid. You can't even master a few sets of fist techniques. When will you be able to lift a stone table? Lifting a stone table? A child this small has to lift a stone table. When you can lift the stone table, I'll give you extra chicken legs. But I need to eat chicken legs to have strength to lift it. That girl is. Oh, her name is Lena. She's a girl from the Gu tribe in the southern border. She's temporarily staying at the manor and teaching Lingyin martial arts. She's a strict teacher with real skill. I heard Silver Guard Su's parents died early. To nurture him into success, Madame Su must have racked her brain. Here, hold this. Isn't that so? When I was young, father insisted that eldest brother practice martial arts, but mother disagreed and wanted him to study like second brother. Because of this, father and mother argued for many years. Amazing. The entire Defeng knows Su Ningyan is a scholarly prodigy. Even Father Wang Zhenwen had lamented, if only this child were a scholar. But because Uncle Su insisted that Su Qi'an practice martial arts, a remarkably talented scholarly seed was wasted. Unexpectedly, the Su family matriarch had a discerning eye many years ago. In his youth, eldest brother had a strained relationship with mother and often argued. He moved out of the manor in anger. They lived in adjacent small courtyards for 5 years. It wasn't until they moved to the inner city that the family lived together again. Even Su Qi'an can't outwit the Su family matriarch. So, everything before was a disguise, the so-called straightforwardness. The so-called lack of skill in fighting. Everything that just happened was deliberately shown to me by the Su family matriarch. I was indeed too arrogant, thinking a brief chat would allow me to fathom the Su family matriarch's depth. Those who understand how to disguise themselves are the true masters. In comparison, the Su family's younger sister beside her is far inferior to her mother. At least I knew from the incident at the poetry gathering that day that she was a woman of means and calculation. Wang Simu had 3 objectives for visiting the Su manor today. To probe the depth of the Su family matriarch. Second, to assess the Su manor's foundation, including the residence, financial strength, and various furnishings. Third, to gain an initial understanding of the Su family members' personalities and preferences, in order to decide whom to win over and whom to suppress in the future. For a woman, this is essential intelligence to gather. If I truly marry Erlang in the future, I will be moving in here. The depth of the Su family matriarch. I've reached a gradual conclusion, unfathomable. Now, I plan to take this opportunity to examine the Su manor's foundation. After this tour, I am quite satisfied with the residence. Even if I were to live here in the future, I wouldn't feel cold. The only issue is There seem to be fewer guards in the manor. This is because neither father nor eldest brother or second brother have many trusted subordinates. So they only hired retainers, not guards. The guards responsible for protecting the home must be trusted confidants, otherwise, they might easily commit theft and betrayal. Furthermore, the male head of the household cannot always be present. If the women in the household are beautiful, it's even more dangerous. Although I could bring my own royal guards. However, such actions are not only an unstable factor for the husband's family but also a provocation. The Su family's foundation is shallow, there's nothing that can be done about it. Saintess of the Heavenly Sect. Such a powerful figure, why is she at the Su manor? I've met the saintess. Miss Wang. As the saintess of the Heavenly Sect and the Flying Swallow female knight, Li Miaozhen's prestige is quite high. Such an attitude isn't impolite, on the contrary, it complements her image as a martial arts expert and a renowned female knight. This woman's beauty is so stunning, it took my breath away. And Li Miaozhen, are there really this many beauties in the Su family? Is the saintess also visiting the manor? No, I've been staying at the Su manor for several months. Staying at the Su manor for several months, is she a guest minister of the Su family? No wonder the Su manor doesn't need guards. With the astonishing girl from the southern Xinjiang Gu clan, Yu Li, and the Heavenly Sect saintess, Li Miaozhen. There's Su Pingji, a commander of the Imperial Guard, and someone who can overpower both the heavenly and mortal sections. Silver Guard Su. Even for a royal manor, with this kind of high-level combat power. Why would they need ordinary guards? Although the Su family has shallow roots in official circles, in the martial arts world, in certain aspects, their foundation is terrifyingly deep. Who is this older sister? Her name is Susu, she's my older sister. Miss Susu, your needlework is truly skillful, much better than mine. My background is not good. Even if I get married in the future, I'll only be a concubine, so I'll have to do chores. I envy Miss Wang, though. Of noble birth, with fingers that have never touched manual labor. Here they come. It was worth bringing Wang Simu this way. This Miss Susu seems quite hostile towards me, but I've never met her before. Does this Miss Susu have feelings for Third Master? She knows she can't compete, because she wants to be a concubine, so she said such things. Relying on the Heavenly Sect saintess for support, she's using veiled words to provoke me. This familiar sparring match makes me feel like I'm back on home turf, temporarily escaping the shadow of the Su family matriarch. A concubine has her hardships, and the main wife has her burdens. Sister, you don't need to be self-pitying. However, in this world, one principle remains unchanged: the higher your position, the greater your abilities must be. So, in the end, being a nobody, a concubine, seems to be the easiest path. Right, Sister Susu? Really? I see Madame Su living quite comfortably, doted on by her husband and respected by her children. But then, Miss Wang is from a prominent family, so of course, it's different. This is praising with a hidden sting. This Wang Simu is Su Erlang's confidant. Susu is Su Ningyan's confidant. What kind of connection? The Su sister has a naive and gentle expression, sitting aside with a smile, as if she doesn't understand the confrontation between the two. The weak little lamb is the most dangerous. Bool. Su Ningyan is also here to listen to the drama, that scoundrel. Speaking of which, Sister Susu's family background is quite tragic. My parents died many years ago, and we relied on each other. Now that we're in the capital, I won't reveal the location. Oh. Not leaving? Does this little slut really want to be Su Erlang's concubine? Su Erlang clearly said he didn't have any concubines in his family. Indeed he doesn't have concubines, because he hasn't officially taken any. Su and Su Ningyan are in love. I plan to keep Su at the Su manor. I don't ask for the position of a main wife, being a concubine would be enough. Ah! Su Ningyan's concubine. Then it's nothing. Oh, in love with Big Brother? Sister Su, you hide it so well. I never realized you and my big brother were in love. That's great. After Miss Fuxiang passed away, Big Brother has been melancholic. Now that he has Sister Su, he'll surely become happier gradually. Is this comparing me to a courtesan? Qi'an Dong Man. Ah, I just saw Lingyue taking Miss Wang to do needlework. Honestly, she's a guest, how can she be made to do chores? This fire is inexplicably aimed at me. Given Lingyue's personality, she might hide needles in my clothes. This won't do. This girl Lingyue isn't much smarter than Lingyin. She's too honest and only knows how to work all day. Cough, cough. Miss Wang is the daughter of the Prime Minister. What is she doing needlework? It makes me so angry. Ningyan, it seems we don't have any crystal cups at home. Only the most ordinary porcelain plates and cups. It's still early for lunch. You help. Having a few crystal cups would make our home more presentable. No, we can't let the Wang family's young lady look down on us. When you get married in the future, don't let your future mother-in-law boss you around like a maid. Alright, auntie, hurry up and go. Go buy some. Go, auntie, go. That way, I won't have to see auntie get brutally defeated like a black iron piece inserted into a king's battle. The Duke of Chao's private collection has a set of dragon blood crystal jade goblets on the table. Take out the dragon and phoenix auspicious porcelain small jar and a few blue and white porcelain plates. Buying cups will take a long time for a round trip. Let the chef use them to serve dishes. 10-cent unlie animation. All day long, you only know how to do these chores. I understand, mother. As soon as she arrived, she suppressed Lingyue and Su. 10-cent animation. It's all my fault. I'm usually too lazy to manage the shops and fields outside. When I was at home, my mother would say things to me, and I could refute her until she was speechless. And the dividends from the Qi'an. Lingyue manages all of this. She's busy every day and has gotten used to it. Wang Simu isn't doing needlework. What she means is that if I want to manage the family's accounts in the future, I have to first. A picture of harmony. Here she comes. She's starting to reprimand me. Yun Man. I can't help but admire Wang Simu. Pass Su Lingyue. Trying to give us the impression of being harmless to humans and animals. As expected of the daughter of Prime Minister Wang, she's got some tricks up her sleeve. 10-cent sports animation. However, it's natural for there to be a rich spread of dishes when there are guests. Therefore, Wang Simu wasn't looking at the dishes, but at the porcelain. It's just lunchtime, and this is the main table. There are men in the family, so why are we eating first? The quality of the daily meals is also one of the standards for measuring the Su family's foundation. Why don't I see Silver Guard Su? He's the only man in the manor, and it's inconvenient to share a table with you. I've asked him to eat in his own room. This is sweet rice wine brewed in the manor, have a taste. How is it that you are so wary of her, Silver Guard Su? Its color is like jade, with a blood-like crimson hue within. Oh dear. Edited and illustrated by Studio Hatasakura Momo Pigskin. Oh no. How could I be so careless? I'll wipe it off for you. Glazed pottery is precious to begin with, and dragon's blood glaze is made from a type of extremely rare earth from the western regions. When the western regions and the central plains have close relations, dragon's blood glaze is often sent as tribute to the central plains. It is usually made into ceremonial wine cups, which are only brought out when His Majesty entertains his officials. As diplomatic relations between the western regions and the central plains gradually cooled, dragon's blood glaze has not flowed into the central plains for many years, and nobles in the capital find it hard to obtain. Most of them are kept in their homes and occasionally used by themselves, but absolutely not for entertaining guests. The table is full of dragon's blood glazed cups. It's a whole set of glazed cups, valuable enough to buy 2 Su mansions. Are you tired? Scolding is scolding. But this is a matter of stance. She actually cares a lot about me. Is this what the Su family matriarch is trying to convey? It moves me. I'm fine. Here, try these dishes. They are all exclusive to our Su mansion, you can't get them elsewhere. Crispy roasted duck skin, sliced, wrapped in thin pancakes, it's delicious and filling. The appearance isn't great, but it's tender and soft when eaten, with just the right amount of saltiness. Braised lion's head meatballs. Braised pork belly, fragrant, rich, and melt in your mouth. Although the Su family is a newly risen, noble family, their financial strength cannot be underestimated. Delicious. This is a priceless antique. This isn't normal, is it? How could someone use an antique as an everyday item? Steady, steady. I must not lose my composure. That girl Susu isn't at the table. Eating like this means that even if she marries into the Su family, she can only be a concubine. Li Miaozhen's indifferent personality matches her aloof and detached demeanor as a celestial sect saintess. Su Lingyin and this girl from the southern barbarian tribes. Who eats like this? Aren't they afraid of spilling? Afraid of burning themselves? Are they trying to trick me? Whimper. If such a young child can act, it's too terrifying. But if they weren't acting, how could a strict homemaker like the Su family matriarch tolerate such rudeness? Not long after, Wang Simu's mind wandered, and the meal ended. Although the Su family matriarch is highly skilled, she is not an overbearing matriarch. On the contrary, most of the time she is very gentle and forthright, like a young girl. Truly a terrifying woman. Su Lingyue has inherited at most 3 or 4 parts of her mother's skill. In my opinion, she's a formidable opponent, but not a rival. As for this youngest daughter of the Su family, I haven't had a chance to test her yet. Lingyin, come to your sister. Your sister told me you were bullied at school. A little fatty took my food. But big brother got revenge for me. Su Lingyue wasn't lying. Someone really did bully her, which is why she doesn't go to school. Poor child. So, do you still want to go to school? Then how about your sister teaching you? I can teach the child some accelerated knowledge. When I return to the mansion, this child will accidentally display her newly learned knowledge in front of her parents. The Su family matriarch will surely ask, and Su Lingyin will then silently tell her about teaching her to read. Say it. In the past, once the Su family matriarch knew, she would be grateful to me, and I wouldn't take credit. At this moment, on the other side, Sun Yan, having just finished lunch at the Hanlin Academy canteen, bid farewell to others and hurried home. Simu is quite assertive and opinionated, while mother wears her emotions on her sleeve. If Wang Simu makes a certain probing remark that displeases mother, mother would likely show her displeasure on the spot. Besides, the mansion is full of a bunch of strange characters, Lingyin, Lina, the celestial sect saintess, the ghost girl Susu. And my most passive-aggressive eldest brother. I need to come back and take control of the situation. Where is your young lady? She's in the courtyard. Simu. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? I came back too late. Simu. Erlang, your sister has infuriated me. What? So, you did have a conflict. Is it Lingyue? Don't take it too much to heart. My sister-in-law is just. It's not Sister Lingyue. It's her. I was kindly teaching her arithmetic, and she's trying to anger me. 88888 teaching Lingying arithmetic. Why would you put yourself through this? The teachers at the academy, Taoist Master Li, Chu Yuanjin, they were all quite angered by Lingying. How can you be any different? But Lingyue said that Lingying doesn't go to school because she was bullied at school, and that's true, so I thought I'd teach her. In this family, mother's biggest headache is Lingying. She's utterly helpless with her. It's Lingyue. Ha ha ha. I finally understand why Chu Yuanjin was so angry. Ha 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 ha, this guy also tried to teach Lingying arithmetic. I can't anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. Your eldest sister is quite cunning. Go on, you're the one with the cunning heart. After Sun Yan's lecture. Nonsense. Ji Tai's emotions finally calmed down. Simu. I thought about it for a long time last night. Ever since Big Brother offended His Majesty, the Su family has been walking on the edge of a cliff. Big Brother's intention is to take the family away from the capital. As for whether I stay in the capital, that's my own choice. I've studied diligently for over a decade and finally achieved my current position. No matter what, I won't leave the capital. However, I want to wait a bit longer. When I have a higher position and a larger enterprise, I will marry you. It wouldn't be good for others to laugh. Your taste in men is not good. Dusk. Auntie gave Wang Simu a lot of return gifts and even gave her a jade bracelet she had worn for many years. For some reason, although I suffered a setback today, I can feel a sense of peace from this household. They live in this tranquility, a tranquility of peaceful times. It was getting late. Wang Simu returned to the Wang mansion to have dinner with her family. You seem preoccupied. What are you thinking about? By the way, you went to the Su mansion today. How did you feel about it? The Su family has only recently risen in prominence, so it's likely that they can't, in all aspects. I hope this satisfies you, my dear sister. In that case, if you really marry in the future. The older the marriage, the more generous the dowry will have to be. They use dragon's blood glazed cups for drinking, precious antiques for serving dishes, and their guards are all fourth-rank masters. The Su family receives a tenth of the annual profit from all the Imperial Chicken Essence workshops. What? All Imperial Chicken Essence workshops share 1/10. Dragon's blood glazed cups as wine goblets. What about the Wang family matriarch? With Simu's skills, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress her, right? The Su family matriarch, unfathomable. The Su family is not simple. By the way, father, how did the negotiations go? The results should be out in 3 days at most. The negotiations between De Fong and the demon barbarians are ultimately about immediate benefits and future benefits. Future benefits are just additions, and immediate benefits are the most important. And what the demon barbarians can offer are warhorses, iron ore, furs, and ceded territories. In the study at night, Su Qi'an finished reading the daily records of the late emperor. What is this? Erlang's manuscript is filled with strategies targeting the Jinghua iron cavalry. I just came up with this on my own. Erlang truly lives up to his major in military strategy. His writing is coherent and his ideas are clear. I just don't know if it's all on paper or actually effective. I just don't know if it's all on paper or actually effective. Deep in the northeast, a pitch-black mountain valley lies beside a vast ocean. Further beyond the altar is a grand city-state, which is the headquarters of the witch god cult. This city-state is called Jingshan, the mountain's name is the city's name, and Jingwa's national name also originates from this high mountain where an altar stands. In this era when the witch god does not manifest in the mortal world, the Grand Wizard is the highest leader of the witch god cult. Solunagu, a first-rank figure in the wizard system. Grand Wizard. He is a top powerhouse who has existed since ancient times. When the first supervisor was not yet specialized, his identity was a disciple of this ancient powerhouse. Titch, Puff. Ilbu, come here. Grand Wizard. Has your injury recovered? Grand Wizard, who exactly is that mysterious powerhouse who appeared in Chuzhou? I cannot deduce his origin. If you could deduce it, you would be the Grand Wizard. Ignore him. He's someone the Buddhist sect needs to worry about. We have to deal with Wei Yuan. The witch god just issued a decree. The witch god can finally exert its power and influence reality. Go tell the young ones in Jingwa. Within 3 months, flatten the northern frontier. Yes. Gur. Let me go to Dafeng's capital and cause trouble for that descendant. Within Dafeng, I can't defeat him. This is troublesome. I can't wait to meet the legendary Su Yin Luo. The negotiations have ended. We will leave the capital after meeting Su Qi'an. The Jingwa Iron Cavalry is unparalleled in coordination and their tactics are powerful. I have several questions I'd like to ask him. As for you, just be a pleasing decoration. Whether you can lure him into bed depends on your own skill. Men, rarely are they not lecherous. When they aren't, it's usually because the women aren't beautiful enough. And the more lecherous a man is, the more ways I have to deal with him. Don't look at his imposing demeanor. If we really got into bed, he'd only be crying and begging, calling me grandma. If you have the ability, you can take him back north, I don't care. But before that, don't get in the way of my important business. Important business? I knew it. How could someone as proud as you be willing to lose to someone you've never met? I've investigated these past few days. Although Su Qi'an has exceptional poetic talent, he has never accomplished anything in military strategy. I suspect that book on military strategy was written by Wei Yuan. So I want to pay him a visit and test him. Of course, if he really is the author of that book on military strategy. I want to ask him a few questions about how to break the deadlock in the Northern War. A master of military strategy like that often, his ideas might be the key to the success or failure of the war. This way, please. You didn't disappoint me. This appearance alone is worth this grandma cherishing you dearly. Titch, Huang Xianer, that seductive vixen is as slutty as ever. Ladies, please come inside. He merely glanced at me indifferently, without the usual male lust or admiration. But it's the first time he and I have met. Either has extremely strong resistance to beauty. Or Su Yin Luo himself. Either the romantic rumors about him and the courtesans in the brothel circulating in the capital are deliberate misdirection. Your feud with the Dafeng Emperor is common knowledge. I'm very curious how Su Yin Luo will handle it. This definitely isn't because I lack charm. I am no longer a Yin Luo. At that scholarly gathering, reading Master Su's book on military strategy was like receiving enlightenment. In fact, I have admired Master Su for a long time. I too have admired Master Su for a long time. Young Master Pei Man's talent also shocked me. I never expected an outsider to have such a brilliant and erudite scholar. You have earned Dafeng's respect with your talent. What about this humble servant? Hasn't this humble servant earned your respect? Your Fox clan vixens have long since earned the respect of lecherous officials. Fox clan spirit women have been receiving widespread praise in Dafeng's official circles. Capital officials have often discussed them in private, and even Su Erlang. I've heard all about it. But even I find Jingwa's iron cavalry extremely troublesome. It's well known throughout Kyushu that our divine race's cavalry is fierce, but brute force alone is not enough for great achievements. This visit, 11 Lu is here to seek advice from Master Su. Seek advice from me? I'm just a transporter. The Art of War was not written by me, but by Sun Tzu. Isn't the title clear enough? A great scholar proficient in military strategy like you, seeking advice from me? I wrote in the book on military strategy, know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I was too impatient. Jingwa has two types of cavalry. One type is called the Fire Armor Army, famous for the special armor they wear. Their mounts are unicorn scale beasts, a breed crossbred from excellent warhorses and a creature from Jingwa called a monster. This beast has incredible endurance, and its scales offer astonishing defense. Its unicorn horn, when combined with a charge, is invincible. Even the strongest of the barbarian tribes. Heavy cavalry would not dare to claim victory against them. And the Fire Armor Army alone numbers 40,000. A heavy cavalry force of 40,000 monstrous beasts, no wonder they can sweep through the demon and barbarian tribes. The other type is ordinary cavalry. And their light cavalry should not be underestimated either. After the heavy cavalry charges, the light cavalry sweeps through like fire, responsible for finishing off scattered enemies. With their cooperation, they are invincible. Moreover, the north is mostly flat terrain, unlike the central plains, which are dense with mountains and rivers. Finding favorable terrain can effectively curb Jingwa's cavalry. May I ask Suin Luo, how should my northern divine race deal with them? How the hell would I know? If it were me, I'd just charge straight ahead, who cares about all that? Oh, right, Erlang's manuscript. If Dafeng's army were to face such iron cavalry in the north, they would simply need to bombard them repeatedly with artillery and ballistae. But Jingwa has light cavalry that moves extremely fast. As long as they scatter and withstand the first 2 rounds of bombardment, they can destroy Dafeng's artillery corps. 2 methods. Set up iron-spiked palisades or dig horse traps within 100 paces of the artillery. Simply drive large, fist-sized spikes into the ground. Digging deep pits of appropriate size can effectively curb cavalry charges. Light cavalry is not like heavy cavalry, they can't ignore obstacles. Once their charge is impeded, they will have to endure several more rounds of artillery and ballista fire. Heh, there are no fixed tactics in warfare. If you don't have geographical advantages, learn to create them yourself. Horse traps and palisades. I had similar strategies before, and now, there are 2 more ways to create geographical advantages on flat terrain. Young Master Su, you may not know. Jingwa also has cannons and ballistae. To my knowledge, these were all supplied to the witch god cult by Yurda Feng's former Minister of War. It's likely that horse pits and deer alone won't be enough to deal with Jingwa's cavalry. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? You're not just here to ask for advice, you're here to crash the party, aren't you? This Pei Man Shilo isn't just here for advice, he's here to test your depth. Because you were fatally wounded by Bai Ji at the literary gathering and you're not convinced. Fortunately, I read Erlang's strategies last night. The cavalry of the monster and barbarian tribes will surely come in handy. He flexibly shifted his thinking, bringing the monster and barbarian armies into their camp to fill the weaknesses in their combat power. In Su Erlang's conception, the monster and barbarian armies were already included in his calculations. If that's the case, it will at best be a draw. No, it's not a draw. If De Fong and the monster and barbarian tribes join forces, their chances of victory would absolutely crush Jingwa's army. Even if they also possess a certain number of cannons. The more troop types there are, the more room for maneuver there will be. Let me give you an example. I heard that every warrior of the barbarian tribe's Goldenwood tribe. They also keep a heteromorphic beast, the feather spider, which is the only flying beast army among the 12 tribes. Furthermore, the warriors of the Goldenwood tribe are skilled archers. While the Goldenwood tribe's flying beast army is skilled at archery, their arrows are unlikely to penetrate the armor of the fire-armored army. Some experts might be able to do it, but on a large battlefield, it's like a drop in the bucket. Brother Pei Man's mind is not flexible enough. Why must you rely on arrows to cause damage? Since penetrating damage is not a threat to the fire-armored army, why not try a different approach? For example, attaching fire oil to the arrows. Heavy cavalry armor is difficult to remove. Once it's smeared with fire oil, the flames will rage, and the armor will become scorching hot in mere moments. They can neither put out the fire nor remove the armor. At that point, their proud heavy armor will become their most fatal weakness. This stratagem also came from Erlang's ideas. Yes, since arrows are hard to injure them with, why not try fire attacks? Heavy cavalry armor is difficult to remove on its own. Once smeared with fire oil, even if they don't die, they'll be severely burned. The Goldenwood tribe's flying beast army can shoot arrows from above, and the fire-armored army won't be able to dodge them. It's feasible, completely feasible. Young Master Su is indeed a master of military strategy, adept at utilizing troops, types, and tools, which aligns with my military philosophy. These words were like a divine revelation. Unfortunately, there are too few people among the divine race who are proficient in military strategy. If someone had discussed this with me earlier, perhaps I would have thought of this stratagem long ago. Why would my divine race be in such a predicament? Even Huang Xianer, who doesn't understand military strategy, grasped the brilliance of this plan. She felt a sense of pure admiration, a feminine admiration for a masculine figure. Losing composure, losing composure. Since both sides are having such a lively discussion, and Su Qian has no intention of holding back, why not take this opportunity to extract more tactics from this master strategist? For example, the tactics he envisions for an assured victory. I now completely believe that the book, The Art of War, came from Su Qian's hand, genuine and true. While this plan is ingenious, the witch god cult's onslaught this time is not just Jingwa's iron cavalry alone. Otherwise, with the strength of the great demon Zhujiu, even if injured, Xiahou Yushu wouldn't be so arrogant. There is a third-rank witch in the Jingwa Legion, and a considerable number of fourth-rank witches. They can manipulate corpse soldiers and stimulate the qi and blood of humans and beasts on a large scale, temporarily boosting their combat power. This is the reason why Jingwa's iron cavalry is so ferocious this time. Young Master Su, with your vast knowledge, you should know that the battlefield is primarily for witches. A third-rank witch's role on the battlefield is superior to that of a third-rank immortal body. I humbly wish to ask if there are any tactics that strike directly at the vital points and deliver a decisive blow. That's going too far. You want a decisive blow tactic too? That's like a calf jumping off a cliff, you're being too audacious. Erlang's drafts don't have such tactics. What are Jingwa's troop strengths? How many cavalry, how many cannons, how many infantry? During the Shanhai Pass campaign, the number of fire-armored troops reached 50,000, but they were all lost in that battle. After 20 years of recuperation, I estimate that the fire-armored troops cannot exceed 50,000, because regardless of both the soldiers' training and the breeding of war beasts are 1 in 1,000. Extremely difficult to cultivate. In fact, the existence of light cavalry is to compensate to some extent for the shortcomings of the fire-armored army. Currently, 80,000 light cavalry are all fighting in the north. As for light cavalry, the numbers are actually not many. Jinghua has exhausted its finances supporting the fire-armored army, making it difficult to maintain more light cavalry. All of Jinghua's financial resources are used to support warhorses. I see. Jinghua has at most 40,000 heavy cavalry. The light cavalry has been deployed entirely, fighting the monsters and barbarians in the north. Among the 36 stratagems, a stratagem suddenly came to mind. Why not try to sneak attack Jinghua's capital? Su Qian's words were like a sudden enlightenment. Opening up Pei Man Shilo's thinking. Of the three northeastern countries, Jinghua's capital is in the farthest north, bordering the original northern demon territory. This indeed provides conditions for a surprise attack, but to bypass and attack Jinghua's capital, one more condition must be met, having the offensive capabilities. New fixed fortifications and powerful siege tools. Now that Jinghua's iron cavalry has almost been deployed entirely, its internal defenses must be weak. Pei Man Shilo had not thought of this tactic before because the monster and barbarian tribes are not good at siege warfare. With the addition of Defeng's army, with cannons, ballistae, and siege weapons, it would not be difficult to break through a Jinghua capital with weak defenses. This plan is feasible, but the timing must be seized. Jinghua also knows that its capital's defenses are lax. Then they will surely be on guard. The armies of Konghua and Yanghua have not yet moved. If I'm not mistaken, they are the umbrellas that allowed Jinghua to deploy its forces so recklessly. This plan won't work. But if Defeng's army divides into two routes, one to rendezvous with my divine race, and the other to advance from the northeast of Defeng, engaging in battle with the armies of Konghua and Yanghua. This way, both countries will be preoccupied and will inevitably reduce the forces stationed in Jinghua. By the same logic, regarding Jingshan City, the headquarters of the witch god cult, the high-ranking witches inside, would they deal with Defeng's army that dares to invade their territory, or would they watch over Jinghua's capital with longing? The answer is self-evident. The armies of Yang and Kong countries will be unable to attend to anything else. High-ranking witches involved. It must be in this context that we can attack Jinghua's capital. Because neither Konghua, Yanghua, nor the high-ranking witches of the witch god cult can travel thousands of miles in a short period to rescue Jinghua. Then, with the capital on the verge of falling, will Jinghua's cavalry continue to ravage the northern borders or rush back to rescue it? Young Master Su, you are a true master of military strategy, your insight is like a torch. I have learned a lot. So my sudden whim turned out to be so powerful. Could I really be a military genius? After dusk, I will host a banquet for young Master Su alone at the Qianxiang Inn in the city. I hope young Master Su will attend. Good. Standing up, he saw off the two monster and barbarian envoys. Huang Xian'er, whether intentionally or unintentionally, swayed her waist with exceptional charm. She is a great beauty with first-class looks and figure. Imperial Study. Wei Yuan is the commander-in-chief for this expedition, that has long been decided. It's not that Defeng lacks people skilled in leading troops into battle, but since there is a legendary god of war, why go through all the trouble? He wants to mobilize 120,000 troops, with 20,000 of them heading north to rendezvous with the 50,000 troops from various garrisons in Chu Prefecture. Wei Yuan outlined his strategy in the memorial. These 70,000 troops will be responsible for assisting the northern monsters and barbarians in dealing with Jinghua's peerless iron cavalry. The other 100,000 troops will be personally led by him, advancing from the three northeastern prefectures into Konghua and the heartland of Yanghua, striking directly at Jingshan City. Of course, 100,000 troops will definitely need to be deployed from various prefectures. From the three major camps in the capital, at most 10,000 elites can be drawn, any more is impossible. Because the capital needs to be defended. After the negotiations concluded, the vast apparatus of the imperial court quickly mobilized. The Ministry of War and Wei Yuan were responsible for troop deployment, while the Ministry of Revenue was responsible for requisitioning funds and provisions. The current officials in court all participated in the Shanghai Pass campaign in the past, so they are not unfamiliar with warfare. In fact, as soon as intelligence from the northern campaign reached the capital, these important figures had already made up their minds. Unfolding the second memorial, from the Ministry of War, which listed the names and positions of the expeditionary generals. It turns out to be a group of pampered sons aiming to seize military achievements. Indeed, going on an expedition with Wei Yuan, military achievements would be like picking them up for free. Su Qi'an's cousin, a disciple of Zhang Shen, specializing in military strategy, is that correct? Old servant cannot remember. But I remember, then there is no problem. Talent from Yunlu Academy, and specializing in military strategy. I am a person who cherishes talent. Give him. Carriage out proof of meeting. If he's unwilling, I'll strip him of his title as a shujishi and toss him into a corner. Situational Supervision Bureau. Here you are. Before the expedition, I wanted to come and see you, you old scoundrel. You've been watching for 500 years, don't you find it boring? Boring. In 500 years, the people who caught my eye are few and far between. You, Wei Yuan, are one of them. Forced to enter the palace. It's nothing. A third-rank martial artist can regenerate lost limbs, making it easy to restore you to being a man. Wei Yuan, do you know what the hardest thing to overcome in a person's life is? You. It's yourself. Your entire life has been plagued by love, pitiable, lamentable, and regrettable. But you stayed with that woman in the palace, squandering your talent, wasting your time, and losing the possibility of reaching the highest level. Do you know why I refused to be your disciple back then? Because you and I are not on the same path. In this world, some pursue longevity, some pursue wealth and status, and some pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. What I pursue is that girl, who smiled under the shade of the tree in my youth. High above the sky, invisible to mortals, even cultivators. A certain star emitted a dazzling brilliance. So beautiful. In this era, Wei Yuan's faded star can be called the most dazzling star. He should have been more radiant, but alas, he is troubled by love. A pity. If I could bring Wei Yuan under my wing, why would I worry about my grand ambition failing? Yuan Jing, as the emperor, desires longevity. To defy the heavenly Tao like this, it's no wonder great foam won't be destroyed. Don't underestimate Yuan Jing. Looking across great foam, even Kyushu, who else could lead troops to the witch god cult's main altar? Only Wei Yuan can do it. It has to be him, it has to be him. Wu Shu. Salunagu, that old fossil, has lived too long. If Wei Yuan can kill him this time, that would truly be satisfying. Qi'an is dead, killed by Su Qi'an. You arranged this, didn't you? You mean Ji Qian? He didn't learn much, but he mastered most of the habits of a spoiled young master. Someone like that can be emperor. Fit to be your successor. I think it's better that he's dead. He was an eyesore. Your future successor must be universally acclaimed, must be able to rally all, must be renowned throughout history. Ji Qian is not capable of this. Southern Xinjiang. The clouds in southern Xinjiang are colorful, interwoven with poisonous gas and miasma. The jungles of southern Xinjiang are beautiful, but within their beauty lie hidden dangers. In the distant past, the Gu god slumbered in the abyss. Since then, southern Xinjiang has become a paradise for venomous insects and fierce beasts. Humans, by nature tenacious, adapt to their environment, control it, and over generations, the Gu clan was born. They lived near the abyss, communing with goo worms, and utilizing the goo god's power. They created a unique cultivation system. Goo masters. Not good. The goo worms have suddenly gone berserk. Weak goo worms are dying off. Ugh. It's happening again, just like last time. Fortunately, the Goo clan had a lesson from before. Though their response was hasty, they managed without major incident. I wonder how Lena is doing in Great Foam. She's so exceptionally intelligent, she'll likely thrive in Great Foam. The Confucian saint's power is fading. If the witch god breaks free, the Goo god will be next. Sigh, when will martial arts produce a being that surpasses rank? You must keep the 7 absolutes Goo safe, Lena. After dusk, Qi'an arrived at Yangtze as promised. Even though I know I'm as beautiful as a celestial being, facing a good man like Commander Su, who is unmoved by female beauty, if I continue to pretend to be a virtuous lady of Great Feng, I'll never get him. Li Jingchuan. I must use the exotic charm of a northern beauty to move him. Her waist held perfectly straight. Still not looking sideways. This Qi'an seems to have super immunity to beauty. Any other man would have been lost in his senses under my charm by now. Yet he remains unmoved, showing no signs of his blood boiling. It's getting late, and curfew has begun. Why don't you stay at the inn, young Master Su? I've already booked a superior private room for you. I'll escort young Master Su. Young Master Su, we didn't drink enough earlier. Would you accompany me for a few more sips? He didn't refuse, which means there's a chance. Now it's all about seizing the opportunity. Young Master Su, I've admired you for a long time. To be able to drink at the same table with you is a blessing I've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Oh my. Nuo Wu Yen Jing. Such a gentleman. Oh dear, what should I do? My clothes are all wet. Young Master Su, can you wipe me dry? No, don't do that. Wipe me dry for me. All right. Huh. Young Master Su. Don't talk, just open your mouth. The next day, early morning. Didn't you say you'd beg for mercy and call me grandma? Is this it? I was tricked. The taste of a demoness is truly wonderful. After lunch. Last night, to subdue the demoness, I used the great majestic heavenly dragon spell, and pinned that fox demon under the Rui golden cudgel. She was suppressed for a whole night. The demoness cried and begged for mercy, and in the end, Great Feng's Commander Su emerged victorious. However, this battle alone left Commander Su severely weakened, so he needs a short nap to recover his strength. There are thousands of female demons in the world. Exterminating them is the duty of the righteous. Your intent seems to have hit a bottleneck. Senior sister is senior sister. Even though she pretends to be pitiful to gain my sympathy and affection, but actually, I'm a very reliable senior, with piercing eyes. No, it's not like you said. Tell me, who was your first man? Huh. I wasn't trying to gain your sympathy or affection. Oh, you mean that? Then we're still good friends. Although I am a sorcerer, I know some things about martial artists. Martial artists cultivate intent. It's a process of clarity of mind and seeing one's true nature. It's not that someone who always uses a saber will necessarily comprehend saber intent, or one who uses a sword will comprehend sword intent. It's not like that. To comprehend intent, you must first understand why you wield the saber. How much do you love the saber? Are you willing to have the saber as your companion for this life? I am not willing. I wish to have. Beautiful women as companions. If possible, I hope the number isn't fixed. And your intent is a fusion of multiple ultimate techniques. This is the most difficult intent to cultivate. It is based on heaven and earth blade slash, but heaven and earth blade slash is not its spirit. You need a leader spirit. The spirit of the leader. The brothel spirit, or the white soul. How can I do that? The courtyard, after lunch. A fragment of the Book of Earth has sent a message. I've encountered a slight complication and won't be able to assist you further in investigating the cases of Han Yuan and Emperor Yuanjing. You're leaving the capital. Yes, Jiang Luzhong from the night watchman's office came to see me this morning. He said Wei Yuan wants me to accompany the army on the expedition. Chu Yuanjin has absolutely no experience leading troops. What is Duke Wei thinking? Is Wei Yuan truly a god of war? If he's sending you, I'd be more useful than him. I've at least led troops in Yunzhou and put down rebellions. So, I'm not the only one with this thought. I was a top scholar back in the day, even if military strategy wasn't my major. But I've read many military books and studied numerous large-scale battles, like the Battle of Shanhaiguan. Whether I accompany the army or not depends solely on whether I want to, not on whether I'm capable. Even if I knew nothing of military strategy, I could at least match a fourth-rank expert. I've long since retired from court and wandered the Jianghu. I'm now a commoner with no interest in becoming an official again. Yet he invited me to accompany the army. Tell me, isn't Wei Yuan ridiculous? Duke Wei's idea is indeed quite unfathomable. So, did you accept? 4. Accepted. Of course, I'm not doing this to become an official again. I just feel that wandering the Jianghu with a sword, eliminating evil, only deals with minor evils. With my limited strength, how many villains can I eliminate? In the end, it's all for the people of Great Feng. If I can contribute on the battlefield and defeat the Wushan cult, that would be a great merit. I feel like you're implying something. So, all that you just said was to save face for yourself. What do you guys think? Sounds good. 5. Sounds good. You guys are more diligent than me. I need to go into seclusion recently to digest the lotus seeds, so I won't be able to receive your messages for a while. To avoid disrupting your communication, this humble Taoist will grant you some permissions. Permissions? What permissions? From now on, you can simply immerse your primordial spirit into the fragment of the Book of Earth and choose your desired recipient for private messages without needing to call me. Reverend, have you finally grown tired of being a tool? Let me try first. Immerse your spiritual power into the fragment of the Book of Earth. I'll try to be mysterious and probe them, him, her, to find out their identity. Big brother. I got bounced out. Hiss, number 1 just shattered a wisp of my primordial spirit. Is this the Book of Earth version of, the other party doesn't want to talk to you and slapped your primordial spirit? If you don't want to reply, just don't reply. Why hit me? Let's try someone else. Number 8. Oh. Number 8 didn't refuse. I heard you're in closed-door cultivation. Are you male or female, and what is your name? I am a scholar from Yunlu Academy, and from the Hanlin Academy of Great Feng. Number 8 is not responding. It seems number 8 hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. What about number 7? I heard you're being pursued. I wonder if you're alive or dead. Number 7 is also not responding. Alright, I wish all good people peace. Forget it, I'll send a message to Li Miaozhen. Accepted. Miaozhen, can you receive my message? Let's test how the function works. How do we test it? Chu Yuanjin is a hypocrite. Humph. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Lena, I have something delicious here. Silence for a long time. It seems Reverend Jinlian didn't lie. Private chats will be much more convenient from now on. Oh right, I suddenly remembered something. Regarding knowledge of terrestrial veins, besides the Imperial Observatory, the Earth sect should be the most proficient. The Heaven, Earth, and Human sects each have their strengths. Besides swordsmanship, the Human sect's strongest skill is alchemy. The Earth sect cultivates merit and is skilled in feng shui, formations, etc. Terrestrial veins are a part of feng shui. As for my heavenly sect, we are better at spells like summoning wind and rain. Of course, the Earth sect's knowledge of formations and feng shui is shallow compared to that of an occultist. I suddenly remembered this after entering the fragment of the Book of Earth. The Earth sect's achievements in feng shui and formations stem from their understanding of terrestrial veins, and the Earth sect's understanding of terrestrial veins comes from the Book of Earth. In ancient times, the Book of Earth symbolized the mountains and rivers. In the Heavenly Sect's library, there is a book called Record of the 9 Provinces Deities. It records that in the 9 provinces of ancient times, there were spirits like mountain gods and river gods. They condensed the power of the mountains, rivers, and terrestrial veins of the 9 provinces, transforming them into mountain god seals and water god seals. One year, the Taoist Venerable annihilated the deities of the 9 provinces. He forged all the mountain god seals and water god seals of the 9 provinces into a single supreme treasure. This supreme treasure is called the Book of Earth. The Book of Earth has such a grand origin. When I was investigating relevant information at the Night Watchman's office, it only said that the Book of Earth was the Taoist Venerable's artifact, and its origin was untraceable. Were the spirits of the 9 provinces powerful beings who emerged during the era when the human emperor rose to power after the fall of gods and demons? 3. But why does the Book of Earth feel to me like just a storage artifact and a great phone version of QQ chat groups? Because the Book of Earth is broken. Also, what is a 00 chat group? It's QQ, not 00. Why is it that Li Miaojin and I live under the same roof, yet we still have to chat with fragments? I'll come to your room to talk. No. Don't you think this is fun? As long as we have the Book of Earth fragment, we can communicate privately anytime, anywhere. Hiss. This reminds me of the stupid things I did back then, sneaking out of school to chat on QQ and rejecting a junior's date invitation with the excuse of celebrating my QQ pet's birthday. At this moment, Lena's message also arrived. Su Qi'an, shall we go to the restaurant today to eat monkey brains? Little monkeys are so cute, why eat their brains? Also, you're only 5 zhang to my left. You can just call out. Because it's fun. I can communicate with you privately. At this moment, Chu Yuanjin also initiated a private message. Cijo, could you lend me that military book? Sharpening the spear just before battle is better than not sharpening it at all. Also, I find it quite interesting to be able to send private messages anytime, anywhere. And I don't have to worry about others seeing. How do you know no one saw? Have you tested it? Because I've been privately messaging Miaojin and Lena all along. Lena, have you been privately messaging Miaojin and Chu Yuanjin all along? Huh. How did you know? No. Erlang. Cijo, why are you back? Big brother, it's an emergency. The last time Su Erlang personally rode back during his lunch break was for Wang Simu. Emperor Yuanjing wants me to accompany the army. While investigating the case in Chuzhou, I personally experienced a large-scale war. It didn't last long, but it was dangerous and fierce enough. This dog emperor wants Su Erlang to go on an expedition. Isn't that sending him to his death? Try to test him. Pretend to be sick. His Majesty has approved the red slip. Even if he has a breath left, they'll carry him away. That's why I came to discuss it with you, big brother. Discuss what? Discuss how to disobey an imperial decree. I mean, discuss how to fight. I actually want to go too. Fight? I'll beat you instead. You tell Auntie yourself. Okay. Ning Yen. Erlang is going to war. You quickly come up with a plan. How can Erlang go to war? He's never even killed a chicken. He's just a scholar with no strength to even truss a chicken. For the emperor to send him to war, isn't that sending him to his death? Mother, I'm a 7th rank benevolent person, a 7th rank. Father is only 7th rank too. What good is that? Your father always told me that even a 7th rank scholar is as weak as a chicken. Can't even beat a 9th rank martial artist. It's not that there's no way to solve it. At worst, I'll just resign. Resign. Impossible. As a scholar from the academy, how could I be afraid? To shrink back from going to war. You came out of my womb, I know exactly how capable you are. If you had half the ability of your elder brother, I wouldn't bother with you. But you're just a useless scholar. You're good at writing essays, but where do you get the ability to fight people with a knife? You are the only heir from the 2nd branch. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. Mother. Mother, I cultivate military strategy. The battlefield is my domain, the place for my cultivation. Now that I finally have this opportunity. Are you stupid? That dog emperor wants you dead. He has a grudge against Ning Yen. He'd be happy if our whole family died. And you're foolishly walking right into it. She actually understood the Su family's predicament very well. Knowing that his nephew offended the emperor, the entire family is targeted and in a state of constant peril. But she never expressed any such worries. She never once blamed the nephew for meddling. It's not because she's foolish, but because she regards the nephew she raised as family, as her son. Some people may not treat you as important verbally, but in their hearts, they love you. Hao Qi Tower. Duke Wei, that scoundrel Yuanjing emperor hasn't given up persecuting me. He sees my reputation soaring and knows I have the support of Dean Zhao and you, the supervisor, so he's unwilling to act against me for now. He's now set his sights on Cijiao. What are your thoughts? Can Duke Wei fend him off? The emperor's personal appointment, it's hard to refuse. I originally wanted to enlist with Erlang and protect him from the shadows. But if I also leave the capital, my family will be in real danger. So I had no choice but to come to you, Duke Wei. Duke Wei is the commander-in-chief of this expedition. Please take care of Erlang for me. The supervisor and Zhao Shou will protect him, but will these two big shots act as bodyguards for his family? Su Qian doesn't have that confidence in anyone else. Only with Wei Yuan does he have confidence. I will arrange for Su Xian Yen to go north. Jiang Luzhong and Yang Yan have the best relationship with you. Also, Chu Yuanjin will be going north. So you've already made all the arrangements. You're having Chu Yuanjin enlist just to protect Erlang. Dad. That's just a side benefit. Chu Yuanjin's talent is unparalleled, it would be too wasteful for him to be a wandering Jianghu rogue. He remains a scholar with the world in his heart, only resigning due to his dissatisfaction with His Majesty's cultivation. As long as he still has a heart, he won't refuse me. Such great talent shouldn't go to waste. Chu Yuanjin is also an old tool. Is there anything else you want to tell me? I wish Duke Wei a victorious return. Su Qian. The world of Kyushu is more complicated than you think. Go, walk your own path. All right. Brother Chu, I just received news from the Ministry of War. I have to go on campaign with the army, just like you. Wei Yuan also contacted you. Then is your cousin also going? Without Su Qian holding down the fort in the capital, can just the three of Yi Wu successfully rescue Heng Yuan? I'm different from you, it was Yuanjing Emperor's personal appointment. Su Qian didn't curse Yuanjing Emperor maliciously, because Chu Yuanjin would surely understand. He's such a smart person. It's fine, I'll look after you. That's the word I was waiting for. I'll temporarily give the earthly book fragments to Big Brother. Yes, that's how it will be. I still have things to handle. One should be honest. Stop bragging online, or you'll end up cornered. Su residence. Master, tell me about this unfilial son, quickly tell him to resign. Ichem. His Majesty is using an open stratagem. Either get out of the Hanlin Academy or go to war. The former's future is ruined, the latter's life is 9-1 against. Su Pingji experienced the Battle of Shenheguan and knows that his survival back then was pure luck. The Northern War will certainly not be as perilous and intense as the Shenheguan campaign. But Su Erlang is not a martial man and lacks the means to protect himself on the battlefield. I saw Big Brother go out just now. He must have thought of a way. Mother, don't worry. Let's wait until Big Brother returns. But what way could Big Brother have? He's no longer an official, and he even offended the Emperor. Big Brother. Delang. Big Brother. Delang, do you have a way to stop Erlang from going to war? How can one refuse the Emperor's personal appointment? Then. However, Duke Wei promised to look after Erlang. Moreover, Chu Yuanjin, a registered disciple of the Ren sect, will also be on campaign. He has an excellent relationship with me and Erlang, and he promised to protect Erlang well. Master. With Duke Wei's care, Erlang's safety is assured. Furthermore, Chu Yuanjin is comparable to a 4th-rank expert and can fly with his sword. Even if he encounters danger, he can protect Erlang very well. All thanks to Big Brother. In every war, besides deploying troops and logistics, corresponding rituals are also indispensable. The court will have the Astronomical Bureau select an auspicious day, followed by sacrifices to heaven, earth, and ancestors. These are the 3 sacrifices. The 3 sacrifices are conducted with strict adherence to protocol on different auspicious days, led by the emperor with civil and military officials. Soldiers and generals who are to be deployed on the campaign will also perform ancestral sacrifices on this day. The Su family's ancestral graves are in a prime location outside the capital. They hired a geomancer from the Astronomical Bureau to help with the feng shui. Of course, wealthy families in the capital generally hire geomancers to check their feng shui. Everyone's ancestral graves are in a feng shui blessed spot. The brothers Su Xian Yen and Su Qian are currently the golden phoenixes of the Su clan, the core figures. Such a significant event as Su Erlang of the Hanlin Academy going to war has brought almost the entire clan here. Back then, nobody really believed the geomancers from the Astronomical Bureau. The capital is only so big, where could so many feng shui blessed spots come from? It was just for good luck. Now it seems that this is indeed a feng shui blessed spot, otherwise, 2 outstanding figures wouldn't have emerged successively. Where is Delang? Where is Delang? Where is our Su family's Wensu star? Uncle, our Su family's Wensu star is Erlang. The Wushan star is Delang. No, it's not you. You're not Delang. Of course he's not Delang. I already said he's Erlang. He is our Su family's Wensu star. Delang, where is Delang? Grandpa, I am Delang. It's Delang, it's Delang. He is our Su family's Wensu star. I used to always tell him about Delang's deeds. He heard so much that he only remembers Dalang now. Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. I heard the Empress has been unwell lately. It's autumn. Perhaps she caught a chill. I have been busy with state affairs and have neglected the Empress. Wei Qing, please go and visit her on my behalf. Oh my. He had walked the path to Fengqi Palace countless times, but this time he walked exceptionally slowly. Although the person he cared about most was at the end of the road, he was afraid of walking too fast. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would finish walking this road. Why are you here? I'm about to go on a campaign, so I came to see you. The palace has always had pastries made by you. I didn't know when you would come, but I knew you liked my pastries the most. So every afternoon, I would personally cook some. That's thoughtful. In the past, Amin always fought with you for my pastries, and you never let him have any. In the Shangguan family, you were more like a legitimate son than him, because you were my father's most valued student, and also the son of his savior. Never mind. My grievances with the Shangguan family were settled after Shangguan Ming's death. I came here to tell you one thing. I guarded you for half my life. Now, I'm going to do what I want to do. You guarded me for half my life, but you never knew what I wanted. He walked forward in silence, finally completing the road and his own half-life. This year, at the ends of the earth, my temples have turned white. Huh. Why did Wei Yuan come to the palace? She never liked Wei Yuan because De Qingyi was a staunch supporter of the fourth prince. And the fourth prince was the biggest threat to the crown prince. It wasn't until she met Su Qian that she developed a sliver of good feelings for Wei Yuan, purely out of love for him. Clerk. Your humble servant is here. I want to read books related to the capital's dragon veins. Go find them. Also, I want to consult the materials about the first-generation Earl of Pingyuan. Yes. As a princess, Linen naturally didn't need to search for books herself, she had a local snake administrator to help. Soon, all the materials were found. The first Earl Pingyuan was a figure from 170 years ago. He was originally a northern general and was enfeoffed due to his repeated military achievements. The Earl Pingyuan's mansion was bestowed by the imperial family. After Earl Pingyuan was wiped out by Heng Hui, the mansion was confiscated by the court. Actually, at that time, Earl Pingyuan had two illegitimate sons who were out gallivanting and not at the mansion, so they escaped disaster. However, illegitimate sons had no right to inherit the title, and naturally, no right to inherit this imperial mansion. Boom boom boom. This weapon is called Emoya. It is made primarily of Xian Tai and the fangs of the Mo Lin beast, and it took a month to refine. It is one of Song Qing, the director of the Imperial Observatory's most proud creations. Furthermore, the great formation master Yang Qianhuan personally inscribed formations on Emoya, making it one of the top-tier magical artifacts, second only to divine weapons. Emoya has 3 formations. The first formation enhances the blade, making it sharper and capable of cutting through iron like mud. The second formation enhances the blade's body, strengthening its resilience, so even a 4th-rank martial artist cannot easily damage it. The third formation is short-range teleportation, appearing and disappearing without a trace, making it ideal for close-quarters assassinations. Earl Pingyuan's mansion was a bestowed residence. The imperial family's standards for constructing mansions were strict, so they must have chosen the location with the best feng shui. In the capital, what location is better than one situated on a dragon vein? Thus, this provides the possibility of Earth teleportation. Li Miaozhen said that the art of Earth escape is difficult to cultivate, so it's impossible for both Earl Pingyuan and the spies of Prince Hui to control this secret technique. Therefore, this stone disk is a teleportation array for the Earth escape technique. It requires a special method to activate. Once activated, it will teleport to the corresponding location. That place is Post J. Where is this? Somewhere in the palace. Han Yuan, in a fit of rage, broke into the mansion. Earl Pingyuan must have thought of escaping through this secret passage and fleeing via teleportation. Perhaps he was killed by Han Yuan as soon as he opened the secret passage. However, Han Yuan knew nothing else and couldn't infer much from just a secret passage. Furthermore, it was normal for noble mansions to have secret passages. But in his eyes, this was a huge flaw. Therefore, Han Yuan had to die. So far, my deductions have all been verified, with no mistakes. 1. I don't know if Su Qian hasn't thought of it, or if he's temporarily ignoring it. I always feel like he knows more. For example, why does His Majesty periodically collect a group of people, and what does he do with those innocent people? Horse. The details of the stone disk are imprinted in my mind. Time to leave. June 18th, beginning of autumn. After the 3 sacrifices, the day finally arrived for the great army to march. Whimper, whimper. Whimper. Why are you crying? Even you, father, are crying. Duke Wei, it's really Duke Wei. 20 years. A full 20 years, and I finally get to see Duke Wei lead troops again. The reason I joined the army back then was to follow Duke Wei to Shanhai Pass, and I returned with him. 21 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Duke Wei is still the same as he was back then, only his temples have turned white. He almost forgot the glory of Duke Wei leading 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses on a western campaign. Duke Wei. After the Shanhai Pass battle, why did you withdraw to the court? Do you know how heartbroken the brothers were back then? Lord Baihu, you fought in the Shanhai Pass battle too, didn't you? Duke Wei, is he really that divine? For our generation, where Duke Wei was, the army's morale was there. He is the kind of person who makes people willing to die for him. A figure. I heard that during the Shanhai Pass battle, His Majesty personally beat the war drums on the city wall. Yes, the Shanhai Pass battle was a matter of national survival, so it was naturally different. During the Shanhai Pass battle, the Feng poured all its national strength into the war. For the emperor to personally stand on the city wall in a dragon robe, beating the drums to see them off, how glorious it was. If only His Majesty could beat the drums to see them off again. But His Majesty is no longer the enlightened ruler he once was. 80. Emperor Yuan Jing at that time was wise and mighty, diligent in his governance, sweeping away the gloom of the previous emperor's reign. Indeed, His Majesty now is obsessed with cultivation and has been neglecting his duties for many years. Things have changed. Back then, when Duke Wei marched, His Majesty personally ascended the city wall and beat the drums to see him off, which allowed the entire capital, the people united as one. Father Emperor must have been peerlessly heroic back then. What does it mean to be the focus of everyone's attention, radiating brilliance? A top scholar parading on horseback after passing the imperial examination counts, composing a timeless masterpiece at a poetry gathering also counts, Duke Wei at this moment counts. Father Emperor wearing a dragon robe and standing on the city wall, beating the drums for the vast army, also counts. If I could emulate Father Emperor from back then and beat the drums to see them off, it would be a huge show of prestige. Since Father Emperor isn't coming, I will beat the drums myself. How can a great army march without someone to beat the drums? Even if Father Emperor found out, he would at most be displeased. But I would gain immense prestige. Transmit this message to fourth brother. You don't have the qualifications. Transmit this message. Then who has the qualifications? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Given your status, your actions are inappropriate and would displease His Majesty. In terms of prestige, you lack qualifications. As for Duke Wei, you still lack some qualifications. So, according to Lord Jifu, who has the qualifications? The person with qualifications has arrived. Su Qi'an. Crown Prince brother, let me pass quickly. In terms of status, he doesn't need to worry about Father Emperor no matter what he does. In terms of prestige, the people of the capital cheer and sing his praises. As for Duke Wei, he is more than qualified. Look quickly, it's Silver Guard Su. It's Silver Guard Su beating the drum. Silver Guard Su is beating the drums to see the army off. Silver Guard Su. 20 years ago, someone in a dragon robe beat the drums on the city wall, and the city's citizens cheered as if boiling. It's Silver Guard Su. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The person beating the drums has changed. Silver Guard Su. But the people's cheers remain the same. 20 years ago, there was Duke Wei. 20 years later, there is Su Qi'an. Very good. At this moment, it would be even better with a poem. Su Qi'an, do you have a farewell poem? Duke Wei, after, who doesn't know you in the world, there have been no better farewell poems. How about I compose a lyric? Agreed. That's right. In this situation, how can there be no poetry to liven things up? With the top poet of Defeng present, the literati will have another timeless masterpiece. I do have a lyric in mind that I'd like to offer to Duke Wei. After returning from Chuzhou, I had a heart-to-heart talk with Duke Wei and learned of his plans for the king of Zhenbei, and his intention to regain. It was also then that I realized that this important official, who contended with many factions in court, had always wished to control troops. Exercise his ambitions, but could not achieve them. After Duke Wei fought the Shanhai Pass battle, his military power was stripped away, and he was held firmly at court for 20 years. Duke Wei, it's been 20 years. Have you ever dreamed of the battlefield? Directing the rivers and mountains? In my drunken dreams, I light a lamp to look at my sword, and dream of bugle calls from the camp. 800 li away, the demon's feast is prepared, 50 strings play the sound of the northern frontier, the autumn army is reviewed. My horse is like a swift Dilu, my bow is like a thunderbolt, and my strings are taut to fulfill the king's worldly affairs, and to win fame in life and after death. You have worked tirelessly for the court, you have guarded the empire for the royal family. What have you received in return? The court concealed your achievements, exaggerated the propaganda for the king of Zhenbei, and gradually transferred the glory that belonged to you to that beast who committed acts of slaughter for his own selfish desires. The civil officials and the literati attacked you with their pens, labeling you the leader of the eunuch faction, as if they had forgotten who won the Shanhai Pass battle and who brought 20 years of peace to Defeng. What did you gain in return? Alas, your hair has turned white. Alas, your hair has turned white. Alas, your hair has turned white. What moves scholars the most will always be poetry and lyrics. In fact, all the civil officials present know what kind of person Duke Wei is. Even though they are red-eyed with conflict, in their hearts, they acknowledge Duke Wei's character. It's just a matter of differing stances. At this moment, even the civil officials who have fought with Duke Wei for half their lives cannot help but feel a tightness in their chests. Damn it, what a crappy lyric. Listening to this made my nose sting. Ha ha ha. Su Qi'an, do you know why I didn't adopt you as my godson? Because in my heart, you are a kindred spirit. 1. Qingyun Mountain, Yinlu Academy. Academies rose with Dafeng, but Confucianism declined. Ugh. Words can't be spoken lightly, especially when they involve an existence beyond rank. Wei Yuan, I can only help you this much. Over 2,000 years ago, there was a Confucian sage. Now, you are the only one among humans who can carry this banner. Thank you, second sage, for saving me. Qi'an Observatory, Bagua Platform. The curtain has been raised. The curtain has been raised. If that's the case, how can I be left out? The protagonist, right, teacher? Looking across Dafeng, the only one capable of leading troops to Jingshan City is Wei Yuan, it has to be him. Your heart is not calm, how can you advance? Teacher, I haven't left Qi'an Observatory for many days. People outside probably don't know my fame, don't know there's a Yang Qianhuan in Qi'an Observatory. I'm not content. What fame do you have? Su Qi'an hasn't gone to war. So what? What does that have to do with me? But he beat the drum and composed poems on the city wall, drawing everyone's attention. Beating the drum and composing poems on the city wall, drawing everyone's attention. Teacher, I want to be promoted to 3rd rank. Teacher. Senior brother Song Qing is taking the others. The handsome ones are causing trouble. Ha! Senior brother Song said that creation requires passion, and they refuse the monotonous and meaningless repetitive work. They refuse to forge standardized magical artifacts. Tell them that Yang Qianhuan was confined to the 3rd underground level and punished with lightning and fire for defying his teacher. Okay, this way senior brother's song will obediently work. Teacher is so smart to come up with such a clever plan. This has nothing to do with intelligence. Teacher, I have a question for you. I found some marvelous incantations in a rare book. Can you take a look for me? Su Residence. I was busy with household affairs a couple of days ago, immersed in cultivation. It's the 3rd day since Su Erlang left. I miss him. It wasn't until today that I finally had time to review the late Emperor's daily records. I couldn't understand them, so I started to miss Erlang. Before Su Erlang left, he meticulously copied down all of the late Emperor's daily records, of course, in cursive. Cursive saves time for such a long text. He was about to go to war with the army and had no time. This kind of writing has a fixed structure, it's hard for those who haven't studied to understand. Among those who can read in the household, besides Erlang, there is only Lingyue. However, Lingyue only reads to a certain point and has not learned cursive, so she cannot understand it. Such an important document as the late Emperor's daily records cannot be casually shown to anyone. It must be given to someone trustworthy. I've realized that the scholars I know are few and far between. Within the heavenly sect, there is only Chu Yuanjin, but he has gone to war. In the watchman's office, Chun Ji, Ting Feng, and Guang Xiao can be trusted, but their cultural level is comparable to mine. The scholars at Yunlu Academy are suitable, but the 2-hour journey back and forth is truly too long. Huai Qing is too smart. If I directly give her the late Emperor's daily records to translate, she'll definitely ask a lot of questions. Oh right, Princess Lin. Although this girl is a bit silly. But you can't underestimate her cultural level. She's a royal princess, so basic skills like calligraphy should be fine. Linen Prefecture. I am Li Yuchen, Su Qian's former superior and also his close friend. I have something to ask Princess Linen. Su Qi'an in disguise. Greetings, Your Highness. What business do you have with me, Li'in Luo? Linen, it's me. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a more secluded place. I have important matters to discuss with Li'in Luo, none of you are allowed to disturb us. Yes. After Erlang went to war, Su Qi'an could no longer disguise himself as Su Erlang and use his Shijishi official seal to freely enter and exit the imperial city. But it doesn't matter, Su Qi'an has many connections. Indeed. The silver bells of the watchmen can freely enter and exit the imperial city. Patrolling the imperial city has always been one of the responsibilities of a silver bell. Oh, why are you here? I was just thinking that after Su Sichu went to war, you wouldn't be able to disguise yourself as him to visit me anymore. I have something important to discuss with Your Highness this time. Your Highness, can you read cursive? I have a document in cursive that I'd like you to read to me. As expected, even a scum student is only relatively so. As a princess, how could she not have some knowledge? Yes, yes. Finally, I have a chance to show off my amazing talent in front of this lowly servant. Dragon Vein Survey Map. How could there be such a book in Linen's study? Why would Linen read such a book? Number 1 in the Earth Book chat group holds a high position in the imperial court. She only announced a while ago that she was taking over Hun Yuan's case, and Hun Yuan's case is related to the Dragon Vein. This high position isn't necessarily an official rank. A princess also holds a high position. No, Linen doesn't have the brains for that. In the Earth Book chat group, number 1, despite enjoying lurking and being taciturn, displays extraordinary wisdom when occasionally joining conversations, no less than Chu Yuanjin. How could Linen, one of the 3 simpletons of the pond, possess such intelligence? Moreover, if she were truly number 1, with my affection and lack of suspicion towards her, she would most likely be able to deduce that I am number 3. If that were the case, how could she openly place the map of Dragon Vein Feng Shui on her desk? Could it be that she is hinting at her identity in this manner? Come, show me the cursive script, I'll teach you to read it. One moment, your humble servant needs to go to the latrine. Latrine. Qi observing technique. Why have you even changed clothes? Chun Ji's coat doesn't fit quite right. The map of Dragon Vein Feng Shui on the desk has been put away. Your Highness, where did that book go just now? I put it away. Why has Your Highness become interested in books on Feng Shui? Storybooks are just for my leisure time. In reality, I most enjoy delving into obscure knowledge. For example, Feng Shui. She's lying. But I can't tell if she's lying about, I love to study, or, I have ulterior motives for studying Feng Shui. Or should we just drop it? Let's put this aside for now and wait for further observation to determine her identity. Once there's a suspect, it becomes much easier to start an investigation. More so. In my life, Linen ranks high in importance. Most importantly, this girl is one of the few people I can trust without reservation. She might be a bit foolish, a bit naive, and doesn't have enough power to help me do much. But it's precisely because such a person exists that I have found a sense of belonging and a haven for my heart in this strange world. Therefore, I don't plan to investigate Linen secretly. Instead, I'll confront her directly. I recently heard of a treasure called the Earth Book, a magical artifact of the Earth Sect. Of the Earth Sect. Has Your Highness heard of it? Earth Book. Haven't heard of it? No. Linen isn't lying. She's not number 1. She's still the same silly Linen. That's good. Flat. Linen is not number 1, and based on my understanding of her, she's clearly not someone who loves to read. Then why, at this critical juncture, did she choose a map of dragon vein feng shui, which makes me extremely sensitive? Why are you reading this kind of trash book? Didn't I tell you? I always read and study when I have time. She lied. A woman in love will always show her best side to the man she likes. Even if it's a lie. Considering Linen's pride, I must suppress my curiosity. I have other ways to verify. There's no rush. Your Highness, you read, I'll listen. Didn't I say I was going to teach you cursive? Let's take it slow, step by step. This is the late Emperor's daily record. Why are you copying the late Emperor's daily record? I not only copied your grandfather's daily record, but I'm also investigating your father. I'm investigating some secrets of Prince Huai. Although he's dead, he still has secrets. I'm not entirely sure what they are yet, so I can't explain in detail. Your Highness, this is a secret between us. Please don't reveal it. My explanation has a deeper meaning. With someone like Linen, if you don't tell her, she'll be unhappy. If you reveal a portion and emphasize that it's a secret between the two of you, she'll be very happy. Linen's foolishness isn't a lack of intelligence, but rather too naive and innocent, having been protected in all aspects to the point where only a small amount of little scheming, within the bounds of normal people. Fine, I'll reluctantly keep your secret. For the next hour, Linen read the contents of the late Emperor's daily record. Su Qi'an, as he wished, heard the process of discussion on the Tao, between the human sect leader, the Earth sect leader, and the late Emperor. The late Emperor once again asked the Earth sect leader about the possibility of the Emperor cultivating the Tao. The Earth sect leader's answer was the same as the human sect leader's. Longevity is possible, but eternal existence is not. After a long discussion on the art of health preservation, the late Emperor asked the Earth sect leader. I heard that the Tao Venerable's transformation into 3 pure ones is 3 are 1 person, or 2 from 2-8. It can be 3 are 1 person, 3 are 3 people, or 1 person is 3. Isn't this 2? Let me ponder for a moment. 3 are 1 person means the 3 individuals who split off are actually the same person. 3 are 3 people implies that they can also be 3 independent individuals. What does 1 person is 3 mean? Is it different from 3 are 1 person? The opposite meaning? You can continue. To Su Qian's disappointment, there were no further records about 1 person is 3. It's unclear whether the Earth sect leader didn't explain, or if the imperial scribe was too lazy to record it. So, the late emperor called Prince Huai the pillar of the nation because of this. Linen just happened to read a passage about a past event. Emperor Yuanjing in his youth and Prince Huai as a teenager went hunting in the game reserve. Suddenly encountered a ferocious bear. The guards around him were seriously injured. In a moment of crisis, Prince Huai tore the bear apart with his bare hands. Upon hearing this, the late emperor praised Prince Huai as the future pillar of the nation. As a martial artist, tearing a bear apart, what's the big deal? But my father and the others were truly bold. The depths of the southern garden are usually off limits, and only during the autumn hunt can one enter its depths. Because there were imperial guards protecting them then, they weren't afraid of fierce beasts. Nothing significant happened in the last third of the late emperor's life. Afterwards, Linen finished reading the late emperor's daily record, and this clue investigation finally ended. Alas, no crucially important information was obtained. Your Highness, the map of Dragon Vein Feng Shui involves Feng Shui. This subject is indeed quite difficult and requires discussion with others. One person cannot achieve much alone. Who does Your Highness usually discuss with? I figured Biao Biao was a poor student, so I deliberately spoke with great certainty, intending to bluff her a bit. To save face, Biao Biao would pretend to understand and surely agree with me. Yes, it needs to be discussed with others. I usually discuss it with Huaiqing. Hiss, steady. Then where did the dragon vein geomancy map come from? Borrowed from the Imperial Library. It was Huaiqing who asked you to borrow it, wasn't it? You guessed right. Number 1 is Huaiqing. Number 1 is actually Huaiqing. AIE. Based on this, I recall past details. Number 1 is very mysterious and holds a high position in the imperial court. There aren't many who agree with this mysterious person, but there aren't few either. If linen fits, then Huaiqing fits even more. Moreover, Huaiqing's intelligence and shrewdness truly align with Number 1. In all the major cases of the past, Number 1's displayed information was that of high status and immense authority. I remember that the drowning of the crown prince in Sangpa 500 years ago was revealed by Number 1. However, the others were also able to find corresponding clues, so this alone cannot confirm that Number 1 is Huaiqing. Number 1 usually shows an attitude of strongly defending the court and doesn't quite like Number 2, Li Miaozhen. This is because, a chivalrous person who commits offenses with martial arts also fits with the other's inability to make a judgment. However, if we assume Number 1 is Huaiqing for now, then her offer to take responsibility for investigating Heng Yuan's whereabouts makes sense. Although the others can enter the palace to meet the emperor, they can usually only do so in fixed locations. After careful consideration, Gao Zizhong confirmed. And if it were Huaiqing, the palace would be almost unimpeded. Her asking Biao Biao to borrow the dragon vein geomancy map from the Imperial Library was out of caution. It's also because Biao Biao, being a poor student, wouldn't arouse suspicion no matter what book she borrowed. But even so, I'll still be angry if you use my beloved linen as a tool. Su Qian recalled more details, like one time when he and Lina were bragging in a group chat. To tie up the pretty princess of Great Feng to be a bride for Lina's brother. At that time, Number 1's attitude was one of extreme displeasure. Additionally, if Number 1 is Huaiqing, then she definitely knew my identity long ago. She's so smart, she can't be fooled. Su residence. Number 1's information. There's a lead on Heng Yuan's whereabouts, but I can't continue the investigation alone. I need your help. Hiss, seeing Number 1's message, I inexplicably feel a pang of guilt and shame. You have a lead on Heng Yuan? So quickly. During the process of killing Earl Pingyuan, Heng Yuan inadvertently saw something he shouldn't have. This is Number 3's guess. So, what exactly did he see? It's impossible to guess. I'm perplexed by this, even tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Given our emperor's suspicious nature, he would surely silence Heng Yuan. But Daoist Jinlian said he wouldn't die for now. So he must be imprisoned somewhere the emperor can see him at any time. However, after the Huaiqing spy brought Heng Yuan into the inner city, he never appeared again. Where did the person go? Huaiqing is cautious enough, calling the emperor, Your Majesty, constantly. That is clearly your father. Later, Number 4's speculation about Earth evasion helped me break free from my previous deadlock. There are dragon veins beneath the capital, and they are interconnected. If the Earth evasion technique is used, it can indeed be used for teleportation based on the dragon veins. Thus, I investigated Earl Pingyuan's manor and discovered that the manor was granted by imperial decree. The manors bestowed by the imperial family upon meritorious officials have specific requirements. For instance, only places with excellent feng shui positions are qualified to build such manors. And the place with the best feng shui in the capital is undoubtedly situated upon a dragon vein. After infiltrating Earl Pingyuan's manor, I found a secret passage among the rockeries in the back garden. Number 1 informed the members of the Heaven and Earth Society of the detailed course of events. So, Earl Pingyuan's manor really has an earth cave that can lead directly to the palace through a fixed earth evasion formation. Although Number 1 doesn't show off, her abilities and wisdom are trustworthy. In terms of solving cases, she is second only to Qi'an. How is this stone disc activated? Is it a specific item or a certain incantation? A specific item is needed to activate the earth evasion technique carved into the stone disc. Furthermore, the earth evasion technique itself is difficult to cultivate, and there are only a handful of people in the 9 provinces who can carve it into a formation. It can't be the Imperial Observatory, can it? Are you the owner of the Earth Book now, Qi'an? He. Damn it. It feels like a private collection of erotic books has been brought out in public for execution. My scalp tingles a bit. We'll talk about that later, let's discuss the main business first. Number 1, I want to know how you determine that the formation requires a specific item and not an incantation. You're ignoring me. Based on my years of experience as a veteran detective, she probably asked Chu Kaiwei for help. Huiqing and Kaiwei are Great Fang's best friends. I have fully mastered how to open the stone disc. The Earth Book fragment can accomplish this task. The formation of the Earth Book is closely related to the divine seal of mountains and rivers. It's not strange that the Earth Book can activate the Earth Evasion formation. What's strange is how Number 1 knows it so clearly. The Earth Book can be used to activate the formation on the stone disc. How is that possible? Afterwards, Qi'an briefly explained the origin of the Earth Book. So that's how it is. I thought. In that moment, I indeed thought of many things. Now it seems, I was overthinking it. The help I need is from a powerful and trustworthy expert to activate the stone disc with the Earth Book fragment. This will be very dangerous because you don't know what's on the other end of the formation. You might never come back. A trustworthy person is best to be from the Heaven and Earth Society. Internal members. As for someone with great cultivation and sufficient self-preservation ability, it's probably only Qi'an. His defense can already be called invincible, the strongest below that level. A third-rank martial artist is also called invincible. Gulp. I'll go. Even finding a fourth-rank martial artist might not be more suitable than me. Moreover, the trustworthy fourth-rank officers in the bailiff's office have all gone with Wei Yuan on the expedition. But Heng Yuan still needs to be saved. This bald man is a friend, a comrade, and most importantly, Heng Yuan is a good person. Be careful. If you sense danger, return immediately. Take care. Number 1's private message. The method to activate the stone disc is simple: place the Earth Book upon the formation and infuse it with qi. Before acting, you'd best ask the Imperial Observatory for a spell to mask your aura. Use your abilities to conceal your presence. This way, you might be able to pass through silently, undetected. I understand. Everyone has their own destiny. What does this mean? Is it an implication that I shouldn't put myself in mortal danger to save Heng Yuan? That's true. If Number 1 is Huiqing, then in her eyes, netizen Heng Yuan, with whom she hasn't interacted much. How could he be compared to Qi'an? Farewell, you gave that thing to Su Ningyan. I'll be the messenger then. There are some things I must let you know. I understand you don't want to discuss that matter openly. Walls have ears on the ship, What? What is he talking about? What was he showing me? Did I lose my memory? Before I left, Big Brother had already instructed. No matter what strange questions Chu Yuanjin asks you or what strange things he says, ignore him and remain indifferent. Erlang, I'm not asking you to say, Big Brother's Jiao Chan is at his waist anymore. I only ask that you help preserve Big Brother's lifelong reputation. Are these the strange things and strange questions Big Brother mentioned? Cough cough, pretend you've never seen Chu Yuanjin. Traveling by canal, it takes less than 10 days to get from the capital to Chuzhou. Now 3 days have passed, and the 4th day is approaching. The short journey is already halfway over, and Su Nianyan is about to embark on his first battlefield experience. The vegetables the peddler brought yesterday weren't fresh, so I plan to replace him. It's actually because that peddler's eyes held a trace of adoration for her. Even though she hid it well, who is Mu Nanji? She's the most beautiful flower of Dafeng. She's seen thousands of similar gazes. This peddler comes to deliver vegetables every day. Although he doesn't talk much and they don't interact much, she is still influenced by his unparalleled charm. It's best to replace him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, as a widow living alone, encountering someone with ill intentions would be too dangerous. Sigh, who told me I'm so beautiful? Being good-looking is also a sin. You're the lady of the house, replace him if you want. He always gives me the greatest freedom and authority, and never questions my decisions. The only downside is that he has a displeased look on his face when he eats the food I cook. Let's go out to eat today. No, I want to eat at home. Listen. I want to eat a feast. Simple fare is how one lives. That's not simple fare, that's mild culinary torture. 2 days have passed since the last internal meeting of the Heaven and Earth Society, and 6 days have passed since the army marched out. Su Qi'an is planning to rescue Heng Yuan, for which he has prepared 4 trump cards for himself. Trump card 1, Confucian Saint's Engraving Knife. Yesterday, I went to Yunlu Academy to borrow the Confucian Saint's engraving knife from Zhao Shou and was told the knife was not at the academy. The trump card in the box is gone, but no panic. Trump card 2, the supervisor. He turned and went to the Directorate of Astronomy, asking Kai Wei to tell the supervisor that he was about to do something important. That's enough. Trump card 3, Ant's Talisman Sword. A second-rank sword intent can injure even a third-rank martial artist. It's enough to save a life in a critical moment. Moreover, in a place like the capital, any major disturbance will attract countless eyes, including naturally the supervisor and Luo Yuhan. Trump card 4, Monk Shinshu. That damned monk has been sleeping since he returned from Chuzhou. I can't wake him up no matter how much I call. Whether this trump card can be used or not is yet unknown, but it is ultimately a trump card. When Wei Yuan returns from the expedition, I will leave the capital. I will leave with my family. I don't know why I keep bringing this up in front of her. Good luck. Su Qian has already used Confucian magic to conceal his form. Only those of high rank can detect his presence. In just a moment, he had infiltrated Pingyuan Bo's mansion. This must be the secret passage number 1 mentioned. This huge stone disc can transport dozens of people at once. Pingyuan Bo used this to transport illegally abducted people into the palace. No sense of danger at all. I'm currently in stealth mode, so I haven't dared to light my tinder. The structure of the human eye dictates that one cannot see in an environment completely devoid of light. It doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. I also don't dare to use my spiritual power to explore the surroundings, so I can only move step by step, slowly. Such loud breathing, how much lung capacity must one have? Once I sense danger, I will immediately activate the talisman sword without any wishful thinking. Qi'an skirted the direction of the sound and walked for another 15 minutes. This golden light emanates a solemn and powerful aura. It's similar to the indestructible Vajra divine skill, yet different. Is this Buddhist golden light Hengyuan? Was Hengyuan really brought here? What is that golden light? Is it Hengyuan's reliance? His secret? Let's get closer and see. Martial artist's danger premonition. If I go any further, I will die. Run. After investigating that dog emperor for so long, there's finally progress. What is that sound coming from the depths of darkness, like breathing? A disturbance from the dragon vein? That place should be the core of the dragon vein. Is Hengyuan suppressed within the dragon vein? Is that golden light resisting the dragon vein? Also, what power is it that will make me die without a trace? A formation? I've already passed through the stone disk and explored the other side of the formation. I've made some progress. Is the place the formation connects to the imperial palace? Are you in danger? What did you find? Are you hurt? That was fast. Have you rescued Master Hengyuan yet? Don't worry, I'm fine, but I haven't rescued Hengyuan. I can't be sure that the other end of the formation is the imperial palace, because it's also a cave, and it's completely dark. However, based on the rules of Earth Escape technique, it's basically the imperial palace. Qi'an recounted his experience in the underground cave to the members of Taoism. This included the terrifying movement that sounded like breathing, the golden light that was suspected to be Hengyuan, and the premonition of his own silent death. So, you can't determine whether the source of that strange sound is the dragon vein or something else. None of us are experts in feng shui. Wait, no, that unlucky girl at your place is a 5th-rank sorcerer/wizard, she knows the most. I haven't returned to the Su mansion yet. I'm in an underground stone chamber. I'll go ask her. No, please don't go to my room, don't disturb her. He's reacting so strongly. What is he guilty about? Is he afraid I'll see something I shouldn't in his room? For example, a senior sister from the Tianjin Bureau of Astronomy, who just had an intimate encounter in his bed. Her condition is stable for now. If no one disturbs her, she won't have any accidents. The moment you enter the room, she will interact with the outside world, and various dangers will descend. I've even put the Taiping Dao, Great Peace Saber, into the Di Shu, Earth Book, to prevent it from taking a disliking to Zhongli again. Like when we went to find Lina back then. Remember when we went to Yongzhou to find Lina, and Zhongli went missing when we landed with our swords? We searched for a long time before finding her. She was just lying there motionless in a pit. Zhongli said that the dragon vein is the condensation of a nation's destiny, and even the Grand Supervisor cannot easily control it. I don't think she has any deep understanding of the dragon vein. Rather than that, let's think about how should we deal with the restrictions in the cave next? Even I would die. Why does it have to be you? Why does it have to be us? Pause. Are you saying we should inform the Grand Supervisor about this? Or the National Preceptor? Brilliant. The top combat power in the capital is the Grand Supervisor, followed by the second-ranked Taoist Luo Yuxing, who is in the tribulation passing stage. If they intervene, we won't have to think about it ourselves. The reason I didn't think of this method at first was due to professional inertia. Whether it was being a police officer in my past life or a night watchman in this life, I've always been the first to deal with problems. So, when encountering similar situations, I instinctively think of bearing the burden myself. If it's just the dragon vein and Hengyuan underground, then what good would the Grand Supervisor and the National Preceptor do? It's worth a try anyway. Chu Yuanjin, you should arrive in the Northern Territory in about 2 days, right? The army has arrived in Chuzhou. So fast. Warships are naturally faster than ordinary official ships. Speed is crucial in war. I will protect Su Cijio, don't worry. Thank you. Gulp. I initially thought about letting Erlang gain some experience, but I held back. After all, the battlefield is constantly changing, and there are too many unexpected events. Just because you think it's a chance for experience doesn't mean it is. You might just die. The next day, at the Star Observation Tower. Why is young Master Su here? Do you finally have time to mentor the alchemists among the brothers? Senior brother, you seem a bit unhappy lately. The war has started. The court needs the Qi'an Jian to refine magical artifacts to strengthen the military. This kind of repetitive and monotonous work is an insult to a genius like me. It's not just you. Everyone hates assembly line work. In terms of military supplies, the court should have a considerable inventory. However, there haven't been any large-scale wars in Dafeng for 20 years, and the military equipment is lacking maintenance. Furthermore, items produced by the Qi'an Jian are valuable. For some people, it's the best way to profit. For example, the former Minister of War. For example, our emperor who takes a great pill once a season. Corruption in Dafeng is indeed rotten to the core. Even Chief Minister Wang was pressured into accepting bribes. Even Duke Wei often turns a blind eye to the corruption of his subordinates and officials. In the face of such overwhelming trends, even the exceptionally talented Wei Yuan and the shrewd Chief Minister Wang could not single-handedly resist the flood. Never mind that. I'm here today to visit the Grand Supervisor. I have something important to report to him. Humph. The Grand Supervisor has failed me. I don't want to see him. I do have something urgent. Can I trouble you, senior brother? Alright, you stay here, don't move. I'll be right back. After a while, Song Qing returned. What a coincidence. The teacher also doesn't want to see me, nor does he want to see you. He told me to get lost. The Grand Supervisor won't see me. Then I won't disturb you. Don't go, you've come all this way. I have many ideas to share with you. Let me show you a few things. Song Qing's secret chamber. This pile of things. I've studied the grafting technique you taught me. I started experimenting actively after spring this year. Although I've made significant breakthroughs, there are some issues with the results. I grafted peaches and watermelons. Sometimes, watermelons the size of peaches grow, and sometimes peaches the size of watermelons grow. They're edible, but the taste is a bit off, and the yield is low. Young Master Su, would you like to try? No. As for apricots, I grafted an apricot tree with a bird. Small apricot trees grew on the bird's back, which could bear fruit, but they were not edible. My initial attempt was to give apricots a meaty flavor. As for grapes, I haven't figured out why eyes grow inside them yet. Perhaps it's because the grapevine grew from the eye of a dead horse. I've always felt that among the Grand Supervisor's eccentric disciples, Song Qing is the most insane and dangerous. Not bad. By the way, how is my human transmutation progressing? Speaking of which, I already know your request. In return for young Master Su's. For your kindness, the fellow disciples plan to refine a beauty, the most beautiful woman in Dafeng, in the likeness of the princess. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the princess's appearance. Later, Miss Fu Xiang passed away, so the fellow disciples decided to refine another Miss Fu Xiang. But unfortunately, we still haven't seen Miss Fu Xiang. Yeah, how would you technical geeks care about women? They're all just fleeting. The person we are most familiar with is junior sister Kaiwei. But after the fellow disciples discussed it, they unanimously agreed that young Master Su. Such a pervert doesn't deserve junior sister Kaiwei. I speak directly and don't mean anything else. I see. Don't mean anything else is just a direct insult to me. However, we've refined many men. Senior brother Song, I have to go. I have other matters to attend to. Being shut out at this critical juncture, the Grand Supervisor clearly doesn't want to get involved. Or, the old schemer has other intentions and doesn't plan to act. As for his purpose, even Wei Yuan couldn't see through this peak existence of a sorcerer. I won't bother myself with it. Fortunately, I still have Luo Yuxing's beautiful legs to hold on to. Su Mansion. National Preceptor, I am Su Qi'an. National Preceptor, I have something to discuss with you. I've found some clues regarding Emperor Yuanjing. Thus, Su Qi'an described in detail the dragon vein, the teleportation formation beneath Pingyuan Bo's mansion, and his encounter last night. You want me to intervene in this matter, and even hope that I will help you rescue someone? I hope the National Preceptor will lend a hand. Therefore, I will help you. Break with Yuanjing for the sake of rescuing someone. Yuanjing is definitely problematic. The National Preceptor intervenes, this is upholding justice. Since you can't be sure what's in the dragon vein, and you're so abruptly asking for my help, it means you've never really considered me. If there's a problem with the dragon vein, fine. But if it's just imprisoning a monk, how can I possibly handle this? Can I still be the National Preceptor? Can I still use the nation's destiny to suppress the karmic fire? Whether alive or dead, you don't care. I was indeed too rash. I only thought the National Preceptor was the leader of the human sect. She's an invincible powerhouse, the greatest woman in Defeng, and she blindly admires you. And so I forgot that the National Preceptor also has difficulties. This was not my intention. If you want me to act, it's not difficult. You need to provide concrete evidence. Instead of a mere guess, a vague clue. The National Preceptor seems to fall for this kind of flattery. I'll stop being angry right away. Is there anything else? The National Preceptor doesn't seem to want to leave, but has no reason to stay longer. In the past, even if I sensed this abnormality, I probably wouldn't have paid it much attention. But it's different now. I clearly know I've already entered Luo Yuxin's fishing pond. This peerlessly beautiful, mature, charming, and aloof great beauty is seriously considering dual cultivation with me. So, on Luo Yuxin's side, she actually craves more contact and communication with me to better assess me. But as the National Preceptor, the esteemed leader of the human sect, she can't bring herself to show excessive enthusiasm towards a young man. Therefore, there's an awkward dilemma of advance and retreat. At this time, a man needs to be more proactive. I can't delve deeper into the Earth's veins, my clue is broken. I wonder if the National Preceptor has any better suggestion. Didn't you say there was an Earth escape teleportation array under Pingyuan Earl's mansion? The number of people who can master the Earth escape technique is already very small. This involves both feng shui and formations. Apart from high-ranking sorcerer, only the Earth sect, which wields the treasure, Earth Book, can achieve this. Aren't these two clues? Frontier. If enemy cavalry were to launch a surprise attack at this moment, there wouldn't be enough time to dismantle the cannons and bed crossbows. This is why the importance of scouts becomes apparent. However, while cannons and bed crossbows are formidable weapons on the battlefield, they also severely hinder the army's movement speed. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. When marching and fighting, one must consider the advantages and disadvantages of both sides, the terrain, etc. There's no fixed formula. Armchair strategy and actual warfare are two different things. Ever since I arrived in Chuzhou, I've been summarizing and thinking non-stop, my brain has never rested. Fortunately, I brought plenty of preserved fruits. It keeps my mind sharp and prevents fatigue during intense thinking. Yes, according to my elder brother, sugar is the brain's only source of energy. The main army arrived in Chuzhou yesterday. After a night of rest, they set off immediately to rendezvous with Yang Yan's army. Yang Yan had already participated in the war in advance and fought several battles against the Jing Kingdom's cavalry. After marching for 3 full hours, we finally reached the Chuzhou army's encampment just before dusk. The 10,000 troops arrived and skillfully set up camp. Jiang Luzhong, along with a group of generals, Su Xinyan, and Chu Yuanjin, entered the tent of Yang Yan, the Chuzhou commander. They're here. Due to the northern front is not optimistic. We lack cannons and bed crossbows, and military supplies, so we've been focusing on containment and harassment. We cannot inflict heavy losses on the Jing Kingdom's army. Military supplies in Chuzhou are limited. Most cannons and bed crossbows must remain within the city for defense and cannot all be mobilized. Otherwise, if the Jing Kingdom's cavalry were to execute a pulling the rug out from under the cauldron tactic and attack Chuzhou, the Feng's territory would completely fall apart. I will explain the current situation of the northern war to everyone. The main battlefield is deep in the north, where the demon barbarian allied forces and the Jing Kingdom's cavalry are engaged in fierce fighting. The individual combat power of the demon barbarians is stronger than that of the Jing Kingdom, and their troop types are more diverse, yet they are still. The Jing Kingdom is retreating steadily. We've analyzed the reasons over the past few days and categorized them into 3 points. The demon barbarians' military discipline is inferior to the Jing Kingdom's. The demon barbarians possess divine and demonic bloodlines, and once they get heated, they lose their reason. This is an advantage in small-scale battles. But when it involves tens of thousands of people, or even in large-scale battles of over 100,000, this becomes a fatal flaw. Second, the witch god cult's battlefield is the domain of witches. You are all experienced generals, so I don't need to elaborate. The most important thing is that there is a third-rank witch among the Jing Kingdom's army. It is precisely because of his existence that the injured Zhu Jiuhuan is restricted. Third, Xia Ho Yushu is a top-tier commander. His battle command skills have reached the point of perfection. Facing such a person, unless with absolute overwhelming force, it is difficult to defeat him with so-called clever tactics. The army currently fighting us on the Chuzhou border is the left army of the Jing Kingdom, led by Tuoba Ji, a 4th-rank martial artist. 3,000 fire cavalry, 5,000 light cavalry, and 10,000 infantry and artillery. Tuoba Ji intends to crush us on the Chuzhou border. He intends to crush us on the Chuzhou border. This means the two sides are not far apart at this moment. Therefore, if we want to march north to reinforce the demon barbarians, we must first defeat Tuoba Ji. After defeating Tuoba Ji's army, we can then proceed north without any worries. The problem is, in terms of cavalry, we are far from a match for the Jing Kingdom's cavalry. In terms of artillery, they are also equipped with quite a few cannons and bed crossbows. Aside from quantity, where we have an overwhelming advantage, we have no other advantages. So your arrival is just in time. Now that we have sufficient troops and military equipment, and speed is of the essence, we can attack directly and catch Tuoba Ji off guard. Do you know their location? I only know the general location. There are scouts watching. The time returned to report. So far, no abnormalities have occurred. This battle must be swift. Otherwise, with the witch's abilities, if the battle drags on, the zombie soldiers will only increase. We may not be able to burn the bodies in time on the battlefield. Witches have the ability to manipulate corpses. Therefore, the best method is to burn the bodies of the fallen on the spot, which is the only way to effectively curb the number of zombie soldiers. The Qi'an Jian sorcerer will. We provide the coordinates, then a few rounds of bombardment, followed by archers and fire troops advancing. But if the enemy retreats, except for the cavalry, other forces cannot catch up. If the cavalry pursues, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Why not take advantage of the superior numbers to form an encirclement? No, encirclement means dispersing our forces, which would negate our advantage. The enemy could break through in any direction, and even counterattack. We also need to guard against the witches' divination arts. It would be best if a high-ranking sorcerer could conceal our heavenly secrets for us. Chu Yuan doesn't seem to want to offer an opinion. Cough, cough. Everyone, perhaps you could listen to my words. Su Xinyan was not qualified to sit here, neither by his position as the investigation envoy of the capital of Ding Prefecture nor by his seniority. However, Jiang Luzhong and Su Qian had gone to the brothel and investigated cases in Yunzhou together, forming a bond. As a junior to a friend and comrade, he naturally paid special attention. Investigator Su, please speak freely. What is our objective? Naturally, it's to drive back Tuoba Ji's army and march north to reinforce the demon barbarians. Therefore, our true objective is to reinforce the demon barbarians, not to fight Tuoba Ji to the death. What's the difference? Of course, there is. In warfare, attacking cities is inferior, attacking hearts is superior. To achieve victory with the least cost is what we should do. Cough, cough, cough. Attacking cities is inferior, attacking hearts is superior, is a concept from Su Qian's military treatise. You may not have read it. This book is titled The Art of War, written by Su Ningyan recently. Oh right, let me introduce everyone, this is Su Qian's cousin, a second-class jinshi in this year's imperial examination. Yes, Investigator Su, please continue. Silver Guard Su actually knows military strategy. Attacking cities is inferior, attacking hearts is superior, brilliant. So this scholar is Silver Guard Su's cousin. Su Qian seeking justice for the 380,000 people of Chuzhou. The deeds of Zheng Xing, the provincial governor of Chuzhou, have already spread throughout the province. Steward Su, please continue, we're listening. Among the officers present, some are natives of Chuzhou. These people regard Su Qian as a god and are deeply grateful. Of course, the soldiers and officers who are not natives of Chuzhou also hold Su Yinluo in high esteem. When speaking of him, who wouldn't praise him a few times and give him a thumbs up? Since this unruly scholar is Su Yinluo's cousin, he is not unruly. Rather, like his cousin, he is a talented individual who dares to speak his mind. Su Xiaijio is still a bit thin-skinned. He doesn't even know to leverage having a cousin with such a fearsome reputation. Great. If you moved out earlier, who wouldn't give you face? Must I come and help you? I don't need to be so, brother's protection. No need to stand. Everyone, please be seated. Getting rid of Tuobaji is our goal. Jingwa leaving this army on the Chuzhou border is to tie us down. To deplete our forces and buy time for them to kill the demon race, and reduce their pressure. If we were to engage in a pitched battle, even if we won, it would only be a localized victory and wouldn't benefit the overall situation. If we were to engage in a pitched battle, even if we won, it would only be a localized victory and wouldn't benefit the overall situation. We understand this logic. What's your idea? Our advantage is our superior numbers. I believe that the advantage to be seized is not to fight with numbers, but to rationally utilize numbers and deploy the army. Why not send a large army to take a detour? This steward Su is far inferior to his elder brother. A detour without dealing with Tuobaji first would just be waiting to be surrounded. Steward Su, your plan is, well, it's acceptable, just not applicable at this time. Please let me finish. I just heard you all discussing the number of Tuobaji's troops. Combined, it's about 18,000, correct? Excluding logistics and militia, that is indeed correct. 18,000 men. How about attacking the city? Wishful thinking. Let alone Chuzhou City, even a small town cannot be taken by merely 18,000 men. It's impossible to break through. Moreover, there are hundreds of strongholds along the border defense line, which can be reinforced at any time. We have already scorched the earth. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be difficult to dispatch another 10,000 soldiers from Chuzhou, right? Of the 20,000 troops you brought, if 10,000 remain in Chuzhou City, then bringing over that portion of troops would not be a problem. It wouldn't affect the defense of the city either. Then allow me to boldly ask, facing Tuobaji, without the goal of killing the enemy, but merely to fight defensively and protect ourselves, how many troops would be sufficient? 20,000 troops would be more than enough. This place is not far from Chuzhou. If deployed well, Chuzhou's defenders can provide reinforcements, so 15,000 is enough. Conservatively speaking, we should still keep 20,000. The camp currently has over 40,000 soldiers. We can dispatch 20,000 and have them rendezvous with the 10,000 troops from Chuzhou City. These 30,000 troops will detour deep into the northern territory and meet up with the demon race. As for Tuobaji, we'll leave 20,000 troops to fight defensively and confuse them. This way, we won't have to worry about being surrounded. We also have sorcerers. The Qi observing technique can assist us in locating the enemy. Even if they react and try to reinforce the north, we can still delay them. When the enemy moves, we move. When the enemy doesn't move, we drag them along. This way, we can both reinforce the demon race and stall Tuobaji's 18,000 troops. While it's not entirely satisfying, this strategy is indeed feasible. Indeed, this plan is feasible. The details will require further discussion. The experienced generals present could easily assess whether Su Xiannian's plan was viable with a little deliberation. In the military tent, the high-ranking generals looked at Su Xiannian with increased agreed. At least their minds have acknowledged him. They now consider him someone who can participate in discussions. Admiration. Coming up with a good idea in a military meeting doesn't necessarily mean one is a true genius. The generals present must have also had moments of inspiration and offered strategic advice. Warfare isn't just about one strategy, the knowledge involved is incredibly deep. So profound that even the arrangement of latrines in the barracks has its unique considerations. Cijo certainly has talent in military strategy, but lacks the ability to command in battle. For now, he's suitable as a strategist. Su residence. The Grand Tutor's discernment is keen. The Taoist leader of the Earth sect and Emperor Yuan Jing were indeed colluding. But what does that prove? I already knew about this when I was in Chuzhou. Besides, the Taoist leader of the Earth sect is now estranged from his family. His mind is filled with doing bad things and women. There's no need to investigate that line of inquiry at all, right? Investigating cases is your forte, isn't it? If I knew, I wouldn't need you to investigate. That makes so much sense, I'm speechless. Next, Luo Yuhang asked a few questions about his cultivation and guided him in the practice of heart sword. Upon learning that Su Qian was stuck at the intent stage, Luo Yuhang pondered for a moment. Techniques are techniques, intent is intent. What you need to do now is to comprehend intent, not to combine techniques. You're putting the cart before the horse. But I don't have intent. If it counted as intent, I would already be at the peak of rank 4. Haste makes waste. Others may spend years, even decades, to comprehend it, but you've only been cultivating for a little over a month. Don't rush. But I hope you can achieve intent within 2 years. Why within 2 years? Is there a specific reason? I will focus my mind. Why are you here again? What if someone finds out? No one can see me except the supervisor. If you think the supervisor is susceptible to your beauty, then I won't come. Then I have self-awareness. Life has been good lately. My waist feels thicker. It's all Su Qian's fault, that scoundrel. He's always taking me out for big meals. Before, when she was the main consort of Prince Hui, she had all sorts of delicacies but never liked them. Now, as an ordinary little wife in the marketplace, eating simple food, her appetite is better than before. After being confined to the prince's mansion for 20 years, she is finally free. The spirited look in her eyes is completely different. Su Qian is leaving the capital. Will you go with him? Of course not. Why would I go with him? I'm not his concubine. I just borrowed some silver from him and am temporarily staying in his outer residence. Remember your promise. If you go back on your word, I will sell you to Jinyu Li. What does that have to do with you? Let you have a taste. I bought this at the market this morning. It was expensive. I don't eat. I really envy you for not needing to use the latrine. What you're saying now is appropriate. Looks like a crude, common woman. The Taoist leader of the Earth sect certainly cannot be investigated. First, I don't know where the Earth sect is. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to go. Taoist Jean Lien would report me for feeding kills. But I can't go to the Dragon Vein anymore, it's too dangerous and yielded nothing. I've finished reading the daily record, and there are no major clues. How should I investigate? Wait, what am I investigating? I re-examined my clues and train of thought. Initially, I investigated Emperor Yuan Jing because he supported Prince Jinbei in the massacre. The return does not match the investment. There's something very wrong here. But I don't have a clear answer or direction regarding the specific problem. What I need to do is lift the veil of mystery surrounding Emperor Yuan Jing. The soul pill, human trafficking, the dragon vein. These are all clues, but there's no single thread to connect them. In the soul pill, there are traces of the Earth sect Taoist leader. The dragon vein also has traces of the Earth sect Taoist leader. Luo Yuhang's line of reasoning is correct. Perhaps the Taoist leader of the Earth sect. This is the thread that connects everything. But how do I find an entry point? I'm also trapped in a thinking fallacy. I need to find an entry point, not necessarily by approaching the Taoist leader of the Earth sect himself. I can also start with the things he has done. Let's go to the city watchman's office. Ning Yan is here. Come in and sit. Don't worry, that girl I invited didn't follow. No, don't say it out loud. To this day, when I think of her, I still get goosebumps all over. It seems Zhong Li left Chun Ji with a severe psychological shadow, as big as a 2-bedroom apartment. Boss, I want to see the confession of the Pingyuan Count human trafficker from back then. Easy, I'll have someone retrieve it from the archives for you. By the way, Guang Xiao is getting married at the end of the year, the date has been set. That's good news. Last year, while investigating the Yunzhou case, Zhu Guangxiao said that after the Yunzhou case concluded, he would return to the capital to marry his childhood sweetheart. After the Yunzhou case is concluded, I'll finally be able to leave this path of no return, with enough savings to marry my wife from the tree-lined path covered in frost. I have to give gift money again. Sir, the files are all here. After the Pingyuan count died, most of the leaders and subordinates of the human trafficking organization were captured, only a very small portion. On the run. Those imprisoned were already dragged to the market for execution. Only the confessions from the interrogation remain. The nominal leader of the organization was a man named Black Scorpion. Black Scorpion's identity is mysterious. The watchman hadn't had time to identify this person when Hun Yuan killed the Pingyuan count, disrupting the watchman's plan. As for the other minor leaders, they didn't even know they were serving the Pingyuan count. They were only responsible for luring and abducting lone children and women, and even adult men. Males were sold into slavery or forced labor, while females were sold into brothels or kept for the organization's brothers to abuse. They were even more unaware of the Pingyuan count secretly supplying people to the imperial palace. With the Pingyuan count status, he wouldn't personally deal with the human trafficking organization. This Black Scorpion is an important figure. But before the watchman could identify him, Hun Yuan arrived at the Pingyuan count's mansion. Could the python in the story of Fu Xiang be this Black Scorpion? He knew the watchmen were investigating him, so he secretly reported to Emperor Yuanjing. After receiving Emperor Yuanjing's instructions, he revealed the information to Hun Yuan, using Hun Yuan's hand to kill people and eliminate threats. However, this is just speculation. Black Scorpion's fate is either to escape the capital and flee far away, or to have been silenced. There's no need to investigate this person. This person's confession. Here is a confession from a minor leader named Dao Yi. In the confession provided by Dao Yi, it was mentioned that when he entered the business, he followed a senior named Lu Yi. This Lu Yi claims to be an elder of the human trafficking organization, and Dao Yi followed him when he was young. Lu Yi grew old and gradually retired, so he supported this confidant to take over. The biggest problem with this information is, Dao Yi entered the business in his early 20s and is now 43. Before Dao Yi, there was Lu Yi. This means the human trafficking organization has existed for at least 30 years. 30 years is a conservative estimate, and Emperor Yuanjing has only been cultivating for 21 years. Boss, are Lu Ye's family still alive? I didn't handle this case, so I don't know much. Understood, I'll go ask for you. Boss, how is it? Lu Yi died of illness long ago. However, according to the laws of Defeng, trafficking people is punishable by lingering death, beheading, exile, or beating, depending on the severity of the offense. The son pays for the father's sins, and the punishment is reduced by one level. Lu Ye's crimes would have warranted lingering death. But because he died of illness, his son paid for it, and the punishment was reduced by one level. He was already exiled to the border at that time. Lu Ye's first wife is still alive. Boss, take me to her. Although Lu Yi amassed wealth in his early years, he was well aware of the danger of his profession and made arrangements early on. He purchased a residence in the inner city and left behind considerable assets. After his son was exiled, Lu Ye's wife moved into the inner courtyard with her family and could have continued to live a life of luxury. Unfortunately, the watchmen are a bunch of ruffians, extorting the families of human traffickers every few days and squeezing out all the ill-gotten gains. So Lu Ye's family moved back to the outer city and now live in a small courtyard in the north city. The courtyard is now inhabited by a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and a grandmother. Coming. Watchman. The officials are bullying people, the officials are here to bully people again. You're driving me to death. Even if I die, I want my fellow villagers to see what kind of bastards you are. Oh my. Shut up. Keep making noise, and I'll sell your grandson. I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly. Lu Yi was an elder of the human trafficking organization. What elder? I'm just a respectable woman, I don't know anything. Oh. You don't know anything. Alright, you're quite pretty. Come into my room and have some fun. Why aren't you calling out? I'll sell you to a brothel. Mother, save me. Sell this little brat too. No. No. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Lu Yi was originally a loafer, idle all day, prone to fighting, and associated with a group of street thugs. Until one day, someone asked him to get a few people. Later, it evolved from commissions to recruitment, and the human trafficking organization was born. Lu Yi and his brothers joined the organization and became successful. When did all this happen? If I remember correctly, it was Jin the year 26. Jin the year 26, that sounds familiar. The records of the late emperor's daily life state, in Jin the year 26, the late emperor invited the Taoist master of the earth sect to the palace for a discussion. In Jin the year 26, Prince Huai and Yuan Jing were hunting deep in the southern park and were attacked by a black bear. Their guards were almost all killed. In Jin the year 26, someone asked Lu Yi to secretly abduct people. And these people were secretly sent to the imperial palace. From this, it can be inferred that the Earth Evasion formation in the Pingyuan Count's mansion was built in Jin the year 26. All in the same year. Taoist Master of the Earth Sect. All of Emperor Yuanjing's abnormalities are related to something that happened in Jin the year 26, and they are all related to the Taoist Master of the Earth Sect. If my guess is correct, the Taoist Master of the Earth Sect is the thread connecting all the clues. He is inseparable from the events of that year. In that case, what to investigate next and where to investigate is very clear. The next target of the investigation is the Imperial Hunting Ground, the Southern Park. After all, in the records of daily life, Prince Huai in his youth and Emperor Yuanjing in his youth were attacked by a fierce beast in the Southern Park, their guards were almost all killed, and in the end, Prince Huai tore the bear apart and resolved the crisis. This description has too many loopholes. Among the guards of the two princes, there must have been experts, and in large numbers. What kind of black bear could kill all the imperial guards? A black bear spirit? When Lin and read this passage, I felt it was unreasonable. If there are no clues for comparison, this passage alone doesn't explain many issues. After all, the records of daily life can be altered, and it's not impossible that the imperial scribe or the late emperor were exaggerating Prince Huai's image. The imperial family has done too much of this kind of rewriting history to forcibly elevate their image. Boss, let's go. I've got the answers I wanted. They left just like that? When did these lackeys of the government develop a conscience? Watching the courtyard gate. You little slut, you can't even close your legs when you see a handsome man. As long as I'm alive, you're not allowed to remarry or cheat. You'll be a widow until I die. Su Mansion. I can't understand the content written in cursive. However, the date is still somewhat legible. If I remember correctly, it was indeed the 26th year of Jinda. This year, the Tao Master of the Earth sect entered the palace. This year, Earl Pingyuan officially began supplying people to the imperial palace. This year, Prince Huai and Yuan Jing encountered the Bear Black in the southern garden. Furthermore, the official records of the late emperor's daily life end in the 30th year of Jinda, meaning the late emperor passed away 4 years later. I haven't read the history books. I'll ask the smart ones. Number 1, come chat privately. Number 1 rejected your private chat and slapped you. Number 1, come chat privately. Come chat privately. What is it? When did the late emperor pass away? The 30th year of Jinda. Why are you asking about this? It's about the case, of course. I still have some things to ask about the specific situation in the southern garden. Tell me, the more detailed the better. Especially the situation in the 26th year of Jinda. Also, what was the late emperor's health like when he was alive? Did he have any hidden illnesses? What was the cause of death? The Southern Garden is a royal hunting ground, located in the southern suburbs of the capital, spanning 260 li. The Southern Garden has 4 temporary palaces, named after the 4 gates, south, east, west, and north. The Southern Garden is a forbidden area, with almost no residents. No farming is done, only haihu are responsible for its management. Haihu. Professional fish farmers. Then I, the Sea King, am also a haihu. What is haihu? No. As for the situation in the 26th year of Jinda, I am not clear. At least I cannot answer you now. The year before the late emperor passed away, his health was already very poor. He held on for a year and then died of illness. Regarding hidden illnesses, I will need to check the case files to answer you. I'm leaving this matter to you. I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. I've found some clues, but I can't be completely sure yet. I need your feedback. With Huiqing's boundless curiosity, she will definitely put all her effort into completing the task and then get the case progress from me. That's the benefit of Huiqing. If it were Biao Biao, she'd pick up a romance novel and forget everything. The 3 northeastern countries. Jing Kingdom is in the northernmost position. It is adjacent to the territory of the Northern Demon Clan. Myriad Demon Kingdom. Yan Kingdom is in the central position, directly facing the 3 prefectures of Dafeng. Kong Kingdom is in the south, a coastal country. The 3 kingdoms each have their own characteristics. Jing Kingdom's cavalry is brave and unmatched. And within Yan Kingdom, there are dangerous peaks and steep ridges. Most of the important cities are built in strategically defensible locations. Relying on the terrain for defense, it is as steady as a rock. Besides having the advantage of terrain, Yan Kingdom also has ace troops. It is the Flying Beast Army. Dogs are a type of exotic beast. They have a wingspan of 3 meters, a dog's head and a rat's tail, and can fly 500 li a day. Geography of Kyushu, eastern longitude, East Tong Mountain is rich in green jade. There is a tree called Muyen. It looks like a poplar, with red grain. Its sap is like blood. Its name is Bie. Dogs feed on this. East Tong Mountain is in the central part of Yan Kingdom. Similar to the feather spiders of the Gold and Wood tribes, Yan Kingdom possesses an air force. The disadvantage is that the number of dog troops is even rarer than that of the fire armor army. They are generally used as assassins. Dog Army Encampment. As a major border city, Dingguan City has ample troops, supplies, and armaments. This heavily fortified large city is more than capable of defending against the attack of the Dafeng army. If the witch god cult wants to prevent the army from attacking the central plains, Dingguan City can launch a swift attack because it is already in a state of readiness for combat at any time. 2 days ago, Dingguan City entered a state of highest alert, prohibiting the entry and exit of merchants and civilians from both countries. The city's troops patrolled tirelessly through the night, and constant secret messages were received from the outer areas. The Dafeng convoy has arrived. The northeastern border has been peaceful for so many years, and the flames of war are finally about to reignite. Ha 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 ha. They all say Wei Yuan is the god of war of Dafeng. I, this general, have always wanted to know if Wei Yuan can conquer my Yan Kingdom's impregnable Dingguan City. The supreme military commander of Dingguan City, Tu Han He. In terms of battlefield strategy, there is likely no one who can surpass Wei Yuan. Even Xiahou Yushu, in my opinion, falls far short of Wei Yuan. But the clash of armies and the siege of a city are not the same thing. General, if you can make Wei Yuan suffer defeat at Dingguan City, you will become a hot commodity in Kyushu. War has always been difficult, and sieges are the most difficult. It often requires 10 times, or even more than 10 times, the number of troops. If one encounters a city with a strong geographical advantage, even the most formidable general will have a headache and retreat. Forcing one's way through could even alter the outcome of a war. Do not be careless. He has no confidence in winning a pitched battle against Wei Yuan, but defending a city is precisely his forte. Otherwise, he wouldn't be favored by the king of Yen and become the border commander. To enhance the terrain advantage, 2 Wahii had people chisel the rocks. After 2 years of work, except for the main marching road, the sides have been turned into bottomless abysses. Great General. The Defeng army is only 20 li away from Dingguan City. Very good. Heh heh. Deliver my letter. I am 2 Wahii, the defender of Dingguan City. I have heard much of your name, but in my eyes, you are merely a self-serving eunuch. 2 Wahii's letter contained nothing else. The entire thing was an insult to Wei Yuan, calling his victory at Shanhaiguan pure luck. He called him a fraud and a barren eunuch, even insulting his ancestors. Finally, he proposed a duel with Wei Yuan, wanting to see the god of war of Defeng submerged in defeat. Translated into plain language, it means, if you have the guts, come up here. The great general's plan is to provoke Wei Yuan. It is only one of the objectives. Are there other objectives? I just wanted to insult this eunuch. Ha 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 ha. At Wei Yuan's level, it's unlikely he'll be easily provoked. Therefore, we will curse him every 15 minutes. Let's all curse him together. More people, more words. Ha 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 ha. Inside the imperial city. Your turn, Crown Prince brother. I don't want to play anymore. Absent-minded. Crown Prince brother doesn't want to play with me at all. Linen, I, your Crown Prince brother, am busy with state affairs. I don't have time to play these boring little games with you. What's the point of playing with servants? I want to play with Crown Prince brother. Oh my. How can playing with palace maids and eunuchs compare to the companionship of loved ones? Little Linen was always clinging to the Crown Prince when she was young, wearing a little skirt, short and small. Wherever the Crown Prince went, she followed. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Huiqing has arrived. Why is she here at the Eastern Palace? Let her in. Huiqing, what do you want from me? I heard that the Crown Prince has Yan Huasheng's Autumn Hunt painting. With the Autumn Hunt approaching, I suddenly felt inspired and wanted to borrow it to copy. I will send someone to deliver it to you later. Although our mothers are fiercely clashing in the harem, we should still maintain our plastic sibling relationship. The Autumn Hunt is coming. Crown Prince brother, let's go hunting in the Southern Garden. Why go to the Southern Garden for no reason? It's a long journey. It's not far at all, not far at all. We can just ride horses. Crown Prince brother, take me with you. Alright, alright. I'll make arrangements today, and we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Su residence. Ah, why is there a letter at 3 in the morning? I've already reviewed the files from the 26th year of Jinda in the Southern Gardens. 2 incidents occurred. Autumn of the 26th year of Jinda. Animals in the Southern Gardens suddenly became extinct over a large area, their whereabouts unknown. Traces of animal activity were only found in the depths. Second, when the Prince of Huai and His Majesty were princes, they went hunting in the Southern Gardens. They were attacked by a black bear, and their accompanying guards were all killed or wounded. The Prince of Huai, in his rage, tore the bear apart with his bare hands. The late emperor praised him as the future pillar of the great Feng dynasty. I suspect that the Prince of Huai and His Majesty only ventured deep into the Southern Gardens back then because they couldn't find prey on the outskirts. Furthermore, the late emperor's health was generally good, but due to his lifelong indulgence in women, his health declined rapidly in his later years. The enchanters of the Celestial Bureau could only extend his life by 1 year. He passed away a year later. What does it mean that the animals in the outskirts of the southern gardens became extinct over a large area? Did the beasts escape? It's unlikely. Animals have strong territorial instincts. They wouldn't leave their territory without being violently driven away. Moreover, this isn't an isolated incident, it's a large-scale disappearance. I will continue to investigate this matter. Can we meet in private? I'll explain in detail. No. Connection terminated. She still doesn't know that I know her identity. The late emperor indulged in women for years, keeping his body in a subhealthy state. According to the law that those blessed with destiny cannot achieve longevity, the late emperor should indeed have died. The Yuanjing emperor and the Prince of Huai definitely did not encounter a black bear in the depths of the southern gardens back then. The fact that all the guards were killed or wounded is proof. If it wasn't a black bear, what else could it have been? Furthermore, the Prince of Huai was still a youth at the time. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't have been stronger than the imperial guards. Yet, all the accompanying imperial guards died, while he and the Yuanjing emperor survived. This is clearly illogical. A more plausible speculation is that in the crisis of that year, he and the Yuanjing emperor, for some reason, narrowly escaped death. This reason can only be that mercy was shown. If they had to struggle to survive. After the incident, the Yuanjing emperor and the Prince of Huai should have reported to the palace and asked the late emperor to send reinforcements. However, the official historical record states. The Prince of Huai tore the bear apart with his bare hands and was praised by the late emperor as the future pillar of the state. This suggests that the Yuanjing emperor and the Prince of Huai concealed the truth, either passively or actively. The truth. Northern Territory Crescent Bay. Su Nian's strategy was effective. The 30,000 troops of the Great Feng launched a surprise attack northward, catching the Jing kingdom completely off guard. In the battle the day before yesterday, in cooperation with the barbarians, they annihilated 1,400 light cavalry and 5,000 infantry of the Huishan army Lan Yu people. For the northern demons and barbarians, this was the greatest victory in their 2 months of resistance. Naturally, the Great Feng army was warmly welcomed and well-treated by the demons and barbarians. But Su Erlang knew that everything has two sides. For this surprise attack and to increase marching speed, the 30,000 troops carried only 4 days' worth of rations. If the supply line from the rear were cut, the 30,000 troops might face the predicament of running out of ammunition and food. Come here. Take good care of our friend. Two armies facing each other, at such a critical juncture, how can one indulge in women? Life in the military camp is tedious and boring. The soldiers have to fight on the battlefield during the day. You need to relieve yourself properly at night. Brother Tsijo, she belongs to you tonight. Don't show her any mercy. I won't touch demon women. Who knows what she is? At night. Her chest is quite soft. No, I can't think like that. I'm a scholar. I'm home. The food at home is so delicious. Ah Erlang. Help. He. You'll die of poison like them. Lingyin, you. I never thought I'd die at Lingyin's hands. Humph, you all won't give me good food, so you all will die. It's the dream witch. The jade pendant that the Xiang hermit gave me back then, with its warm nurturing Harem righteousness, helped me resist the dream witch's attack. Jing Kingdom's retaliatory attack. Northeast border Dingguan City.
Who is commanding Dingguan City, Tua Wahiai?
Not quite.
Transmit my order.
Yes. Massacre the city.
The next day, daytime.
National teacher, I am Su Qi'an.
I am probably the only man in Great Feng who can summon and dismiss Luo Yuheng at will.
You say you don't want to sleep, hit me to get out.
What is it?
I have made new progress regarding the clues about the Earth Sect's Taoist master. He told Luo Yuheng about the events of the 26th year of Zhanda. However, you don't need to summon me just for this. National teacher, I invited you here for another matter. Taoist Jinlian, how many years has it been since you became a demon? You know Jinlian is the Earth Sect's Taoist master. After returning from Jianzhou, I confirmed Jinlian's identity. I had my suspicions even before that. Zhong Li told me that Taoist Jinlian's soul was incomplete, along with Fu Xiang. The same. The consequences of an incomplete soul are usually one of two things, being an idiot or a vegetable. But Taoist Jinlian comes from the Earth sect of Taoism, and the primordial spirit is a domain that Taoism excels in. So, an incomplete soul doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's possible the other half of the primordial spirit was lost in an accident. But as I spent more time with Li Miaozhen, I gained a deep understanding of Taoist methods. Li Miaozhen once helped me reconstruct my primordial spirit and helped Zhong Li reconstruct hers. Taoist Jinlian's cultivation is no weaker than Li Miaozhen's. Why didn't he reconstruct his own primordial spirit? Where did the other half of the primordial spirit that couldn't be reconstructed go? This is just one of the doubts. There are many other details. For example, the fragments of the earthly book, for example, the 9-colored lotus root. For example, an Earth sect Taoist not yet of the 3rd rank could snatch the 9-colored lotus root from a 2nd-rank Taoist leader. Of course, these are doubts, not enough to prove that Jinlian is the Earth sect leader. Not until I went to Jianzhou and witnessed the scene of Taoist Jinlian's primordial spirit merging with the Earth sect leaders. Although the beautiful woman by Lian said that Taoist Jinlian was using an Earth sect secret technique. But at that moment, I connected all the doubts. Let alone me, I'm afraid that all the members in the Earthly Book chat group, except Lena, who participated in the battle for the lotus seeds in Jianzhou, have some level of suspicion. National teacher. Do you know when Taoist Jinlian fell into demonic possession? 6 years ago. Jinlian failed to break through and fell into the demonic path, his soul splitting in two. The good thoughts held on to the earthly book fragments and fled with some disciples, while the evil thoughts influenced the vast majority of the disciples in the sect. Ultimately, it split into the current heavenly and earthly association and the Earth sect. At that time, Jinlian's good thoughts secretly infiltrated the capital and sought my help at the Lingbao temple. But at that time, I had just been promoted to the 2nd rank and my foundation was unstable. The cultivation methods of the human sect, burning in the karmic fire of the mortal world, are already walking on the edge of a precipice. If they are further polluted by the Earth sect, the only outcome is death and the dissipation of the Tao. 6 years ago, Taoist Jinlian once came to the capital. Therefore, Huiqing was gifted earthly book fragments by the Taoist at that time and became a member of the Heavenly and Earthly Association. This possibility is very high. Then, did Taoist Jinlian? Isn't that inevitable? Following this deduction, Li Miaozhen also took over the earthly book fragments at that time. However, she most likely didn't know that Taoist Jinlian was the Earth sect leader. And her master didn't tell her. Will the heavenly sect agree? The heavenly sect cultivates detachment from emotions. Disciples like Li Miaozhen are considered anomalies. I understand. The heavenly sect leader didn't agree to intervene. Luo Yuheng is wary of the Earth sect's corrupting nature. The heavenly sect leader is simply, I have no feelings, I won't interfere. If he fell into demonic possession 6 years ago, then there's a divergence from my guess. Was my deduction mistaken? National teacher, were there any anomalies with Taoist Jinlian before he fell into demonic possession? Is the earth sect's demonic possession a sudden event or a gradual process? As far as I know, Jinlian was in seclusion to overcome tribulations. His seclusion lasted nearly 30 years. As for falling into demonic possession, although I don't cultivate the earth sect's merits, a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant's nest. All things are subject to this principle. Falling into demonic possession is not a sudden event. I think I understand what's going on. National teacher, listen to my explanation. I suspect that what Prince Huai and Yuan Jing truly encountered in the southern garden was not a bear, but the earth sect leader. For refining evil objects, etc., so they chose the southern garden to kill ordinary beasts. Because there is the supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau and countless experts in the capital, he could not go on a killing spree in the capital. This also explains why in the autumn of the 26th year of Zhenda, the beasts on the outskirts of the southern garden were almost extinct. At that time, Prince Huai and Yuan Jing could only venture deep into the southern garden to hunt and accidentally ran into the demonized Taoist Jinlian. All the accompanying guards died. How could a single bear kill so many experts? But if it were Taoist Jinlian, no matter how many guards they brought, it would be a dead end. National teacher, you just said that the earth sect leader went into seclusion for nearly 30 years, failed to break through, and fell into the demonic path. And 30 years ago, it was almost exactly when he returned from the capital. The timing matches. In other words, when he was in the capital, he already had signs of falling into demonic possession. Then why didn't Jinlian kill Yuan Jing and Prince Huai? He must have had a purpose, but the current clues do not point to this purpose, so I cannot deduce it. My thought is, the net was contaminated by Taoist Jinlian. In Chuzhou, I once fought a clone of the earth sect leader. The greatest feeling was the contaminating malice of the opponent, which seemed to corrupt everything in the world. Even the Zhenghua sword was contaminated and lost its spiritual essence for nearly a quarter of an hour. Then, it is reasonable and understandable that he contaminated Yuan Jing and Prince Huai. It can even explain Prince Huai's cold selfishness and Emperor Yuan Jing's almost unreasonable pursuit of longevity. Although they appear normal on the outside, they have long been half-mad, just like the Taoists of the earth sect. Then what about the human trafficking organization? And what about the anomaly beneath the dragon vein? I don't have a reasonable inference for this yet. The earth sect leader's contamination of Yuan Jing and Prince Huai likely had other purposes. The details are lacking clues, so I cannot speculate. I know what's going on. The earth sect leader is proficient in the one chi transforms into three pure ones technique. Jinlian and the current earth sect leader are his good and evil thoughts. If he once performed one chi transforms into three pure ones, then the last of the three. Where? Beneath the dragon vein. You're thinking the same as me. Yuan Jing has been cultivating for 20 years, with the nation's resources poured into him, yet he hasn't formed a golden elixir. This is somewhat puzzling. Of course, cultivation isn't just about resources, talent is also very important. Before, I just thought his talent was poor. But after experiencing so many things, if there was another clone of Jinlian behind him, wouldn't that make more sense? Those great pills, how many of them ended up in Jinlian's mouth? He contaminated Prince Huai and Yuan Jing, most likely for his cultivation, to pave the way for his breakthrough to the first rank. Waiting for the three to merge in the future and break through in one go, becoming a land immortal. Of course, the premise of all this is that a clone is hidden beneath the dragon vein. Regarding this point, the information you provided last time was too little to prove anything. In a while, I will send a clone to explore the dragon vein with you to verify. If there truly is an Earth sect leader beneath the dragon vein. A clone. If Yuan Jing was truly corrupted by the Earth sect leader, then I won't have to worry about breaking ties with Yuan Jing. Moreover, you don't need to confront the Earth sect leader directly. Just report the matter to the supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau. Cannot be unseen anymore. Elder Sister Zhong said that the dragon vein is something even the supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau can't easily manipulate. Hiding within the dragon vein can indeed elude the supervisor's eyes. Oh, right. National teacher, if Yuan Jing is corrupted and controlled by the Earth sect leader, then, his constant insistence on dual cultivation with you also has a reasonable explanation. The demon Taoist of the Earth sect only thinks about doing bad things and womanizing. I had a deep experience of this in Jianzhou. Not because the demon Taoist of the Earth sect is a SP, but because the essence of men is SP. Lust is the root of all evil. As for the possibility that Yuan Jing is a clone of the Earth sect leader, I didn't consider it because it's impossible. Yuan Jing is the ruler of a nation, bearing the nation's fortune. He can be influenced and corrupted, but it's impossible to be replaced. Moreover, bearing the nation's fortune is not necessarily a good thing for those in high positions. The old ancestor of the Wulin alliance in Jianzhou was unwilling to bear the nation's fortune, because he truly wanted to live for another 500 years. After half a month, we will go deep into the dragon vein to investigate. Why half a month? Half a month is too long. Because during this period, I will experience a trial by karmic fire. Experiencing a trial by karmic fire within half a month? Please let me extinguish the karmic fire for you. Alright. After you recover, I'll contact you again. They've already left. The exploration of the dragon vein will be in half a month, and then the truth will be revealed. I can also be honest with Huiqing and the others. Elder Sister Zhong, I'm going to the Imperial Observatory to find Sister Kaiwei. I plan to have Chu Kaiwei find Huiqing and invite her to the Su residence for a secret discussion, rather than through the earthly book fragments. Because things have reached this point, I'm not entirely sure whether Daoist Jinlian is a wolf or a sheep. I arranged to meet Huiqing last night precisely because of this concern, but Huiqing refused to meet online. Of course, I'm only asking Chu Kaiwei to invite Huiqing and won't say much else. Western Regions. Mount Alanchuo is a sacred land of Buddhism, the core of many Buddhist countries in the Western regions, and a sacred land in the eyes of countless Buddhist believers. As the most powerful force in the 9 provinces, Mount Alanchuo is viewed by cultivators of various systems as it is a forbidden area within forbidden areas. The Buddha attained enlightenment on this mountain. Attained Buddhahood and founded Buddhism. Why have you come to Alanchuo? After the battle in the capital, the fortune of the western regions became unstable. This is not a good sign. Dewey brought back Mahayana Buddhism from the capital and debated Buddhist principles on Mount Alanchuo for half a year. More and more believers chose to have faith in Mahayana Buddhism. He denigrated Dewey's Buddhist teachings as Hinayana Buddhism. Buddhism is on the verge of splitting. That little thief in the capital is truly a scoundrel. Dewey wishes to welcome this child back and bestow upon him the title of Buddha's son. Guanxian was pleased, while Jialua was displeased. What are the Buddha's thoughts? The Buddha has been in a deep slumber for 500 years. I have come to borrow a divine artifact from Buddhism. Don't rush to refuse, hear my conditions first. I will exchange this with a piece of information. I know where the sealed item beneath Sangpa Lake is. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Su residence. This aura. Father Emperor has been sending people to secretly monitor the Su residence. Your Highness. I had Zhongli set up a small formation to isolate sound. After all, the matters we are about to discuss cannot. Right? Your Highness. Or rather. Number 1. He knows I'm number 1. He knew my identity all along. He's been privately sending me messages these past few days, trying to arrange a meeting several times, but I've sternly refused. What was he thinking at the time? He must have been laughing to himself, no. Perhaps even outright laughing out loud. Not only does he know my identity, but he also revealed it in front of Li Miaotian. Number 1 is Huiqing, a princess of the imperial family, the eldest daughter of Emperor Yuanjing. I often post anti-Yuanjing remarks in the Tiandihui. It's too embarrassing. I want to assassinate Emperor Yuanjing. Has Emperor Yuanjing died yet? When will Emperor Yuanjing die? When did you find out? Young Master Su, a scholar from Yinlu Academy. Huiqing is truly an old schemer. It's something recent. For example, Your Highness is exceptionally intelligent and instructed Linen to borrow books from the Wenyuan Pavilion. Young Master Su is indeed wise, worthy of being called a scholar who has read the sage's books. No less than your elder brother who single-handedly held off 8,000 rebels in Yunzhou. You flatter me. Your Highness is the smartest person in the Tiandihui. Using the excuse of borrowing the autumn hunt painting, she sparked Linen's interest in hunting. Her interest, and concealed herself very well. Young Master Su is so capable, do others know? In my opinion. Stop talking. Today's events will be known only to the 3 of us, how about it? I have no objections. Because. Cough. The case has been investigated and clarified. Before that, you two answer me a question. Your Highness, did you obtain the Earth Book fragment 6 years ago? Because. Miaotian, is this the Earth Book fragment that Taoist Jinlian gave you when he went to Qianzong? How did you know? My deduction was correct, it all matches. I have indeed clarified the case. First, I must tell you one thing. Taoist Jinlian is the leader of the Earth sect. What exactly is going on? The leader of the Earth sect became possessed by a demon, but did not completely fall. His good thoughts split, giving rise to Taoist Jinlian. Miaotian, you should still remember that when protecting the lotus seed, Taoist Jinlian single-handedly held off Black Lotus and struggled with his wisp of demonic thought. I was indeed confused at the time. Even a wisp of wood. A demonic thought at the tribulation stage. Taoist Jinlian isn't even a third-rank cultivator, how could he resist? It's just that you're too lazy to think. Su Qixian did not pause and recounted his and Luo Yuxing's deductions to the 2 of them verbatim. In this retelling, Luo Yuxing's achievements and reputation were hidden, and she did not appear. He couldn't reveal his private relationship with the National Preceptor unless the National Preceptor allowed it. So, the leader of the Earth sect appeared normal back then, but actually showed signs of demonic possession. King Huai and Yuanjing encountered him in the southern garden and were corrupted, turning him into a seemingly normal but psychologically twisted madman. Therefore, King Huai, for his own selfish gain, massacred a city to refine pills. Thus, Emperor Yuanjing, despite knowing that accumulating destiny meant not achieving longevity, foolishly refused to believe it. So, the culprit behind all this is Taoist Jinlian. So, when you asked to meet me privately that day instead of using the Earth Book to transmit messages, you were afraid Taoist Jinlian would see that you didn't trust him. Yes, I couldn't be sure if Taoist Jinlian knew about these things. I can't quite believe him anymore. Anyone would feel this way. You thought someone was a trustworthy senior, only to discover they were the mastermind behind everything. Damn it, I couldn't deduce the truth of the case at all. I've fallen so far behind Su Qixian. It's all because he wouldn't share the clues with me. Could the anomaly beneath the dragon vein be another avatar of Taoist Jinlian? We don't know yet. In half a month, I will explore the dragon vein again. This time, there will be results. So, the soul pill is actually what that being in the underground dragon vein needs. The pills my father emperor has refined all these years are also like this. He should be able to. My father emperor, Can he still clear the pollution? First, we need to understand what the essence of pollution is. If a person's true nature has changed, then it's very difficult to recover. If they are being controlled, then Taoist priest Jinlian might have a solution. The former means they've become bad themselves, their whole nature corrupted, making recovery difficult. The latter only requires lifting the control to recover. No. Even if their nature is corrupted, if a high-ranking Buddhist monk can help one see their true nature and return to their original self. That's great. Right, should we tell Lena about all this? Tell her what for? Just call her when there's a fight. Don't trouble her with thinking. Makes sense. Negotiations concluded. Thus, the few agreed to wait for the situation in half a month. In half a month, if all truths are revealed, you won't have to leave the capital. Everyone and the imperial astronomer will definitely find ways to solve Father Emperor's half-mad problem. If only it were all that smooth. A full 10 days have passed since the fall of Dingguan City. Under Wei Yuan's leadership, the army advanced, capturing cities like a sharp blade piercing the Yan kingdom's heartland. We've already captured 7 cities and advanced hundreds of miles. The city we're in now is called Qi'an, the last pass before the Yan capital. Just one step away from reaching the Yan capital. In just 10 days, Wei Yuan, with just 10 days, has made this country, known for its countless perilous passes, utterly demoralized. But now, regarding the Yan capital, whether to attack or not, there's a severe division among the army's generals. Why haven't the supplies arrived? According to the previous deployment, the first batch of supplies should have arrived 3 days ago. We can't fight anymore. The supply lines are too long, our supply routes are cut. Without supplies, without artillery, without crossbows, how can we fight? From Dingguan City to Qi'an, we've lost over half our soldiers. Furthermore, the Yan capital is surrounded by mountains on both sides. With our current forces alone, we can't conquer it. If nothing unexpected happens, the Yan capital will surely be guarded by a third-rank sorcerer. This young general is named Zhao Ing, a 4th-rank expert from the Imperial Guard, and a leader among the Defeng's younger generation. He advocates for retreat and is the leader of the conservative faction. Another 60 miles northeast lies the Yan capital. After capturing Qi'an, we'll have supplies and artillery replenished, enough for another campaign. The radical faction, led by Nangong Qianro, advocates for a decisive all-out attack on Yan. Our ability to reach this far relies on the principle of swiftness is paramount. Retreating would give Yan a chance to breathe, but taking the Yan capital would replenish our armaments and supplies. This great victory is all thanks to my adoptive father. A near all-or-nothing swift decisive battle crushed the Yan army's morale. Now the Feng army's morale is sky-high, it's time for an all-out push. If we retreat, this invincible momentum will dissipate. Facing a perilous and magnificent city like the Yan capital. And the Kong kingdom's reinforcements. If we want to win, it will be difficult. Swiftness is paramount does not apply to the Yan capital. The Yan capital is surrounded by mountains, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The mountain is garrisoned by the Flying Beast army, far superior to other cities. Moreover, we've massacred 7 cities. All along the way, civilians, martial artists, and even defeated Yan soldiers are fleeing to the Yan capital. If the city falls, everyone dies. That's their consensus. The Yen capital is now united, determined to defend the city to the death. Our troops are insufficient to break through. And if we suffer heavy losses during the siege, that will be the time for the enemy to counterattack, and there's a risk of complete annihilation. It's better to retreat for now, recuperate. Replenish supplies and armaments, and try again. The Yen capital is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Most of the generals present lack confidence. Therefore, there are more conservatives present than those who advocate for war. The reason they are still arguing is simply because they still hold hope for Wei Yuan. Rest for a night, depart tomorrow, and encamp before the city. Throughout history, since the founding of the Yen capital, in over 1400 years, this city has only been breached once. That was during the most prosperous period of Great Zhou, when a prince of the Great Zhou royal family, a Tao harmonizing martial artist, a second rank, led an army into the Yen capital. Yen historical records state that battle was incredibly fierce. The witch god cult lost a second-rank rain master and a third-rank spirit sage. In the end, the witch god himself intervened and annihilated that peak second-rank prince. This wasn't due to the Yen capital's defenses being inadequate, but because the opponent's combat power had reached the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Yen Emperor, Nurhasai. This ruler is extremely talented. In his youth, he pursued the martial path. After reaching the peak of 4th rank, he made no further progress. He then switched to cultivating the sorcery system. After reaching 4th rank, he encountered another bottleneck. Dual cultivation systems are extremely rare. It's not that different systems repel each other, but rather because cultivation is difficult, focusing on one system allows one to go higher and further. Nurhasai, over 50, has no hope of reaching the 3rd rank, whether in the martial or sorcery path. He didn't feel too regretful. 3rd rank experts are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, failing to achieve it is normal. And his individual combat power, with his dual system, is stronger than any 4th rank in any system. Wei Yuan has already captured Qi'an, and will be at the city gates tomorrow. How did he manage to capture 7 cities in just 10 days? The capital can be defended. According to the intelligence reported by Go Tingho, the Feng army's strength is at most 50,000. No matter how brilliant Wei Yuan's strategy, it's extremely difficult to break through the capital with only 50,000 troops. The city is now united, the defenders have ample provisions and armaments. At worst, we'll fight Wei Yan to the death. National Preceptor Erbu, what are your thoughts? Each of the 3 northeastern countries has a 3rd-rank spirit sage serving as the national preceptor. They don't usually participate in politics, but their status is higher than a monarch's, because they represent the main altar, the witch god cult. 50,000 troops from Kong have already entered Yen territory. In at most 5 days, they will form a pincer with us. It has experienced many battles and has only been breached once. Wei Yuan cannot break the city in a short period. But for the current Feng army, time is critical. Their supplies are insufficient. Even if the Kong army cuts off their supply lines, we can hold the city. Within 3 days, Wei Yuan will be forced to retreat. This battle depends on how Wei Yuan fights. Massacring 7 cities, weakening the witch god cult's destiny, pointing swords at the witch god. Wei Yuan, you think your wisdom is unmatched, you think all your plans last year were flawless. Ha, little do you know, we've been waiting for you. To think you could reach the main altar with less than 100,000 troops is a fool's dream. Adoptive father, after this battle, you will not escape infamy in the annals of history. Massacring 7 cities, staining hundreds of miles with blood. In Nangong Qianrou's view, slaughtering surrendered soldiers is justifiable. The Defeng army is an isolated force deep in enemy territory. If they don't kill surrendering soldiers, they'll be burdened by them. But killing civilians is a grave military taboo, especially after massacring 7 cities. Even if they return triumphantly, they will be condemned by those moralists. Since the deployment, defeng supplies have never arrived. This has been a campaign of looting and pillaging, living off the land. All they've plundered are Yan's supplies and armaments. This is not a good sign. Those new generation generals only saw it as adoptive father's unique way of leading troops. After tasting the benefits repeatedly, they became ecstatic. But now they're gradually realizing something is wrong. So the new generation generals chose to withdraw. If the new generation generals feel this way, let alone those like Nangong Qianro who have followed Wei Yuan for over a decade or two. There will be no more supplies. We only have what we brought. Defeng will not give even a single grain of rice. Who dares to cut off supplies? In all of Defeng, who else could it be? I know you want to take the Yan capital in one go, then usurp it and use this perilous pass against the Kong reinforcements, to encircle them with reinforcements from Jingxiang, Yuzhou, and the 3 prefectures. Unfortunately, the Yan capital is a tough bone, and we can't gnaw it. I've redeployed all the troops from the 3 prefectures elsewhere. Tomorrow, the army will advance 50 miles and confront the Yan capital for 3 days. After 3 days, you will leave with 10,000 heavy cavalry. Don't worry about the others, they have to stay here. 3 days later, open the purple silk pouch, it will tell you where to go. Upon reaching your destination, open the red silk pouch, it will tell you what to do next. On the other side, Qi'an and his men had just won a small-scale battle. Annihilating 1,000 enemy soldiers was already a very gratifying victory. At this moment, Qi'an was directing the soldiers to burn the corpses and butcher the warhorses. Several days have passed since the attack that night. That large-scale raid scattered the combined forces of the Yao Man, Defeng, and the 3 parties. The Jing Kingdom's army decisively split its forces and pursued them. In these past few days, Qi'an has gained a deeper understanding of the cruelty of war, witnessed the bravery of the Fire Armor Army, and also experienced the eerie and terrifying sight of sorcerers awakening corpses on the battlefield, turning them into corpse soldiers. With heavy cavalry and sorcerers who can control corpses, the Defeng army was simply throwing their lives away to achieve victory. When the allied forces were scattered, Qi'an and Chu Yuanzhen were only leading 600 Defeng soldiers. These days, they gathered remnants along the way, expanding their numbers to 1,700. Now, they are only 700 again. Horse meat. Yes. The horse meat is rough and tough, with a terrible taste, and it's hard to digest. Eating it occasionally is fine, but eating horse meat for several days in a row is too much for the soldiers' stomachs, they can't even defecate. Therefore, Qi'an suggested chopping the horse meat finely and then boiling it to improve its taste and aid digestion. If it weren't for Brother Chu, we would have lost several hundred more men to take down this wave of enemy forces. When I was young, I read a few military books and thought I was a genius at leading troops and fighting wars. Now that I'm on the battlefield, I realize I'm not cut out for it. As for you, you've grown so quickly. Which of these soldiers doesn't admire you now? Everyone has their own strengths. If I didn't have this talent, my teacher wouldn't have asked me to major in military strategy. I've come to understand that on the battlefield, stratagems are used only occasionally. Most of the time, it comes down to brute force. These Dehi vehicles equipped with heavy blades play a crucial role. It's a shame we only brought out 3 cannons and 6 ballistae. Sigh, if it were the old Su or Lang before going to war, he'd be holding his chin high and saying humble words with a proud yet fake expression. Su sure discovered a remnant force of 30 men. The absence of bugle calls indicates it's the Defeng army, our own people. Let them come over. Thankfully, the numbers aren't too large, and the rations can be secured. Your subordinate is Zhao Pan Yi, a banner officer of the Yong Prefecture's 11-county 100 household office. I am Su Xian Yen, an official of the Ding Prefecture's Surveillance Bureau and a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Stay, Banner Officer Zhao. I know you. I don't know. Don't know. I thought I had stolen your wife without you knowing. Since you don't know me, why are you here, Banner Officer Zhao? You speak so eloquently, worthy of a scholar. That bastard Su Pingji actually produced a seed of scholarship. I've long heard that Silver Guard Su's cousin is also in the army. I didn't expect to meet him today. I don't know you, but I know your father. We were brothers during the Battle of Shanhai Pass. Does Banner Officer Zhao have a past grievance with my father? No past grievance. I just can't stand a man who is so ungrateful. During the Battle of Shanhai Pass, Su Pingji and I were on the same team. There was another person then, named Zhou Biao. The three of us had a very close relationship, brothers who could have each other's backs. Towards the end of the Battle of Shanhai Pass, we were assigned to intercept the corpse soldiers of the Wu God cult. During the fierce fighting, Zhou Biao took a blade for your father and died on the battlefield. At that time, Su Pingji vowed to bring Zhou Biao's mother to the capital to be cared for, and to. Damn it, I only found out later that this ungrateful dog didn't go to Zhou Biao's hometown to pick up his people at all. If I'm a dog, is his son any better? They're all bad seeds. I, Zhao Pan Yi, would rather starve to death on the battlefield. I wouldn't eat your food or drink your soup. Zhao Pan Yi, you repeatedly claim my father is ungrateful. What evidence do you have? The man has been dead for 21 years, what evidence is there? But Su Pingji's ingratitude is ingratitude. Why would I slander him? Guards, tie this scoundrel up. Let's go, we'll go back and continue boiling horse meat. Tui. I won't fight to the death for my comrades, unlike some people. Like father, like son, all ungrateful bastards. Cursing and swearing, he cursed the Su family's ancestors for 18 generations, including the women. Utterly shameless. Family matters. I don't believe my father would be like this. What Heng said just now reminded me of some things, so I'll keep him for now. When I was young, my eldest brother and mother didn't get along, which gave my father a headache. So my father often said that he and my uncle fought back to back, and my uncle took a blade for him and died on the battlefield. I've heard these words since I was little, but now, one by one. This Zhou Biao, who appeared out of nowhere, seems unreasonable and very strange. Do you seem to have a way to contact my elder brother? Su Erlang is quite cautious. There's no one else here, why not just talk about the earthly scroll directly? You want to contact Ning Yen? Tell me, what is it? Tell him what's happening here and have him ask my father for verification. Su residence. Chu Yuanjin initiated a private chat with me. Brother Chu, how is the war in the north? The war is difficult, but it's going okay, with victories and defeats on both sides. I'm looking for you to ask you about something on Erlang's behalf. We encountered a banner officer from 11 County in Yong Prefecture named Zhao Pan Yi, who claims to have been good brothers with Uncle Su during the Battle of Shanhai Pass. But when he saw Su Erlang, he cursed him, calling Uncle Su an ungrateful person. The reason is that Zhao Pan Yi, Uncle Su and someone named Zhou Biao were good brothers on the same team back then, fighting back-to-back in battle. Later, Zhou Biao took a blade for Uncle Su and died on the battlefield. Uncle Su vowed to treat the other's family well, but Uncle Su'er broke his promise and never visited Zhou Biao's family in 20 years. Cijo doesn't believe this happened, so he asked me to send you a letter to inquire with Uncle Su'er. Wait for me. Ning Yan, what do you need? Second uncle. Do you know Zhao Pani? How do you know my brothers from the Shanghai Pass campaign? Let me tell you, those were my life or death brothers. Why did you stop contacting them later? You don't understand. In military life, everyone is in different places, with different responsibilities. Over time, feelings fade. Then you must know Zhou Biao too. What's wrong with you today? Why do you know Zhao Pani and Zhou Biao? Second uncle, answer me first, did Zhou Biao die in battle? Yes, it's a shame about a brother. How did he die? Back then, we were sent to intercept the Wu Shan cult's corpse soldiers, and Zhou Biao died in that battle. Didn't he take a stab for you? What nonsense are you talking about? The one who took a stab for me was your father. I get it, thank you, second uncle. What did Ning Yan want? I heard you talking about brothers. Strange, he asked about two people who were with me in the Shanghai Pass campaign. Brothers who shared life and death. But one is dead, and the other is far away in Yongzhou. He shouldn't know them. He even asked if Zhou Biao took a stab for me. Was I that weak on the battlefield? This one took a stab for me, that one took a stab for me. Wait, who was it? Zhou Biao, you don't know him. He was my brother when I was in the army. No, I remember him. When you wrote home, you seem to have mentioned this person, saying you survived thanks to him. I remember Ning Yan's mother reading that letter to me. It's a shame about the letters from 20 years ago. The letters are long gone. Are you crazy? Did I really write such a letter? Tell Erlang, this person does exist, and second uncle let him down. Please go out for a bit. I want to be alone. Okay. Ning Yan said, what Zhao Pani said is true. Ha. It's my father's fault for being unworthy. A son pays for his father's debts. I'll accept whatever you want. Why has this kid's attitude changed so much? Heh, the one Su Pingji wronged isn't me. Why are you acting like this with me? Tui. Let's go. The brothers are all injured and starving. Stay here to get bandaged and have a bowl of meat soup before leaving. What happened between you and my father is personal, and it has nothing to do with the brothers. You can't sacrifice the lives of our Dafeng soldiers for your personal vendetta. Puff, is this how you contact my elder brother? Hey. Of course. The Earth Book can send messages over thousands of miles. What's wrong? You don't know Earth Book fragments. What are Earth Book fragments? This one. You're not number 3. What is number 3? Senior sister Zhong is asleep outside. It's autumn. If we don't cover her with a blanket, with her bad luck halo, she'll definitely catch a cold tomorrow morning. Ha. I seem to have overlooked something very important. The demon barbarian and Dafeng allied forces were scattered by the Jing kingdom's heavy cavalry. Many things couldn't be carried in time, such as food and daily necessities. Without tents, without bedding, sleeping outdoors in the northern border as autumn sets in is a difficult matter. Even ordinary soldiers can catch colds and die from illness. In times of scarcity, getting sick is equivalent to death. My blood is boiling. Ping. Therefore, Su Erlang would wake up regularly in the dead of night to cast spells to dispel the cold and warm the soldiers. Why isn't Brother Chu asleep? His feet even dug deep pits. His expression is also off. A grown man with such a complex expression. What's wrong? Ever since you sent that message, your expression has been very strange. I just feel that the trust between people has suddenly been. Erlang, I've said many strange things and done strange things to you before. I hope you don't mind. Thinking back on those now gives me goosebumps all over and makes me feel like a lifetime of reputation has been ruined. You mean standing on the street and inexplicably smiling at me? Stop, don't say it. The truth is obvious. Number 3 is Su Qi'an. He has been impersonating his cousin, Su Xian Yen. You're very tolerant of me. No matter what strange things I say or do, you never react. Big Brother instructed that no matter what strange things you say or do. I don't want to be strange, either smile at you, nod, or ignore you. Ah. No. Su Ning Yen has been impersonating his cousin. To maintain his persona, he often brags about Big Brother in the Earth Book fragments. He also said many things that make one's scalp tingle just thinking about them. If Su Ning Yen knew that I knew his identity, he should be the one who is embarrassed. He must not be let off. Su Mansion, capital. Seriously, private messages in the middle of the night. Who the hell is it? It couldn't be Huiqing again, could it? The one with no nightlife. Su Qi'an, you're number 3, right? You've been lying to us all along. When did Chu Yuanjin find out my identity? When did I get exposed? Did he finally see through my identity through a loophole revealed by Su Erlang? Not bad. You're the first person within the Heaven and Earth Society, besides Taoist Jinlian, to see through my identity. No matter how shameful or embarrassing it is in reality, I'm still wise and impactful online. The key is that only with this calm demeanor can the awkwardness be resolved. Heh, you hit it quite well. Actually, I was suspicious for a long time, but only recently became completely certain. As expected of the top scholar. These two, one can't wait to return to the capital by sword and slay the Su fellow. But both deliberately put on a calm facade. The other is so embarrassed they want to cover their face, feeling life is meaningless. Discovered recently. Heh, 2 hours ago, after I asked you about your second uncle's comrade, Erlang confessed to me. What's wrong with Erlang? So unreliable. Huh. What about my second uncle's comrade? My second uncle's comrade? This Su Ningyan fellow, turns out he's not really indifferent either. Just pretending. Chu Yuanjin then recounted the matter of Zhou Biao and Zhao Pani. What's wrong? So that's how the principle of shielding heavenly secrets works. How does it work? Don't ask. If you ask, it's a secret. You're a professional, how dare you ask an amateur like me? Brother Chu, can you keep this a secret for me? Alright. Since you put it that way. Alright then, if it's going to be revealed, I'd prefer to do it myself. What I did was indeed improper. It caused Brother Chu to treat Cijiao as number 3 and firmly believe it, saying many wrong words and doing many wrong things. Damn you, Su Qi'an. When I return to the capital, I'll slay your golden body with a single sword. I actually don't care whether your identity is exposed or not. Su Erlang knows about the Earth Book, and he also knows that Heng Yuan and I deceived him back then, causing him great distress. 38. Actually, I don't care whether your identity is exposed or not. So, I feel so ashamed I can't hold my head up. I need a bargaining chip to balance the relationship between myself and Erlang. I feel somewhat guilty. Understood. I'll chat with Erlang about poetry when I have time. His famous work is, Heaven Did Not Give Birth to Me, Su Xinyan, and a phone would be like an eternal night. I've never been this embarrassed in my life. It's too embarrassing. My image and reputation as Su Qian are completely gone. Now, except for Heng Yuan, everyone knows about me. Wait a minute, everyone knows, but no one says it. Doesn't that mean I'm not socially dead? Even if everyone knows, but everyone is keeping my secret, even covering for me. Trying to make others believe Su Cijiao is number 3. Conversely, even if everyone reveals the truth someday, since it's already common knowledge. If I wanted to be socially dead, there's no one to witness it. Instead, they are the ones who are truly socially dead for desperately covering for me and misleading others. I'm relieved. Go to sleep early. Tomorrow is the day to explore the Dragon Vein with my aunt. The next day. Imperial Preceptor. I'll take you there. Will the other party find out? No, I will conceal my aura. Apart from martial artists, all other systems are flashy. No time to delay. Act as soon as possible. Stone Chamber. The earth evasion technique is highly skilled. It truly resembles Senior Brother Jinlian's work. Senior Brother Jinlian. According to the feedback from the former emperor's daily records, Daoist Jinlian and the previous sect leader of the 3 sects were of the same generation. In Jianzhou, a clone of Black Lotus arrogantly called Luo Yuhan good niece and wanted to dual cultivate with her. The leaders of the 3 sects are equal. So that's how it is. In terms of status, the leaders of the 3 sects are equal. Therefore, Daoist Jinlian is her senior brother. However, in terms of age, Jinlian and her father are of the same generation. Therefore, he could also be her martial uncle. Study, Huiqing Mansion. Assuming the Earth sect leader is the mastermind behind everything, Su Qian's speculation is reasonable and tenable. Father Emperor wanted to kill Heng Yuan because Heng Yuan saw the secret passage of Pingyuan Earl's mansion. In other words, Father Emperor knows about the existence of the Earth sect leader. But, since the Chu Prefecture massacre case, Father Emperor has been working for the Earth sect leader. What for? This is what Huiqing finds most unreasonable. From her perspective, without benefits, any alliance is unstable. Unless Father Emperor is completely controlled by the Earth sect leader. The court's interest entanglements and tricks, Daoist Jinlian understands them all. The incident that exposed the collusion between Father Emperor, Huai Lord, and the Earth sect leader was the Chu Prefecture massacre case. This indicates that the Chu Prefecture massacre case is very important to them, and the essence of this case is blood pills and soul pills. Soul pills are very important. 000000, Your Highness, Miss Kaiwei has arrived. Let her in. Huiqing, I want to eat mandarin fish. Okay, I'll have the kitchen notified. Mandarin fish is a specialty of the head chef at Huiqing Mansion. Unique and cannot be found elsewhere. Kaiwei, do you know about soul pills? Why is everyone asking about soul pills lately? Su Qian also came to the Star Observation Tower recently to inquire about soul pills. He even asked me. How could I know? So I took him to the library. What are soul pills used for? I didn't know at first, but after I read books with Su Qian last time, I learned about it. Soul pills are good things with wide applications. Enhancing the primordial spirit, serving as alchemical ingredients, refining magic treasures, repairing incomplete souls, and nurturing spirit-bound items. Repairing incomplete souls.